summoning multiple female leads, passionate, time travel, golden finger Tang San. I possess a twin martial spirit. Protagonist. What a coincidence, I too have a twin martial spirit. Tang San. My second martial spirit has soul rings of at least 100,000 years. Upon glancing at Tang San, the protagonist summoned his own Spirit Treasure Gourd, which also boasted soul rings of no less than 100,000 years. Tang San. I possess the Tang Sect's ultimate skills, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, Xianyu Hand, and the myriad of concealed weapons. As the concealed weapons were launched, the protagonist conjured the three mysterious flames, incinerating all the projectiles into ashes as they approached. Tang San. I also have. Protagonist. You certainly talk too much. Chapter 1. Ascending to the innate realm outside Soto City, in a village near the Stardow Forest. This village is called Shiryao Village. As its name suggests, it is closely related to stones and medicinal herbs. The stone refers to the villagers predominantly bearing the surname Shur, while herb indicates the village's reliance on medicinal plants for survival. In front of the village lies a vast forest, connecting to the Stardow Forest, though few spirit beasts inhabit this area. However, due to the proximity to the Stardow Forest, a plethora of medicinal herbs flourish here. The inhabitants of this village depend on these herbs for their livelihood, with some brave souls venturing into the forest to gather herbs, while others engage in the alchemical processes within the village, and still others travel to Soto City for trade. In a secluded area, a young boy sits atop a massive stone, assuming the 5 hearts toward heaven posture. The boy possesses an exquisite visage. With fair skin radiating a luminous glow, he embodies the perfect description of ice-like jade. At that moment, the boy opened his eyes, which emanated a piercing brilliance akin to a sword unsheathed, striking at the very core of one's being, altering the impression he left upon others. Before opening his eyes, the boy appeared as a jewel-encrusted sword adorned with jade pendants, yet upon revealing his gaze, one would discern the dark blood grooves and the chilling edge of the blade. As the boy exhaled deeply, the internal energy surging from his breakthrough gradually subsided. Merging with the natural world, the state of unification of man and nature slowly dissipating. Bang! The boy struck the stone beneath him with his palm, which sunk entirely into the rock. Upon lifting his hand, the imprint left in the stone revealed distinct patterns of fingerprints, yet his palm bore no injury. After breaking through to the innate realm, my physique has significantly strengthened. Although my soul power has not increased due to the world's influence, both the quality of my soul power and my recovery abilities have greatly improved. The boy speaking is named Joe, originally a mysterious knowledge enthusiast from Blue Star, passionate about collecting various arts, divine powers, secret techniques, martial arts, witchcraft, and an array of peculiar knowledge. However, while gathering a stone tablet inscribed with strange symbols, he suddenly fell unconscious, awakening 5 years later in this world, where he regained all memories from his previous life. Joe soon realized he had arrived in the world of Dolua continent, as the nearby Soto City housed the renowned Shrek Academy. Fortunately, Joe also discovered his golden finger, which allowed him to create his own cultivation technique based on the characteristics of the Dolua continent. Zhou Tian Chi method, based on the 100 acupoints of the body, the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the 2 bridges of heaven and earth. This technique is divided into 3 realms: small Zhou Tian, great Zhou Tian, and innate realm. The essence of this technique enhances the circulation of soul power within the body at each realm, leading to a transformation of the body. In the small Zhou Tian stage, it enables the soul power to sustain itself, inducing changes in the physique. In the great Zhou Tian phase, it opens all 100 acupoints, creating a cyclical harmony with the world, significantly enhancing the quality of soul power while purifying the body, thereby increasing potential and affinity for soul power. Upon reaching the innate realm, not only is the soul power intensified, but the body undergoes a transformation, allowing the spirit to achieve a state of unity with nature. Having gathered his internal energy, Zhou stood up and gazed towards the rising sun in the east. It is time to return. He leaped off the stone, picking up a basket of herbs nearby. Just as he was about to shoulder it, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. Turning around, he spotted a lone wolf sprinting towards him. I scattered dispersing powder for spirit beasts in the area. How is this lone wolf charging over here without hesitation? Furrowing his brows at the approaching wolf, Zhou deliberated before deciding to eliminate it to prevent any harm to the villagers. As the lone wolf drew within 10 meters, it leaped, baring its fangs towards Joair. Great tabla hand. With a swift motion, Joair flattened the wolf's head with one strike, sending the creature crashing to the ground. The lone wolf's body emitted a white glow, and a white soul ring gradually floated away. Joair paid no heed to the soul ring, instead focusing on gathering his belongings to return to the village. Rumble. At that moment, a violent commotion erupted in the distance, the sound growing ever closer. Joair scanned his surroundings, sprinkled a powder on himself, and leaped to a nearby tree. Observing the fallen lone wolf, he noticed the wound on its neck. Chased here, was it? Suddenly, a massive python appeared before Joair, its scales as dark as night, adorned with 3 triangular protrusions atop its head. Upon reaching the lone wolf, it coiled around the carcass, flicking its tongue at the corpse. Evil Earth Python. Year 1385, Earth attribute, with a hardened body, immense strength, an extreme sense of vengeance, and a timid yet cautious nature. After examining the soul beast information from the treetop, Joair understood why the spirit beast had come this way. Extremely vengeful, no wonder it followed here. But with the lone wolf dead, it should return, right? Just then, a sense of foreboding washed over Joair. He swiftly turned and leaped aside. Bang! The python's tail struck the ground where Joair had just stood, shattering the tree trunk. Then, coiling its body, it lunged towards Joair, who sidestepped the attack. Bang! The python's head collided with the rock, shattering it, while the beast emerged from the rubble. Great tabla hand. Joair aimed a strike at the evil earth python's eye, but it evaded just in time, resulting in a blow to its head instead. Boom! The python's head slammed into the ground, but its tail lashed out, and Joair narrowly dodged, retreating a step. As he observed the slowly rising evil earth python, Joair frowned. This evil earth python possesses formidable defenses my attacks barely make an impact. Its linear speed is astonishing I cannot escape, and it is exceedingly vengeful. Joair concealed his right hand behind him, watching the rising evil earth python surge forward, but as it closed within 10 meters, it suddenly lowered its head, coiling its body to whip its tail at Joair. Surprised by the python's sudden change in strategy, Joair had no time to ponder. As the tail approached, a thick flame resembling molten lava ignited in his palm. A colossal stone hand struck the approaching tail. Boom! With a thunderous sound, both parties were propelled backward. Joair landed on his feet, a sphere of green flames igniting in his left hand, drawing luminous green orbs from a nearby tree, which floated into the flames and fused with his being. Simultaneously, his bloodied right hand began to mend. Rend, 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 rend. At that moment, the serpent writhed violently, its entire tail reduced to ash. Suddenly, the serpent propelled itself away, fleeing into the distance. It cannot escape. Seeing this, Joair swiftly pursued. Yet, after only a few leaps, the serpent vanished from sight, and the intense exertion caused his charred wounds to open further, blood pooling on the ground. Following the trail of blood, Joair pressed onward, but after a while, he halted, gazing at the increasingly dense forest ahead. If I venture further, I will reach the starry forest, a place far too perilous for me. Contemplating the forest before him, Joair mused, it must have detected me through its thermal sensing. With that thought, he returned to the site of their earlier confrontation, retrieved his basket of herbs, and located a small river. He leaped into the water and swam forward for several meters before shedding his garments. Summoning fire from the stones with his right hand, the intense heat quickly dried his clothes. Once dressed again, Joair glanced at the sun. Oh no, I must hurry back. With that, he shouldered the basket of herbs and sprinted towards the village. After a swift run, he emerged from the forest and slowed his pace, approaching a courtyard on the village's edge. Joair, you're back from gathering herbs. Why are you so late? Did you wander deep into the woods? It's too dangerous. Upon seeing a robust young man approach, Joair halted to respond. Brother Ernio, it's nothing. I just fell into some mud while harvesting herbs, so I took a bath before returning. Ernio regarded Joair's clean attire, shaking his head. Never mind, you have your own thoughts, but please be cautious. We, along with your siblings, do not wish for any misfortune to befall you. He then produced a bag of copper soul coins and handed it to Joair. This week's food expenses are covered by my family. Take it, I must be off. Upon receiving the coins, Joair felt something amiss and immediately protested. Brother Ernio, you've given too much. Consider the excess an enhancement to your meals. Watching Ernio walk away without a backward glance, Zhou called out, "Thank you." Ernyo waved dismissively as he headed towards the herbal fields. As Ernyo distanced himself, Zhou made his way home. Upon reaching his door, he heard soft sobbing. He quickly opened the door and entered, finding a group of children comforting a little girl. When the little girl spotted Zhou, she burst into tears. She rushed to him, clinging to his leg and weeping uncontrollably. "Arya, what's wrong? Don't cry, don't cry." Zhou hastily comforted Arya, who sobbed as she spoke to him. I thought Brother Air would disappear like Mom and Dad." Chapter 2. The golden finger Zhou gently patted Arya's head and said, "Do not worry. Your brother will always be by your side as you grow. Be good. Stop crying." With Zhou's comforting words, Arya gradually calmed down. He then led her to the dining table, where the other children also gathered around. Zhou addressed them. "Please eat. If I return late in the future, you may begin without me. Second brother, you risk your life every day to gather herbs. It's no trouble if we go hungry for a bit." One of the children exclaimed. "Indeed, second brother." Another chimed in. All right, let us eat first." As he looked at the younger children, Zhou was reminded of a year ago, when he had yet to awaken the memories of his past life and still had a complete family, living beside Shuyao village. Zhoujia village, along with several others, had formed around the medicinal herbs found in the forest. Zhoujia village excelled in potion making, while Shuyao village was adept at processing herbs. However, everything changed a year ago when a severely injured, evil soul master arrived, intent on slaughtering the villagers to restore his strength with their blood before retreating into the Stardow forest. He underestimated the villages, each of which had soul masters, with Zhoujia and Shuyao villages even possessing soul emperors. Though other villages had soul masters, this evil soul master was a soul king, and even in his weakened state, he was far beyond their capabilities. In a short span, these villages were decimated. Upon reaching Zhoujia village and encountering a soul emperor, he immediately turned his wrath upon the ordinary villagers. The village leader, a soul emperor himself, could do little to stop the evil soul master. Even the leader of Shuyao village, who rushed over upon sensing danger, could not bridge the gap against a soul king. By the time the spirit hall arrived, both village leaders were barely holding on, and after the battle concluded, they perished one after the other. The children, along with Zhou, were the sole survivors. Second brother, here is the remaining money for this week, said a plain-looking boy as he handed over a small pouch of coins. This boy was named Zhou Yuan, also a survivor from Zhoujia village, and he was 6 years old, 2 months younger than Zhou. Upon receiving the pouch, Zhou glanced inside, puzzled. Why is there still so much left? Zhou Yuan explained, Uncle Shirtong from the grain shop only charged us half for the food. Hearing this, Zhou looked at the pouch of coins in silence for a moment before addressing the children. We must remember this kindness. We can never forget it in this lifetime. The boys nodded in agreement. Zhou then turned to a few 6-year-olds and asked, How long does it take you all to complete the body refinement fist? 1.5 hours. 3 hours. 2.5 hours. 2 hours. 50 minutes. After hearing their responses, Zhou nodded. Zhou Yuan. Zhou Shan. You two can finish the body refinement fist in 2 hours. From now on, let others handle the household chores. After completing the body refinement fist, go chop firewood for the villagers, enough for 1 household each day. Okay, second brother. As they finished their meal, Zhou returned to his room and retrieved a book, handing it to Zhou Shan. The cover bore the title Body Refinement Fist 2. This is the advanced version of the Body Refinement Fist. You have already shortened the practice to under 1 hour. From now on, after completing your training and chores, try practicing this technique. Once you can fully execute this set of moves, or shorten the Body Refinement Fist to half an hour, switch to this. Zhou Shan, looking at the book, nodded and expressionlessly asked, Brother, are there parts 3 and 4? Only part 3. There is no part 4. Also, when you practice this technique, come find me. I will teach you hands-on. Zhou Shan nodded and replied, All right, brother. I will go practice. Zhou nodded at Zhou Yuan and the other boys. Once your time is also reduced to under 1 hour, you may begin training with this as well. The boys nodded and busied themselves. Zhou then picked up the herbs he had gathered and began processing them, yet his mind wandered to other matters. Though he did not traverse into this world with various martial arts manuals like Tang San, that stone tablet had come along. Golden Finger, Boundary Stone. Ability, Traverse Worlds. Name, Traverse World. Travel through worlds using source power. Name, any individual's knowledge of your name and their emotional response to your deeds can be transformed into the power of your name. This power can be converted into source, which is divided into minor source, major source, and original source. Source power can enhance the quality of the soul. Any soul-related abilities can be fortified. Title, titles, names, posthumous titles, deeds in life and after death, all accomplishments and the praises and impact from others transform into titles, each with different abilities based on the nature of the deeds and titles. Martial soul, gestating, boundary stone. Boundary stone, unknown. With the body as a boundary, it can stabilize space, displaying the location, name, and life experiences of all individuals within that space. Titles, transcendent, unusual soul, innate life. Transcendent remnant, a great being's inquiry upon noticing you. Transcendent forms a fragmented title that allows one to transcend limitations. The stronger the limitation, the more effort required. Unusual soul remnant, a great being's exclamation upon noticing you. What a strange soul. This phrase's power forms a fragmented title, making your soul exceptionally clear, allowing a certain probability of achieving enlightenment. Innate life, a great being's words upon noticing you, accompanying life treasures. Innate life. This phrase's power transforms into a complete title, altering your life state, allowing you to thrive endlessly. Source, minor source, 7, 135. Major source, 0. Original source, 0. Titles are categorized into 6 levels: lower, upper, world, great thousand, primordial, and source. Zhou Er's cultivation of the Zhou Tianqi method, the Samadhi True Fire, and various body refinement fists were all insights gleaned from the ability of the unusual soul remnant. However, since this title was fragmented, there was a cooldown period after each enlightenment session, varying based on the duration and depth of the insight. During the enlightenment of the Zhou Tianqi method, the cooldown reached 180 days. Fortunately, he had enlightened early, spending over 100 days to reach the bottleneck of his soul power, and over 200 days to attain the innate realm. These achievements were likely due to the combined effects of unusual soul remnant and innate life, enabling Zhou to progress so swiftly to the innate realm. Only 3 magnificent lives witnessed my journey, granting me 7 small sources. Yet, over the course of 6 years, I have only managed to accumulate 135. Those capable of significantly enhancing the source power are either individuals of exceptional essence or part of an immensely large populace. On Tuesday, I placed the herbs into a bamboo box, continuing my contemplation. The only remaining matter that meets these criteria is the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. Based on my observations from Shrek Academy, I should be of the same age as Tang San. Thus, participating in that competition and securing the championship should yield the highest rewards for me. As the fortunate son, Tang San possesses a remarkable essence, and the other members of the Shrek 7 are vital supporting characters. Additionally, with the golden generation from the Spirit Hall and the attentive audience for this contest, should I triumph, I might earn a new title, such as the Greatest Under Heaven or Peerless Genius. Furthermore, I would acquire a substantial amount of primal source power. A single large source would ensure my safe passage, while 10 small sources could be combined into one large source. At that moment, a sudden noise interrupted my thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Erlang, are you there? Upon hearing the call, I quickly stepped outside to find a robust middle-aged man standing at the door. Uncle, I greeted Hero, who entered and produced 2 large roosters from behind him. Erlang, look what I brought you. Observing the 2 roosters, I responded, Uncle, last week you just bought hens, and now you bring roosters, and will surely have something to say about this. I attempted to return the rooster handed to me, but Uncle firmly grasped my hand, insisting, Don't worry, your aunt won't say a word. Now, let's not dwell on this. I have important matters to discuss. You can't expect me to leave without stepping inside, can you? Hearing this, I quickly ushered Uncle Eru into the house and poured him a cup of hot water. After taking a sip, he addressed me. Erlang, you, Ashan, and a Yuan are all 6 years old now, correct? Yes, Uncle. Tomorrow, the overseer from the Spirit Hall in Suatawa City will arrive in the village. You 3 should gather the other eligible children and meet at the village entrance early tomorrow. All right, Uncle. By the way, this book contains information about the awakening ceremony. Be sure to read it carefully. As I reached for the book, Uncle Eru rose to his feet, saying, All right, I'll take my leave now. Your younger brother Xiao, who is clamoring for candy. I must hurry to buy some for him." With a wave, he exited. "Take care, uncle." Chapter 3. Awakening the martial soul. Upon returning to my room, I reflected on the book in my hands. The awakening of the martial soul and the innate full soul power have already been established, and I possess dual martial souls. However, the quality of these souls remains uncertain. I hope the quality is sufficiently high to conserve some primal source power. After all, an individual cannot participate in the elite competition alone. I glanced at the courtyard, where Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan were training. I sensed the presence of soul power within them, suggesting they too likely possessed it, which would make 3 of us. Without a point of comparison, it is impossible to ascertain the precise amount of primal source power obtainable from the elite soul master competition, necessitating careful management of its consumption. Even if I can't gather 7 individuals, I must refrain from excessive depletion of the small sources, as the generation of titles remains uncertain, and the quantity of small sources is unpredictable. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I shook my head. Why ponder so much? Even if the numbers fall short, what matter? Given my current innate cultivation speed, reaching level 50 and becoming a soul king within 8 years is more than feasible. Moreover, I have already contemplated the realms following innate cultivation. Once the period for enlightenment has elapsed, I can devise the subsequent stages. By then, I will also attain level 60 as a soul emperor. Even if a few members of the team are merely fillers, whether from the Spirit Hall or Tang San's group, I will still claim victory. The following morning, I arrived early with Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan, along with the other eligible children, at the village entrance to await the overseer from the Spirit Hall. "Uncle, village chief," we greeted in unison. Sure Era nodded upon seeing us and continued to wait. After a while, a carriage approached from the distance. Upon reaching the village, a young man disembarked. Recognizing him, Sure Eru stepped forward, saying, "You must be the overseer from the Spirit Hall. Welcome to Sure Yao village." The young man waved his hand, replying, "Village chief Sure, you are too kind. My name is Qin Zian, and I'm also a soul master. Please, do not refer to me as sir." "Ah, that is quite different. I am nearing 40 and have just attained the rank of soul master, while you are merely in your 20s. How can we be compared?" Sure Eru chuckled in response. Qin Zian smiled at the compliment, saying, "You flatter me, village chief. Now, let us proceed to the Spirit Hall in the village and awaken the children's martial souls." He then led the village chief and the children toward the Spirit Hall. Upon arrival, Sure Eru addressed Qin Zian, "Overseer, I entrust the children to you." Qin Zian nodded and ushered the children into the stone structure of the Spirit Hall. Inside, he instructed the children to line up, preparing the necessary items for the awakening ceremony. "My name is Qin Zian, a level 32 soul master, and I will guide you. Do not be afraid of what may transpire. Approach one at a time," he encouraged, signaling for the first child to step forward. As the child approached, Qin Zian bellowed, "Leopard, manifest!" Instantly, a humanoid leopard phantom enveloped him, while the children stood still, albeit with some trepidation. From my position toward the back of the line, I observed the 3 rings of light emerging from Qin Zian's body, contemplating silently. White, yellow, yellow. Not the optimal configuration. I wonder about their age. Closing my eyes, I focused intently. Qin Zian addressed a small boy standing on the black stone, and with a gentle rise of light, a small shovel appeared in the boy's hands. "Your martial soul is a tool, martial soul," Qin Zian remarked, "but the shovel's offensive capability is rather lacking. Let me assess your soul power." He produced a blue crystal ball and handed it to the small boy. "Place your hand on it." The boy complied, but after a moment of silence, Qin Zian shook his head, stating, "No soul power. You cannot become a soul master." Next, the boy stepped aside as the next child took their place. "Mortar and pestle. No soul power." Next, "Clay pot. No soul power." Next, "Wooden stick. Level 1 soul power." Next, "Phew." Taking a deep breath, Qin Zian gazed at the more than 10 awakened children, pondering to himself. Among them, 2 possessed soul power. Thankfully, that was better than having none at all. Only 3 remained. Just a little longer. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Qin Zian addressed Zhou Er. "It's your turn now." Zhou Er stepped into the midst of the stones, enveloped in a golden radiance, as the soul power cultivated within him began to stir. This energy coursed through his body, awakening the martial spirit that had been nurtured within him. Soon, a golden nine-tiered pagoda materialized in Zhou Er's hand, its semi-transparent structure reminiscent of amber. Seeing this pagoda, Qin Zian felt a surge of excitement wash over him. Weapons shaped like pagodas often possessed formidable abilities. It was indeed a treasure. With that thought, Qin Zian quickly urged Zhou Er, "Young one, give your soul power a try." He promptly presented a blue crystal ball to Zhou Er, who placed it atop the orb. Instantly, the crystal ball emanated a brilliant blue light that filled the entire room, resembling a glowing sphere, encircled by a halo of blue radiance. Innate full soul power. This is innate full soul power, Qin Zian exclaimed, thrilled at the sight. He swiftly retrieved the crystal ball, his heart racing with anticipation as he considered Zhou Er's innate full soul power coupled with a pagoda-shaped martial spirit. Could it be another variant of the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda? With this in mind, Qin Zian beamed warmly at Zhou Er and asked, "Child, do you sense any abilities your pagoda possesses?" Zhou Er, smiling back, shook his head. "No. How can that be?" Qin Zian pondered. Perhaps it requires the input of soul power to manifest its form. After a moment of contemplation, he continued to smile encouragingly at Zhou Er. "No worries, child. Try channeling your soul power into your martial spirit." Zhou Er nodded, feigning difficulty as he focused his soul power into the martial spirit. After several seconds, the energy infused into the spirit, and the entire room was suddenly shrouded in mist. In the dense fog, Qin Zian could see nothing but white. "Withdraw your soul power. Quickly," he urged. As the mist dissipated, he glanced at the other children, frowning when he saw they were unharmed. "Aside from your inability to see, do you feel anything else?" "No." The children responded, and Qin Zian, undeterred, pressed on. "Do you feel any increase in strength? Any heightened spirits? Perhaps some discomfort, dizziness, or any such sensations?" The children exchanged glances before shaking their heads in silence. This shouldn't be. A martial spirit with full soul power shouldn't merely render one invisible. Bewildered, Qin Zian turned back to Zhou Er. "What did you feel just now? Could you see us? What about your energy consumption?" "I could see. No other sensations. The consumption seems minimal," Zhou Er replied. Qin Zian furrowed his brow, contemplating. Could this innate full soul power merely reduce energy expenditure? That seems improbable. The speed at which the mist spread was swift, indicating that the house was a limiting factor. The range should exceed the confines of this room. Suddenly, Qin Zian shook his head. What does it matter if the range is vast? This ability can only obscure vision, while sound can still determine location. The limitations are too significant. Although its cultivation value may be minimal, it is still full soul power. With this thought, Qin Zian addressed Zhou Er. "Are you willing to join the Spirit Hall?" Zhou Er feigned hesitation before replying. "I wish to remain in the village." Qin Zian showed no visible reaction, but inquired, "Does your martial spirit have a name?" "Linglong Pagoda," Zhou Er answered. Internally, Qin Zian mused, Linglong Pagoda, akin to the Mist Pagoda, innate full soul power. "Once I return, I shall report this information for those above to decide." Casting a glance at Zhou Er, he waved his hand. Next, Zhou Er exhaled in relief as he stepped aside. "Why so many questions?" Thankfully, I managed to evade them. Using a boundary stone, Zhou Er began to examine his martial spirit. Linglong Pagoda, Mist, Devour Spirit, Merge Spirit. Although there were no detailed descriptions, the labels provided insight into its abilities. The Mist was already understood, while the other two likely pertained to devouring and merging souls. However, these abilities had yet to manifest and would likely only be revealed upon acquiring a soul ring. Zhou Er sensed that while his martial spirit had awakened, it was not yet fully formed. He could still use his small source to enhance the essence of the martial spirit before obtaining soul ring. At that time, the existing traits would likely be amplified, possibly even acquiring new characteristics. Upon seeing the appearance of his martial spirit, Zhou Er immediately thought of the Linglong Shaili Zirui Pagoda, wielded by the formidable Li Jing. Legend has it that this pagoda possessed the power to capture demons and subdue evil spirits, boasting unmatched strength capable of conquering all malevolent entities. Should it evolve in that direction after enhancement, few martial spirits across the continent could rival its might, even if it did not evolve in that manner. I possess an even stronger martial spirit. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhou Er turned his attention to another martial spirit. Chapter 4. The potent gourd-shaped martial spirit, Spirit Treasure Gourd. Gourd space, nurture spirit treasure. These two labels represented distinct abilities. The Spirit Treasure Gourd held spatial capabilities, with an internal space the size of a table that could expand with the enhancement of soul power. The gourd was also infused with a unique treasure aura, essential for nurturing spirit treasures. It only needed a primary material to begin the process, most likely a soul ring. Zhou Er mused. Once the Spirit Treasure Gourd acquires a soul ring, it will nurture spirit treasures based on that ring. As Zhou Er contemplated these matters, the awakening ceremony continued. Golden light radiated as 10 beads appeared in Zhou Yuan's hand, forming a circular arrangement, resting in the palm of his hand. Typically, martial spirits of this nature, once endowed with soul power, possess primarily supportive abilities. Let's see if he has soul power. Intrigued by this martial spirit, Qin Zian approached, glancing at the blue crystal ball before addressing Zhou Yuan. Come, extend your hand and see if you possess any soul power. Zhou Yuan placed his hand atop the crystal ball, and the blue glow intensified. While not overwhelmingly bright, the light illuminated both their faces. Level 6. Not bad, Qin Zian remarked. Young one, do you notice anything unique about these 10 beads? Zhou Yuan extended his hand, clutching the beads, and watched as they began to levitate. They can fly. As the bead gently floated upward, Qin Zian furrowed his brows. He then stepped forward, seizing the bead and addressing Zhou Yuan. Try again, make it fly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan attempted to lift the bead held by Qin Zian. Meanwhile, Qin Zian, sensing the meager power in his grasp, tightened his frown. The strength was insufficient. With such power, neither flight nor offensive capabilities could be achieved. Moreover, the material felt remarkably fragile. After pinching the bead, Qin Zian shook his head. Another useless martial soul. Next. He gestured for Zhou Yuan to step aside, as there was only one person left. They needed to prepare quickly and move on to the next village without wasting time here. At that moment, Zhou Shan approached and stood amidst the black stones. As a dazzling light erupted, a wooden spear manifested in his hand. The spear measured 2 meters in length, entirely crafted from wood, including the tip. A weapon martial soul, albeit one with limited offensive capabilities. Let's assess the soul power so I can proceed to the next village. Qin Zian presented the blue crystal ball before Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan reached out and placed his hand atop the blue orb. Although the blue light was not blinding, it illuminated the entire room. 8th level soul power. Youngster, your innate soul power is at level 8. You are a rare talent. On behalf of the Martial Soul Hall, I extend an invitation for you to join us. After delivering this statement, Qin Zian awaited Zhou Shan's response. However, an awkward silence ensued, as Zhou Shan stood there without uttering a word. Child, you may not fully grasp the situation. Your 8th level soul power indeed marks you as an exceptional talent. Yet, even a genius requires ample growth to become a formidable force. Ample growth necessitates soul rings. Only with the optimal configuration of soul rings can you evolve into a powerhouse. The ideal configuration consists of yellow, purple, black, and red. Observing Zhou Shan's continued indifference, Qin Zian patiently elaborated. You may not comprehend what this entails, but let me clarify. Your village chief can only contend with the soul beasts represented by the yellow rings. As for the purple, your village chief can merely protect himself and cannot aid you in acquiring such soul rings. The Martial Soul Hall, however, with your innate 8th level soul power, will dispatch soul emperors and soul saints to assist you in obtaining your initial soul rings. Eventually, even soul duluos or title duluos will be sent to aid you. Moreover, the Martial Soul Hall possesses the most comprehensive information across the continent, enabling us to tailor soul rings to your martial soul's characteristics for maximum efficacy, something unattainable elsewhere. Although your martial soul is a wooden spear with limited attack power, it undoubtedly has low consumption. This characteristic allows us to specifically target suitable soul beasts, enhancing your strengths and enabling sustained attacks, whereas I can strike only once. As Qin Zian passionately extolled the virtues of the Martial Soul Hall, Zhou Shan interrupted him. What did you say? My martial soul can strike only once. Upon hearing this, Qin Zian's brow furrowed deeply. Why? Does it self-destruct? It can only attack once. Zhou Shan replied expressionlessly. The low attack power of the wooden spear, combined with its one-time use, raised doubts in Qin Xian's mind. How much additional power could a self-detonation possibly add? It can only strike once. Even if substantial resources are invested in its cultivation, the result is merely a single attack. What good is reaching the level of title de loi if it's merely a one-hit wonder? If I were to bring it back, I would be a subject of ridicule. The thought twisted Qin Xian's expression into one of agony. Slap! Qin Xian smacked his forehead, covering his face as he exclaimed, "Another useless martial soul. 3 bizarre martial souls in succession, and with such high soul power, yet the abilities are so lackluster. Are you 3 from the same family? We all share the surname Zhou. We are from Zhou family village." Zhou Shan interjected unexpectedly. Hearing this, Qin Xian expressionlessly lowered his hand, retrieved his backpack, and prepared to leave without a backward glance. Qin Zisher, how did the children's situation turn out this year? Qin Zisher, Qin Zisher, Qin Zisher. Qin Xian ignored Shi Eru's inquiries, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he walked away, ultimately heading toward the carriage, which set off towards Saotawa City. Meanwhile, Shi Eru furrowed his brow and hurried inside the house, approaching Zhou Er. Lang, what is the matter with Qin Zisher? Why did he leave without a word? I'm not certain. Perhaps he was merely disappointed, Zhou Er replied, shaking his head. Disappointed? Why would he feel disappointment? By the way, how did your martial soul awakening go? Counting us 3, only 5 individuals possess soul power. The others have innate first level and second level soul power. His disappointment likely stems from us 3. We have innate full soul power, 6th level innate soul power, and 8th level innate soul power. Innate full soul power. Who is it? At the mention of full innate soul power, Shi Eru's eyes widened in surprise. That would be me, Zhou Er responded, gazing at Shi Eru. Lang, it's you. Splendid. Wait, if you possess full innate soul power, why was Qin Xian disappointed? Shi Eru suddenly sensed something amiss. My martial soul and a Yuan S are both auxiliary types, albeit with rather low efficacy. As for Shan, despite having innate 8th level soul power, his martial soul is merely a weapon that can only attack once. Hence, Qin Zisher left with a long face. Zhou Er shrugged indifferently. No matter what, your innate soul powers are exceptionally high. You are all rare geniuses. Shi Eru comforted Zhou Er, then glanced around at the other children. All right, the awakening ceremony has concluded. You may all return home now. Upon hearing Shi Eru's words, the children bid farewell. Village chief. Goodbye. Yes, goodbye. After waving them off, Shi Eru turned to Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan. Ashana Yuan, you may head back now. I need to speak with your brother. Second uncle. We'll take our leave. With that, Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan exited the room. Once Zhou Er and Shi Eru remained, Shi Eru began, Lang. Our families have been close for generations. You must be aware? Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhou Er responded. The Shi family produces medicinal herbs, while the Zhou family formulates potions for sale in Saotawa City. Some of the Zhou family potions are unique and possess distinct effects, ensuring they sell without concern. However, everything changed a year ago. Shi Eru sighed deeply. Lang. Shi Eru pulled out a small box from his breast pocket and handed it to Zhou Er. Uncle, what is this? This is the formula for the Zhou family's potions. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Er furrowed his brow as he gazed at the wooden box in his hands. The box appeared exceedingly antiquated, its surface marred by rust, suggesting it had not been opened in a considerable time. Uncle, weren't those prescriptions incinerated a year ago? He inquired. What was destroyed was the original. These are merely copies, replied Shi Eru, observing Zhou Er's puzzled expression. Zhou Er, the connection between our families is far more profound than you imagine. Every decade, your family's prescriptions are modified based on the experiences of the past 10 years, and new remedies are added. During this time, the entirely new copies of the prescriptions are placed in the box and entrusted to our Shi family for safekeeping to prevent any unforeseen incidents. As he spoke, Shi Eru placed his hands on Zhou Er's shoulders and continued. Zhou Er, there is something I have not shared with you this past year. Since last year, the village's income has significantly dwindled. The potions sell easily, but the medicinal herbs do not. Hearing this, Zhou Er expressed his confusion. Uncle, if you have the prescriptions, you can concoct the potions yourself. Zhou Er, you have always been clever. It's natural to harbor doubts, but you underestimate the bond between our families, Sure Er chuckled. Patting Zhou Er's head, I will retrieve the family genealogy, and once you review it, you'll understand. Zhou Er nodded in response, tucking the wooden box away. Chapter 5. Alchemy and the Samadhi Fire Brother, you're back. Zhou Yuan exclaimed as he approached Zhou Er. Where's Outshine? Zhou Er asked, noticing only Zhou Yuan's presence. Outshine is behind us. Zhou Yuan replied. A frown crossed Zhou Er's face as he queried. What happened? After returning, Outshine tested his martial soul and has been in a daze ever since. Zhou Er immediately headed back, traversing through the house to the back mountain, where he found Zhou Shan sitting on a rock, lost in thought. Brother, Zhou Shan called out as he noticed Zhou Er approaching, then fell silent. What troubles you? Zhou Er asked. Brother, after my martial soul self-destructed, it takes 10 hours to recover. Even if I exhaust all my soul power, I can only offset 4 hours. I can only attack once. Zhou Er observed Zhou Shan's distressed demeanor without offering immediate comfort. How powerful is your attack this time? Zhou Shan glanced around, biting his lip, and pointed at a stone the size of a grinding mill. It can create a large pit. Zhou Er chuckled at the stone. Outshine, do you realize that such an attack power can annihilate most soul warriors and soul masters? Zhou Shan appeared taken aback and hesitantly replied. But didn't that steward say, my martial soul's attack capability is low? Did he witness the power of your attack? Zhou Er retorted. But even if the attack is high, I only have one chance. If I fail, I will lose my capacity to attack entirely. At that point, I can't even protect myself, let alone you. Then train until you cannot fail. Furthermore, who says losing your martial soul means losing your ability to attack? Zhou Er concluded, striking the nearby giant stone with his hand. With a resounding crash, the massive stone split in two, the fragments riddled with cracks. Zhou Shan stood, speechless, staring at the shattered stones, finally stammering, Brother, how did you do that? Outshine, do you think the techniques I taught you were solely for physical training? This is merely a form of palm technique enhanced by soul power. Once you perfect those 3 techniques, I will teach you specifically. Zhou Shan nodded vigorously. Outshine, besides the fist techniques, the flaws in your martial soul can also be compensated for through training. Is your self-detonation self-controlled or condition-triggered? I threw my martial soul against the giant stone for it to explode, but I believe I can also sense the wooden spear, Zhou Shan responded after some thought. Is your martial soul fully restored? Zhou Shan extended his right hand, revealing a wooden spear, and subsequently stated, it has recovered. Zhou Er pointed to a spot ahead, instructing Zhou Shan, place the wooden spear there and walk towards me until you can no longer sense it, then stop. Zhou Shan nodded, positioned the wooden spear, and walked toward Zhou Er, halting after approximately 10 meters. Brother, I can no longer sense it. Zhou Er advised him to approach the wooden spear until he could clearly perceive it, stopping 5 meters away. Zhou Er stepped in front of Zhou Shan and said, now, sense your martial soul and command it to explode. Zhou Shan nodded, closing his eyes to focus on the wooden spear, urging it to detonate. As time passed, Zhou Shan's brows knitted in concentration, and at that moment, Zhou Er felt a surge of energy. Innate, vital, energy shield. Zhou Er formed a circle with his hands, enveloping himself in a translucent barrier. With a thunderous boom, the wooden spear exploded just as Zhou Er activated the shield. The ensuing smoke and shockwave were entirely repelled. And as the haze dissipated, both Zhou Er and Zhou Shan stood unscathed. Brother, how can I train to overcome the flaws in my martial soul? Zhou Shan hastily inquired. From what I observe, your martial soul's self-detonation can be controlled. The issue lies in your lack of control. You took over 30 seconds to trigger an explosion just 5 meters away. Thus, your initial training should focus on enhancing your control. As Zhou Shan appeared ready to ask further questions, Zhou Er gestured for him to pause. Let me contemplate the methods, and I will discuss them with you upon our return. Zhou Shan nodded in agreement. Yuan, does your martial soul possess only flight capabilities? Zhou Er turned to Zhou Yuan. Brother, aside from flight, it can also undergo transformations. Zhou Yuan displayed a pearl that morphed in size, softened like clay, then reverted to a glossy, sturdy state. Brother, it can also transform like this. The pearl suddenly expanded into a transparent, spherical shield, enveloping Zhou Yuan, lifting him gently into the air, but he swiftly fell back to the ground after barely 2 seconds. Plop! Zhou Er rushed over to catch Zhou Yuan, asking, Are you all right? I'm fine, brother. After confirming Zhou Yuan was unharmed, Zhou Er addressed both of them. Let us return. I will share training methods with you. The two nodded, following Zhou Er back. As they walked, Zhou Er suddenly spoke a Yuan Shan. Uncle asked me to inquire if you would be interested in attending the Junior Soul Academy in Soto City, with costs covered by the village. What about you, brother? Zhou Shan asked without hesitation. Me? I shall not attend. Zhou Er shook his head. Why not, brother? He pressed. Because my abilities and ambitions would merely be squandered in the academy. Brother, we will not retreat. We will follow you, they declared without hesitation, responding to Zhou Er's words. Following me will be arduous, perhaps even painful. You must ponder this carefully, Zhou Er paused to say to them. Brother, we fear nothing. Very well then, let us return. The sun set beyond the mountains, casting a gradual darkness over the land. At this moment, Zhou Shan was engaged in his training at a table adorned with 3 cubes of equal size, each crafted from different materials, wood, stone, and iron. Zhou Shan pushed the wooden cube with his hand, yet despite its lightness, he was drenched in sweat. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that his hand did not actually make contact with the wooden cube. This was the training method Zhou Er had devised. By concentrating soul power in his hand, he aimed to exert force over a distance without direct contact. Once he succeeded with this lighter object, he would progress to the heavier materials, wood, stone, and iron. Upon mastering these, he would then draw them back using the same method, again without physical contact, relying solely on his soul power. When he could perform these tasks with proficiency, he would utilize a measuring tool to ensure the distance between the objects in his hands remained consistent, thus completing the preliminary training. He would then practice grasping sand from a distance, shaping it as desired, followed by water, and ultimately air. Mastery of these elements would signify the completion of his control training. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan was engaged in his own training, which was best suited for the development of his martial spirit in the direction of control. The illuminated sphere surrounding an individual could effectively shield teammates from unseen enemy ambushes or allow for evasive maneuvers when they found themselves in peril. To facilitate a more fluid mastery of his martial spirit, Zhou Er suggested a training exercise involving drawing 3-dimensional patterns in the air with beads. Initially, he would use 10 beads to create a simple shape, gradually increasing the complexity until he could execute the most challenging designs. Upon mastering the most difficult pattern, he would then set aside 1 bead and create a simpler pattern adjacent to the original. This new design would progressively increase in difficulty, continuing until he had successfully rendered the 10 most challenging patterns simultaneously, at which point the training would be deemed complete. In a more secluded chamber, Zhou Er sat before a copper pot, attentively sensing the medicinal materials within. He adjusted the flame intensity based on the water's temperature, reducing it when too high and increasing it when too low. As time passed, he continued to add ingredients, and when the last one was placed into the pot, he meticulously gauged the heat, ready to adjust the flames at any moment. Suddenly, the ingredients began to transform, slowly melting and thickening the liquid within the pot, which turned a deep blue. Once all the materials had dissolved, the cleansing potion was successfully concocted. Zhou Er carefully set the potion aside on a table already brimming with various elixirs, predominantly blue and red, representing the unique cleansing and bone-forging potions of the Zhou family. Other potions for stopping bleeding and detoxifying were commonplace elsewhere. As he completed the final batch of potions, Zhou Er murmured to himself, "With my innate level and the wood-based fire from the true fire of Samadhi, concocting these elixirs is simplicity itself. However, these 2 potions only enhance bones and internal organs. If I could develop potions for muscles, the brain, and other body parts inspired by these, it might significantly extend the lifespan of soul rings. Alas, my innate level renders these potions nearly ineffective for me. Yet, he mused, with my abilities, I can contend with century-old soul beasts, but I lack the power to vanquish millennia-old ones. It seems I must rely on it." Zhou Er gazed at the wood-based and stone-based fires in his hands. "I have mastered the 2nd level of true fire, yet the air-based fire remains unachievable due to my body's limitations. However, having reached the innate level, I should be able to cultivate the air-based fire formed from the thunderous strikes. The stone-based fire can frighten even 1,000-year-old soul beasts. With the mastery of the true fire of Samadhi, even 10,000-year-old soul beasts should flee, ensuring my safety for hunting." With that thought, Zhou Air extinguished the flames in his hands, rising to gaze towards the Stardow forest. Tomorrow, I shall gather the air-based fire. Chapter 6. The mastery of true fire, however, my martial spirit's strength has yet to reach its zenith. I wonder if, after enhancement, it could reach innate level 20? With a focused thought, the source power from the steel flowed into his body, bolstering his martial spirit. As the source power entered, both of his martial spirits exuded a powerful allure, continuously drawing in the primal energy. They underwent a transformation as the energy was absorbed, and over time, the Linglong Pagoda began to slow its rate of absorption, its metamorphosis nearing completion. At this juncture, the source power had only been half consumed, with the remaining energy being steadily absorbed by the Lingbao Gourd. Linglong Pagoda, Pagoda Space Mist, Spirit Swallowing, Spirit Merging, Spirit Nurturing. 2 additional tags have been added. Zhou Air sensed that the Linglong Pagoda had given rise to a new space, contrasting with the Lingbao Gourd space, as it would not expand with the increase of soul power. Instead, each soul ring would generate a space based on its quality, and the initial space would evolve according to the quality of the obtained soul rings. While he pondered this, the Lingbao Gourd completed its absorption of the last remnant of source power, reaching its limit as well. Lingbao Gourd. Gourd Space, Spirit Nurturing, 9 Grid, Spirit Swallowing, Spirit Merging, Spirit Nurturing, Absorption, Digestion, Growth. 7 new tags have been added, most implying a potential for growth, except for the 9 Grid. Considering the uniqueness of his second martial spirit and the potential growth from the 900,000-year soul rings, Zhou Air could hardly contain his excitement. The first artifact that came to his mind was the immortal slaying flying dagger. Although even an artifact formed from 10,000-year soul rings could not match the true power of the immortal slaying flying dagger in Liu Ya's possession, with this potential for growth, it would one day surpass it. The next morning, the sky was overcast and dark, with thunder rumbling ominously. Zhou Air stepped outside and gazed at the weather, thinking, this weather is perfect for gathering air-based fire. He returned indoors to inform Zhou Shan and the others that he would not be returning for meals, before setting off toward the forest. Though it was a forest, there were also hills within. After some time of travel, Zhou Air climbed to the highest nearby hill and stood atop it, surveying the sky. Once he had scanned the surroundings, he seated himself cross-legged to begin absorbing the power of thunder fire. As he commenced, the thunder above grew louder, and lightning struck the expanse, while droplets of thunder fire energy were drawn into Zhou Air's body. The searing, paralyzing force of the thunder fire surged within him, wreaking havoc on his body. Yet the wood-based fire mended the subtle damages, and under the stimulation of the thunderous power, his flesh was reborn anew. Before reaching the innate realm, the restorative abilities of the fire within could hardly keep pace with the speed of destruction. Moreover, the power of thunder could not rejuvenate the body due to its inherent frailty. However, now all these processes are unfolding seamlessly. As time progresses, the thunderous energy in the skies gradually dissipates, while the cultivation of the aerial fire approaches completion. Just as the dark clouds begin to disperse, the cultivation of the aerial fire culminates. With a long exhale, Zhou Air has endured the peculiar sensations in his body since the start of his gathering, which, while not as excruciating as before, still rendered him quite uncomfortable. At last, he has successfully cultivated the true fire of Samadhi. Extending his hand, flames of 3 distinct hues swirl together, gradually merging into one. At the moment of completion, the power of the flames experiences a remarkable surge, their intimidation capable of causing even a 10,000-year soul beast to hesitate. The aerial fire, embodying the majesty of the heavens, the stone fire, representing the weight of the earth, combined with the life fire of all beings, could incinerate even the most formidable soul beasts. Zhou Air gazes at the flames in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, his aspirations extend beyond this. The true fire of Samadhi manifests in numerous forms. The desire fire from the orifices, the heart fire from the heart, the essence fire from the kidneys, and the air fire from the bladder, all culminating in the true fire of Samadhi. Zhou Air gathers the true fire of Samadhi and rises, observing the gradually dispersing clouds. Once I have fully cultivated these forms of true fire, merging the consciousness of the world as heavenly fire, the core of the planet as earthly fire, and the souls of all beings as human fire, The resulting true fire of Samadhi will be capable of effortlessly incinerating the world. At that time, I shall rename it to the divine fire of the three talents. Joer lifts his gaze towards the distant Stardow forest, where the clouds have completely cleared, revealing the sunlight, and he sprints towards the forest. Seizing the day, Joer prepares to obtain his first soul ring. Within the dimly lit forest, light struggles to penetrate, yet Joer advances swiftly, undeterred. Suddenly, he notices an elevation to his left and veers in that direction, where the terrain rises, allowing more sunlight to filter through. Eventually, he arrives at a valley bathed in sunlight, shrouded in mist, resembling an ethereal realm. This valley is truly beautiful, Joer exclaims, dashing towards it. However, upon entering the valley, he feels an unusual sensation and inexplicably finds himself on the side of the valley. Turning back, Joer furrows his brow deeply. This valley is an illusion. It does not yet fall within the realm of the Stardow forest. Moreover, with my perception of the unity of heaven and man, resolving not to hesitate, Joer continues towards the valley. When that peculiar sensation arises, he closes his eyes, relying on his perception to navigate forward. And suddenly, the strange feeling vanishes. Upon opening his eyes, Joer is greeted by a breathtaking sight. The valley is enveloped in mist, with the stone walls partially obscured, and lush vegetation carpeting the ground, while a stream divides the valley, leading into a cave. At this moment, Joer confirms a peculiar fact, since earlier, he has sensed a heightened speed in his circulation, and upon entering, the invisible velocity is markedly faster than outside. Joer observes the valley's terrain and concludes, this must be akin to a gathering spirit formation, combined with the disorienting effects of the exterior. This indeed is an excellent secluded spot. He then carefully inspects the valley, examining the rocks, the verdant grass, and the stream. Regrettably, apart from the slightly more fertile grass, there is no other discovery. Only the cave remains. Joer gazes at the cave, proceeding cautiously towards it. Standing at the entrance of the dark cave, he senses for a moment before stepping inside. As he ventures deeper, the cave narrows, despite its spacious entrance. After walking several meters, it becomes exceedingly constricted, further divided by the stream. Stopping, Joer observes that at the stream's end lies a pond, within which a massive crack in the cave wall, approximately half a meter wide, reveals a droplet of milky white liquid slowly dripping down. With a leap, Joer grasps the crack and peers inside. Within, he sees a multitude of stone pillars, and above the crack, a gigantic stone pillar drips the milky white liquid. Geocentric milk? He muses, examining the crack's markings. From the traces of this crack, it appears to have formed not long ago. The potent energy of the geocentric milk has birthed this treasure? No. From the valley to the cave, my speed remains unchanged. If it were the energy of geocentric milk, there would be no lack of variation. It must be the sudden shift in terrain, combined with the potent energy of the geocentric milk, activating the formation of the gathering spirit array. Joer leaps back, exiting the cave to survey the valley. If time permits, this place too could flourish with immortal herbs, akin to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. This shall serve as a secret base for cultivation. When the numbers are sufficient, the efficacy of training here should rival that of a simulated training ground. After casting one last glance at the entire valley, he sets out toward its exit. Following a strange sensation, he emerges from the valley, memorizing its location before heading towards the Stardow forest. As he walks, Joer begins to slow down, exercising caution, for from here on, many thousand-year soul beasts reside. His target is the century-old soul beasts dwelling here, as those capable of surviving in this environment are exceedingly formidable. Their species are incredibly robust, often nearing the millennium mark. The optimal configuration for the first soul ring is over 400 years, yet my bodily strength far exceeds that of an average person, bolstered by my ascent to the innate realm, enabling me to shatter rocks and snap colossal trees. However, while my meridians are stronger than those of ordinary folk, they are not excessively exaggerated. Joer remains vigilant of his surroundings, carefully choosing to approach century-old soul beasts, as he cannot ascertain whether a 1,000-year soul beast might pose some harm to his body. With a second martial soul at my disposal, I need not resort to perilous methods. The priority remains my second martial soul. I shall select soul rings that closely align with my capabilities. Even so, the age of my soul rings will far exceed that of the prodigies, barring any unforeseen circumstances. My third or fourth soul ring could very well be a 10,000-year soul ring. Suddenly, Jo'er halts, observing the forest ahead. A dark shadow darts from a tree, lunging towards him. With a swift motion, Jo'er executes a powerful palm strike, sending the shadow sprawling. As it tumbles on the ground, it rises to reveal a massive black steel centipede before Jo'er. Chapter 7. A Satisfactory Soul Beast, Black Steel Centipede. 1,300 years, steel helmet and iron armor, highly venomous. On Tuesday, feeling the warmth in his hands, he was grateful that after mastering the Great Monument Hand, he had modified it to possess the ability to neutralize toxins. After all, as one would glean from the original text, the continent was rife with numerous toxic substances, not to mention the poison Doluo and Tang San. Thus, upon perfecting the Great Monument Hand, he adapted it to gain a capability akin to that of the Xianyu Hand, which could also isolate toxins. Suddenly, a massive black centipede charged towards him. Despite its multitude of legs, its speed was not impressive, allowing him to evade it effortlessly. With a resounding crash, the black centipede collided with a tree, shattering it completely, and the impact released puffs of smoke as it corroded the trunk, leaving behind numerous pits. Such formidable corrosiveness, he remarked, observing the ravaged tree. This is bad. The noise is too loud, he thought, noticing the fallen tree and the startled birds and beasts. With a powerful leap, he vaulted onto another tree and sprinted away into the distance. The black centipede, relentless in its pursuit, continued to topple tree after tree. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the commotion behind him. Why is it so tenacious? This won't do. The noise will only escalate. Its defenses are too robust. I must locate its weak points to strike. He jumped down, landing on the ground, and sidestepped the oncoming black centipede. However, the creature coiled its body and lunged at him once more. The piercing sounds grated on his ears as he retreated cautiously, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Although he could discern the centipede's trajectory, the details of its form eluded him. It seemed he required a divine vision to enhance his sight. Tang San's configuration seemed fortuitously fitting. The evasive technique of ghostly shadow, the defensive practice of Xianyu Hand, the observational skill of purple extreme demon eye, and the final offensive tactic of hidden weapons. While he possessed the formidable Three Flames True Fire for offense, he recognized the necessity of agility and perception. Yet, Tang San's abilities were tailored for an assassin, which diverged from his own role as a mage. As the black centipede surged towards him once again, he executed a powerful strike with the Great Monument Hand. With a thunderous impact, the black centipede was slammed to the ground. Seizing the brief pause, he scrutinized the creature, noting its segmented body comprising 130 sections, with 10 segments marking a boundary. Its limbs, significantly larger than those of an ordinary centipede, left considerable gaps at the joints. As the creature charged at him once more, he stepped forward, hands poised like blades, targeting the larger joint. Great Monument Hand, he declared, while his other hand struck to swat away the centipede's tail. The leg snapped with a sharp crack, and the creature curled into a ball, rolling backward in agony. Shaking his heated hands, he leaped away, relieved that the commotion had finally ceased. Once distanced from the chaos, he descended and ventured in another direction. As he walked, a heavy thud echoed nearby, prompting him to tread lightly and observe. Before him stood a creature resembling a tiger, adorned with sharp horns, feasting on a colossal rhinoceros. The rhinoceros's horn shimmered like a gemstone. Wind, thunder, roar. 842 years, storm, thunder, mountain roar. Charging beast. 1842 years, incredible strength, charge, heavy armor. It appeared that the 800-year-old soul beast had swiftly slain the 1,800-year-old one. While contemplating this, the wind, thunder, roar lifted its head, turning towards his direction. After a brief pause, as if sensing something, it unleashed a blinding flash of lightning, severing the head of the charging beast, and then carried away the remaining body. Had it sensed something? Thunder, fire in the air, or perhaps the Three Flames True Fire. He mused, gazing at the severed head left behind. Did a century-old soul beast possess such high intelligence? He approached and stowed the head in his spatial storage, then resumed his search for a suitable soul beast. Following a stream, he traversed a thicket, which opened into a broad expanse. A thunderous sound approached. It was a small waterfall cascading into a vast pool, with the stream flowing from it. After circling the pool and observing closely, he surmised that a significant creature resided within, though he could not ascertain whether it was a millennium or century-old soul beast. Resting his chin in thought, he smiled, finding a basketball-sized rock nearby. Channeling a hint of stone fire, he attached it to the rock and tossed it into the pool, swiftly hiding in the adjacent thicket to observe the water surface. Moments later, a multitude of bubbles erupted from the water, and a sharply contoured serpent head sprang forth, its sides adorned with massive fin-like appendages resembling wings. The rock was sent flying, crashing into a giant tree before the creature scanned its surroundings and slowly descended back into the depths. At that moment, he gleaned the information he sought. Resonant serpent, 989 years. Sound like a bell. Marsh drought. To dominate such a vast territory at 900 years of age, and with a drought being a calamity, its strength was perfectly suitable. He nodded in satisfaction. He soon found another basketball-sized stone, infused it with stone fire, and cast it into the pool before concealing himself once more. In mere seconds, the resonant serpent burst forth once again, flinging the stone aside in a fit of rage, emitting a piercing hiss that echoed as if expressing its displeasure. The sound hit him with a wave of dizziness. Steadying himself, he patiently awaited its return. After a brief respite, the serpent gradually re-emerged, revealing only a portion of its head before retreating once more. Chapter 8. The first soul ring. Subsequently, he employed the same tactic, tossing a stone into the pool once again. A second later, the serpent erupted from the water, the tumultuous spray enveloping the area, while its tail lashed violently against the surface. Boom! 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 After 10 minutes of silence, the resonant serpent submerged, and he remained at a distance, waiting patiently for another 10 minutes. Concealing himself in a far-off location, he unleashed a great monument hand, propelling the stone into the depths. A graceful arc sliced through the air, landing steadily in the water's embrace. In less than a second, the furious serpent surged forth from the depths. Beside the waterfall, it frantically sought the architect of its vexation. Trees were uprooted, and massive stones tumbled, but alas, Joair had already retreated to a safe distance. It took a full half-hour for the serpent to return to the pool, during which Joair slowly approached the water's edge. Surely, it must be seething with rage now. Once it detects my presence, it will undoubtedly launch itself from the depths. Joair grasped a stone and advanced toward the pool, pausing just before reaching it. A surge of fiery energy emanated from the stone in his hand, but just then, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. A thunderous roar erupted as a colossal splash erupted from the depths, and a shadow darted toward Joair with incredible speed. He narrowly evaded it. In that fleeting moment of impending peril, Joair deftly sidestepped, allowing the shadow to rush past him. The serpent had been lurking beneath the surface, biding its time. The serpent emitted an enraged hiss, its eyes glinting with malice as it fixated on Joair, its body rising slowly, forming a menacing shape. Witnessing this, Joair instinctively sprinted away, but the serpent lunged forward in pursuit, only to be evaded once more. Although Joair's speed was comparable to that of the serpent, his heightened perception enabled him to sense threats beforehand, allowing him to evade the serpent's strikes. Suddenly, a massive column of water surged toward Joair's back, but he had already sensed the impending danger and sidestepped just in time. The water column pierced through the ground, creating a profound pit. As mist enveloped the area, it sought to obscure Joair's vision and disorient him. Yet, with his acute perception, even with his eyes closed, Joair could discern the source of the threat. The serpent's ability to conjure mist was impressive. As he danced through the onslaught like a blade on the edge, Joair's mind remained agile, contemplating other matters. He ran, distancing himself from the pool until he reached a nearby area devoid of water, where he finally halted. At the last moment, he evaded an attack and delivered a powerful strike to the serpent's jaw. The serpent emitted a strange sound as the surrounding mist began to swirl into vortices. Joair sensed the pull of these vortices on his body, smiling as he regarded the serpent. "Ah, you clever serpent! Alas, your power is too feeble." With that, Joair dashed away. The serpent, seeing this, attempted a sweeping strike, but Joair, sensing it in advance, dodged effortlessly. Closing in, Zhou Er aimed for the serpent's vital point with another powerful strike. Just as he prepared for another blow, the serpent's tail ensnared him, blocking the crucial area, and a torrent of water shot forth from its mouth. The water column cleaved through a massive tree behind Zhou Er with a thunderous crash. This is bad. I've delayed too long, Zhou Er thought, frowning at the sound. The serpent, now fully upright, withdrew the mist surrounding it and stared intently at Zhou Er. Preparing a grand attack? As Zhou Er circled cautiously, seeking an opening to vanquish it, he suddenly sensed an unsettling change in the atmosphere. The sounds faded, and an arid sensation enveloped him. The trees began to wither, and the blue-silver grass on the ground shriveled. Zhou Er noticed the serpent's previously swollen jaw had returned to its normal state. Is it absorbing all the moisture around it to restore itself? If its strength increases, it could bring drought wherever it roams. He resolved to end this swiftly, advancing with determination, evading the sweeping tail as he formed a circular shield of innate energy. The circular barrier blocked the oncoming water column, with tremendous force pushing Zhou Er backward. Yet, despite the water's immense pressure, his continuous flow of soul power held firm against it. Suddenly, the water column vanished, and the serpent coiled toward him, its tail ensnaring him with crushing force. Zhou Er found himself in peril, yet it was also a crucial moment for the serpent. Igniting the stone fire in his left hand, he pierced through the serpent's body, causing it to release its grip on him. However, the serpent's attempts to shake him off were futile as Zhou Er pulled it closer, igniting the other hand with stone fire and piercing through its head. This lethal blow sent the serpent crashing to the ground, extinguishing its life. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Er summoned the wood fire in his hand, drawing upon the vitality of the surrounding flora to mend his own injuries. As the green light of the wood fire gradually absorbed and transformed into pure life force, Zhou Er's wounds began to heal. Once restored, he gazed at the fallen serpent, observing a golden soul ring ascending from its massive form. Sitting cross-legged, Zhou Er summoned the three flames and placed them beside him. Taking a deep breath, he began to absorb the century-old soul ring. As it floated toward him, resting upon his head, Zhou Er felt a surge of soul power coursing through him. Although the ferocious energy filled him, the internal cycle established by his innate realm steadily decomposed the overwhelming force, while his resilient meridians left no room for the energy to escape. As time passed, all the soul power was absorbed, and the soul ring was drawn into Zhou Er's being. Upon opening his eyes, he stared in astonishment at the bone glowing above the serpent's corpse, a segmented soul bone. Does this creature harbor such hatred for me? Zhou Er swiftly approached, summoning the exquisite pagoda to secure the soul bone within his space, along with the entire serpent's body. A vast expanse of mist infused with water vapor spread forth, marking the first soul ring that altered the exquisite pagoda. Akin to how Tang San's first soul ring imparted toxicity to his blue-silver grass alongside its skill, Zhou Er's martial spirit, the mist, followed the same principle. As for the first soul skill, the serpent, with those words uttered, the yellow soul ring rose, and a serpent materialized before Zhou Er. This serpent measured 9 meters in length, appearing much like the one he had just defeated, yet it radiated a phosphorescent glow. Upon Zaiting Zhu Er. The serpent let out a roar and surged forward, only to halt abruptly after taking a few steps. Zhou Er approached, gently stroking the serpent's head. His hand did not pass through it, but felt a coolness where they made contact. It was not merely a spirit, it retained the consciousness it possessed in life, capable of independent combat. As Zhou Er caressed the serpent's head, he gazed into its fierce eyes, realizing that as long as its self-awareness remained intact, it could accumulate years with the passage of time. In other words, 11 years hence, his first soul ring would be that of a millennium. With abilities like soul absorption, fusion, and conception, its composite powers were astonishingly formidable. Alas, the sole flaw was its physical form, though it could resurrect after death. Doing so would gradually erode the serpent's consciousness. Such formidable abilities led Zhou Er to contemplate his second martial soul, which, like the first, possessed 3 combinatorial attributes, along with an additional trio of synergistic traits: absorption, digestion, growth. He pondered the nature of these 3 attributes and the powers they might confer. Turning back, he beheld the ferocious Ming snake glaring at him, and he extended his hand towards it. Boom! A burst of true flame emanated from his palm, causing Ming Snake's pupils to constrict to the size of pinheads, its entire form trembling slightly. Observing the quivering creature, Zhou Air released its restraints. Freed, Ming Snake remained stationary, fixated on Zhou Air before gradually lowering itself to the ground in submission. Acknowledging its capitulation, Zhou Air waved his hand, drawing the serpent into the exquisite pagoda, subsequently summoning his true combat state, the mist avatar of the Ming Snake. Upon acquiring a soul ring, the summoned Ming Snake represented its true essence. This ethereal manifestation required no consumption of Zhou Air's soul power, yet its demise would erode his will, should it perish excessively, leading to the complete annihilation of its will. Regaining its growth capacity would necessitate a period of 10, 100, or even 1,000 years to reawaken consciousness. However, the mist avatar differed. Its repeated deaths bore no impact on the original's consciousness, although it would only possess 70 to 80% of the original strength while depleting Zhou Air's soul power. The resurrected Ming Snake measured 7 meters in length, its edges shrouded in mist, as Zhou Air meticulously sensed the consumption of his soul energy. In light of such expenditure, even augmenting it by 2 or 3 would merely equate to his regenerative capabilities. With his left hand cradling the exquisite pagoda and his right extended forward, Zhou Air inhaled the surrounding mist, which was swiftly absorbed into his being, rendering the nearby trees wilted and the air parched. As long as he held the pagoda, he could harness the unique abilities of the soul beast contained within his soul rings. Feeling a refreshing coolness coursing through him, Zhou Air's fatigue began to dissipate, enhancing his recovery capabilities and even amplifying his soul power regeneration. How intriguing! If the special abilities of the 9 soul beasts were all focused on enhancing the body, while others presumed my martial soul was one of summoning, they would find themselves struck down in close quarters. Just as Zhou Air contemplated this with amusement, a powerful roar echoed from the distance. Roar! Roar! With a swift motion of his right hand, the Ming Snake transformed into smoke, retracting his martial soul as he dashed towards the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Within the secret valley, Zhou Air stood before a towering tree, summoning the exquisite pagoda. Mist water. As the words left his lips, mist intermingled with vapor enveloped the area. Extending his hand towards the tree, a vortex of mist swirled around it, generating a pulling force that snapped its weaker branches and stripped a multitude of leaves from its boughs. At that moment, a small whirlpool materialized before Zhou Air's fingers, coalescing a droplet of water that he launched forth. Bang! The droplet struck the trunk, leaving a hole the size of a finger. Raising his palm towards the trunk, a vortex of mist formed in his hand, with tiny droplets spiraling within, culminating in a column that he propelled forward. With a resounding crash, the water vapor collided with the trunk, penetrating 2/3 of the half-meter-wide tree, creating a deep, smooth cavity. Zhou Air approached to inspect the damage. Impressive attack power. This technique shall be named the water droplet cannon. After examining the sleek, deep hole, he extended his right hand, palm down, as a large mass of mist condensed within his grasp, rotating violently to form a flat disc, with droplets swirling within to generate cutting force. Slowly, Zhou Air directed the disc towards the trunk, producing a fierce grinding sound as the trunk began to slice away, 1/3, 2/3. Within moments, the entire trunk was cleaved in two. Witnessing the resounding thud of the severed trunk hitting the ground, Zhou Air raised his arms skyward as mist coalesced around him into a vortex, spinning wildly while gradually expanding. The enlarging vortex contacted the trunk, shattering the portion it touched, intermittently launching droplets and water cannons that pierced everything within their range. The surface of the vortex radiated a halo-like effect, cleaving anything it encountered in half, until, with a thunderous explosion, the vortex erupted, dispersing everything within a meter of Zhou Air. In the span of mere seconds, the trunk lay in ruins, the ground littered with debris, while Zhou Air's feet formed a circular imprint on the earth, and the surrounding terrain bore traces of the devastation. Not bad. A solid ranged attack, high-powered single-target skill, armor-piercing capabilities, and a devastating ultimate. Zhou Air surveyed the destruction wrought around him. In combat, he would summon the Ming Snake to the front lines while he provided support and control from rear. should anyone dare to engage him in close quarters. His ultimate would send him sprawling. Observing his right hand, now a deep azure hue, Zhou Er executed a handprint from left to right, releasing a wave of soul power downwards. Boom! The ground was marked with a palm-sized imprint, a manifestation of the power he had wielded since breaking through the innate realm. Though he had transcended the innate stage and gained various abilities, his total soul power had not increased, rendering this capability excessively draining and interrupting the continuity of his attacks, which had prevented its use until now. However, now was different. After acquiring his first soul ring, Zhou Er's soul power level had surged to level 17. Chapter 10. The characteristics of the first martial soul and the method of eye training. Zhou Er stood there, finally attuning to his soul power. Since obtaining the soul ring, an unusual sensation had enveloped him. The rate of growth in his soul power far exceeded his expectations. Although the innate realm's Zhou Tianqi technique allowed for self-cultivation at any time and place, the speed of his current cultivation surpassed all anticipation. Zhou Er settled into a cross-legged position, halting the Zhou Tianqi technique's operation for the first time since his breakthrough. Yet after a while, he could still sense a gradual increase in soul power. Following the sensation, he discovered the source was his martial soul, the exquisite pagoda. Continuing to delve deeper, he arrived at the first space of the first soul ring within the pagoda and sensed the Ming snake inside. So that is it. Though the Ming snake possessed its own consciousness and appeared to be an individual, it was in essence merely a component of my soul ring, functioning as a part of my exquisite pagoda system. Its self-growth paralleled the growth of my martial soul. Its advancement would also propel my soul power's increase. If I could devise cultivation methods suitable for soul beasts, would I not be harnessing a dual-core drive? No, an 11-core drive. Zhou Er's lips curled into a smile, unable to suppress his delight. After observing the twilight sky the previous night, he subdued his excitement and ventured towards the valley's exit. Time was of the essence. As Zhou Er sprinted through the forest, he finally returned to the village before darkness descended, slowing his pace as he approached home. As soon as he approached the courtyard, he noticed Shi Eru pacing back and forth at the entrance. Upon spotting Zhou Er, he hurriedly ran over, grasping Zhou Er's arm and exclaiming, "Where have you been? Did you venture off to hunt a soul beast by yourself? Do you have any idea how perilous the Stardow Forest is?" "Uncle, I'm right here, aren't I? Have you hunted for the first soul ring?" Zhou Er nodded in response to Shi Eru's serious demeanor. Shi Eru sighed deeply, revealing a long knife that was large-headed yet small-bodied, its square blade glinting in the light, accompanied by 3 soul rings, 3 yellow rings. "Elong, though my martial soul is merely a medicinal chopper, I am still a soul master of over level 30, capable of handling most 100-year soul beasts." After retracting his martial soul, Shi Eru sighed again, gently ruffling Zhou Er's hair. The age of soul rings is of utmost importance. Ideally, the first 2 should be 100 years old. Although your first soul ring is merely 10 years, the subsequent ones can compensate for it. "Uncle, it's 100 years. Zhou Er interrupted Shi Eru. "Yes, I understand. It's 100. Shi Eru's eyes widened in astonishment. "Erlang, is this truly the case?" Zhou Er nodded, revealing his 100-year soul ring. "How did you achieve this?" Shi Eru began to inquire, but abruptly halted, patting Zhou Er's head. "Erlang, you have your own thoughts and are independent. I won't pry into how you accomplished this. However, you mustn't take such risks. If you were to perish, how would I face your parents and grandfather after your demise?" Zhou nodded earnestly at Ipsilon. "I understand, uncle. You should go inside. I won't enter. I initially came to take you hunting for soul rings and to inquire how many medicinal herbs you need for practice. I didn't expect you to have already acquired a soul ring. I haven't returned home in a day, and Xiao Hu must be missing me. I'll head back now and return tomorrow." Shi Eru waved his hand dismissively. "Uncle, wait a moment." Zhou Er dashed into the house and soon emerged with a wooden box in hand. Approaching Shi Eru, he opened the box and presented it to him, saying, "Uncle, I have mastered all the potions on the list. These are the potions I concocted, each labeled with its name. These 2 bottles contain the cleansing potion and the bone tempering potion. Please use them for Xiao Hu. In 2 years, he will also awaken his martial soul. You've learned them all." Shi Eru exclaimed, astonished. "Uncle, they were quite simple. I picked them up quickly." Zhou Er's casual remark caused Shi Eru's face to twitch. He recalled how Zhou Er's father often faced punishment from Zhou Er's grandfather for his slow learning pace, and how, during his first year of alchemy, he had exploded 6 cauldrons and 2 furnaces. Ha ha! Sure, Eru erupted into hearty laughter. What's so amusing, uncle? Zhou Er asked, puzzled. I'm just delighted for your father. Do you know what his greatest wish was? Upon hearing this, Zhou Er shook his head. It was your talent for alchemy. From the moment you were born, he expressed to me that it didn't matter how poor your martial soul or soul power was. All he hoped for was your alchemical talent to flourish. Mastering over a dozen formulas in a single day is a feat that no one could surpass your alchemical prowess. Your father's wish has been fulfilled. Sure, Eru affectionately patted Zhou Er's head. Erlang, I must share this delightful news with your aunt. I shall take my leave. Zhou Er nodded at his uncle, whose eyes glistened with tears. As dawn broke, the sky gradually lightened, the sun just peeking over the horizon while the moon remained aloft. In this moment where day and night converged, Zhou Er stood atop a small peak, gazing up at the celestial bodies. The essence of the sun and moon infused his eyes, enriching his vision while obscuring the mundane colors. This was the divine insight Zhou Er had attained last month, the eye of the sun and moon. This technique involved nurturing the eyes with the powers of the sun and moon, ultimately transforming into a divine ability. It consisted of 5 stages, and Zhou Er was currently at the first stage, the Eye of Dawn. This stage harnessed the waning power of the moon at dawn and the rejuvenating force of the rising sun, nourishing the eyes and enhancing observational prowess. As time passed, the moon gradually descended while the sun ascended. Zhou Er ceased his cultivation, aware that prolonged practice could scorch his eyes with the sun's intense rays. As his cultivation ended, the brilliance emanating from his pupils faded, revealing their true colors, one pupil gleaming gold and the other silver, resulting in a mesmerizing heterochromia. Perhaps this was a consequence of his training. This striking duality imbued Zhou Er's already captivating eyes with an enchanting allure. Rising to his feet, Zhou Er contemplated the gaps within his system. He had established capabilities in attack, defense, and observation, leaving only agility to be addressed. Observing the verdant sea of grass swaying below, he pondered. Agility essentially encompassed 3 aspects: sustained, energy-efficient travel, instantaneous bursts of speed for escape, and evasive maneuvers during combat. The most fitting attributes for these should be wind and lightning. Wind and lightning. Thunderous roar. Zhou Er recollected the wind and thunder roar he had witnessed months ago, where a flash of lightning severed the head of a rhinoceros, and the heavy carcass was swiftly carried away on wind wings. The explosive speed of lightning, combined with the assistance of the wind, would indeed save energy. Furthermore, in combat scenarios, evasion using these 2 attributes would also prove manageable. Nodding resolutely, Zhou Er decided to observe the elements of wind and lightning closely in the near future, alongside studying agility. Chapter 11. The path ahead. Zhou Er lifted his gaze toward the gradually rising sun on the horizon and turned to descend a mountain. Over the past 6 months, he had concocted a plethora of potions, restoring normalcy to the village's trade while amassing extensive knowledge in medicine. He created numerous other types of potions aimed at enhancing physical attributes and various functional potions, elevating the physical strength of Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan to their current maximum. During this time, their training had also reached the next stage. Zhou Shan was now standing beside a lake, holding a spear pointed skyward. As a stream of water rose from the lake, swirling around the spearhead, this was Zhou Shan's preliminary training for the second stage, with the ultimate goal of manifesting a 3-dimensional image on the lake's surface, a lotus blooming gracefully, koi swimming within, and fishermen navigating their small boats beneath the lotus leaves, surrounded by various structures. Eventually, the koi would leap over the lotus, transforming into flying dragons that spiraled above the blossoms. This was Zhou Er's envisioned ultimate goal for Zhou Shan. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan was engaged in his own training. A small pile of specially formulated grains lay in the center of an open space, while a flock of yellow birds flitted about, attempting to descend and feast on the grains, only to be deterred by hovering beads. These yellow birds were particularly fond of the unique grains, and Zhou Yuan's exercise involved using the beads to drive the birds away without directly attacking them. 10 beads, one of which is tied to a short string, the other end of which is affixed to a specially crafted nut. All beads must remain in motion without pause. Therefore, one must calculate the overall trajectory and velocity while also ensuring that the nut is not consumed. This necessitates a comprehensive spatial awareness, observational skills, and mental arithmetic. When these tasks are successfully accomplished, an additional nut will be added. Once all 10 beads are adorned with nuts, one must fend off the yellow birds while safeguarding one's own nut, thus achieving the ultimate objective of training. This exercise simulates various scenarios encountered in combat, requiring vigilance over each teammate's movements, assessing their safety and need for support, and maintaining control over the entire situation. Zhou entered the courtyard on a Tuesday, where he observed a dark-skinned youth chopping firewood. Upon noticing Zhou, the young man set down his axe and said, "Second brother, Fei Feng, there's no need to call me for meals. Inform the others not to disturb me, for I wish to enter seclusion." "Understood, second brother." Ren Feng nodded in response. Subsequently, Zhou approached a room, pushed open the door, and stepped inside, where a plethora of books filled the space, various texts on medicine collected over time. Alongside notes Zhou had penned based on his past life as memories. A Shan and a Yuan had already mastered the Zhou Tianqi method, prompting Zhou to ponder his next level of cultivation. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he reflected on his progress. Having fully realized the innate realm, he had experienced a six-fold increase in physical strength within just 6 months since his breakthrough. Although he continued to enhance his physique gradually, the significant boosts from breaking through the innate realm were now behind him. Without contemplating the next level, he could only rely on a painstaking, methodical approach to self-improvement. Zhou picked up a book from the floor and began reading. He had already perused all the books, but this method of study often ignited inspiration and led to moments of enlightenment. Time slipped away as he delved into topics on herbal knowledge, the toxicity of minerals, the medicinal properties of various beasts, and anatomy. Fortunately, after reaching the innate realm, the essence within his body was abundant, continually nourishing him, allowing his organs, bones, and brain to develop to their fullest potential. Thus, even a few days without food would not adversely affect him. While perusing a book on the 5 internal organs, Zhou paused, speaking to himself. The 5 organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, are collectively referred to as the 5 zong. Their primary physiological functions encompass the generation and storage of essence, qi, blood, fluids, and spirit. The 5 zong also influence the 5 senses: eyes, tongue, mouth, nose, and ears, along with the 5 types of internal qi: wind, heat, dampness, dryness, and cold. The 5 qi. The internal 5 qi. The 5 qi returning to the source. In Zhou mind, memories of articles from his past life surged forth. When the eyes do not see, the soul dwells in the liver. When the ears do not hear, the essence resides in the kidneys. When the tongue is silent, the spirit abides in the heart. When the nose does not smell, the soul resides in the lungs. When the limbs are motionless, intention dwells in the spleen. Hence the term the 5 qi returning to the source. The 5 qi returning to the source. The 3 flowers of the crown, using 5 soul rings as essence and spirit. Refining the 5 qi to return to the source. The 3 flowers converging into the 3 treasures. Coincidentally, I possess 3 martial souls. 3 corpse insects severing the 3 corpses and forming the 3 corpses' divine essence. As time passed, Zhou fully entered a state of enlightenment. With a wealth of knowledge regarding the convergence of the 3 flowers and the return of the 5 qi flooding his consciousness. Various insights about the 5 zong and 5 qi, the 3 souls, and the 3 energies of heaven, earth, and humanity illuminated his mind. With the collision of these ideas, inspiration surged forth, gradually forming a coherent system. The overall framework took shape, and the details began to fill in, leading to the creation of 2 distinct techniques. As the moon traversed the sky and the sun rose in the east, Zhou slowly emerged from his meditative state. The convergence of the 3 flowers and the return of the 5 qi. This is the external manifestation of attaining the golden immortal state. If I perfect this, will I inherit the attributes of a golden immortal? The 5 elements return to the 5 elders. The 3 flowers transform into the 3 pure ones, allowing one to return to the primal, boundless essence, thus achieving golden immortality, eternal life, and freedom from reincarnation. Even if I obtain only a fraction of those attributes, The caliber of this technique is extraordinarily profound. Moreover, as a cultivation method, once I master it, I should be able to ascend to the golden immortal realm at an accelerated pace when traversing a world of cultivation. Zhou Er straightened his posture, assuming the 5 hearts to the heaven stance, and commenced the practice of the 5 qi, returning to the source method. Drawing upon the first soul ring's power of the serpent, he nurtured his kidneys and collected the water essence from the north to return to the source, cultivating the kidney qi. The other 4 types of qi would require Zhou Er to acquire additional attribute soul rings before he could cultivate them. While this limitation confined the attributes of the 5 soul rings within his exquisite tower martial soul, it was entirely worthwhile. After all, the attributes of a golden immortal grant one eternal life and escape from the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 12. The 5 qi returning to the source and the application of soul bones once the 5 qi returning to the source is fully cultivated. The 5 elements and 5 qi within the body will flourish endlessly, leading to a state of completeness and granting one immortality. The next level, the convergence of the 3 flowers, will then become attainable, as the 5 qi within the body will be abundant, continuously generating essence and spirit, allowing the essence, spirit, and energy to cultivate the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity, thereby mastering the non-reincarnation attributes of a golden immortal. Zhou Er exhaled. Having completed the cultivation of one aspect of the 5 qi, he then retrieved the soul bone of the serpent, admiring its translucent, shimmering form, which reminded him of a matter he had pondered long ago. The martial soul, after all, is an offshoot of the soul, directly linked to it. If one were to attack the soul directly through this connection, it could represent a significant vulnerability within the martial soul system. Although such mystical powers do not exist in Dolawa continent, it does not imply their absence in other worlds. If one could forge a corresponding shell for the martial soul, it might mitigate attacks. However, this would still present numerous flaws. Once a body is formed, would it affect the martial soul's ability to retract into the body? Would it also impact its growth potential? Yet upon seeing the soul bone, many of these concerns seemed resolvable. Zhou Er's martial soul is rather unique, unlike others, where each soul ring affects the entire martial soul. Each ring in his exquisite tower only opens space on its respective layer, impacting only that layer of the tower. Thus, by using the corresponding soul B soul bone to forge the outer shell of this layer, all issues would be addressed. Zhou Er summoned the exquisite tower, allowing it to hover before him. He then grasped the soul bone, recalling his previous observations of it and the serpent's innate abilities, alongside the formations and runes he had conceptualized during his enlightenment. Boom! A flame of true fire manifested in Zhou Er's hand, enveloping the soul bone. Within the embrace of the true fire, the soul bone radiated a mystical glow. As time passed, signs of melting began to appear in the soul bone. Suddenly, a gray mist emerged from the soul bone, taking on the form of the serpent, which howled before being instantaneously reduced to nothingness by the true fire. Was this the vengeful spirit of the serpent upon its demise? After this gray mist was incinerated, the soul bone accelerated its melting process, and as time advanced, it melted more than halfway. At that moment, glimmering points of light emerged, and Zhou Er swiftly controlled these luminous orbs, condensing them into a rune, a manifestation of the ability he had comprehended. Subsequently, all the soul bones were refined, transforming into a semi-transparent liquid that radiated a soft glow. Zhou Er summoned the exquisite pagoda, and the glowing liquid enveloped the rune, merging into the first layer of the pagoda. As soon as the rune entered, it emanated brilliant light, merging seamlessly with the pagoda, while the translucent substance coalesced within, forming various formations and runes, filling the entire layer of the pagoda. As time passed, the semi-transparent liquid, born from the soul bones, integrated with the pagoda amidst the sparkling brilliance. Upon complete integration, the entire structure emitted a dazzling radiance, with the first layer shining the brightest, exuding a palpable sense of reality. Zhou Er opened the door and dashed toward the woods outside the village. Stopping deep within the thicket, a mist enveloped the expansive forest, and Zhou Er sensed that the fog had tripled in size, yet the consumption of energy was significantly reduced. Although the original consumption was already minimal, It was now barely perceptible unless one focused intently. Zhou Er manipulated the mist, causing it to swirl, and summoned a denser fog. Water droplets coalesced into a cannon-like form, which he launched, piercing through a large tree before dissipating into the distance. Its power had notably increased. Approaching the tree that had been pierced, Zhou Er grasped the tip of the pagoda and with a powerful swing, severed the tree completely. With a resounding crash, the fallen tree struck the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. Observing the pristine pagoda, he brushed off the wood shavings and summoned the whistling serpent. The serpent, formed from the mist, manifested before Zhou Er. While it still measured over 7 meters in length, the continuous consumption of soul power had diminished considerably. As the serpent coiled on the ground, Zhou Er signaled, causing it to rise and unleash a breath attack that struck another tree. With a thunderous roar, the tree was instantly pierced and toppled. The serpent then slithered over, executing a sweeping motion that shattered the remaining stump. After a relentless barrage, the stump was reduced to splinters. Hissing softly, the serpent paused, glancing back at Zhou Er, pondering the consumption he had sensed earlier. Zhou Er noted that aside from the breath attack, the energy expenditure for the other strikes was comparable to before. With a wave of his hand, the serpent dissipated into mist, and he retracted the pagoda. Once the pagoda was drawn back into his body, the soul power began to surge toward it, continuously washing over the pagoda that had merged with the soul bones. Through this enduring process, the pagoda was inscribed with Zhou Er's essence, and once fully infused, it would truly become an integral part of him. Zhou Er then sprinted home. Upon returning to the courtyard, he encountered Ren Fong, who was busy chopping firewood. "Hey, Fong, is there any food at home?" Zhou Er inquired, patting his empty stomach. "Yes, big brother," Ren Fong replied, dropping his axe and rushing into the house. Zhou Er followed him inside, locating a table and taking a seat. Soon after, Ren Fong returned with a tray of food, placing it in front of Zhou Er, who eagerly began to eat. It's still warm? Did you just eat?" Zhou Er asked, surprised by the warmth of the meal. "Big brother, weren't you in seclusion? I made an extra portion for each meal and kept it warm in the pot, so you could have hot food when you came out." Zhou Er smiled at the composed Ren Fong, standing beside him. Chapter 13. The Training Progress of the Two Ren Fong. You may carry on with your work. I will clean up after I finish eating. Hearing Zhou Er's words, Ren Fong nodded and went back to chopping wood. Only a few months remained before the awakening ceremony of the following year would commence. It remained uncertain how many among them would possess soul power. After the awakening ceremony, all orphans here would have spirit souls, and with the enhancement provided by these spirit souls, combined with the knowledge of medicinal herbs I have imparted over the years, they would possess the capability to live independently. At that point, they could relocate to the secret valley, as the commute here was too much of time drain. After finishing his meal, Zhou Er cleaned the tray in the water basin, then put it away. He returned to the alchemy room, arranging the herbs to begin concocting several special potions. Despite having gathered both adults and children with soul power from Stone Medicine Village over the past few months to learn potion making, only the basic potions had been mastered. The special potions designed to enhance physicality were considerably more complex, and his uncle strictly prohibited him from teaching these particular recipes. Although these special potions were not sold externally, every child over the age of 5 who had not awakened was required to use a dose weekly. Thus, during his free time, Zhou Er would concoct these potions, not out of obligation, but from his own volition. This was because these potions could increase the likelihood of children manifesting soul power during the awakening ceremony. Although there was no direct evidence to substantiate this claim, the results spoke for themselves. Upon examining the family lineage, Zhou Er discovered that after the ancestors of Zhou family village invented the special potions for enhancing physique, the probability of their descendants possessing soul power increased by 26, surpassing that of other villages by 32. This was also a reason for the abundance of soul masters in Zhou family village and Stone Medicine Village. Upon learning of such results, Zhou Er began the production of these potions. After preparing the weekly batch, he set it aside and exited the room, noticing that dusk had settled as Zhou Yuan approached. "Big brother, it's time for dinner." "All right, let us go." Zhou Er nodded and glanced at Zhou Yuan. "What level are you at now?" "Big brother, I'm already at level 8. Zhou Yuan responded eagerly to Zhou Er's inquiry. "And what about Ashen? What level is he at?" Zhou Er pressed on, curious about Zhou Shan's progress. "Ashen, PS at level 9. Only one level up? Has he not been training lately? Julia Uskit, puzzled. Ashen. He has been tirelessly honing his control skills, spending most of his time pushing blocks and controlling water flow. He aims to overcome the shortcomings of his spirit soul as swiftly as possible. Zhou Er nodded in understanding as they entered the house, where a feast awaited them. With over 10 youths seated around the table. Let us begin eating. Zhou Er encouraged the youths, and they eagerly started their meal. Yuan, how is your training progressing? Now, I can maintain my performance for an average of half an hour, with my longest session surpassing 50 minutes. However, after that duration, the nuts tied to the rope are devoured. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's response, Zhou Er nodded and inquired, what is the most challenging aspect of your training? It is the obstruction of my line of sight. Zhou Yuan replied without hesitation to Zhou Er's question. Although I can skillfully control the Rui Pearl, when my vision is blocked, I become somewhat flustered. Each time the grains are consumed, it is due to a multitude of birds obstructing my view, leading to misjudgments on my part. Listening to Zhou Yuan's words, Zhou Er nodded in agreement and continued. It is not only the enemy that obstructs your vision. You also cannot see what is behind you. On the battlefield, the enemy will not solely present themselves in front of you. At this point, Zhou Er immediately thought of the Byakugan from Naruto, which offers a 360-degree field of vision, perfectly suited for a control-type soul master. Unfortunately, in this life and the last, I have failed to acquire knowledge regarding ocular techniques, Zhou Er lamented. Even the sun and moon eyes were merely a rudimentary ocular technique derived from my previous life's knowledge about the moonlight and sun essence, lacking the ability to perceive directly behind me. Thus, your current overall flaw lies in your perception. You may choose one from your first 3 soul rings to enhance this aspect with a soul skill, Zhou Er stated as he observed Zhou Yuan nodding. The first 3 soul skills become less effective in the later stages, so for most soul masters, selecting functional skills is preferable to choosing offensive ones. What should I choose for my first 3 soul rings? Zhu Yuan Uskit Juea. You should contemplate this yourself. In your entire training, what are the obstacles you cannot overcome? And what must you achieve as a control-type soul master? Zhou Er countered without providing an answer. Once you have figured it out, let me know. Turning his attention to Zhou Shan, Zhou Er inquired, Shan, how is your training progressing? Brother, I have completed the block-pushing training, and I am now practicing controlling the flow of water. I can only manage a single water column rotating around the tip of the spear, Zhou Shan replied. Zhou Er nodded and further queried, what progress have you made? Can you now control the self-detonation? I can now control ordinary collisions, but I still cannot manage the self-detonation of collisions with excessive force. Zhou Shan responded, how long does it take to actively control an explosion? What is the farthest distance? Julia Uskit, nodding fully. Within 5 meters, it takes less than a second. Between 5 and 10 meters, it requires 3 seconds. From 10 to 20 meters, around 8 seconds. Beyond 20 meters, I can no longer sense it. Zhou Shan exclaimed, brother, I also need a soul skill related to perception. This distance is too close. I only have one opportunity to attack. Even if I can use soul power to attack, it lacks the immense power of self-detonation. If I can sense the enemy's position from a distance, and then throw my wooden spear with the force of a self-detonation, an opponent of the same rank would be severely injured or even killed. At a distance, I can also ensure my own safety. Hence, I require a soul skill for long-range perception. Zhou Shan insisted. No, you should not waste a soul ring slot on a perception-related skill. Zhou Er shook his head. Why not, brother? Zhou Shan asked, puzzled. Zhou Er did not answer, but instead posed a question. Shan, do you know how far my perception extends? I do not know. Zhou Shan shook his head. 300 meters. A full 300 meters. Zhu E declared. Brother, you can see 300 meters? How did you accomplish that? Zhou Shan replied, astonished. It is not about seeing 300 meters. It is about perception. Zhou Er corrected him. Is there a significant difference? Zhou Shan inquired. Indeed, there is a vast difference. I cannot clearly see the objects within 200 to 300 meters, but I can perceive all conditions of my martial soul and soul power within that range. Even a small amount of my soul power can be detonated at will within a 100-meter radius. As for how I achieve this, I have already imparted that knowledge to you. Chapter 14. Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan's first soul rings brother. What did you teach me? As Zhou Shan questioned, Zhou Yuan seemed to grasp something. Second brother, is it the Qi training method? Zhou Yuan asked uncertainly. Correct. Zhu Er nodded. Just as Zhou Shan was about to pursue the matter further, he noticed Zhou Yuan's expression and ceased his inquiries. After finishing their meal, Zhou Shan approached Zhou Yuan and said, Yuan, why didn't you allow me to ask earlier? Shan, we are all members of the Zhou family. You should know our second brother's aspirations to participate in the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament and secure the championship, Zhou Yuan explained, observing Zhou Shan nodding in understanding. Thus, regardless of the challenges we face or the enemies we encounter, I will spare no effort to assist our second brother. I will as well, Zhou Shan eagerly affirmed. But will they? Zhou Yuan replied, pointing to the room. They may not even possess soul power. They are still unaware. They witness our training daily, and it is fine to discuss it, but regarding the Qi training method, we should keep that to ourselves. Let's go find second brother, Zhou Shan said, and nodding, he led Zhou Yuan to search for Zhou Er. Subsequently, they found Zhou Er seated on a stone in the vacant area behind the courtyard. Brother, second brother. Zhou Er opened his eyes and regarded Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan standing before him. Sit. I will explain the Zhou Tian Qi training method to you in detail. Zhou Er gestured to the two stones nearby. The two nodded and seated themselves accordingly. To what extent have you both cultivated the Zhou Tian Qi training method? Zhou Er inquired. A month ago, I reached the lesser Zhou Tian realm. Zhou Shan replied. I just reached the lesser Zhou Tian realm a few days ago. Zhou Yuan added. Upon hearing their responses, Zhou Er nodded, contemplating. Shan spends most of his time training, dedicating a small portion to practicing the Zhou Tian Qi training method. Achieving the lesser Zhou Tian realm a month ago means he should reach the innate realm within a year or two. However, Yuan, who has spent most of his time training, has only recently mastered the lesser Zhou Tian realm. It seems he will require decades to attain the innate realm. Looking at the two, Zhou Er continued, Shan, Yuan, once you reach the innate realm in the Zhou Tian Qi training method, your entire body will undergo a transformation, resulting in a qualitative change in all bodily functions. This includes an enhancement of your perception, allowing your body to continuously strengthen until it reaches its limits. Brother, how long will it take to reach the innate realm? Zhou Shan asked eagerly. To achieve the great Zhou Tian realm, it will take approximately 6 months to 2 years. However, the innate realm, those with good talent might achieve it in 1 to 2 years, Zhou Er replied, turning his gaze to Zhou Yuan. For those with lesser talent, it may take 10 to 20 years, or even 30 to 40 years. Second brother, I will put in 10-fold, or even 100-fold effort. Zhou Yuan exclaimed upon hearing this. Yuan, there are multiple paths to becoming stronger. Your martial soul is an exceptionally adept control-type soul, so there's no need to be overly anxious. Focus your immense efforts on your most gifted aspects, and you shall achieve far greater results. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yuan nodded. Shan, you must choose your first spirit ring from one of the 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Do not speak to me now. Take your time to ponder it thoroughly and inform me once you reach level 10. Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan both nodded in agreement. All right, you may return now. At Zhou Er's words, the two stood and walked back into the courtyard. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. On the eve of their awakening, Zhou Yuan had also reached level 10. Zhou Er led the two into the room, turned to them, and instructed, now close your eyes, calm your minds, and devote yourselves entirely to practicing the Zhou Tian Qi cultivation technique. I will not allow you to rise until you have completed your training. Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan nodded in compliance, then sat cross-legged, closing their eyes as they began their cultivation. Zhou Er slowly extended his right hand, revealing a luminous point of origin in the center of his palm. This was the essence of the source. An unceasing radiance emanated, enveloping Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan, allowing them to gradually absorb this primordial power, thereby enhancing their martial souls. While this primordial energy bore great benefits, it also possessed certain flaws. Yet these flaws were precisely what Zhou Er required. He contemplated that this primordial energy was born from the world's recognition and emotions towards him, thus naturally carrying his mark. Those who accepted this energy would inherently develop a profound trust in Zhou Er, effectively eliminating any treacherous hearts. As time passed, the two gradually absorbed the primordial power until only a minuscule amount remained, at which point they reached saturation and ceased their absorption. Zhou Er quickly reclaimed the remaining essence. Source, small source. 5, 1243. Large source. 0, primordial energy. 0. There's over 9 points that were not absorbed. Quite satisfactory. Zhou Er nodded with satisfaction. Deploying his identification ability on the 2. Name, Zhou Yuan. Martial Soul, Heart's Desire Pearl. Tags, Aerial Flight, Transformative Change, Heart and Soul Unity. Heart and Soul Unity. An additional tag, an ability inclined toward assistance. Zhou Er nodded, casting his gaze upon Zhou Shan. Name, Zhou Shan. Martial Soul with Spirit Spear. Tags, Self-Detonation, Illusion, Splitting. Splitting. This ability perfectly compensates for the shortcomings of Zhou Shan's Martial Soul. Zhou Er nodded in satisfaction, addressing the 2. All right. You may rise and observe the changes in your martial souls. At Zhou Er's command, both opened their eyes and stood. Brother, my martial soul, Zhou Shan exclaimed excitedly, revealing 2 identical wooden spears. What changes have occurred in your martial soul? Zhou Er inquired, observing Zhou Shan's enthusiasm. I can now split and create replica spears, each possessing 60% of the original's power. Currently, I can only create 1 replica, but with each soul ring I acquire, I can increase the number of replicas. Moreover, it requires only a small amount of soul power to restore a replica spear. With my current soul power, I can restore over 20. Even without soul power, it takes only an hour for automatic recovery. Brother, even the explosive power at level 6 exceeds that of skills from other offensive martial souls of the same rank. Observing Zhou Shan's excitement, Zhou Er remarked, not only that, but now that you have reached the perfected Great Zhou Tian realm, your recovery ability will significantly increase upon advancing to the innate realm. At that point, you can utilize the replica spears as ordinary attacks. Then Zhou Er turned to Zhou Yuan, addressing him, Yuan, what about you? Second brother, those imbued with my heart's desire pearl can connect mentally, sensing each other's emotions and simple thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Er's eyes brightened as he looked at the somewhat dejected Zhou Yuan. Yuan, this ability is perfectly suited for a control-type soul master who holds dominion over the battlefield. Chapter 15, Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan's First Spirit Ring, Part 2. Zhou Yuan gazed at the heart's desire pearl in his hand, nodding silently. Noticing Zhou Yuan's subdued demeanor, Zhou Er shifted the topic. Have you both decided on the aspects of your first spirit rings? Brother, I choose a fire-type spirit beast, one that is agile. Preferably a bird, Zhou Shan declared. Upon hearing Zhou Shan's choice, Zhou Er nodded and asked, what is your reasoning behind this choice? The fire attribute will enhance the explosive power of my martial soul, while an agile spirit beast is crucial for increasing both my attack and movement speed. As for the bird, Zhou Shan gestured animatedly. My attacks are long range. Selecting a bird as my spirit ring should yield remarkable results, right? Excellent thought. Zhou Er nodded, then turned to Zhou Yuan. Yuan, what about you? Second brother, I choose a defensive or sensory-type spirit skill. Ideally, a wind or water attribute spirit beast, as it may provide additional effects. Zhou Er nodded, addressing both. Since you have made your decisions, return and rest well. Tomorrow morning, we shall set forth. The 2 exchanged affirmations before exiting the room to rest. Tomorrow, I can also hunt for my second spirit ring, as long as it aligns with one of the remaining 4 attributes. Although I have been diligently cultivating my soul power throughout the year, my focus has been dispersed among refining divine abilities, concocting potions, and training my martial soul. Moreover, the past 6 months have seen my soul bone in the treasure tower continuously requiring soul power cleansing, resulting in my recent attainment of level 20 just a month ago. Having waited for Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan, I refrained from hunting the spirit beast for my second spirit ring until now. Solving everything in one go would save time and effort, and I would conveniently avoid encountering the Wuhuan Temple's caretaker by timing my departure. Subsequently, Zhou Er closed his eyes, commencing his meditative practice. As the moon rabbit descended from the mountaintop, and the golden crow broke through the dawn, light illuminated the village entrance, where Shi Eru stood with a group of youths in wait for the Wuhuan Temple's caretaker. Time passed slowly until a carriage gradually emerged in the distance. Qin Zian disembarked from the carriage and approached Shi Eru, greeting him warmly. Village Chief Shi, thank you for your hard work. You've been waiting here so early. Not all. It was a long journey for you, Qin caretaker. Shi Eru replied politely, leading Qin Zian into the village. By the way, What was the name of that child who awakened his innate full soul last year? I haven't seen him at the Primary Soul Master Academy in Suatawa City. Oh, you mean Zhou Er's child? He said he doesn't like going to the city. I can't force him, as I am merely his second uncle. Although Sir Eru was somewhat concerned about Qin Xian's inquiry, he maintained his composure. Oh, that's why I haven't seen him. Do you know where he is? I would like to meet him. He left early to gather herbs and might not return until late. If you need anything, Qin caretaker, feel free to let me know. Qin Xian nodded, not pursuing the conversation further. I heard that your village has resumed selling potions. Upon hearing this, Sir Eru burst into hearty laughter. Haha, by the heavens' blessing. A few of our clansmen have finally learned some formulas. Humph, is that so? All at once, you say? You old fox. Qin Xian suppressed a cold snort within his heart, then spoke. Village chief, sure. May I inquire how many potions can be produced each month? If feasible, our spirit hall is willing to purchase them all monthly. What do you think, village chief, sure? This may be difficult, Sir Eru replied, somewhat troubled. It's not that we refuse to sell to the spirit hall, but we have long-term agreements with other buyers. 70% of the potions we refine each month must be sold to them. We also need to reserve a portion for the gatherers. We cannot breach our commitments and lose our credibility. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, one must be trustworthy. He then inquired, by the way, how many soul rings does Zhou Er have now? What is his soul power? Ah, he currently possesses one soul ring. As for its level, I've been quite busy lately and haven't inquired, so I'm not certain, Sir Eru replied, casting a discreet glance at Qin Xian. The village chief should have no trouble dealing with a century-old soul beast, I presume? Qin Xian remarked, nodding. I wonder if a millennium-old soul beast would pose a challenge, especially with a child in tow. Observing the taciturn Sir Eru, Qin Xian continued. The spirit hall is different. Even with 3 children, we have ample manpower to ensure their safety and secure a millennium soul ring. If it were a 10,000-year soul beast, we could apply for assistance from the headquarters. Being so close by makes the request easily manageable. Village chief, sure. When choosing partners, one must consider those who offer genuine assistance, not merely financial gain. You old fox, don't think I can't guess who it is that has taught so many of you the potion recipes. In just a few months, you've all mastered the recipes and can even teach others. Qin Xian thought to himself, deciding to stoke the flames further. Village chief, sure, should be aware of the differences between villages with soul saints and others. What if there were a title de law with innate full soul power? As long as one survives and arranges the soul rings appropriately, the chance of becoming a title de law is substantial. Wouldn't you agree, village chief, sure? Seeing Sir Eru remain silent, Qin Xian addressed the children. Children, come inside. Let us commence the awakening ceremony. Meanwhile, Zhou Er was leading Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan through the Stardow Forest. He walked ahead, surveying their surroundings while instructing the two. This area predominantly housed century-old soul beasts, though occasionally, millennium soul beasts might wander here. Thus, vigilance is paramount in the Stardow Forest. If something seems amiss, flee immediately. Do not remain foolishly in place to observe any commotion, for such disturbances indicate extraordinarily powerful soul beasts. Furthermore, although most soul beasts grow larger with age, do not underestimate the smaller ones. Zhou Er turned to the two, speaking sternly, even disregarding those that defy age-related size growth. One must consider the existence of toxins. A mere touch can inflict grave injuries or even lead to death. Therefore, do not underestimate your adversaries. At that moment, a deer radiating a glowing aura appeared ahead, casually grazing on the blue-silver grass, completely oblivious to Zhou Er and the others. Zhou Er frowned, observing the deer. Wind spirit deer. 512 years, wind spirit. A 500-year wind attribute soul beast would indeed suit Yuan. Yet, it behaves like a foolish deer. Zhou Er watched the oblivious wind spirit deer, then gestured for Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan to step back. After retreating a distance, he turned to the approaching wind spirit deer. This foolish creature seemed to regard Zhou Er as non-existent, continuing to munch on the blue-silver grass while moving closer. When it was less than 10 meters away, Zhou Er leapt forward swiftly, transforming his palm into a dark hue, striking at its front leg. The sound of his palm slicing through the air resonated as it effortlessly penetrated the deer's front leg, Zhou Er passing through it entirely. Zhou Er stared at his hands in astonishment. A century-old soul beast can possess such abilities? Turning back to the wind spirit deer, he felt a surge of anger as he recognized the deer's gaze reflected the same foolishness he had displayed earlier. Taking a deep breath, Zhou approached the wind spirit deer, placing his hand beside its hind leg. In that instant, the deer sensed danger and crouched, attempting to leap away. But it was too late. The three flames True Fire appeared in Zhou's palm, instantly scorching the deer's leg. The wind spirit deer emitted a tragic cry and leapt away, fleeing into the distance, leaving behind a charred leg that fell, shattered on the ground. Zhou dashed to Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan, lifting them from behind and pursuing the scent of the three flames True Fire. The scent quickly exceeded Zhou's perception range, but he followed the trail left behind, ensuring he did not lose track. After a few minutes, he arrived at a large tree where the wind spirit deer lay, its burnt wound gushing blood, teetering on the brink of death. Zhou set Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan down, both panting and disoriented, clutching a nearby rock for support. The wind spirit deer, 512 years old, though exceeding the first soul ring's age limit by several decades, should not pose a significant issue for Yuan, who has undergone a complete set of body-enhancing potions. After a brief contemplation, Zhou turned to Zhou Yuan. Ah, Yuan, what do you think of this 500-year wind, a tribute soul beast? Second brother, it's the one. Zhou Yuan confirmed with a nod. Then hurry and finish it off. Zhou Yuan nodded, drawing a dagger and swiftly approaching, plunging it into the deer's eye, ending its life. A yellow soul ring ascended, hovering above the carcass. Rest assured, absorb it fully. I will guard you. Zhou instructed Zhou Shan to stand by as he reassured Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan nodded, taking a deep breath, centering himself, and began absorbing the soul ring. The yellow soul ring floated above him, drawing in and integrating seamlessly into his body. The violent soul power surged into Zhou Yuan, whose face contorted momentarily. But as time passed, the soul power was gradually absorbed, and the first soul ring was successfully integrated. Zhou Yuan exhaled slowly, opening his eyes and rising. How was it? What ability did you acquire? Zhou inquired, watching Zhou Yuan as he stood. Second brother, it's a defensive soul skill that also reduces weight and enhances speed. Zhou Yuan summoned his martial spirit, the Rui Pearl, one orb enlarging into a protective barrier over 2 meters in size. Wind Spirit Shield. A 2-meter-sized light shield glowed with a layer of fluorescence. Brother, my first soul skill, the Wind Spirit Shield, allows the illusory pearl to transform into a protective barrier that can negate 20 of incoming attacks, with an increase of 1 for every 10 levels, ultimately capable of negating up to 30. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's introduction of his first soul skill, Zhou immediately focused on the most critical aspect. The consumption remains constant, regardless of the strength of the attack. Furthermore, the individual cost is not substantial. In this case, the skill is indeed quite impressive. After listening, Zhou nodded and said to Zhou Yuan, when we return, test it out by using the first soul skill with all 10 pearls. How much will the consumption be? In a typical battle, how many pearls can you maintain? Understood, brother. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement. Finally, Zhou glanced at the lifeless body, devoid of any change, and led Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan in another direction. As they continued forward, they encountered several soul beasts in the forest. Either their attributes were incompatible or their age was too low. These soul beasts were easily frightened away by Zhou, though a few were rather foolhardy, like the rock gorilla standing before them. Rock smash. Boom! A massive boulder hurtled toward them, only to be shattered by Zhou's palm, causing debris to scatter across the ground. The rock gorilla seized the opportunity and lunged forward, raising its fists to strike Zhou. Wind Spirit Shield. Zhou Yuan's illusory pearl instantly transformed into a protective barrier around Zhou as he activated his first soul skill. Zhou braced himself against the gorilla's onslaught and halted Zhou Shan's advance. Shan, your attacks are too loud. Let me handle this. While saying this, Zhou defended against the rock gorilla's dual strikes and, seizing the moment, delivered a powerful palm strike that sent it flying. With a resounding thud, the rock gorilla collided with a giant tree, momentarily dazed. As it rose, its crimson eyes glared fiercely. The gorilla pounded its chest, producing thunderous sounds while roaring incessantly. Observing the raging gorilla and the distant echoes of its calls, Zhou furrowed his brow. A pack, huh? This is troublesome. He then dashed forward, intent on swiftly dealing with the rock gorilla. As Joer approached, the gorilla ceased its roaring, took a few steps forward, and leaped, fists clenched, launching a downward strike. Joer, positioned below, with his uniquely colored eyes gleaming, clearly observed the descending gorilla. He timed his move perfectly and countered the strike with a powerful palm, rock smash. The gorilla's body spun like a top, completing 3.5 rotations before facing Joer. Joer grasped its head and forcefully drove it into the ground, embedding its skull deep into the earth. Rising, Joer dusted off his hands and glanced at the unconscious gorilla, then waved to Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan. Let us go. We must head that way. Otherwise, you two will be in danger if we get surrounded. Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan hurriedly followed Joer in another direction. As they walked, they arrived in a different area. The trees were sparse, the rocks abundant, and the environment exceedingly dry. Chapter 17. Crimson Flame Birds. Joer surveyed the distinctly different surroundings. Linglong Tower. He summoned the Linglong Tower in his hand, calling forth the Mingxi, and turned to Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan. You two must not wander off. Stay close behind me. When we encounter soul beasts, you both can take refuge beside the Mingxi. Understood. They nodded, closely trailing Joer and the Mingxi. Hiss. The Mingxi glanced at Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan before lowering its head to follow Joer. As they ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly arid, with the temperature rising, each breath feeling as if flames were scorching their lungs. Noticing Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan struggling to breathe, Joer conjured a mist of water, enveloping the two in its soothing embrace. With the mist surrounding them, their breathing gradually stabilized, and their flushed faces returned to normal. Eventually, Zhu halted, contemplating the peculiar boulders ahead. This unique terrain either harbors a multitude of similar soul beasts or serves as the territory of an exceptionally powerful one. However, since this is the periphery of the Stardow Forest, it is unlikely to house any formidable soul beasts. Rather, it is likely a gathering of numerous similar soul beasts. Joer scanned the area, where bizarre stones intermingled with a few trees. Having been here for a while, without encountering a century-old soul beast, it was clear that a beast pack resided here. Packs lived together, driving away other soul beasts from their territory, which accounts for this situation. Brother, what is wrong? Zhou Shan asked, puzzled by Joer's sudden stillness. Hearing his brother's inquiry, Joer turned to face Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan. If I were alone, it wouldn't seem matter, but with the two of you, it poses some danger. There should be a soul beast pack here. Let us head back. With that, he led them in reverse. Brother, how do you know there is a soul beast pack here? Zhou Yuan inquired curiously as they walked. Joer, still observing the surroundings, replied, since we entered this stone forest, we've been walking for some time without encountering a century-old soul beast. This is the Stardow Forest, home to numerous soul beasts. Moreover, the environment is quite peculiar. Such a phenomenon suggests this is a territory, either of a group of soul beasts or a single one. Brother, why not just one soul beast? Zhou Shan asked, intrigued. Because, Joer pointed ahead. There, upon the peculiar rocks, dozens of crimson flame birds were perched. Eyeing the trio, Crimson Flame Bird, 683 years, power of the Crimson Sun, fiery vitality. Crimson Flame Bird, 2,892 years, power of the Crimson Sun, fiery vitality. Flame Doppelganger, Mist Water. Joer turned to Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan. Then with a spark in his eyes, he instructed, you two take cover beside the Mingxi and do not wander off. Mingxi ensure their safety. The usually indifferent Mingxi, upon seeing the glimmer of fire in Joer's unique eyes, nodded vigorously before positioning itself protectively beside the two. Meanwhile, Joer conjured swirling mists of water to shield against the incoming fireballs while observing the flame birds amidst the fog. With only 2 pieces of information at hand, the remaining 20 or so birds must be the doppelgangers of that millennium-old soul beast. One at over 600 years, the other nearly 3,000, just about right. Joer waved his hand from left to right, causing whirlpools of mist to form, saturating the fog ahead. Numerous whirlpools swirled through the mist, their rotational force tearing at the crimson flame birds within. Observing that some of the flame birds were rendered immobile by the pull of the whirlpools, Joer smiled. They're not the kind that vanish after sustaining a bit of damage. This ability is quite impressive. He then raised his right hand to the sky, causing a vast expanse of mist to form above, blocking the sunlight's entrance. Instantly, two flame birds emitted frantic cries and accelerated upward into the sky. "It is you two that I have been waiting for." On Tuesday, facing the sky, he directed his right hand towards the slightly smaller crimson firebird. A ring of mist formed around his wrist, spinning rapidly to create a luminous halo that instantly tilted forward and soared ahead. In a fleeting moment, it approached the century-old crimson firebird, while a fiery halo also appeared around the millennium-old crimson firebird. It flew past, blocking Tuesday's halo, and with a thunderous roar, the two halos collided, resulting in a powerful explosion that neutralized each other. Amidst the explosion, a beam shot forth, hurtling directly towards Tuesday's previous position. With a resounding crash, a deep pit was blasted into the ground. Just as the millennium-old crimson firebird unleashed a fiery ray and attempted to carry the century-old crimson firebird away, it was too late. A torrent of water vapor coalesced around them, forming a violent waterspout that exerted immense centrifugal force, pulling them downward relentlessly. "How will you escape this time?" Tuesday manipulated the waterspout, causing it to shrink while maintaining its rapid rotational centrifugal force. The millennium-old crimson firebird, witnessing the century-old crimson firebird being torn downward by the centrifugal force, cried out anxiously. Unfortunately, maintaining its balance to avoid being drawn into the vortex had already drained all of the century-old crimson firebird's strength, leaving it unable to respond to the millennium-old firebird. Realizing its helplessness, the millennium-old crimson firebird let out a series of sharp cries, igniting flames around its body. This cry pierced through the waterspout, and the other firebird avatars hidden within the mist responded in kind. The unbound crimson firebirds ceased their attacks on Tuesday and the others, turning instead towards the waterspout and charging directly into the swirling storm. Instantly, they were torn into the vortex, and the high-speed droplets pierced through their bodies. As several droplets penetrated, the entire body of the crimson firebird ignited into flames, merging with the waterspout and tinting its shade of red. The remaining crimson firebirds caught in the vortex also transformed into flames, soaring out of the whirlpool and rushing towards the waterspout. Ultimately, all the crimson firebirds entered the tornado, with the red hue beginning to dominate the entire vortex. The wind fueled the flames, and the red should have quickly engulfed the entirety of the waterspout. However, the incessant water vapor, summoned by Tuesday, continuously integrated into the vortex. "Oof, let us see who exhausts faster." Tuesday chuckled softly, not to mention that the consumption of this water vapor is remarkably low, but within the first layer of the exquisite pagoda, he had absorbed enough water to fill half a lake. By transforming this lake water into vapor, he could effectively reduce the already minimal consumption to nearly zero, rendering the vapor virtually cost-free to his soul power. Chapter 18. Zhou Shan's unique soul skill at this moment, although the flames within the tornado were suppressed. The overall temperature of the vortex was rapidly rising. The body temperature of the century-old crimson firebird also began to increase gradually, and its torn wounds began to heal, allowing it to regain control within the tornado. The millennium-old crimson firebird, observing the century-old firebird regaining control, emitted a cry, and its flames surged violently, before diving down toward the point just below the century-old firebird. With a thunderous crash, the millennium-old crimson firebird, battered and bruised, broke through the waterspout, and the resulting wind tunnel created a pressure that, combined with the downward pulling force, successfully drew the century-old firebird out. The millennium-old firebird glanced at the century-old firebird that had been extracted, let out a cry, and then turned towards Tuesday, surrounded by flames. The millennium-old firebird charged at Tuesday like a blazing sun. Meanwhile, the century-old firebird, after emitting a cry, flew towards the mist's outer reaches. As the millennium-old firebird surged through the sky towards him, Tuesday gathered his strength, and just as it was about to collide, he darted forward, evading the firebird's path, and executed a powerful palm strike aimed at its head from a distance. With a resounding thud, the soul power solidified handprint struck the millennium-old firebird on its chin, causing its head to tilt back and collide forcefully with a nearby rock. With a thunderous roar, the fierce impact, accompanied by flames, exploded against the boulder. Tuesday pushed off with his feet, propelling himself forward, and with a point of Samadhi True Fire coalescing in his palm, he struck down upon the millennium-old firebird's head. Boom! The flames atop the Firebird's head detonated instantly, reducing its entire head to nothingness. Shaking off his hand, Tuesday stood and gazed skyward, watching as the century-old Firebird plummeted to the ground. It turned out that just moments ago, when the century-old Firebird attempted to escape, Zhou Shan had looked at the nearby Ming snake and said, "Alas, great serpent, assist me in attacking that bird." The Ming snake glanced at Zhou Shan and then at Tuesday, just in time to catch sight of the Samadhi True Fire in Tuesday's palm. Immediately, the Ming snake turned back and unleashed a breath towards the century-old Firebird. The airborne Crimson Firebird sensed a crisis and swiftly veered to the side, only to be met with a wooden spear hurtling towards it. With a resounding explosion, the shockwave from the blast sent the Crimson Firebird crashing sideways, directly colliding with the breath, which pierced through half of its wing. It then fell straight down, only to be caught by a sudden force that drew the century-old Firebird towards Zhou Shan. Tuesday lowered his hand and said to Zhou Shan quickly, "While it's not dead yet, finish it off." Zhou Shan immediately raised the spear, plunging it into the century-old Firebird's head, and a yellow soul ring slowly ascended. Tuesday observed the purple soul ring before him and reassured Zhou Shan, "Ashan, worry not. With your perfected Great Zhou, celestial method, and your enhanced physique, a soul ring of over 600 years will surely be manageable." Zhou Shan nodded in response and sat before the yellow soul ring, closing his eyes to absorb it. Tuesday began to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring as well, although he had started cultivating the 5 Qi returning to 1 method. The innate realm's continuous refinement of his body had not diminished. Instead, with the infusion of water essence, it received even greater enhancement, which was why Tuesday was capable of absorbing a soul ring approaching 3,000 years. The formidable physique and resilient meridians meant that, although the absorption process was somewhat painful, it did not exceed his limits. Soon, the purple Millennium Soul Ring was fully absorbed into his body. Upon opening his eyes and standing up, Tuesday extended his senses to observe his surroundings, ultimately resting his gaze on Zhou Shan. The fierce countenance had begun to calm, and the yellow century-old soul ring gradually entered his body until it was completely absorbed. Tuesday stopped Zhou Shan, who was about to speak, waved his hand, and the Ming snake dissipated into smoke before retracting the mist and the exquisite pagoda. He then lifted Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan, carrying them both as he hurried away from the Stardow Forest. After completing necessary tasks in a perilous place, the first priority should be to depart from danger. In the secret valley, Zhou Air released Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan, allowing them to sit on the ground to recuperate. He then addressed Zhou Shan, "Ashan, what is your first soul skill?" "Brother, my martial spirit has undergone a transformation." "Look." Zhou Shan summoned his martial spirit, the Wood Spirit Spear, which was adorned with a yellow 100-year soul ring that rose and enveloped the spear. Crimson Flame Firebird Spear. As his voice fell, the soul power transformed into flames, engulfing the entire spear, while the spearhead morphed from a standard shape into one resembling a bird's beak. Stripes appeared along the body of the spear, and a fiery red tassel emerged at the tip. Zhou Air approached, observing the spear's dramatic transformation, which could now be referred to as the Crimson Flame Firebird Spear. "Is this your first soul skill? What abilities does it possess?" Zhou Shan shook his head, stating that this was not a true soul skill, but rather this one, Crimson Flame Flying Bird. With the spear in hand, Zhou Shan crouched, pointing the spear forward. Suddenly, flames erupted from the spearhead, taking the form of a bird as it thrust forward, leaving a scorched mark on the ground. Zhou Shan ran over and exclaimed, "Brother, my soul skill can be used like this too." He then conjured a replica of the Crimson Flame Firebird Spear, igniting it in flames and hurling it into the distance. The flames transformed into a bird that enveloped the spear as it soared, striking a massive boulder with a resounding explosion. The boulder shattered into fragments, releasing a thick plume of smoke as it ignited. Zhou Air summoned a mist of water, extinguishing the flames, and turned to Zhou Shan, saying, "Your flying spear possesses tracking capabilities." Zhou Shan corrected him, "It is not tracking. It can merely change direction slightly." After nodding in acknowledgement, Zhou Air inquired, "What is the state of your martial spirit?" Zhou Shan replied, "I am not entirely certain. I just feel that my martial spirit can change based on the soul ring I obtained." Zhou Air nodded, contemplating it must be due to the source power. enhancing the abilities of the martial spirit. Second brother, where are we? I feel like the flow of soul power here has accelerated. Zhou Yuan then approached and said, this is a valley I discovered, possessing a natural energy field that can expedite cultivation. You should practice here for now. We will return in the afternoon. Zhou Yuan and Zhou Sha nodded and began their training nearby. Zhou Er also sat down, attuning himself to his second soul skill. Chapter 19. Departure. A gentle breeze rustled through the forest as the sun began its descent. The three returned to the village. As they neared home, they spotted Shi Eru seated in the courtyard. Second uncle. Upon seeing Zhou Er, Shi Eru quickly stood and approached. How'd it go? Was it smooth? Did you get hurt? Everything went well. No injuries, Zhou Er replied, shaking his head. That's good. Shi Eru nodded, then continued, Erlang. I have been waiting for you here. Besides worrying about you, Outshine, and Yuan's safety, there's also something else. Shi Eru gestured for them to sit down. Once seated, he spoke to Zhou Erlang, the deacon from the Spirit Hall. Qin Zian, who conducted your awakening ceremony last year, has arrived today. He has been inquiring about you and seems to have guessed your talent for potion making, aiming to recruit you. He has indirectly promised assistance in hunting 1,000-year-old beasts and even applying for personnel from the Spirit Hall headquarters to help you hunt 10,000-year-old beasts. He even mentioned the possibility of you becoming a titled Doloa, but take that with a grain of salt. Do not take it too seriously. After hearing this, Zhou Er nodded and then looked up at Shi Eru, asking, what are your thoughts, second uncle? Shi Eru replied, I believe that whether you wish to go or not, it is not the right time. Qin Zian is merely a deacon. He does not possess the authority to make such grand promises. Ultimately, he does not value you highly. If you wish to join the Spirit Hall, this is not the way to do it. However, Erlang, from your demeanor, it seems you do not wish to join. In the woods behind the village, there are a few houses for those who gather herbs at night. You should move there to avoid him for a few days. In time, he will give up. The Spirit Hall is indeed a vast entity. Enduring a few days of discomfort is worthwhile. Shi Eru patted Zhou Er's head. Second uncle, that's unnecessary. I plan to leave the village tomorrow with Outshine and Yuan, Zhou Er replied, shaking his head. So soon? Shi Eru exclaimed. You just reached level 20 as a great soul master. Second uncle, level 20 is more than sufficient, Zhou Er insisted. Hearing this, Shi Eru sighed. From a moment you were reluctant to attend the Primary Spirit Academy, I knew this day would come. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. Wait a moment. I will fetch something for you. With that, Shi Eru dashed back to his home. Let's go, Zhou Er said to Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan as he turned and walked toward the house. Looking at the boys inside, he observed that all the orphans had awakened their martial spirits. Who among you has awakened soul power? Zhou Er asked as he surveyed the boys. Second brother, I have awakened with innate level 3 soul power. Run Fong, a boy with slightly darker skin, stepped forward. Second brother, I have awakened too. With innate level 3 soul power, another shorter boy jumped up excitedly. Second brother, I also awakened with innate level 2 soul power. A calm-faced boy stood up. With 3, plus himself, Outshine, and Yuan, they had 6 in total, just 1 short. Never mind. We can easily find another later, Zhou Er thought. He then addressed the 3 boys. Run Fong, Mier, by Yu Hang. I plan to take Outshine and Yuan outside the village for further training tomorrow. I may not frequently return. Do you 3 wish to join me? Do not rush your answers. If you choose not to, I will arrange for you to attend the Primary Spirit Master Academy in Suwata City. However, if you choose to follow me, know that pursuing my ambitions may involve peril. Consider it carefully. Second brother, I am willing to follow you. Renfong immediately responded after Zhou Er finished. Mi-Er and Bai Yu Hang nodded in agreement. Very well. Gather your belongings. We depart at dawn tomorrow. Now, you may return to your own tasks, Zhou Er instructed the boys. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Zhou Er stepped out and saw Shi Eru approaching. Erlang, come here. Take this. Shi Eru handed Zhou Er 2 packages, 1 large and 1 small. Second uncle, what is this? Zhou Er asked, receiving the larger bundle that nearly exceeded his height, filled with curiosity. This is the attire your aunt has crafted for you, with both winter and summer outfits included. 1 set for each season until you reach the age of 16, comprising 2 pieces each. Uncle, this is far too much, Zhou Er remarked, gazing at the parcel that completely obscured his view. Too much. This is your aunt's heartfelt gift. Quickly, take good care of what you'll wear each year. Sure, Eru interjected, pointing to the smaller package. This little one is a money pouch, meant for you to buy some food and other necessities. Do not refuse it. Accept it graciously. I must take my leave now. With that, Sure Eru hurried back home. Joer set down the colossal parcel in his right hand, gripping the money pouch in his left, which was larger than an outstretched palm. He cast a glance at what could possibly be all of his uncle's spare money, and then looked up at his uncle's retreating figure. As dawn broke, Joer, along with Zhou Yuan and their 5 companions, ventured into the forest. As they walked through the dimly lit woods, Joer turned to his companions. Hey, Fang, we're martial spirits. Mine is a vine, though it appears somewhat withered, Run Fang replied, presenting a black vine in his hand. I possess a stag beetle. Elder brother. Upon hearing this, Joer turned to Mill. A stag beetle, a beast spirit. What enhancements does it provide? It seems to greatly augment my strength, elder brother. Mill replied a little shyly. Seems like. Are you not certain? Joer questioned, puzzled. Elder brother, when my martial spirit manifests, my soul power depletes in 2 to 3 seconds, Mill stammered. Joer waved his hand, interrupting Mill's hesitance. Mill, the flaws of your martial spirit can be overcome. Do not fear. With diligent effort, these shortcomings can be surmounted. Hearing Joer's comforting words, Mill nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, I will strive to improve. Observing Mill's enthusiasm, Joer thought to himself, all he needs is the fortune of a protagonist, but with my assistance he shall prevail. He then turned to Bai Yuhang, who had extended his hand, revealing a floating single eye above his palm. Elder brother, my martial spirit is a floating eye. Chapter 20, Training and the Spirit Gathering Array. Joer slowed his pace, gazing at the eye suspended in the air. Is the vision of the eye connected to yours? Yes, it is linked, and it can perceive things beyond my sight, Bai Yuhang affirmed. It can detect minute particles in the air, traces of the wind, the sun's rays, and various forms of light. Upon hearing this, Joer immediately thought of a creature, the Eye Demon, a creature from the Western fantasy world. Adept at firing energy beams and wielding psychic magic, it serves as an excellent template. Bai Yuhang, can your martial spirit gaze directly at the sun? Bai Yuhang nodded, indeed. Elder brother, Joer pondered for a moment before advising. In your future training sessions, or whenever you find time, use your martial spirit to observe the sun and its rays. It should provide unexpected insights. Understood, elder brother. Bai Yuhang nodded in agreement. Joer came to a halt, addressing the group as they approached the valley. Everyone, hold hands and close your eyes. Follow my lead. Zhou Yuan and the others nodded, grasping each other's hands. As Joer clasped Zhou Yuan's hand and they entered the valley, time flew by, and several months had passed. Joer moved like the wind, effortlessly leaping to the highest point of the valley's stone wall, basking in the light streaming from the distance. Wings of the wind. With a soft exclamation, a pair of wings made of wind materialized behind him, allowing him to soar to the center of the valley, surveying the entire landscape from above. His heterochromatic eyes shimmered with light as he studied the terrain and contemplated the formation of the spirit gathering array. Gradually descending, he summoned the exquisite pagoda, from which he conjured 6 droplets of water. The mist formed delicate threads connecting the pagoda to the droplets, and as Joer infused his soul power into the array, it illuminated with brilliance. The energy from the surrounding environment was continually drawn in, eventually slowing but still steadily accumulating. The array, encompassing a 10-meter radius, seemed to reach its limit, given that it was formed by the natural world, and Joer had only summoned a few droplets. He mused, regrettably, this is the only advanced array I can currently access. If I could master numerous arrays now, I would swiftly learn any complex formations I encounter in the future. Summoning the treasure gourd, he gazed at the space within, filled with precious energy. Once the treasures inside mature, I shall learn formidable arrays that align with them and inscribe them. With this thought, Joer smiled, his lips curving upward. Spreading his wings once more, he ascended into the sky, seeking to fully comprehend the principles behind the spirit gathering array. Meanwhile, the others in the valley were engaged in their own training. Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan, aside from cultivating their soul power, also focused on physical training and their original disciplines. Rin Fang, near the stream, was immersed in his own regimen. After completing the Zhou Tian Qi method, he summoned his martial spirit, coaxing the somewhat wilted black vine to grow vigorously on the ground before him. Stimulating its vitality, he urged it to flourish until his soul power was depleted, then resumed his practice of the Zhou Tianqi method. On the other side, Mill, in addition to the Zhou Tianqi method, focused on physical training through punches and kicks, as well as enhancing his body with potions. Although Mill possessed a beast martial spirit, his physical condition was the weakest among the six due to his childhood experiences. The village he hailed from survived by capturing insects with medicinal value. However, many of these insects also bore potent toxins. Had it not been for the majority of villagers awakening insect-type martial spirits, the entire community would have likely perished long ago. Insect martial spirits were inherently powerful, yet 99 of the villagers lacked soul power, and even those who did barely reached the first level. Thus, despite their insect martial spirits, casualties were frequent. Mill's parents perished when he was just 2 years old, and he was barely kept alive by the villagers until he reached 4. Subsequently, a malevolent soul master annihilated the entire village. Though Mill's physique was frail, his soul power had exceeded the limits of his village, reaching the innate 3rd level. He continued his training, persistently practicing a set of punches. When his hands could no longer exert strength, he would run, and when his legs trembled, he would revert to the Zhou Tianqi method, repeating this cycle. Sitting atop a massive stone, Bai Yuhang, though his eyes were tightly shut, could clearly perceive everything around him. His martial spirit, the single eye, was observing the surroundings. As he gazed upon the rays of sunlight, Bai Yuhang endeavored to absorb the light with his eye. Although only a small amount of energy was drawn in, it still brought about a slight transformation in his martial spirit. Bai Yuhang was fervently yearning for the ability to strike, for it was the only means by which he could attain a sense of security. Those who have endured such a childhood often find themselves gravely lacking in safety. It was not only Bai Yuhang. All of them were devising every conceivable method to enhance their strength. Having experienced such a tumultuous upbringing, they were unwilling to relinquish the little they currently possessed. They sought fervently to avoid the haunting memories of awakening, to find everything they held dear. Every familiar face had vanished, leaving only the remnants of shattered homes, severed limbs, and pools of blood. Thus, they diligently trained, striving to acquire the power to safeguard all that they cherished. Particularly Zhou Er, the one who soared through the skies, a figure as dear as a brother or father. Meanwhile, Zhou Er hovered above the valley, observing the spirit-gathering formation that enveloped the entire gorge. In the 3rd year, in Soto City, the moonlight bathed the city in its silver glow, casting a tranquil serenity across the night streets, save for one notable exception. The Grand Soul Arena of Soto City, an oval structure towering at 120 meters, could accommodate 60,000 spectators, and the thunderous roar of the crowd filled the surrounding area with a cacophony of excitement. This venue also stood as the heart of Soto City's vibrant nightlife, adorned with a dazzling display of red and green lights. Within one of the subsidiary arenas, a highly anticipated match was about to commence. A middle-aged announcer stood at the side of the platform, his voice resonating through the air. Now, we shall witness a match that has garnered widespread attention. The enigmatic King of Heaven, who registered with the Weapons Spirit Tower of Armaments, is a battle soul master of great renown. Yet, to this day, no one has witnessed him unleash his martial soul. Will his opponent succeed in drawing forth his power today? Let's welcome his challenger. Chapter 21. Streaks of victory and transformation. The middle-aged host gestured toward the entrance, and in an instant, flames erupted as 2 fireworks shot into the air. Amidst the swirling smoke, a robust man with a wild mane emerged. The Savage Lion, a beast martial soul battlemaster, wielding the martial soul of a savage lion, currently holding a record of 16 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. Notably, the Savage Lion is on a 12-match winning streak. Savage Lion, Savage Lion, Savage Lion, Savage Lion. Crush your opponent. Yes, Savage Lion. Annihilate him. Unmask him. Let us see whether he is a dwarf or an elder. Elder. Isn't his registered age 10? Questioned a bystander. Nonsense. How could he possibly be 10? A youth of such prowess would not be here. Another replied, nodding in agreement. Though this was merely a subsidiary arena, the fervor surrounding the match had drawn nearly a full house. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, the middle-aged host turned his hand and pointed to the opposite side. And now, the other contender, the mysterious King of Heaven, a battle master with the Weapons Spirit Tower of Armaments, who has fought in 42 soul battles, an astounding record of 42 victories. Kulme, let us welcome the King of Heaven, who boasts a winning streak of 42 matches. As with the previous entrants, the same lights and fireworks illuminated the arena, and through the haze emerged a figure entirely cloaked, adorned with a mask, hood, and gloves. Only his eyes were visible. The arena erupted into an even greater uproar than before. King of Heaven, defeat him. I wager 1,000 gold coins on your victory. If you win, I shall profit a single gold coin. You cannot afford to lose. What do you mean? I bet my entire fortune on you winning 12 times already. King of Heaven, defeat him. I believe in you. King of Heaven, King of Heaven. Casting a glance at the frenzied crowd, Joer's expression beneath the mask revealed a hint of a smile. This Grand Soul Arena of Soto City has flourished astonishingly in less than 2 months. I am increasingly eager for the upcoming Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament. Returning his gaze, he no longer focused on the ecstatic audience, but stepped onto the battle platform. All right, both competitors are ready. The match is about to begin. Will the Savage Lion end the King of Heaven's winning streak? Or will the King of Heaven defend his record? Let's await the outcome. As the middle-aged host waved his hand, the match commenced. Joer observed the towering figure before him. A muscular man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, exuding a formidable aura, yet possessing an undeniable grace. I know not why you choose to play tricks, but if you refrain from using your martial soul, I shall defeat you in 10 seconds. The Savage Lion, sneering at the diminutive Joer, retorted. 16 others have said the same before you. You shall be the 17th. Joer's voice, devoid of any distinctive quality, emerged from beneath his mask, making it impossible to ascertain his age. Hearing this, the Savage Lion scoffed and bellowed, Savage Lion, manifest. Upon conjuring his lion-shaped martial soul, 2 yellow rings of light rose around him. In an instant, he lunged toward Joer, his 5 claws slashing forward. However, Joer effortlessly evaded the attack, enveloped in a gentle breeze that rendered his movements as light as a feather, allowing him to deftly dodge the Savage Lion's onslaught. It's begun. It's begun. The middle-aged host exclaimed, noting the familiar spectacle unfolding before him. The King of Heaven was skillfully evading the Savage Lion's assaults with remarkable agility. Could it be that the Savage Lion, like the other challengers, will fail to lay a finger on the King of Heaven and lose the match? The Savage Lion, unable to touch Joer, grew increasingly frustrated, his attempts narrowly missing their target. You coward! Come and attack me! You coward! His furious shouts echoed throughout the arena, yet he remained unable to land a blow. These battle masters have utterly failed to challenge my agility. It seems my training in the Wind Spirit Steps has reached a conclusion. Let's end this fight. Joer spoke, observing the Savage Lion's futile rage. Very well. He then halted on the battle platform, prompting a smile to creep onto the Savage Lion's lips. In a sudden burst, he charged forward, and just as the audience anticipated an attack, the Savage Lion opened his mouth wide, unleashing his second soul skill, Lion's Roar. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the arena, shattering all other noises in its wake. Joer instinctively covered his ears, yet the cacophony remained unbearable. Simultaneously, a wave of spiritual energy surged toward his mind, only to be repelled in an instant. The Savage Lion surged upward, fists clenched and raised high above his head. 3 seconds of dizziness. Let us see how you evade this. With a mighty roar, he brought his fist crashing down toward Joer. Bang! The Savage Lion spun like a top, but Joer seized his head and slammed him into the ground. Observing the now unconscious Savage Lion, Joer released his grip and rose. This is the consequence of an imbalance in information. To think that a mere second soul skill from a century past could shatter my state of unity. What a delusion! With a cold snort, Joer glanced at the middle-aged host. The match is concluded. The victor is the King of Heaven. A record of 43 victories and no losses. The Savage Lion hold a record of 16 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. King of Heaven, please proceed to register your points after leaving the stage. Joer nodded and descended from the battle platform. The 2 points have increased once more. Not bad. Subsequently, I proceeded to register my points, making my way towards the arena. Upon exiting, I ventured towards the outskirts of the city, traversing through silent streets and dimly lit alleys, without encountering any obstruction. Initially, a few individuals had attempted to block my path, driven purely by curiosity, some even hoping to coerce me into match fixing. A myriad of people employed various tactics, but alas, none succeeded. Those who resorted to violence found themselves incapacitated, while others who dared to engage were left battered. Over time, the word spread that I was not to be trifled with, and thus, no one dared to confront me again. Upon leaving the city, a gentle breeze enveloped me, and a pair of ethereal wings appeared behind me. In an instant, I soared into the sky, gliding towards the Stardoe forest. After flying for a while, I descended, running with the wind for some distance before taking to the low skies again, weaving through the trees until I arrived at a secret valley. After sensing my surroundings, I entered. Upon entering, I spotted Zhou Yuan seated on a stone. "You haven't rested yet? What about the others?" I inquired, noting that Zhou Yuan had not taken a break. "They have all rested." I retrieved a hefty bag of provisions from my spatial tower and handed it to him. "This is this week's food. Store it properly and then rest. Wake Ren Fong and the others in the morning." Hearing this, Zhou Yuan looked up and responded, "Elder brother, are we preparing for their transformation?" Chapter 22. The transformation of the three souls as time passed. The dawn of the next day arrived, and I awoke. I had not utilized the night for soul power cultivation, as the 5 chi returning to one technique possessed innate characteristics that allowed for continuous automatic cultivation. Stepping outside, I admired the dew-laden valley before heading toward a stream to tidy up. Afterward, I turned towards a house and opened the door to find 5 individuals inside. "Everyone is awake, elder brother. We were just waiting for you. I'm so hungry," Zhou Shan exclaimed, his energy revitalized at the sight of me. "Let us eat." I took a seat, and, at my words, Zhou Shan immediately began to feast, followed by the others. "Ren Fong Mill by Yu Hang, what levels have you all reached?" "Elder brother, I've reached level 7. I've reached level 6. I'm also at level 6, Ren Fong, Mill," and Bai Yu Hang replied in succession. Nodding, I addressed them. "After we finish eating, I will guide you through your soul transformation. The level of your soul does not affect the transformation process." Looking at all 5 of them, I continued, "I want you to experience what it feels like when your talent is low before undergoing the transformation. Remember that sensation and devote yourselves to your training." The 5 nodded earnestly. Once we finished our meal, I led them to a clearing and instructed Ren Fong, Mill, and Bai Yu Hang to sit cross-legged. I urged them to close their eyes and center their minds while practicing the Zhou Tian Qi cultivation method. The 3 complied, and, as they entered a meditative state, I extended a hand, conjuring a radiant point of energy that continuously surged forth toward them. This primordial force was absorbed into their bodies, facilitating the transformation of their souls. Their unwavering trust in me was solidified as the primordial energy flowed into them, gradually rectifying the flaws in their souls and enhancing their existing abilities. As the primordial point was fully absorbed, the transformation of their souls reached completion. Thankfully, it had only consumed 1 unit of energy, and I sighed in relief. At that moment, the transformation concluded, and the 3 opened their eyes, their expressions filled with excitement. I utilized a steel to examine the information regarding their souls. Name, Ren Fong. Soul, Celestial Woodvine. Tags, Resilience, Growth, Energy Absorption. Name, Mill, Soul, Rhinoceros Beetle. Tags, Sturdy Defense, Immense Strength, Light of Consciousness. Name, Bai Yu Hang. Soul, Cyclops. Tags, Levitation, Connection, Derivative Body, Energy Accumulation. After reviewing this information, I addressed the exuberant trio. Share the changes in your souls. Elder brother, my vine has become more resilient, and it seems to absorb energy from the environment, Ren Fong exclaimed, summoning a black vine that climbed his arm. Impervious to his strongest pulls. Absorbing external energy bears resemblance to the wood release in Naruto. Utilizing this as a template is indeed a remarkable ability. Observing Ren Fong's soul, I nodded and recalled the original wood release. After all, Sage techniques are simply manifestations of natural energy. The unity of man and nature in the innate realm can certainly achieve this effect. Elder brother, my energy consumption has normalized, Mill chimed in, approaching me with a stone the same size as himself. With a thud, he tossed it aside, a wide grin on his face. Now I can endure an entire battle without quickly depleting my soul power. Is the light of consciousness not evident? I mused, recognizing that such abilities may lack overt manifestations. Nevertheless, the light of consciousness reminded me of the Conqueror's haki from One Piece. I wondered if there were similarities. Additionally, The four great principles from Hunter x Hunter presented intriguing avenues for cultivation. Nodding, I turned my attention to Bai Yuhang. Elder brother, my soul has gained 3 tendrils and can now gather light from the air. Bai Yuhang's cyclops floated above him, 3 tendrils sprouting from below, swaying gracefully in the breeze. Tendrils and derivative bodies may imply the potential for smaller cyclops to emerge. Contemplating this, I nodded in approval. With the completion of their souls, their soul power had all reached level 10, allowing them to seek their first soul rings. I then addressed them, Ren Fong, Mill, Bai Yuhang, prepare yourselves. I will lead you to acquire your soul rings shortly. A Shan, a Yuan, focus on your training at home. Understood, elder brother. After the 3 prepared themselves, I guided them toward the Stardoe Forest, entering an area where century-old soul beasts resided. Sound Snake, I summoned my first soul ring. The Sound Snake appearing at my command. Stay close to them and ensure their safety. The Sound Snake lowered its head in acknowledgement and promptly positioned itself beside the trio. Stay close to me. This forest is unlike the outer woods. Yes, elder brother. The 3 individuals nodded in agreement and promptly followed Joair. As they walked, a radiant light suddenly appeared ahead. This light gradually approached, scattering numerous luminous particles onto the ground. Upon closer inspection, they revealed a butterfly shimmering with brilliance. The entire wings of the butterfly glimmered, and the fallen particles emanated from them, with patterns resembling eyes adorning all 4 wings. Sunlight Butterfly, 401 years, Eye of Energy, Light of the Sun. Ah, this ability is just perfect. Joair observed the approaching Sunlight Butterfly and raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers toward it. As it came within 2 meters, 2 droplets of water shot forth, piercing through its wings. The butterfly plummeted to the ground. Joair then handed a dagger to Bai Yuhang and instructed, Yuhang, eliminate it. Its power aligns perfectly with your martial soul. Bai Yuhang accepted the dagger with a nod and slowly approached the fallen butterfly. He raised the dagger and plunged it directly into its head, swiftly ending its life. Subsequently, a yellow soul ring began to materialize. Sit tight. I will be right beside you. Absorb it peacefully. Bai Yuhang nodded, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the century-old soul ring. The yellow soul ring floated above his head and, with the operation of the Zhoutian Qi cultivation method, was absorbed into his body. Bai Yuhang opened his eyes, revealing the yellow century-old soul ring manifesting beneath him. Chapter 23. The approaching behemoth. Bai Yuhang stood up, opening his eyes. Second brother, how did it go? What skill did you acquire? Juya in Kvilet. Second brother, my first soul skill is Energy Ray. A yellow century-old soul ring illuminated Bai Yuhang, and a single eye materialized. The soul ring enveloped him, and soon, light emerged from his pupil, unleashing a ray that struck a nearby tree. Bang! The energy ray penetrated the trunk, losing its potency 3/4 of the way through, creating a substantial crater. Joair approached, inspecting the backside of the tree, and touched the fist-sized indentation. Second brother, there's also this. Bai Yuhang pointed to his martial soul, and 3 tentacles from the single eye radiated light. An eye gradually opened at the tip of each tentacle, detaching and floating beside the single eye, forming 3 smaller eyes. Aside from their lack of tentacles, the only distinction between the smaller eyes and the single eye was their size. The single eye was as large as a bowl, while the smaller eyes were merely the size of eggs. Joair, observing the smaller eyes floating beside the single eye, turned to Bai Yuhang and asked, can these smaller eyes also utilize soul skills? How potent are they? The smaller eyes can indeed employ soul skills, but their power is only 70. Bai Yuhang pondered momentarily before responding. However, they can attack simultaneously from different directions and frequencies, allowing for a cleverly coordinated assault that could create a 4-to-1 scenario. As Bai Yuhang's thoughts grew clearer, he looked up at Joair and stated, Second brother, I need to train my focus to maximize the use of my martial soul. Joair, contemplating the concept of derivatives, nodded and replied, Indeed. When we return, I will devise some training for you in this regard. Bai Yuhang nodded and retracted his martial soul. Joair then led them in search of soul beasts, encountering several century-old ones along the way. However, they were either mismatched in attributes or exceeded their age limits. After a while, they finally located a suitable soul beast. Mill's first soul ring was 342 years old, a yellow century-old soul ring, and its soul skill was Wild Release. Wild Release is a self-augmentation skill that significantly enhances perception abilities while boosting speed, attack power, vitality, and strength by 40. Aside from perception, it also augments 4 attributes, and even in later stages, this soul skill remains exceptionally useful. Renfang's first soul skill was obtained from slaying a 412-year-old plant-type soul beast, a vine-type creature with formidable vitality. The first soul skill acquired from this beast was Wild Growth. This skill allows Renfang's Xianmu vine to grow wildly while enhancing its energy absorption capacity, instantly absorbing all nutrients and energy from the environment, producing abundant vines, including soul power. Well then, the martial souls have been hunted. Let's return. Observing Renfang using his skill to spawn numerous vines, Zhou Er addressed him. All right, second brother. Renfang retracted his Xianmu vine. Just as Zhou Er led them out of the Stardow forest, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from afar. The booming sound reverberated continuously. Smoke billowed, and the distant sound of trees being shattered echoed. You three, mount the Ming snake quickly, Zhou Er exclaimed, turning back to them. The trio nodded, hastily climbing onto the Ming snake and gripping it tightly. Once they were secure, the Ming snake dashed swiftly toward the exit of the Stardow forest. The fierce winds blurred the scenery on either side as the Ming snake sped forth. Zhou Er followed closely behind, periodically glancing back to assess the situation. The booming noise grew nearer, and the smoke expanded ominously, causing Zhou Er to furrow his brow. With such commotion, it must be a 10,000-year soul beast. But why is it heading toward the Stardow forest's exit? Though puzzled, Zhou Er knew this was not the time for contemplation. If he encountered a 10,000-year soul beast, he would be unable to protect Renfang and the others. Mistfire. Crimson Flamebird. A vast expanse of fiery clouds unfolded above Zhou Er, with the crimson flame bird flickering within them. The bird soared forward with the fiery clouds, and upon passing, it revealed an enormous soul beast. This creature stood 6 meters tall, featuring a massive, crystalline horn that resembled a blue crystal. Its body extended over 10 meters in length, cloaked in dark green, shaking the ground with each step as it barreled forward. Gigantic trees were effortlessly toppled in its wake, and boulders were crushed beneath its feet. Nothing could impede its relentless advance. Land Beast, 53 for 132 years, Earth movement. A 50,000-year soul beast, and it possesses this label? It seems as though something is pursuing it from behind. Observing the panicked expression of the land beast, Zhou Er furrowed his brow. If it continues at this speed, it will catch up to us before we can escape the Stardow forest. No, I must find a way to slow it down. Zhou Er commanded the fiery clouds to press toward the land beast, creating a vast barrier of flames to obstruct its path. Bang, bang, bang. Countless firebirds emerged from the fiery clouds, surrounding the land beast and relentlessly attacking. However, the land beast's defenses were too formidable. The onslaught felt merely like a tickling sensation. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Er furrowed his brow and subsequently commanded the flock of birds to strike at the vulnerable spots of the terrestrial beast, its eyes, mouth, ears, and any other weak points. The beast emitted a pained roar in response to the assault. While the attacks did not inflict physical harm, they undeniably caused the creature considerable distress. Already in a state of agitation, the terrestrial beast grew increasingly frenzied under the relentless onslaught of the firebirds, each pang of discomfort intensifying its rage. The crystalline horns of the beast gleamed with a fierce light, its eyes radiating ferocity as it lifted its feet high into the air. With a thunderous crash, the beast's feet slammed into the ground, sending shock waves through the surrounding area, displacing everything within a 100-meter radius and exerting immense pressure that pinned all to the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The firebirds surrounding the terrestrial beast burst apart like fireworks, and even the fiery clouds above were tugged downwards, with the blazing firebirds nearly dislodged from their ethereal perch. Chapter 24. The 3,000 Firebirds, the Terrestrial Beast. Glaring at the firebirds in the sky, let out an enraged roar and turned towards the fiery clouds. With each powerful step it took, an overwhelming gravitational force tugged at the clouds. After a shriek from the blazing firebird, 28 identical firebirds emerged from the clouds. A portion of these firebirds formed a formation within the clouds, while the others descended to harass the terrestrial beast. Unlike the previous birds, These firebirds withstood greater forces and launched a relentless assault against the beast. Roar! This time, the attack was different. Even strikes to the mouth, nose, and eyes merely elicited a sensation of pain without breaching its defenses. The beast's mouth glowed red from the heat, its ears marred with smoldering scratches, and fortunately, its eyes were already shut. Suddenly, the terrestrial beast halted, as if resigning itself to fate, and began to move forward with a slow, heavy gait. With each step, the surrounding gravity intensified. Boom! 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 Each stride produced a resounding thud, growing louder as the gravitational weight increased. In truth, the firebirds soaring beneath were bolstered by the formation above, continually supplied with energy. Their altitude diminished, their speed waned, and the fiery clouds began to descend. Boom! 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 The explosions continued, one after another, as the firebirds detonated. Even in death, they were swiftly reborn within the fiery clouds. Yet, the revival rate could not keep pace with their demise. Ultimately, only the original firebird remained alive. Nonetheless, the desired effect had been achieved. Zhou Er and his companions had exited the Star-Do Great Forest. Meanwhile, the enraged terrestrial beast beheld the firebird that had landed ahead, alongside the shrunken fiery clouds. Just as it intended to annihilate the firebird, a tremendous sound erupted from behind. With a resounding crash, a colossal shadow descended from afar. Upon landing, it reached out and seized the firebird, crushing it instantly. In its final moments, the image of a gigantic titan ape flashed before the eyes of Zhou Er, who had already left the Star-Do Great Forest. The titan ape. Zhou Er stroked his chin, reflecting on his past memories. The titan ape? It seemed to have a penchant for engaging with similarly powerful spirit beasts, he pondered uncertainly. Fortunately, they had distanced themselves from the Star-Do Great Forest. After all, he was unfamiliar with any 100,000-year spirit beasts. Zhou Er felt a wave of relief wash over him, and subsequently led Ren Fong and the others back to the secret valley. Once inside, Zhou Er encouraged them to train independently. He took a seat atop a massive rock and summoned the blazing firebird. The firebird stood before him, its gaze appearing somewhat vacant. Had it perished? Observing the firebird's lifeless state, Zhou Er contemplated deeply. This demise did not stem from the recent battle. Rather, the death of consciousness had been inevitable. The firebird's refusal to heed his commands had sealed its fate. Once he relinquished control, it would have gone on a rampage against him. Although he managed to immobilize it each time it attempted to act out, Zhou Er found himself continually preoccupied with maintaining control over the firebird. Ultimately, he had intended to extinguish its consciousness entirely. However, during a moment of enlightenment, he devised a technique titled the 3000 Firebird Sutra. This technique was specifically designed for the cultivation of fire attribute birds. It allowed the firebird to transform into a fire essence entity, rendering it impervious to ordinary physical attacks and enabling it to manifest copies of itself through its consciousness. These copies could instantly absorb fire energy, forming their own fire essence bodies. Thus, even if the original perished, its consciousness could be reborn within these copies. However, the creation of these copies required recovery time. Excessive splitting could lead to the death of consciousness, which was precisely what Zhou Er desired. Now, possessing 28 Firebird avatars, he ensured they would not overshadow the original due to his control. Zhou Er gazed at the original Firebird, confident that the nourishment from the 28 avatars would soon give rise to a new consciousness, one devoid of hostility towards him. He envisioned allowing this newly born consciousness to refine the 28 avatars, thereby achieving his desired outcome. As time passed, 4 years after the awakening of their martial souls, Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan diligently practiced the Zhou Tianqi method in the valley, nearing level 20 at the age of 19. Meanwhile, Ren Fong trained in a grove within the valley, surrounded by abundant celestial vines enveloping a massive tree, which was ensnaring a century-old spirit beast, absorbing its soul, power, and nutrients. This continuous influx of energy enabled Ren Fong to transform the celestial vines, gradually morphing them into a serpentine form complete with a head, eyes, and fangs. Regrettably, it was merely an exterior illusion, yet it served to bewilder those who encountered it. Subsequently, the mass of vines fused together, increasingly resembling a human figure, before abruptly collapsing into a tangle of vines. Was his control still insufficient? Ren Fong furrowed his brow, contemplating. It was still not enough. He remained unable to execute the techniques his elder brother had described. While he pondered deeply, Mill and Bai Yuhang were also engaged in their own training. Zhou Er stood atop the highest point of the valley, observing their diligent efforts. Over a month prior, he had already reached level 30. Yet he refrained from hunting for his third spirit ring, choosing instead to wait for Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan. Surely, they should soon achieve level 20. He thought as he glanced toward the distant Soto city. I am 10 years old this year, the same age as Tang San. Dai Mubai is 3 years older than Tang San. At the tender age of 12, Dai Mubai ascended to the rank of a soul master, achieving the impressive level of 29 upon entering the great fighting arena. On Tuesday, gazing into the distance towards the grand arena of Soto City, a smile graced his lips. Soon, he would encounter these principal characters, marking the onset of his bountiful season, a perfect opportunity to assess their growth. As the winds surged behind him, Tuesday sprouted wings of air and soared skyward towards Soto City. Upon nearing the vicinity of the city, he gracefully descended and began his approach. Contemplating the image he wished to present, would his appearance, shrouded in all-encompassing features, influence his potential title? After all, the significance of titles cultivated over the years often surpassed that of innate power. It was impossible to completely conceal his visage. It was equally unwise to reveal too much, lest he inadvertently acquire some peculiar title. Contemplating strange titles, Tuesday furrowed his brow. With his current strength, an ordinary soul sovereign posed no challenge. If one were to account for the Triflame True Fire, even a soul saint or soul delaw would find themselves scorched or gravely injured. The offensive capabilities of the Triflame True Fire approached that of a title delaw. Below that rank, as long as their speed did not exceed his, anyone facing his Triflame True Fire would need to tread carefully. As he approached the grand arena of Soto, he produced a mask that obscured half of his face and donned it. Within Soto City, the strongest beings were merely a few soul saints, with only the agile Flender presenting any real threat to Tuesday. After invoking the Triflame True Fire, he could be regarded as a formidable soul delaw, albeit with certain drawbacks. Entering the grand arena, he proceeded to the registration area. There were already 2 individuals ahead of him in line, and Tuesday patiently waited. One of the waiting individuals turned to glance at Tuesday, then frequently cast furtive looks in his direction. Is there something you need? Tuesday inquired, his brow furrowing. Nothing, it's just that I've never seen heterochromia before, came a response. Tuesday observed the individual's dual-colored eyes, but chose silence. Is that Dai Mubai? Someone ahead announced their name. Name, Dai Mubai. Age, 13. Martial soul, white tiger. What is your soul power level? The registrar presented a blue crystal ball. 29, Dai Mubai stated, placing his hand upon the crystal ball. A radiant light emanated, prompting the registrar to complete the registration. Nodding, he reclaimed the crystal ball and tossed Dai Mubai an iron soul badge. Instead of departing, Dai Mubai lingered nearby. Name, Tuesday. Age, 12. Martial soul, Linglong Bauda. What is your soul power level? He produced the blue crystal ball once more. 30. The staff member glanced up, astonished at the glowing light, and nodded in acknowledgement while completing the registration. He then handed Tuesday an iron soul badge. 30. And you plan to compete just days before hunting soul rings? Aren't you concerned about injury affecting your performance? Dai Mubai interjected. Are you suggesting that a great soul master could injure me? Tuesday replied, his expression impassive. Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Tuesday. What? Do you truly believe a great soul master cannot harm you? Indeed, Tuesday replied, his demeanor unchanging, causing Dai Mubai's frustration to mount. Arrogance. I wager you have never encountered a top-tier martial soul, Dai Mubai retorted, turning away. Observing Dai Mubai depart, Tuesday cast a glance at the registrar. His fabricated age of 12 surprised some, yet failed to create a stir. If he had claimed 10, surely the entire Soto city would have echoed with the news. Shaking his head, he proceeded to the waiting area. At this moment, Dai Mubai approached a stocky middle-aged man. Xiaobai, what troubles you? Teacher Zhao. I encountered a rather arrogant individual. However, a 30 level at just 12 years of age indeed has a reason to be boastful. 30 at 12? Are you certain? Zhao Wujia expressed astonishment. The level I observed during the assessment was accurate, though his age is uncertain. Yet judging by his appearance, it cannot be more than a few years off. Zhao Wujin nodded. Even if he exaggerated by 2 years, he is still a genius. Dai Mubai then moved to the adjacent waiting area, preparing for his impending match. The current competition was nearing its conclusion, featuring an agile beast martial soul against a weapon martial soul. The beast martial soul, utilizing speed, launched a relentless assault. Yet the weapon martial soul seized an opportunity and struck him down. After the announcement of victory for the weapon martial soul, both competitors vacated the stage, and the next battle commenced. Now, let us welcome Dai Mubai, a 29-level soul master with a white tiger martial soul, to face Tuesday, a 30-level with the Linglong Baoda. Hearing the announcement, a smirk formed on Dai Mubai's lips, perfectly aligned with my desires. Is he the individual you just mentioned? Zhao Wuji queried. Indeed, Teacher Zhao. I shall take the stage now. With that, he strode toward the arena. At the same time, Tuesday arrived on the battleground. When Tang San enrolled, Dai Mubai was reportedly at 37 levels. Now he stood at 29, a mere 8 levels gained in 2 years, a rather sluggish ascent. If the competition featured 2 teams boasting Soul Kings, the resulting commotion would be monumental, and the rewards of his own origin would be substantial. Among the most promising contenders, he certainly ranked high. As he observed Dai Mubai approach, he recalled his title, Thousand-Man Slayer. That title unmistakably indicated the amount of time he had devoted to pursuits of pleasure. Had he channeled that time into cultivation, he might have reached the level of a Soul King. I did not anticipate encountering you so soon. Allow me to demonstrate the disparity between a top-tier martial soul and an ordinary one. Tuesday regarded Dai Mubai in silence, aware of the royal pride he must possess. Let me stoke the flames of your fury. Dai Mubai's anger flared as he perceived Tuesday's indifference. All right, both contenders have arrived. The match commences. As the announcer's voice echoed, Dai Mubai bellowed, White Tiger, manifest. 2 yellow soul rings rose, enveloping him in the ethereal shadow of a white tiger. Meanwhile, Tuesday merely summoned his tower. Our contestant Dai Mubai has revealed both his martial soul and soul rings. Yet contestant Tuesday has only summoned his martial soul. The announcer remarked in astonishment. Is contestant Tuesday not preparing to utilize soul skills? This is quite surprising. One wonders what thoughts are running through Dai Mubai's mind. Damn it, do you look down upon me? Dai Mubai roared in fury at this spectacle. Tuesday remained silent, his expression void of emotion, continuing to provoke Dai Mubai's nerves. The first soul skill, the White Tiger's protective shield. After Dai Mubai employed his initial soul skill, he opened his mouth, aiming at Joair. The second soul skill, the White Tiger's blazing light wave. Chapter 26, A Painful Defeat. The innate barrier of true energy. Joair extended his hand forward. The shield formed by soul power successfully blocked Dai Mubai's radiant wave. Observing the ripples on the shield, it was evident that the power of a top-tier martial soul far surpassed that of an ordinary one. Dai Mubai surged forward, instantaneously appearing before Joair, his sharp tiger claws lunging at him. Joair retreated half a step, sidestepping the attack, and delivered a powerful palm strike towards Dai Mubai's chest. With a resounding thud, Dai Mubai intercepted the blow with his fist, the tremendous force impacting both of them. Dai Mubai staggered back 2 steps, regaining his balance, while Joair, who had merely recoiled slightly from the palm strike, remained unscathed. Dai Mubai, in disbelief, gazed at Joair, who was significantly shorter, yet possessed a strength surpassing his own. Without uttering a word, Dai Mubai continued his assault, throwing punch after punch at Joair. Slap, slap, slap. Joair's palm strikes akin to slaps, repeatedly deflected Dai Mubai's fists. Time and again, Dai Mubai attacked, only to be repelled, his complexion growing increasingly flushed. His breathing became rapid, sweat dampening his hair, and his hands trembled slightly. After yet another repulsion, he stood at a distance, gasping for air. Joair, observing his swollen right hand, lifted his head and addressed Dai Mubai. Is this the distinction of a top-tier martial soul? I have witnessed it. Hearing Joair's words, Dai Mubai glanced at his own disheveled appearance and the inflamed hand. Do not underestimate others. Dai Mubai roared, exerting force in his legs to surge towards Joair. raising his fist to strike. With a crash, Zhou Er bent down, delivering a palm strike, soul power coalescing into a handprint that crashed into Dai Mubai's chest. Dai Mubai was sent flying, crashing against the edge of the battle arena. As he lay on the ground, Zhou Er spoke indifferently. I have witnessed a top-tier martial soul. Yet I have seen neither top-tier effort nor top-tier awareness. I presume you have never encountered such things either? Allow me to show you what true effort, combined with top-tier awareness and innate talent, truly resembles. With that, Zhou Er stepped forward towards Dai Mubai. With the first step taken, Zhou Er's presence became overwhelmingly grand. The entire venue fell silent, the previous cheers and shouts abruptly ceasing. Zhou Er's aura filled every corner of the arena, his imposing momentum merging with an indomitable will, oppressing everyone present. The weak and timid felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. This was Zhou Er's method of cultivating an aura and consciousness. Inspired by the Conqueror's Haki from One Piece and concepts of aura from Hunter x Hunter. As Zhou Er's aura intensified, Dai Mubai's breaths became increasingly frantic. His teeth clenched as he attempted to rise, yet his legs felt as though they were losing strength. The intense pain caused his hands to tremble slightly. Zhou Er approached Dai Mubai, observing his disheveled state, and remarked, pale complexion, labored breaths, excessive perspiration, and weakened limbs. With this appearance, it seems you've spent your training time pursuing women, haven't you? Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, striving to stand, but the immense pressure rendered his body unresponsive. Do you understand why there is such a disparity? Zhou Er crouched down, intending to provoke him one last time. Because all I see in your eyes is weakness and a cowardly will, while I possess the confidence to triumph over anyone. This gap as time passes will manifest just as it does now. Afterward, Zhou Er retracted his overwhelming pressure, and Dai Mubai felt a sudden lightness, collapsing unconscious. Zhou Er turned to the announcer, startled, regained composure, and declared Zhou Er the victor. Though the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, murmurs of the earlier scene filled the venue, no one daring to speak loudly. A shadow darted from the audience, landing on the battle arena with a thud. After checking Dai Mubai and confirming he was merely unconscious, Zhao Wujia turned to Zhou Er. Kid, this is a contest. Didn't your elders teach you to show mercy? Zhou Er cast a glance at Zhao Wujia and replied, whether I was taught to show mercy, I cannot recall. However, I was taught to lend a hand to those who have strayed. Zhao Wujia frowned, glancing at Dai Mubai. What do you mean? You can ask him yourself, but let me warn you, my methods of helping are rather forceful. Just then, the announcer approached the stage, hastily stating, gentlemen, this is the great arena. Please do not disrupt the subsequent matches. Though the announcer addressed both men, his main focus was clearly on Zhao Wujia. Kid, I will remember you, Zhao Wujia declared before leading Dai Mubai off the battle arena. Zhou Er cast one last glance at them before also descending from the arena. After registering points, he exited the great arena, heading towards the outskirts of Soto City. Upon leaving Soto City, while walking through the woods, he halted, standing still. After a brief pause, Zhou Er spoke, are you not coming out? You've been following me for so long. If you do not emerge now, the opportunity will be lost. Zhao Wujia slowly stepped out from behind, chuckling at Zhou Er. Didn't he expect you to notice? Observing Zhou Er's impassive expression, Zhao Wujia continued, kid, I am Zhao Wujia, a soul sage and the vice president of Shrek Academy. 7 soul rings illuminated around Zhao Wujia. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 accompanied by an overwhelming aura. Kid, you are a genius, but even geniuses require proper nurturing. Join Shrek Academy. It is an institution that cultivates exceptional talents, capable of transforming you into a formidable being. I refuse, Zhou Er replied, expressionless. Why? Zhao Wujia frowned at this response. Only hunting dogs are trained to hunt. Even so, they cannot rival the tiger. Hearing this, Zhao Wujia scoffed. What nonsense? Zhou Er interrupted, his voice calm. You need not waste your breath. I will not go. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia suddenly seemed to remember something, grinning as he spoke. Kid, I forgot to mention, I also have a habit of helping those who have strayed. As he spoke, Zhao Wujia suddenly appeared before Zhou Er, reaching out to grasp him. Chapter 27. The battle at that moment, a gentle breeze enveloped Zhou Er, allowing him to swiftly evade Zhao Wuji's massive hand. He countered with a powerful palm strike, the Great Monument Palm, aimed directly at him, with a resounding thud. The palm's imprint struck Zhao Wuji. "Is that all you've got?" Zhao Wuji remarked, patting the spot where he was hit. Observing the unmoving Zhao Wuji, Zhou Er summoned the exquisite treasure pagoda with his left hand, instantly shrouding the area in mist. "Boy, you aren't planning to flee, are you?" Zhao Wuji called out loudly through the fog, attempting to provoke Zhou Er into revealing his position. As Zhao Wuji continued to shout, a water droplet cannon, concealed by the mist, launched an assault towards his mouth. Just as it approached, Zhao Wuji sensed the incoming attack. Second soul skill, Mighty Vajra Palm. He struck forward with his palm, shattering the water droplet cannon effortlessly. "Your attack lacks power," Zhao Wuji exclaimed, all the while crushing the incoming water droplet cannon. Aside from the echo of his own voice, there was no response. Frowning, Zhao Wuji shattered yet another rapidly approaching water droplet cannon. As he pondered whether Zhou Er had indeed escaped, suddenly, a high-speed spinning water ring surged towards him. Zhao Wuji slapped at the water ring, which did not disperse, but instead spun rapidly in front of him, creating a shrill sound from the friction of the ring against his soul power. "Huh!" Zhao Wuji bellowed, his soul power surging, ultimately exploding the water ring. "That attack was decent, but still feels like a mere tickle." Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. "Boy, I wonder how much soul power you have left. With such dense mist, how long can you maintain it?" He kept moving, silently assessing the size of the fog. Unfortunately, Zhou Er remained silent, but the attacks intensified. In the impenetrable fog, visibility was non-existent. Not a sound escaped Zhou Er, making it impossible for Zhao Wuji to discern his location. Blocking the incessant assaults, Zhao Wuji mused, this boy's attacks seem endless. How can he possess so much soul power? His cylindrical attacks are manageable. They burst upon impact. But that water ring is a bit troublesome. If my soul power wanes, I can't possibly withstand its cutting force. Cutting force? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Zhao Wuji. After detonating another water ring with his soul power, he waited patiently for the next one to come. Before long, another water ring attacked. Zhao Wuji seized the opportunity, slapping the side of the ring with a resounding boom. The water ring shattered instantly. "Ha ha ha, boy, I've discovered the weakness of your soul technique." Then all attacks ceased. Zhou Er, standing atop a distant tree, lowered his right hand. The offensive capabilities of his self-created soul techniques were commendable, but he hadn't anticipated the water ring's inherent flaw. Looking towards the distance, Zhou Er observed Zhao Wuji running about, shouting, yet unable to escape the fog. Without perception skills and with such formidable defenses, he is an excellent target for testing techniques. However, Flanders is a close combat soul saint with flight capabilities. Though they are superior and subordinate, Zhou Er pondered, considering their deep connection forged through the establishment of Shrek Academy in this remote place. Very well, I shall teach him a lesson. With that thought, Zhou Er raised both hands, and the wind surged throughout the mist. Numerous whirlpools manifested, tearing apart everything around them. Zhao Wuji steadied himself in a horse stance, bracing against the force of the surrounding turmoil. Another skill, a self-created soul technique. Impossible. How could he muster such soul power on such a scale? Zhao Wuji surveyed the swirling whirlpools, listening to the cacophony of sounds emanating from all directions. The whirlpools spun rapidly, producing a fierce wind. Are there others? No, this cannot continue. A sense of foreboding enveloped Zhao Wuji as he perceived the sounds closing in. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared ahead, and a sense of impending doom surged through his mind. First soul skill, immovable king body. In that instant of crisis, Zhao Wuji instinctively activated his first soul skill. A brilliant golden light erupted, repelling the whirlpools and mist within a 3-meter radius. Yet the red light did not dissipate. Before him loomed a ball of flame. Zhao Wuji resorted to his martial soul's true form. 7th soul skill, Mighty Vajra Bear True Form. 7 soul rings emerged, enveloping Zhao Wuji from head to toe. The black 7th ring radiating light. A vast amount of soul power coalesced around him, and a colossal bear, towering over 5 meters, materialized before him. First soul skill, immovable king body. Immovable king body. Immovable king body. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Wuji harnessed the abilities of his martial soul's true form, unleashing the first soul skill repeatedly, 13 times in quick succession. Golden light radiated outward, intertwining to envelop the entire 3-meter vicinity. However, it failed to force back the Samadhi True Fire. The flames consumed the advancing golden light, creating a circular void centered around the fire. Though he could not drive back the Samadhi True Fire, he had expended much of its power. It scorched the legs of the mighty Vajra bear true form, creating a deep pit before extinguishing. Ah! Zhao Wuji cried out in agony, the martial soul's true form dissipating as he plummeted to the ground. Though there were no visible injuries on his legs, the intense burning pain surged through his mind. In that moment, the mist began to dissipate, and Zhao Wuji, gritting his teeth against the pain, surveyed the desolate surroundings. Struggling to rise, he clasped his hands together and said, Junior did not know the elder was here. I beg your forgiveness for any offense. After a moment of silence, with no response echoing back, Zhao Wuji, still trembling, continued, If the elder has no further business, I shall take my leave. Once again, silence greeted him. After waiting briefly, he began to walk slowly in the direction of Soto City. After a few hundred meters, he suddenly quickened his pace, sprinting madly towards Soto City. At an intersection, he encountered a horse-drawn carriage. Inside sat a man named Xiao Xian, a teacher from Shrek Academy, a food system sole emperor of over 60 levels. He had entered the city alongside Zhao Wuji, though he had come to Soto City for supplies. Dai Mubai had been left resting in this carriage by Zhao Wuji. Upon seeing Zhao Wuji in such a disheveled state, Xiao Xian was taken aback. Vice Dean, what happened to you? Be cautious of your surroundings. We must return to Shrek Academy. After uttering those words, Zhao Wuji succumbed to pain and fainted. Xiao Xian rushed to support him, lifting him into the carriage, and then drove off into the distance. Chapter 28. Hunting soul beasts. Zhao Wuji gradually regained consciousness, staring blankly at the ceiling. Old Zhao. Hearing the voice, Zhao Wuji turned to his side and saw Flanders standing nearby, visibly relieved at Zhao Wuji's response. Boss, what happened to me? What time is it now? This is the second day of your visit to the Great Spirit Arena. Your body is mostly fine, but your martial spirit has sustained some injuries and may require a few months or even half a year to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji breathed a sigh of relief and touched his somewhat weakened left leg. Flender, observing Zhao Wuji's demeanor, inquired with a hint of confusion, what exactly happened? It's one thing for Dai Mubai to have sustained some injuries, but why are you injured as well? After a moment of silence, Zhao Wuji replied, Yesterday, I took Dai Mubai to the Great Spirit Arena for a match, and we encountered a young boy, a 12-year-old with a soul power of level 30. He engaged in a contest with Dai Mubai and defeated him. I presume that is how he acquired his injuries? Flender, intrigued by this revelation, adjusted his glasses and asked, What about that boy? Zhao Wuji shook his head. The boy was completely unscathed. He effortlessly overpowered Dai Mubai. He then recounted the entire battle scene. Afterward, I sought out that boy, only to be reprimanded by his elder. How do you know this? Zhao Wuji asked, astonished. Flender replied, How can I not know your reckless nature? Old Zhao, have you considered that a 12-year-old with level 30 soul power, coupled with such formidable combat skills, could not possibly be alone? It's obvious he has support. I understand your intention to recruit him into Shrek Academy, but our enrollment period is already passed. His absence here indicates he has no desire to join us. You attempting to recruit him, given your personality, would naturally lead to a confrontation. Fortunately, he showed restraint. Otherwise, with such unique injuries. Flender shook his head, curiosity piqued. What type of martial spirit does he possess to be capable of inflicting damage upon your martial spirit? I cannot ascertain, Zhao Wuji replied, shaking his head as he recounted the scene. When I activated my martial spirit's true form, I unleashed the unmovable king body. But I could not repel that flame at all. Instead, my unleashed soul power was continuously scorched. The flame struck my martial spirit's true form on the left leg, burning a significant hole. Recalling the sensation from that moment, Zhao Wuji expressed his trepidation. Such an attacking ability must be at least that of a soul de law, perhaps even a title de law. Flender nodded thoughtfully. Among the known title de law, none possess such flame capabilities. It must be a soul Dolua. However, with such offensive prowess, it approaches the level of a title Dolua. No wonder my martial spirit's true form was shattered. Zhao Wujin nodded in agreement. Old Zhao, you ought to reconsider your reckless nature. Have you not suffered enough? Flinder admonished. As time passed, a few days later, within the secret valley, Zhou Er gazed at Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan ahead of him. You both have reached level 20. Let us proceed to hunt for soul rings. Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan nodded in agreement and followed Zhou Er out of the valley, traversing through the woods towards the Stardow Forest. Brother, what attribute will you choose for your third soul ring? Zhou Shan turned to Zhou Er and asked. Earth or metal attribute, Zhou Er replied, observing his surroundings as they walked. Then I shall choose either the earth or metal attribute as well, Zhou Shan echoed after hearing the response. I select these attributes because I currently lack defensive capabilities. What about your choice? Zhou Er turned to Zhou Shan with curiosity. It doesn't matter which attribute I choose. I might as well choose the same as you. Zhou Shan shrugged casually. Yuan, what type of soul skill are you considering? Zhou Shan inquired, redirecting his attention to Zhou Yuan. Perception type. The lack of visibility greatly limits my abilities, Zhou Yuan pondered before responding. At that moment, Zhou Er examined Zhou Shan and remarked to Shan, you have broken through to the innate realm. Zhou Shan nodded. Yes, I just achieved it yesterday. Zhou Er contemplated Zhou Shan's second soul ring, weighing whether to absorb one of 900 years or 1,000 years. The breakthrough to the innate realm had transformed Zhou Shan's body, allowing him to withstand the power of a 1,000-year soul ring. However, Zhou Er furrowed his brow, realizing that selecting a 1,000-year soul ring would draw too much attention. Even without utilizing soul skills, he possessed formidable combat capabilities, but Zhou Shan, without his soul skills, could not fully unleash his potential. It seemed he would need to devise a method to utilize soul skills without revealing his soul ring upon returning. Rubbing his temples, Zhou Er turned back to Zhou Shan. Shan, now that you have broken through to the innate realm, your body has undergone a transformation. For your second soul ring, select the 1,000-year soul ring. All right, brother, Zhou Shan replied with a nod. Yuan, how many years will you choose for your second soul ring? Zhou Er paused before inquiring. Second brother, I will choose the 100-year one. I lack confidence in the 1,000-year. Zhou Yuan responded after careful consideration. Very well. Zhou Er nodded and continued forward. As they entered the Stardow Forest, the surroundings grew dim and the sounds around them quieted. Leading them onward, Zhou Er encountered several soul beasts along the way, but they did not meet the required criteria and were swiftly chased away. Suddenly, a silvery light appeared ahead as a butterfly fluttered towards them. Moonlight butterfly. 899 years. Perception. Moonlight. Upon seeing Zhou Er, the moonlight butterfly immediately turned and fled into the distance. Zhou Er extended his hand, summoning a vortex of mist to ensnare it, drawing it closer. He grasped it firmly. Yuan. 899 years. A perception-type soul beast. What do you think of this one? Zhou Er asked, looking at Zhou Yuan. Second brother. That's the one. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement. Drawing his dagger, he approached and swiftly dispatched it. A yellow soul ring emerged, and Zhou Yuan sat down to absorb the soul ring. The violent soul power twisted Zhou Yuan's features momentarily, but he did not exceed his limits. As time passed, his expression gradually calmed, and the tumultuous soul power was assimilated. The soul ring absorption was successful, and Zhou Yuan opened his eyes, rising to his feet. How is it? What is the effect of your second soul skill? Zhou Er inquired, now that Zhou Shan's soul ring had been successfully absorbed. Second brother, my second soul ring is of the perception type. Its effect is to create a perception barrier centered around the wishful pearl, extending 100 meters, and anyone possessing the wishful pearl can also benefit from this perception. Moreover, the perception barriers of up to 10 wishful pearls can be stacked, achieving a distance of 1,000 meters. Additionally, with each increase of 10 levels, each pearl's perception barrier increases by 100 meters. Zhou Yuan looked towards Zhou Shan. Second brother, I am currently at level 23. The perception barrier can extend to 3,000 meters. When combined with the Shan's martial spirit and its powerful self-destruct capability, we can eliminate soul masters of the same realm from an extreme distance. But I cannot throw at 3,000 meters. Yuan, Zhou Shan replied helplessly. Shan, isn't your first soul skill capable of transforming into a bird? There exists a certain degree of tracking capability that warrants thorough examination and modification, enabling it to achieve long-distance flight and pursue adversaries. On Tuesday, Zhou Er glanced back at Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan, elucidating the true essence of soul skills. A Shan, a Yuan. The soul skills you have obtained from your soul rings are not merely abilities. They can serve as templates. Once you comprehend the principles behind each effect, you may freely combine them to forge new skills. For instance, my primary soul skill not only summons the Ming snake, but also conjures mist. I have developed various techniques utilizing this mist. After speaking, Zhou Er demonstrated skills such as the water droplet cannon, water ring, and vortex. Brother, this is merely your first soul skill. Zhou Shan gazed in astonishment at the chaotic scene before him, resembling the aftermath of a tornado. Indeed, Zhou Er nodded. For an ordinary individual, if their soul skill is mist, it is likely used solely for obscuring vision. Zhou Er summoned a water ring with a flourish, severing the grass that obstructed their path. Ashan, your first soul skill, the Crimson Flame Bird Gun, can transform your soul power into flames. That is its first characteristic. It can also propel you forward instantaneously. That is the second characteristic. The flames can morph into a bird and track targets within a certain range. These are the third and fourth characteristics of your soul skill: flight capability and tracking. Zhu E Pausit, Edressing Zhu Shan. Ashan, if you master these attributes and thoroughly investigate their principles, you will undoubtedly avoid the predicament of having too few soul skills. Brother, I will incorporate these into my training. Zhou Shan nodded earnestly. A Yuan, your soul skill is rather unique. I am uncertain what advice to offer. You must personally attune to your soul skill. Zhou Er turned to Zhou Yuan, expressing a hint of helplessness. Zhou Shan nodded in agreement. A Yuan's soul skill seems to grow in accordance with the increase in soul power. The first soul ring grants an increment of 1 for every 10 levels. The second soul ring bestows an additional 100 meters for every 10 levels. Zhou Er contemplated the portrayal of martial souls in the original narrative. It seemed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's Seven Treasure Glazed Tower martial soul possessed a similar trait, albeit with a different effect of increasing soul skills by 10 for every 10 levels. The quality of the martial soul merely determined the consumption of soul power. Zhou Er turned to observe Zhou Yuan, pondering. A Yuan's martial soul, on the other hand, seems to grow in capability based on the quality of the soul rings. Brother, what are you thinking about? Zhu Shan inquired, noticing Zhu Er Silengse. I am contemplating the characteristics of a Yuan's martial soul. What are those characteristics? Zhou Shan asked. Curiosity piqued. Zhou Er regarded the quiet Zhou Yuan and began his explanation. A Yuan, the 2 soul rings you currently possess can grow with an increase in soul power. This should define the characteristic of your martial soul. Brother, it seems I possess a similar trait. Zhou Shan stated uncertainly. You do. Please elaborate. Zhu Er replied, astonished. Brother, after acquiring my first soul ring, the self-detonation of my martial soul significantly strengthened. However, thereafter, my soul power's increase enhances the explosion's potency slightly with every level. Why did you not mention this to me? Brother, I thought this was normal. Zhou Shan replied with a hint of exasperation. In the future, should such occurrences arise, please inform me. I can adjust your training regimen accordingly. Zhou Er addressed both Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan. Understood, second brother. They both nodded. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Before them appeared a horned bull, towering over 2 meters and measuring 4 meters in length. 2 enormous sharp horns protruded from either side of its head, its body enveloped in chunks of black rock resembling armor, albeit riddled with cracks. Heavy rock bull, 1,456 years. Rock gravity. With a resounding thud, the massive heavy rock bull stumbled forward, crashing to the ground and sliding a short distance, its head resting directly before Zhou Shan. Brother, what is happening? Zhou Shan stared, wide-eyed, at the soul beast. A soil-type soul beast over 1,400 years old. Perfect for you. What are you waiting for? Zhou Er offered a dagger. Though Zhou Shan was momentarily dazed upon receiving the dagger, he quickly regained his composure, stepping forward to pierce through the eye of the heavy rock bull. A purple soul ring then ascended. Zhou Shan promptly sat down, beginning to absorb the soul ring. Zhou Er assessed the heavy rock bull before turning to Zhou Yuan. A Yuan, stay alert. Protect Ashan. Understood, second brother. Zhou Yuan positioned himself beside Zhou Shan, ready to defend. Zhou Er then stationed himself behind the heavy rock bowl, gazing in the direction from which it had come, summoning the Linglong treasure tower with his left hand, observing the distance. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, with not a sound to be heard. Time passed slowly until suddenly, disturbances arose in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. A similarly muffled sound approached, yet this time it was markedly different. The forest echoed with the noise of heavy objects collapsing, trees falling one after another, uprooted and crashing to the ground. Strangely, no smoke emanated from the scene. Soon, a towering figure emerged in the distance, its robust limbs supporting a broad body, muscles rippling across its form, with dark green skin extending to its head. The enormous sharp horns resembled crystalline structures, radiating a blue luminescence. Land beast. This is bad. Upon sighting the land beast, Zhou Er turned to flee with Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan. Yet, an unusual sensation compelled him to turn back to face the creature. Chapter 30. Third soul skill and second soul skill gazed upon the land beast, standing over 3 meters tall. Land beast, 9992, earth motion. It was not the 50,000-year land beast, a 9,000-year creature. Observing the 9,000-year land beast, Zhou Er furrowed his brow. Originally, he intended to select a third soul ring between 7 and 8,000 years, but he had not anticipated encountering a 9,000-year land beast. Earth, motion. Such tags could attract a 50,000-year Titan giant ape for battle. Zhou Er was unwilling to forfeit this soul ring and resolved to take the risk. At that moment, the land beast halted its advance, and the gravitational force enveloping it dissipated. Now is the time. Swift resolution. Zhou Er unfurled the wings of wind from his back and charged forward, a mist enveloping the area. The land beast, shrouded in the mist, emitted a roar and struck the ground with its forelegs. Boom! The earth cracked beneath the impact. The gravitational force reformed, yet it did not hinder Zhou Er's movements. Approaching the land beast, he executed a side jump, positioning himself before its left eye. Summoning the 3 flames True Fire in his palm, he struck towards its eye. Roar! The land beast emitted a pained howl, only to be silenced abruptly as its brain was reduced to ashes. The land beast's body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of smoke. Enshrouded in a veil of mist, it was utterly impossible to discern the swirling fog. A violet soul ring ascended from the body of the terrestrial beast. Zhou Er sat cross-legged and communicated with Zhou Yuan, who was on the other side of the fog. Using his soul power, Yuan, protect Ashan. Once Ashan awakens, you two wait for me, right there. Hearing his words, Zhou Yuan nodded and remained still, quietly awaiting his return. Zhou Er gazed at the violet soul ring before him, exhaling slowly as he commenced the absorption of a 900-year-old soul ring. In an instant, a tempest of soul power surged within Zhou Er's body as he activated his Zhou Tianqi method to dissipate the overwhelming energy. Yet, the ferocity of the soul power inflicted tremendous pain upon him, contorting his face in agony as sweat poured down. At that moment, the incompletely mastered 5 Qi towards origin technique began to take effect. With the kidney energy of the water essence and the heart energy of the fire essence working in tandem to mitigate the violent soul power. As the soul power continued to be diffused, the soul ring gradually integrated into Zhou Er's being, descending slowly from above his head until it melded with him. The grimace on Zhou Er's face softened, and he gently opened his eyes. Without a moment to ponder, he retrieved the corpse of the terrestrial beast and hastened to Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan, urging them to flee quickly towards the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Uncertain of whether the 50,000-year-old beast lingered nearby. In the secret valley, Zhou Er set down Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan, who collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Brother, must you always carry us away like this after hunting for soul rings? I can hardly catch my breath. Zhou Yuan, still somewhat dazed, nodded in agreement at Zhou Shan's words. Zhou Er chuckled at the two, saying, "This will not happen again." He raised his hand and struck out to the side. With a resounding boom, a palm print, condensed from soul power, manifested on the earth, measuring over 1 meter in length. Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan gazed in astonishment at the colossal imprint. Second brother, how is your third soul ring's amplification so remarkably high? Zhou Yuan asked, his surprise evident. Indeed, Indeed, Zhou Shan chimed in eagerly. It is not merely the amplification of the third soul ring, but rather the earth essence within me, Zhou Er explained, sensing the earthy energy surging through him. The earth, as the source of vitality and energy, has significantly enhanced my physique and blood vitality, resulting in such an impressive amplification. Brother, what is your third soul skill? Zhou Shan inquired curiously. Aside from that terrestrial beast, it is this misty earth. Zhou Er summoned the exquisite pagoda, and a cloud of mist enveloped the area, thick with dust. Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan began to cough violently amidst the haze. Brother, cough, cough. Second brother, cough, cough. They exclaimed, struggling against the choking fog. Zhou Er dispelled the mist, revealing the two who could barely keep their eyes open. Second brother, cough. Your soul's skill harms the enemy by 1,000 but injures yourself by 800. Zhou Yuan remarked, still coughing. The Zhou Tianqi method allows for internal breathing. You both have focused solely on cultivating soul power and training your martial souls, neglecting a thorough study of the Zhou Tianqi method, Zhou Er replied, shaking his head. This approach is insufficient. Upon returning, you must enhance your combat capabilities. By the way, Ashan, what is your second soul skill? Zhou Er turned to Zhou Shan with interest. Brother, my second soul skill is the heavy rock bull spear, Zhou Shan announced as his violet soul ring glimmered, transforming the wooden spear's form. The spear's material became dense like rock, elongating at the tip, with blade-like projections extending from the base, resembling bull horns, each a third the length of the spearhead. The tips of the horns converged near the spearhead, forming a heart shape to increase the damage inflicted upon a foe's body. Brother, its capability is gravitational collapse. By aiming the spear tip upward, a soil spike will emerge at the indicated location, lifting a person and suspending them in the air. Zhou Shan demonstrated, excitedly swinging the spear downward, unleashing a powerful gravitational force that yanked the suspended individual toward the ground. The earth would then generate an opposing force, causing secondary damage. Zhou Shan was particularly animated. Brother, moreover, my replicated spears have increased by 2. I now possess a total of 3 replicated spears. After speaking, 3 replicas, each slightly smaller than the original, materialized in his hands. With a 100-year soul ring, 1 additional spear is created, 1,000 years yield 2, and a 10,000-year soul ring grants 3, correct? Zhou Er pondered aloud. Can your second soul skill be thrown? Zhou Er asked. Brother, let me try. Zhou Shan replied. Contemplating the question, he aimed toward the valley, activating his second soul ring, and prepared to hurl the replicated spear into the distance. With a whoosh, as the spear was cast, a small cluster of soil spikes erupted from the ground below. As the replicated spear reached its apex and began to descend, a thunderous crash echoed as the spear tip struck the cluster of soil spikes, shattering them instantly and compressing them into the earth without a trace of smoke. The replicated spear plummeted rapidly, causing the ground to sink in, and when it struck the earth, a deafening roar erupted, fracturing the terrain. The opposing forces unleashed, combined with the explosion of the replicated spear, created a vast crater. Ashan, your first soul skill possesses a tracking effect, and your second soul skill's gravity can immobilize opponents, coupled with the explosive power of your martial soul. Zhou Er observed the scene from afar and nodded. A fundamental combat system has been established. We can now commence training for real combat capabilities. Chapter 31. The Great Soul Arena. Zhou Er, accompanied by Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan, strolled through Soto City. All 3 donned with masks as they made their way toward the Great Soul Arena. A month had passed since their soul ring hunt, during which time the two had become familiar with their second soul skills. Although Zhou Er had not revealed his soul rings or developed a method to utilize soul skills without displaying them, he had devised an alternative approach. This method, while requiring the soul rings to be displayed when using a soul skill, allowed the corresponding soul rings to illuminate according to the skill's rank. For instance, activating the second soul skill would illuminate the first and second soul rings, while the third would remain dormant. The advantage of illuminating the soul rings was to facilitate a swift transition to a state of 100, although this approach would prevent them from achieving that state rapidly. Here we are, exclaimed Zhou Er, as the trio beheld the imposing Great Soul Arena before them. How grand it is! Zhou Shan marveled at the colossal structure. Let's proceed. I shall register you both. All right, they agreed, nodding in unison. Zhou Er led them to the registration area, where they swiftly completed the process and received 2 Iron Soul badges. Subsequently, Zhou Er guided them to a secluded spot. The hierarchy of these soul badges range from iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, to diamond. A victory in a match awarded 1 point, while a defeat deducted 1, with every 100 points leading to advancement. I have set your target at the Gold Soul badge, Zhou Er stated, assessing the 2. The Great Soul Arena hosts numerous soul ancestors and soul masters. Yet soul kings are exceedingly rare, almost non-existent. Therefore, you must achieve your goal before reaching level 49. Is it really that difficult? Zhou Shan expressed his skepticism upon hearing the news. In the Great Soul Arena, battles of the same type were limited to just 1 per day, with only 3 categories: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles, which required a minimum of 7 participants. Thus, they could only compete twice daily, even with a 100 win rate. It would take 150 days to attain the Golden Soul badge. Moreover, as time progressed, the arrangements for personnel would become increasingly time-consuming. You should go ahead and register for the 2-on-2 match. I will wait for you over there, Zhou Er instructed, pointing in the direction ahead. Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan nodded and proceeded to sign up, while Zhou Er made his way to the registration area to update his soul power level. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Zhou Er. He turned to find Dai Mu by approaching. You are Zhou Er, right? I want to challenge you to another match. Dai Mu Bai exclaimed eagerly. After briefly assessing Dai Mu Bai's soul power, Zhou Er turned away in silence. Hey, don't walk away. Zhou Er, Dai Mu Bai shouted. But Zhou Er paid him no heed as he reached the registration desk, presenting his badge and placing his hand on the blue crystal ball. Level 34. Dai Mu Bai observed the dazzling glow, his fists clenched tightly, his skin taut as if it might reveal his bones. In over a month, your soul power hasn't changed at all. It seems you are not cut out to be a soul master, Zhou Er remarked, glancing back at the rigid Dai Mu Bai. You might as well return to being the young master of your family. This place is not suited for you. With that, Zhou Er walked toward their designated meeting point, leaving Dai Mu Bai frozen in place, speechless. Mu Bai, that boy is the one who defeated you. Flander approached from behind, addressing Dai Mu Bai. Dean, Dai Mu Bai snapped back to reality upon hearing Flander's voice. Dean, I want to go back and train. Once I reach level 30, I will challenge him. Even if you reach level 30 and acquire a soul ring to become a soul master, what difference does it make? You may obtain your 3rd soul ring, but he will also have his 3rd, Flander chastised. Dean, Dai Mu Bai began, but Flander cut him off, speaking earnestly. From what you have described, that young man's combat ability is extraordinarily high. He is a monster among monsters. Mu Bai, you are growing, but so is he. If you focus solely on immediate victories and defeats, you will eventually lose all your fighting spirit, just as you did last month. Flander placed a reassuring hand on Dai Mu Bai's shoulder. You should concentrate on your own growth, strive to catch up and surpass him. Only then can you continue to grow stronger without losing your determination. Taking Flander's words to heart, Dai Mu Bai nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, Zhou Er murmured to himself, is the pressure too intense? Perhaps his despair is just what he needs. He shook his head. Second brother, Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan approached, inquiring about their registration. Did you sign up? Yes, we did, second brother. They replied enthusiastically. Aren't you participating in the 2-on-2? Zhou Shan asked, puzzled. 2-on-2? The source of power in the second match is minimal in a short span of time. Zhou Er contemplated before responding. No, if I intervene, the other person won't gain any experience. By the way, what is the name of your duo? We call ourselves the Spirit Pearl Duo. They replied in unison. It's composed of characters from our martial souls. As Zhou Er pondered, an announcement echoed from above. The 6th match of the 2-on-2 is about to begin. The Wolf Pig Duo will face the Spirit Pearl Duo. It's our turn, Zhou Shan exclaimed upon hearing the announcement. All right, go ahead. Remember, your safety is the most important thing. Zhu affirmed. The two nodded and made their way to the arena. The next match is about to commence. Please welcome both teams. With the host's declaration, the competitors entered the arena. The Wolf Pig Duo consisted of a tall and a short member. The short one was stout, while the taller one had a lean build. Well, look who we have here, 2 little kids. This isn't a place for you. The tall man sneered, raising an eyebrow. You might as well concede now, or you'll end up getting beaten so badly that even your mothers won't recognize you. Observing Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan, the shorter man furrowed his brow. Luolong. These kids are not to be underestimated. Do not take them lightly. The tall man waved his hand dismissively. How formidable could they possibly be? A Yuan. I'm going to smash that guy's mouth, Zhou Shan declared through gritted teeth. Right? Zhou Yuan replied with a serious expression. At that moment, the host finished introducing the teams and announced the commencement of the match. The Wolf Pig duo versus the Spirit Pearl duo. Let the battle begin. As the match commenced, all 4 participants activated their soul rings. Soul of Unity Pearl. Zhou Yuan's 2 yellow soul rings glowed, and 10 pearls materialized in his hands. 2 of them expanded instantly, attaching themselves to Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan. First soul skill, Wine Spirit Shield. Second soul skill, Perception. As Zhou Yuan unleashed his soul skills, Zhou Shan simultaneously activated his first soul skill. First soul skill, Crimson Flame Firebird Spear. Zhou Shan's yellow soul ring illuminated, transforming the wooden spear into a new form. Zhou Yuan extended his hand forward, launching 5 spirit pearls. Clang, clang, clang. The spirit pearls flew swiftly through the air, knocking down all incoming spines. Go ahead and attack with confidence. Luo Lang, utilizing his first soul skill, Roaring Power, bellowed. Second soul skill, Gale Claw. Luo Lang's martial soul, a lone wolf, manifested as its claws grew larger and radiated light. With a swift lunge, Luo Lang charged at Zhou Yuan, crossing his arms and swinging forward. 6 claw marks lunged toward Zhou Shan, who merely smirked at the assault. With flames surging from the spearhead, Zhou Shan accelerated forward, the flames taking the shape of a bird's head as they shattered the claw marks. As Luo Lang rolled to evade the fiery strike, Zhou Shan ceased his advance, pivoting to thrust at Luo Lang with renewed vigor. In an instant, the Crimson Flame Firebird Spear, engulfed in flames, swept toward Luo Lang's face. Having just regained his footing, Luo Lang's expression hardened at the sight. With his claws enveloping his spinning fist, he retaliated against the torrent of flames. Bang! After blocking the Crimson Flame Firebird Spear, Luo Lang swiftly retreated, channeling his soul power to extinguish the residual flames. Are you reliable, Hao Zhu? Luo Lang yelled back. All the spines I fired were blocked by that kid's pearls. That kid is simply a monster, Hao Zhu explained, drenched in sweat. At this moment, Zhou Yuan stood still, with 3 orbs orbiting around him like satellites, extending his hand to control 5 distant orbs, effectively thwarting any attacks aimed at Zhou Shan. Hey Yuan, how is it? Zhou Shan exclaimed as he rushed back. It's nothing. These attacks are easily deflected, Zhou Yuan casually replied while warding off the spines of the porcupine. Hey Yuan, I have an idea. Let me fly, Zhou Shan said, his face brimming with excitement. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, and the orbs enveloping Zhou Shan glowed brightly as they ascended into the air. Flying? Flight. The porcupine stared in astonishment, as flying abilities were quite rare. Behold my Crimson Flame Bird. Zhou Shan, now airborne, summoned a replica spear that radiated flames and hurled it downwards at the porcupine. The flames transformed into a bird, charging towards the porcupine. Sensing danger, the porcupine immediately activated its second soul skill, Thorn Armor. The spines on its back illuminated with a brilliant light, forming a shield of sharp spikes that enveloped it like a turtle's shell. The Crimson Flame Bird, upon colliding with the shell, was deflected away. Zhou Shan skillfully controlled the rebounding replica spear to prevent it from exploding, conjuring another spear which transformed into a Crimson Flame Bird that he launched once more. He then reached out a draw in the rebounding spear and, noticing another one also bouncing back, he directed it towards the Thorn Armor. A turtle shell, he mused, turning to the side where Luo Lang stood, a menacing smile spreading across his face. Witnessing this, Luo Lang shuddered and swiftly dodged a flying Crimson Flame Bird by sidestepping, jumping, or rolling on the ground to evade the relentless barrage from above. In a state of panic, he shouted, Porcupine, withdraw your second soul skill. Let me take cover before you use it again. You can't have that much soul power. He will run out soon. Hearing his plea, the porcupine gritted its teeth and retracted its second soul skill. Luo Lang seized the opportunity, rolling and leaping to the porcupine's side, just as another Crimson Flame Bird soared towards them. In that critical moment, the turtle shell appeared to shield them from the incoming bird. Zhou Shan, observing from above, remarked, its offensive power is unimpressive, but the turtle shell is deployed quite swiftly. Continuing his aerial assault, Zhou Shan unleashed more crimson flame birds. Meanwhile, Joair, watching from the spectator's platform, contemplated strategy. A bomber. That's a brilliant idea. Any entity lacking flight capability or powerful ranged attacks will be thoroughly restrained. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, like a bomber, it has its own weaknesses, ammunition supply, or in this case, soul power. Continuously using soul skills depletes energy rapidly. Outshine has already transcended to the innate realm, significantly enhancing his recovery ability, which addresses this concern. But how long can a Yuan endure? Noticing Zhu Yuan sweating profusely, Zhu pondered. Boom! Boom! Zhou Shan observed the cracks forming on the turtle shell. Glancing back at Zhou Yuan, whose brow glistened with sweat, he brandished the crimson flame bird spear and lunged at the shell, the flames morphing into a bird that shattered the shell upon impact. Instantly, he was before Luo Lang, delivering a sweeping attack that shattered his teeth, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious, with teeth scattered nearby. I concede, I give up. The porcupine stammered in terror. The match concluded with the spirit orb combination emerging victorious. Please proceed to the next stage for score registration, the announcer proclaimed upon hearing the surrender. After casting a glance at the porcupine, Zhou Shan turned and approached Zhou Yuan, supporting his breathless form as they descended from the battle arena. A Yuan, can't you usually fly for over 40 minutes? Why was it only 20 this time? Zhou Shan asked, puzzled. If flying alone, I could maintain it for over 40 minutes, but just now I had to sustain my first and second soul skills, using the 5 orbs to block attacks. The energy consumption doubled. Zhou Yuan replied, catching his breath. I plan to choose a third soul ring that increases soul power and recovery ability. I estimate it will take a long time to reach the innate realm. There's no hope in the short term. Zhou Yuan shook his head, reflecting on his training aptitude. A Yuan, your soul skills continuously drain energy. You indeed need to select a recovery skill. Zhu interjected, nodding in agreement. Moreover, your soul skills are capable of growth. The third and fourth soul rings can be of 1,000-year quality, providing recovery ability is not a waste. Leading the two, Joair directed them to the observation area. Rest here and contemplate the mistakes made in this battle. My match is about to commence. We will return after it concludes. The two nodded in acknowledgement. Joair's match was about to begin. He stepped onto the stage and faced the 3 yellow soul rings of the Soul Master, feeling no sense of danger. Swiftly, he concluded the battle and descended from the platform. Excluding the Samadhi True Fire, my current strength should surpass that of Tang San, who employs hidden weapons at level 30. Considering the presence of a 9,000-year land beast, Joair mused internally as he approached the observation area. Tang San's power partially relied on hidden weapons. However, I differ, as my strength is enhanced primarily through soul power and martial souls, apart from the Samadhi True Fire. Joair turned back to the battle arena, realizing, in this competition, I can exhibit my full potential. Upon reaching the observation area, he addressed the two. Let us return. Brother, you were incredible. A single palm strike brought that soul master down. Frank adjusted his glasses from the opposite side of the spectator platform. Not a single soul ring activated. You defeated a soul master of equal caliber purely through soul power, strength, speed, timing, an extraordinary genius, alongside those 2 young men. Frank pondered, shaking his head. What a pity they are unwilling to join Shrek Academy. However, being in Soto City, they can still inspire others in the academy. As time passed, Joair returned to the secret valley. Upon entering, he spotted Meyer relentlessly kicking a wooden post. Meyer, why haven't you rested? Julia inquired. Second brother, Brother Shan. Brother Yuan, Meyer greeted the trio. I am training harder, second brother. Joair frowned at the response. What will I do to think of extra training? Second brother, my physical fitness is the weakest. I thought I would utilize the evening for some additional practice. Julia Zeit, Mia. The training I designed for you is tailored to your physical development. Overtraining like this will only injure your body. If you wish to continue training tonight, I have another regimen prepared for you that you can begin early. On Tuesday, Zhou spoke seriously to Mir. However, your additional physical training must cease. It will only harm your body. All right, brother, Mir replied, nodding fervently. Brother, what kind of training is it? Zhou Shan, curious, inquired from behind. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou responded, training is somewhat complicated. Let me demonstrate the preliminary results. He then turned to Mir and an overwhelming presence enveloped the surroundings, creating a domain of immense energy. A colossal mental pressure bore down on the souls of the three, leaving their bodies feeling as if they were stripped bare in the biting cold of winter. Zhou Shan's legs felt weak, and he reached out to steady Zhou Yuan, who similarly supported him. Zhou observed Mir, who was gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, straining against the pressure. Soon, the immense weight lifted, and the three sighed in relief. You all should take a rest. Mir, come find me tomorrow, and I will teach you how to train, Zhou said before retreating to his room. The remaining three exchanged glances and helped each other back inside. Early the next morning, Mir awoke with the sun, noticing the kitchen filled with the aroma of cooking. After tidying up by the stream, he entered the kitchen. Ren Fong, let me assist you, he offered to the busy Ren Fong. Mir, why are you up so early? Ren Fong asked, slightly puzzled. I was too excited to sleep, Mir replied, sharing the events of the previous night. Yesterday, I encountered Brother during my extra training. He told me to stop the physical enhancement as it could harm my growth. However, I can still train my consciousness, and today I am beginning new training, which has me quite exhilarated. Ren Fong nodded thoughtfully, resuming his tasks in silence. Why are you so quiet, Ren Fong? You usually don't say much, Mir remarked, straightening up to face him. What should I say? Ren Fong replied without looking up. For instance, what is my training? How strong is everyone's soul power? What progress have we made? As Mir listed these inquiries, Ren Fong calmly responded. I trust that Brother's training plan is sound, and you all will surely succeed. This left Mir momentarily speechless. Alricht. Soon, the meal was ready and served at the table. Zhou and the others had also risen. After breakfast, Zhou led Mir to an open area. Mia, the training I will conduct involves harnessing your consciousness to channel emotions, aura, and belief into a form of mental attack, Zhou explained, walking up to a large tree. For example, if I wish to kill someone, I must first harbor the intent to kill, he stated, locking eyes with Mir. A chill swept over Mir as Zhou described the emotions of anger, hatred, and greed, which would amplify the aura. Mir felt an intense cold envelop him, as if caught in the depths of winter, coupled with a resolute will and an unwavering belief in success. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated in Mir's mind, and the world around him dimmed, suffused with an air of death. As the sensation faded, Mir gasped for breath. Brother, that feeling was terrifying. I couldn't even move. Zhou approached, explaining that was merely the basic effect of mastering this skill. You must not only develop this ability, but also adapt to this type of attack. He gestured toward Zhou Yuan and the others training elsewhere. They too must acclimate to such assaults. Mir nodded, eager to learn more. Brother, what is this advanced ability? Can I experience it? Certainly, Zhou replied with a mysterious smile, his eyes fixed intently on Mir, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. Despite the intensity, Mir managed to withstand it. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou slowly raised his hand to his chest and then fixed his gaze on Mir. With a swift motion, he struck forward, condensing his soul power into a palm strike that collided with Mir's head, resulting in a resounding impact. Mir stumbled back, crashing to his knees, supporting himself on the ground as he gasped for air. How do you feel? Zhou inquired as he stepped closer. Brother, it felt as if my head was just exploded, Mir exclaimed, incredulous, touching his scalp. Indeed, had I unleashed my full power, your head would have been obliterated. Zhou confirmed with a nod. Is this the advanced ability? Mir asked, brimming with excitement. How does one achieve such power? I simply firmly believe that my strike could crush your head and transmitted that conviction to your mind, Zhou explained, observing his palm. Then, wouldn't your opponents hesitate to strike at all? This ability is truly invincible, Mir exclaimed. Zhou shook his head, clarifying, it's not that simple. If an opponent's strength far exceeds mine, even if such thoughts manifest in their mind, they would not be swayed. Additionally, those with strong willpower can resist it. He helped Mir to his feet, continuing, for such individuals, this ability only serves to distract a portion of their focus, yielding limited effects. However, against those of equal strength or those with weaker resolve, it can indeed prove advantageous and save considerable time. Brother, what should we call this ability? Mir inquired. I haven't thought of a name yet, Zhou replied, shaking his head. Please name it. This skill is extraordinary. Let us call it Apex Domain, Zhou suggested casually. Now, let us commence your training. He interrupted, beginning to outline the various details, precautions, and tasks necessary for the training. One step at a time, they embarked on this journey. Meanwhile, Ren Fong sat on a stone, pondering a question. Brother mentioned that the world is filled with energy. My martial soul absorbs energy to enhance its capacity. Slowly, a vine sprouted from his hand, stopping its growth when it reached a meter in length. Although he could still control the vine, he could not alter its length or thickness. If I could manipulate the vine to absorb energy from the world around me for my growth, Ren Fong mused, observing the vine in his hand. In that case, I would only need to control it. This would greatly minimize my soul power consumption. And my first soul skill, wild growth. Essentially, it is about enhancing the speed at which the vine absorbs energy. Ren Fong relinquished the vine in his grasp, allowing it to take root in the soil. He subsequently employed his first soul skill, wild growth, ceasing the input of soul power and quietly attuned himself to its essence. Even in the absence of soul power, the celestial wood vine voraciously absorbed the surrounding energy, its roots delving deep into the earth, tapping into the planet's vitality. A multitude of vines began to dance in the air, drawing in energy from the atmosphere, continuously generating more and more tendrils. Ren Fong meticulously sensed this process, and as the effect of the skill concluded, he exerted himself to maintain the vine state. 1 second, 2 seconds. The state lasted merely 2 seconds before dissipating. Yet he carefully reflected on the sensations he had just experienced. Ren Fong invoked his first soul skill once more, persistently utilizing it to gauge the effects and extend the duration of the skill. Time flowed steadily onward, and at a certain moment, Ren Fong felt as if he had become one with the celestial wood vine. The ability to absorb everything flowed through him naturally. The celestial wood vine grew wildly, swiftly encircling Ren Fong and forming a vast circle around him. He halted this growth, yet continued to command the vine to absorb the energies of heaven and earth. Although the vine incessantly drew in energy, saturation was inevitable. At the moment of saturation, it was as if some barrier had been breached through the vine's transformation. The energy was transmuted into pure soul power, surging into Ren Fong's being. Boom! The relentless influx of soul power propelled Ren Fong's circulatory technique into a frenzied operation. This state of unity with the celestial wood vine resembled a harmonious fusion of heaven and man. In this elevated realm, soul power was continuously absorbed, and the level of the circulatory technique was progressively enhanced, until at last, Ren Fong transcended into the great circulation realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes to behold Joer. Elder brother, how do you feel? Anything discomforting? Soit inquired, observing Ren Fong's awakening. No. Why are you here, elder brother? Ren Fong replied, shaking his head in slight confusion. Joer gestured towards the darkening sky, stating, the sky has grown dim, and you have yet to return. I had to see what was amiss. However, I didn't expect you to break through to the great circulation realm. By my calculations, you shouldn't have achieved it so soon. Elder brother, I was just about to tell you. My martial soul has undergone a new transformation. Ren Fong proceeded to elaborate on the state of unity he had experienced with the celestial wood vine. Why does that sound so much like an immortal technique? Joer pondered upon hearing the description. After careful consideration, he remarked, the union of a martial soul indeed bears resemblance to the realm of heaven and man. At that moment, you must have possessed some innate abilities, allowing you to effortlessly dissipate the immense soul power and elevate your realm. Can you still achieve that effect? So asked Ren Fong. Ren Fong closed his eyes to attune himself once more, then shook his head. I cannot replicate it, but I can now freely control the celestial wood vine to absorb the energies of heaven and earth, significantly conserving my soul power. Joer nodded solemnly, advising Ren Fong. You must firmly remember this state. It will greatly assist you in attaining the innate realm. Understood, elder brother. Ren Fong affirmed. Now let's disperse these vines. It's time for dinner. Joer pointed at the sprawling vines on the ground. Ren Fong nodded and dissipated the vines entirely. He then stood, following Joer toward a nearby building. Chapter 35. The Battle of Mir as time gradually passed. A year later, Joer turned 11. Throughout the year, due to the Earth Spirit's essence, his body had been absorbing soul power and growing, resulting in only a few levels of increase in soul power. Meanwhile, Ren Fong and his companions had each acquired their second soul ring. Ren Fong's second soul ring influenced by that quasi-immortal state, significantly enhanced both his physical strength and the level of his techniques. Additionally, he fortuitously encountered a unique soul beast perfectly suited to him. Despite being a 999-year-old 100-year soul beast, he successfully absorbed its soul ring without peril. This soul beast was a vine, capable of transforming its branches into pursuit serpents for hunting. These pursuit serpents, much like ordinary soul beasts, possessed a degree of awareness. This 999-year-old vine could manifest 9 pursuit serpents, and Renfeng's second soul skill gained the ability to spawn 9 such sentient serpents, endowed with the power to release venom and sense the essence of souls. The most remarkable aspect of this soul skill was its ability to generate sentience. Should this ability be thoroughly studied, its benefits for Renfeng would far surpass those of other skills. Mir acquired his second soul ring from an 863-year-old soul beast, gaining the skill Death Charge. Upon activation, his speed surged by 300% as he charged forward with his horns, instilling a sense of deathly pressure upon all in his path. Those unable to escape this sensation would be rendered immobile. Following the charge, the speed enhancement would gradually wane over 5 seconds until it vanished. This skill complemented the aura of dominance remarkably well as he trained in the aura. Death Charge could also be amplified. Bai Yuhang's second soul skill was Illusionary Eye. A mere gaze into Bai Yuhang's eyes would plunge one into an illusion. Those with strong mental fortitude could swiftly escape or even become immune, while the weak would find themselves ensnared. This effect rendered enemies incapable of observing Bai Yuhang's martial soul, lest they succumb to the illusion. Without the ability to assess Bai Yuhang's martial soul, adversaries could not predict the trajectory of his energy attacks, plunging them into a significant disadvantage. At this moment, Zhou Er brought the 5 of them to the Grand Spirit Arena in Soto City. The 6 individuals donned masks, and whispers surrounded them as they entered, yet they paid no heed to the murmurs. "Elder brother, is this the Grand Spirit Arena? What a grand structure!" Mia exclaimed, gazing at the imposing edifice. "Indeed, let us proceed." Zhou Er nodded, leading the 5 into the arena. Mir followed closely behind. Upon entering, Renfeng, Mir, and Bai Yuhang, who had yet to register, proceeded to complete their registration. The process was uneventful, and once finished, Zhou Er informed them, in addition to one-on-one matches, there are also 2-on-2 and group battles. We lack the numbers for group battles, but you can sign up for 2-on-2. A Shan and a Yuan have already formed a team. After hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. Bai Yuhang then glanced at Renfeng and Mir, saying, "You two should form a team. My martial soul is a long-range artillery type. I wish to hone my ability to adapt to unexpected situations by facing enemies alone. In team battles, circumstances can change rapidly, and I would likely be the target, so I must improve my adaptability." Meyer and Renfeng nodded upon hearing the news, then turned to Bai Yuhang and said, "Take care of yourself. Yuhang, if things go awry, surrender. After all, you are only at level 22. Juya adresset Bai Yuhang. Don't worry, I will be cautious." Bai Yuhang responded with a nod. Subsequently, everyone settled in the observation area, eagerly awaiting the commencement of their matches. At that moment, Zhou Er heard an announcement. The 2 combatants are set to engage. The first is Dai Mu Bai, a soul master with the beast spirit, White Tiger. His opponent is also a beast spirit user, the Explosive Bear. Zhou Er watched as Dai Mu Bai took to the stage, his 3 soul rings illuminating around him as he carefully sensed his soul power, estimating it to be around level 35. In just over a year, he had ascended 6 levels. Discounting the enhancement from his soul rings, he had progressed about 3 levels. Observing Dai Mu Bai battling another soul master, Zhou Er mused. There is still a little over a year until Tang San arrives. Even if he only gains 3 levels this year, he will reach level 38, surpassing the original storyline. Zhou Er chuckled as he watched Dai Mu Bai conclude his fight swiftly. It seems the thrill has indeed had some effect. Just then, another announcement rang out. Meyer's battle is about to begin. Renfeng's match had just concluded, with his opponent falling victim to carelessness, ensnared by an unseen force, leading to a depletion of soul power and ultimately surrendering in exhaustion. Another child. Why are there so many youngsters lately? The fiery chick from a few days ago was also quite young. Meyer observed a burly man who absent-mindedly touched a burn mark on his shoulder. "Hey, why are you dazed? Get ready for the battle." or you might miss your chance. Meyer called out loudly to the distracted giant. Kid, you should be cautious as well. The burly man, now alert, responded. The giant then summoned his spirit, revealing a massive shield over 2 meters tall, which shielded his entire body. Upon activating his soul rings, 2 yellow rings appeared around him. Seeing Meyer had unleashed his spirit, the giant bellowed, "Second soul ring. Shield charge." With that, the second yellow ring glowed, and the giant charged toward Meyer, who countered with his second soul skill, Death Charge. As Meyer unleashed this ability, the giant's advance was abruptly halted by an overwhelming sense of oppression and an encroaching feeling of death, forcing him to stop in his tracks. His legs trembled, and his body stiffened as he instinctively grasped the shield tightly before him. In an instant, Meyer was before the shield, gripping it and pushing it backward. The shield screeched against the floor as the giant struggled to maintain his grip, gradually being forced back until he ultimately fell off the battle platform. The announcer declared Meyer the victor. Chapter 36. By Yu Hang's battle, the burly man, watching from below the platform, spoke to Meyer. "Thank you for showing mercy, young one. My name is Zhang Han, and I run a blacksmith shop in the city. If you ever visit, I'll give you a discount." Meyer replied casually, "Uncle, I can't help but feel you say that to everyone who defeats you." Zhang Han laughed heartily, his laughter almost masking his embarrassment. "Ha, you are quite amusing. Little one, I must be off now. Remember to mention my name when you come by my shop." After saying this, Zhang Han hurried away, and Meyer moved towards the observation area. "Do you know that person?" Zhou casually inquired upon seeing Meyer. "No. He claims to be the owner of a blacksmith shop and offer me a discount for future purchases." Meyer shook his head. "However, I suspect he says that to everyone who defeats him." Zhou nodded in agreement, and then spoke about the earlier match. "You can now freely control the charge of your second skill." Meyer nodded excitedly. "Brother, I can enhance my speed at will, even without lowering my head to charge. I can directly amplify my speed. The second soul skill has 3 effects, and I can now freely control the sensations of death and speed enhancement. The only one left to master is the armor-piercing ability for my horn." After listening, Zhou nodded, just as Bai Yu Hang's match was set to begin. The combatants for this match were Bai Yu Hang, with the spirit of the Cyclops, and his opponent, Ma Hongjun, who possessed the evil fire phoenix spirit. "Hey, little brat, how old are you to be here? Did you hear the introduction? My spirit is a phoenix. If you don't want to get hurt, you should surrender now." Ma Hongjun shouted at Bai Yu Hang after assessing his height. "Hey, why aren't you speaking?" Bai Yu Hang coldly scoffed at Ma Hongjun's loudness. "You talk too much." He then summoned his spirit, a large single eye accompanied by 6 smaller ones, floating beside him. "Wow, your spirit is disgusting. Just watch mine." Ma Hongjun declared, unleashing Phoenix Possession. A purplish-red glow erupted from him, radiating immense heat, as a shadowy figure resembling a phoenix enveloped him. 2 yellow soul rings then appeared around his body. "Is that what you call phoenix?" Bai Yu Hang chuckled lightly at Ma Hongjun. "What are you trying to say, kid? This is indeed a phoenix." Ma Hongjun replied, his voice tinged with indignation. "Oof, a phoenix that can't fly? Are you a ground-dwelling phoenix?" Bai Yu Hang retorted with a cold snort. "You little brat, I can walk or fly whenever I want. It's none of your business." Ma Hongjun fumed angrily. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. With the match underway, Ma Hongjun immediately launched his attack. First soul skill, Energy Ray. Bai Yu Hang's Cyclops spirit emitted an energy beam, blocking Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire Line. Simultaneously, he directed the 3 smaller eyes to unleash energy rays in a triangular formation. Ma Hongjun halted his fiery assault, deftly dodging to the side while glancing at the 6 smaller eyes hovering around. "What kind of pathetic spirit is that? How can it attack separately?" he shouted, still managing to converse while evading. Bai Yu Hang, unimpressed by Ma Hongjun's chatter, coldly retorted and commanded the 3 flying smaller eyes to attack, leaving Ma Hongjun in a precarious situation. "Damn it. Second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix." With a loud bang, fierce purple flames erupted from Ma Hongjun, who then cupped his hands to his mouth and unleashed a thicker fire line toward Bai Yu Hang. Bai Yu Hang controlled the massive single-eyed creature and unleashed an energy beam. With a resounding bang, the 2 beams collided, unlike before, where they neutralized each other. This time they held for a moment before the Phoenix Fire Line broke through Bai Yu Hang's energy ray. However, it was subsequently shattered by 3 smaller energy rays that followed. "Damn it, you're outnumbering me." Ma Hongjun shouted as he leaped forward, dodging one of the smaller energy rays. He quickly regained his footing and sidestepped another small energy beam. He then faced Bai Yuhang, raised his hands, and launched another Phoenix Fire line. This time, the fire line was once again blocked by 2 successive attacks. As Ma Hongjun approached closer, Bai Yuhang waved his hand, commanding the giant single-eyed creature to unleash 6 additional eyes, launching a simultaneous assault on Ma Hongjun. 7 energy rays enveloped him. Ma Hongjun widened his eyes, staring at the incoming energy rays. His body erupted in a fierce purple-red flame, and he shot forth a robust Phoenix Fire line from his hands. With a thunderous roar, the Phoenix Fire line broke through a portion of the energy rays. Yet, several smaller energy rays still hurtled towards him. Ma Hongjun curled his body and leaped through the gap created by the shattered Phoenix Fire. Once on his feet, he immediately positioned his hands at his mouth, launching another Phoenix Fire line towards Bai Yuhang. With a loud bang, Bai Yuhang prepared for the attack, blocked it with an energy ray, but Ma Hongjun had already charged towards Bai Yuhang, the distance between them dwindling rapidly. "Little brat, take this punch," Ma Hongjun bellowed as he swung his fist, enveloped in purple-red flames. However, just half a step away, he abruptly halted. Second soul skill, Illusionary Eye. Bai Yuhang's eyes radiated a purple glow as he fixed his gaze upon Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun lowered his raised fist, his body stiffening as he turned and began to walk slowly to the side, inching closer to the edge of the battle platform. Yet, the closer he got to the edge, the more rigid his body became, as if 2 entities were controlling him. Upon reaching the platform's edge, he stopped, lifted his leg, then lowered it, repeating the action. Bai Yuhang frowned, observing this peculiar behavior. He quickly approached and kicked Ma Hongjun forcefully in the back. With a resounding thud, he sent Ma Hongjun tumbling off the platform. "Ouch! What happened? I was so close to winning." Ma Hongjun cried out in confusion as he lay on the ground, glancing around bewildered. Chapter 37. 2 against 2. "You have lost," the phoenix on the ground remarked as Bai Yuhang addressed the fallen Ma Hongjun. "You, Ma Hongjun," upon hearing those words, pointed accusatorily at Bai Yuhang, his face filled with frustration. Without further ado, Bai Yuhang turned and descended from the battle platform to record the scores. "Come on, fatty. A loss is a loss. We can win the next one." Dai Mubai came over to lift Ma Hongjun, encouraging him. "Boss Dai, it's not that easy to win. That guy's attacks are like those of 7 people, and he also possesses psychic illusion capabilities." Ma Hongjun protested, standing up and brushing off his pants, his head hanging low. "Don't be disheartened, fatty. That guy has his flaws as well. If you can just enhance your speed, you'll be able to close in on him quickly. Winning will be a breeze then." Dai Mubai consoled, patting his shoulder, observing that Ma Hongjun still appeared distracted. Dai Mubai led him towards the viewing area. As they reached the spectator zone, they spotted Flender. Ma Hongjun stepped forward and said, "Teacher, I lost," with a downcast expression. "Do you know why you lost?" Flender adjusted his glasses, studying Ma Hongjun intently. "Teacher, that guy's martial spirit can disperse and attack from different angles. It felt as though I was besieged by 7 individuals. Moreover, he even possesses illusion capabilities." Ma Hongjun clenched his fists in frustration, and he had the audacity to call my martial spirit a ground-walking phoenix. He was clearly mocking me for having a chicken-like martial spirit. Your martial spirit, despite its inability to fly, remains a top-tier spirit. Flender replied, looking at Ma Hongjun. "That boy's soul power level is likely not higher than yours. You are of a similar age, and your soul rings are both a century old. Your martial spirit has more advantages than his." "Teacher, how could that be?" Facing that guy's martial spirit felt like being attacked by 7 individuals. "Where's my advantage?" Ma Hongjun questioned, perplexed. "Do you believe that simultaneously controlling 7 different directions of attack is solely due to his martial spirit? That boy's martial spirit likely does not significantly enhance his power. Instead, it expands his field of vision," Flender remarked, glancing towards Bai Yuhang. "Thus, he does not possess strong offensive capabilities himself, nor does he excel in mobility or defense. However, you possess enhancements in all these areas." Noticing Flender's gaze, Ma Hongjun spoke cautiously, "Teacher, but his second soul skill is a mental illusion. I was completely defenseless." "Mental soul skills can indeed be troublesome," Flinder replied, but they can be countered through specialized training to enhance resistance to such attacks. Considering your equal soul power, he shouldn't be able to control you for long. Tell me, how powerful is that boy's first soul skill? The attack power of that energy ray is slightly lower than my Phoenix Fire line. After I used my second soul skill, that energy ray could no longer hinder my offense, Ma Hongjun said, scratching his head. So, his first soul skill's attack power is inferior to yours. Yet you still resorted to your second soul skill while being suppressed by him. However, you handled it quite well, quickly identifying the enemy's weaknesses and closing in on him during the attack. Then why do you still look so defeated? Flinder's expression turned serious. Ma Hongjun spoke softly well. Flinder gazed intently at Ma Hongjun, who shivered and straightened his posture. Due to his efforts, that boy is acutely aware of his weaknesses and strengths, training himself to multitask effectively, establishing firepower suppression next to his enemy to prevent them from approaching. And you, the evil Fire Phoenix, aside from its formidable offensive capabilities, is a bird-type martial spirit, granting a certain enhancement to speed. Yet considering your earlier speed, had you been any slower, you would have been directly knocked out. Upon returning, I will commence intensive training with you, Flinder declared sternly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 2-on-2 match between Ren Fong and Mill was about to commence. The Shinting duo faced off against the Iron Lion duo. The match began. As the competition commenced, Ren Fong and Mill activated their martial spirits. 2 yellow 100-year soul rings swirling around them. Ren Fong commanded the growth of the Shinting vines, instantly sending them towards the opposing duo. An abundance of Shinting vines surged from all directions, enveloping the two. One of them was a tall, burly man with a lion as his martial spirit, while the other was a fiery woman with vibrant, wavy red hair. The woman gazed wide-eyed at the overwhelming mass of Shinting vines surging towards them. Yet she did not falter. Her martial spirit was a segmented iron whip in her hand. The first and second soul rings around her glimmered brightly. She then swung her iron whip forward, unleashing her 2 soul skills, the blade of the first soul skill and the dance of the second soul skill. The combination of 2 skills unleashed a tempest of blades before the woman, shattering all the derived celestial wood vines. Meanwhile, the Lion Man remained vigilant, fixating his gaze on Meyer, constantly shifting positions to safeguard the Wave Woman. In the end, Meyer was seen charging forward, his second soul ring glowing brightly. Without hesitation, the Lion Man opened his mouth towards Meyer, and his first soul ring illuminated. A tremendous roar resonated, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. This colossal sound, intermingled with the impact of soul power, abruptly interrupted Meyer's second soul technique. This was the Lion Man's first soul skill, the Lion's Roar. This roar, coupled with the shockwave of soul power, could disrupt soul techniques. Although it appeared formidable, it bore a significant flaw. The impact of the soul power wave was not immensely potent. Thus, it could only interrupt techniques that had just begun to manifest, not yet fully formed. However, even under such circumstances, it could only disrupt techniques of the first 3 rings. Through extensive training, the Lion Man had honed his ability to accurately discern the timing of an opponent's skill usage, allowing him to deploy the Lion's Roar effectively. Hey kid, doesn't it feel awful? That feeling of being unable to unleash your soul technique. Something you've never experienced before? The Lion Man laughed heartily after his remark. Meyer's cheeks flushed crimson. Seizing the moment while the Lion Man was laughing, he swiftly employed a quieter first soul skill, Wild Release. Meyer used Wild Release to stimulate his body's instincts, deeply utilizing his first soul technique to enhance his overall power by 5, bringing his total amplification to 45. Subsequently, Meyer's entire body turned a deep red, emanating heat, with steam billowing from his nostrils as he charged towards the Lion Man at an astonishing speed. Chapter 38. The failed coordination. Just as Meyer's acceleration was about to take effect, a shadow suddenly swooped in from the side. Meyer barely had time to cross his arms to shield his head. With a loud crack, a black iron chain struck hard against Meyer's arms. Although the blades were halted by the red vines, Meyer was still sent flying. Ren Fong hastily used celestial wood vines to block the oncoming attack from the Wave Woman, while simultaneously grabbing hold of Meyer with a vine. Meyer lowered his arms, staring at the red marks on them, gritting his teeth. He shook his hands and assumed a fighting stance. Little brat, You think you can charge in without using your soul techniques? Do you think the difference in soul power between you and your sister is just for show? The wave woman puffed out her chest, looking down at Meyer with arrogance. However, it was true that the wave woman possessed a higher level of soul power than Meyer. Meyer was currently only at level 23, while both the wave woman and the lion man had reached level 29. With a roar, just as Ren Fong was about to unleash his second soul technique, the lion man's lion's roar interrupted it. Kid, as long as I'm here, don't even think about using your second soul technique. The lion man chuckled. Noticing Ren Fong's flushed face, the wave woman swung an iron whip, shattering the celestial wood vines that had surged towards the lion man. She then shot a glance at him, and they both leapt backward in unison. Once they stood together, the woman flicked her whip a few times, clearing away the broken vines scattered on the ground. Seeing this, Ren Fong furrowed his brow. Kid, don't mistake us for those who only occasionally visit the soul arena. We've been entrenched here for a long time. Our experience in the arena far surpasses theirs. The wave woman raised her finger, pointing at the vine fragments that had been swept off the arena. This trick? I've encountered it countless times. You two should save yourselves the trouble and just admit defeat. Once again, Meyer was interrupted by the lion's roar, causing his face to redden as he questioned. You're so strong. Why do you encounter newcomers like us? Upon hearing Meyer's inquiry, the wave woman gradually retracted her smile, her expression turning serious. You've simply had a streak of bad luck after losing several matches. As she spoke, she swung her iron whip, targeting Ren Fong. Ren Fong immediately unleashed a torrent of celestial wood vines to block the iron whip, entangling it. However, with a mere flick, the wave woman shattered the vines with the blades on the edges of her whip. How can two of you, so powerful, still be on a losing streak? After glancing at Meyer, Ren Fong posed a question to the wave woman, attempting to divert her attention. We're merely ordinary martial souls. The gap between us and top-tier martial souls is like the chasm between heaven and earth, the wave woman replied expressionlessly, before glancing at Ren Fong and Meyer with a light chuckle. Of course, the disparity in soul power can compensate for the difference in martial souls. Just like now, at that moment, Ren Fong and Meyer were retreating to evade the wave woman's iron whip. Ren Fong then spoke up. How can you be so certain that we possess top-tier martial souls? As the wave woman heard Ren Fong's question, she continued to wield her iron whip, driving the two closer to the edge of the arena while seemingly reassuring them. It's quite easy to determine. Although my iron whip is just an ordinary martial soul, the unique whip techniques I have practiced for 10 years greatly enhance its cutting ability. However, cutting through your vines is quite laborious. Ordinary vines can't entangle me like that. As the wave woman skillfully manipulated her whip, driving the two further back, the lion man followed closely behind her, intently watching Ren Fong and Meyer. As for your beast martial soul companion, a single strike from my whip only left 2 red marks on his hands. If he were an ordinary martial soul, my strike would have shattered his bones. The wave woman observed Ren Fong and Meyer exchanging glances and smiled, continuing to drive them back. Only top-tier martial souls, or those specially adept in defense, would sustain such minor injuries. Your companion is clearly a beast martial soul that enhances strength. Just then, Ren Fong suddenly unleashed a multitude of celestial wood vines surging towards them. The dense vines blotted out the sky, enveloping the two. This overwhelming mass of vines left the wave woman astounded. She quickly activated her second soul technique, Dance of Chaos. Frantically waving her iron whip, she created a curtain of iron to shield against the attacking vines. At this moment, the lion man stood quietly behind the wave woman, left hand resting on her shoulder. Eyes closed, quietly sensing the energy fluctuations. Amidst the myriad of soul power waves, he suddenly detected a significant surge. He opened his eyes, a smile illuminating his face as he roared. Roar. The immense lion's roar resonated, spreading with the waves of soul power. Once again, Meyer, positioned at the edge of the arena, found his second soul technique interrupted, his face burning as he exclaimed, "Damn, how can this keep interrupting me?" Meanwhile, the wave woman flicked her iron whip, creating an opening in the dense mass of vines. The lion man crouched low, his second soul ring lighting up, propelling him forward from beneath the wave woman's arm, charging through the opening towards Ren Fong and Meyer. The lion man's second soul technique was Claw Strike. With his sharp claws, he severed several vines before launching himself towards the two, hands raised to attack. As the two approached, the claws retracted. With a swift motion, they were thrust down from the arena. The match concluded. The victors, the Iron Lion duo, Ren Fong, rose from the ground, assisted Mir up, and addressed the departing competitors, saying, "Thank you. No need for thanks. People from esteemed families like yours are not to be trifled with. If you could go easy, we would too." The Lion Man waved his hand nonchalantly. He then wrapped his arm around the waist of the voluptuous woman and headed towards the score registration area. "Bobo, if we win 3 more matches, we can save enough to rent a hunter. Then we can embark on a quest to hunt a Millennium Soul Beast," he said affectionately to the curvaceous lady. "Finally, we're nearing our goal. Once we have enough, I want to go shopping. It's been ages since I last shopped." Their voices faded as Ren Fong and Mir walked towards the spectator area. "Second brother, we lost," the two said, heads downcast. "It's perfectly normal to lose," second brother replied. "But why?" Ren Fong looked up, inquiring after hearing Zhou Er's remarks. "Those two have a higher soul power than you, and their individual strength surpasses yours slightly. Moreover, your coordination was not as proficient as theirs. Particularly, your communication was too overt. To the untrained eye, it would seem as if you were merely exchanging glances," Zhou remarked, looking at the two. Chapter 39. Jade and Stone. Ren Fong and Mir hung their heads. Zhou, observing them, patted their shoulders and said, "Your first collaboration has reached commendable heights. Besides, your soul power is significantly lower than theirs, so losing is entirely expected. Since you've identified your shortcomings, return and focus on training to address them." Upon hearing this, Ren Fong and Mir nodded earnestly. Just then, Zhou and the others concluded their matches as well, and he led everyone back to the secret valley. In the early morning, Zhou slowly awoke. After dressing, he stepped outside. A gentle breeze stirred within the valley, carrying the fragrant scent of dew. Taking a deep breath, he made his way to the stream to tidy up. Afterward, he approached a small house. After breakfast, Zhou addressed the 5 of them, saying, "Today, I must step out. You all should train diligently at home, especially in terms of coordination." The 5 nodded in agreement, and Zhou then rose and walked towards the valley's exit. Passing through the valley's formation, he headed towards Soto City. Traversing the forest, he reached the main road and continued on until he arrived at Soto City. Upon entering, he sought out an acquaintance familiar with the area, and after a brief inquiry, he arrived at the entrance of a shop. Zhou looked up at the shop sign, which was unlike the typical wooden ones. This sign was composed of stones of various shapes. He pushed the door open and entered, discovering that the interior was divided in 2. To the left were small counters, each displaying exquisite pieces of jade. The right side boasted a much larger counter, overflowing with jade of varying sizes, reminiscent of a fruit stall in a supermarket. Zhou walked over to the right side, picked up a piece of jade, and examined it. He then selected another, scrutinizing it closely. "Good day, sir." A server approached with a professional smile. The layout of the loose items section is organized in a 9-square grid. It is divided into 3 tiers, large, medium, and small sections. From left to right, there are 3 categories. The first for flawless pieces, the second for those with minor imperfections, and the last for those with more significant flaws. This is the overall distribution of the loose items section. If you find any jade pieces to your liking, please place them on this tray. "I will stand 2 meters behind you," the server said, holding a tray with both hands and smiling. "Understood," Zhou replied, beginning his selection in the general area, placing the flawless pieces on the tray behind him. The server followed closely, maintaining the 2-meter distance. After selecting dozens of pieces, Zhou declared, "That will be all." "Very well, sir. Let us proceed to the weighing area." The server nodded and led the way. After weighing the jade and completing the payment, Zhou exited the shop with his treasures, having acquired some tools before heading back towards the secret valley. Upon entering the deep valley, Zhou sought an open space, sat down, and took out a piece of jade, dividing into 3 appropriately sized segments. With his tools, he began to carve, and, after some time, intricate patterns emerged on the jade, forming a series of runes. After completing the other 2 pieces, he stood to survey his surroundings before moving to a designated spot, channeling his soul power into the runes inscribed on the jade, which began to emit a faint glow. Crouching down, he positioned the jade into the earth, ensuring precise placement for the other 2 pieces as well. Rising, He exited the formation and activated it with his soul power from outside. The runes on the 3 pieces of jade illuminated, emitting waves of energy that intertwined and fused, creating a protective barrier that enveloped the area. Within the confines of this barrier, flames erupted fiercely. Zhou Er extended his right hand towards the formation, and the palm glowed with a rune formed from concentrated soul power, allowing him to manipulate the flames within at will. The fire transformed into various shapes. Lions, tigers, soaring eagles, pythons, and fire dragons danced in the air. This was Zhou Er's innovation, the fiery array, a culmination of his studies on the convergence array and the anatomy of fire attribute soul beasts. This array could continuously generate fierce flames within and allowed for effortless manipulation. Moreover, this 3-node fiery array was the most fundamental, with more complex variants featuring 5, 7, 9, and 12 nodes. The greater the number of nodes, the wider the coverage and the more potent the flames, though it also demanded more soul power and control. Additionally, this array possessed one final capability: detonation. The rune in Zhou Er's hand glowed brightly. With a resounding boom, the flames within the array erupted violently, producing a towering inferno that sent waves of heat cascading towards Zhou Er, ruffling his hair. Where did that explosion come from? Nearby, Zhou Shan heard the sound and, intrigued, approached. Upon getting closer, he realized it was Zhou Er. Brother. Zhou Er turned and saw Zhou Shan, gesturing for him to come closer. Shan, you arrived just in time. Zhou Shan approached, observing the charred earth with curiosity. Brother, what happened here? This is the result of my array research, Zhou Er replied, clawing his hand towards the scorched ground. 3 pieces of jade soared from the earth into Zhou Er's hand, which he then placed into Zhou Shan's grasp. Shan, carefully observe the 3 runes on the jade and condense your soul power into them. Zhou Shan gazed at the runes inscribed on the 3 jade stones in his hand, a look of confusion adorning his face. Brother, what are these things? What purpose do they serve? Zhou Er pointed at the runes on the stones and replied, These 3 runes can be combined to form a formation. When applied to your martial soul, they can significantly enhance the power of your soul skills. Zhou Shan's eyes lit up at the prospect of augmenting his soul skills. He spread the 3 stones apart and picked one up for a closer examination. After scrutinizing the runes on all 3 stones, he began attempting to condense the runes using his soul power. Chapter 40. The Formation Failure. Again and again, he encountered setbacks. Yet, with each attempt, the runes he managed to condense became clearer than before. His rapid progress stemmed from the control training he had undertaken during his martial soul awakening, allowing him to familiarize himself with the structure of the runes. Soon, he was able to clearly condense the runes, and he quickly succeeded in condensing the other 2 runes as well. Shan, summon 3 copies of your spear. So you are instructed, nodding out Zhou Shan, who had successfully condensed the runes. Zhou Shan dissipated the runes in his hand and summoned 3 copies of his spear. On the tips of your spears, condense these 3 runes, Zhou Er said, pointing at the spear tips. Zhou Shan held the 3 spears, concentrating on condensing the runes at their tips. Although there were some discrepancies that led to a few initial failures, Zhou Shan's excellent control ultimately allowed him to successfully condense the runes. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he maintained the runes on the spear tips and beamed at Zhou Er. Brother, I did it. Zhou Er nodded approvingly and extended his right hand, revealing the control rune in his palm. Shan, this is the rune that governs the formation. It is formed by combining those 3 runes. Now, try to condense those 3 runes in your hand to create the control rune. Zhou Shan observed the control rune in Zhou Er's hand as it slowly separated into the 3 smaller runes before merging back together. Nodding, he began to attempt it himself. Gradually, he condensed the 3 smaller runes, which eventually fused into the control rune. Seeing Zhou Shan's success, Zhou Er pointed at the 3 holes from which the jade stones had emerged. Transform your 3 spear copies into the Crimson Flamebird spears and insert them into those 3 holes. Then, use the control rune to activate the formation. Zhou Shan maintained the runes and utilized his first soul skill to transform the spear copies into the form of the Crimson Flamebird spears. Slowly, he approached the 3 holes and inserted the spears. After securing them, Zhou Shan wiped the sweat from his face and moved aside to activate the formation with the runes. With a resounding boom, a visible wave of red soul power radiated outward, merging together to form a crimson realm. Flames erupted within the formation, and Zhou Shan watched in excitement as the flames danced. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. The formation, measuring over 2 meters in diameter, blazed with a profusion of flames that surged skyward. A massive pillar of fire began to twist, its tip morphing into the shape of a dragon's head, soaring through the air like a true fire dragon. Others in the valley observed the magnificent sight of the dragon in flight and rushed towards it. Brother, what do you think of this technique? Zhou Shan, despite the sweat dripping from his brow as he struggled to maintain the formation, turned to Zhou Er with exhilaration. Shan, you have surprised me, Zhou Er replied, marveling at the fire dragon soaring above. Once you master controlling this formation and hone your multitasking abilities, you could exponentially enhance your power. You now possess 4 spear copies. A Millennium Soul Ring can augment 2 spear copies. With another Millennium Soul Ring, you could form 2 formations. Zhou Er gazed at the towering fire dragon and spoke to the excited Zhou Shan beside him. With 2 expertly controlled fire dragons alongside yourself, it would create a 3-to-1 scenario. Shan, when strengths are not drastically disparate, the best combat strategy is often a group assault. After all, a person possesses only 1 pair of eyes and 1 brain, limiting their observation of the surrounding environment. Zhou Shan excitedly gazed at the fire dragon in the sky, nodding in response to Zhou Er's words. Just as Zhou Er was about to say more, he suddenly sensed a wave of disturbance emanating from the formation and swiftly moved to Zhou Shan's side, pulling him away. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted. A massive wave of heat, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, surged towards Zhou Er. Fog soil. Zhou Er raised his hand, summoning a thick cloud of smoke that formed a swirling shield to block the shockwave. He also conjured an innate protective aura in front of himself. With a resounding crash, the shockwave collided with the shield, which held for a brief moment before the remaining force was wholly absorbed by the innate protective aura. Although the shockwave was successfully stifled, the flames from the explosion leapt skyward, forming a colossal pillar of fire that towered above the valley, lingering for a full 3 seconds before beginning to dissipate. After blocking the shockwave, Zhou Er stood and stared at the towering pillar of fire, pondering the explosive reactions created by the self-detonation of the martial soul and the formation, both of which were fire attributes. Is this a result of a compounded chemical reaction? But the power is overwhelmingly immense. Zhou Er furrowed his brow as he surveyed the chaotic scene before him. Brother, this was caused by me? Zhou Shan stammered, trembling slightly as he leaned on Zhou Er, his face a mask of shock at the devastation laid out before them. Indeed, the explosion of the formation combined with your martial soul's explosion amplified the power exponentially, Zhou Er replied sternly, turning to Zhou Shan. Until you can control the formation with ease, you must refrain from using this self-detonation to avoid harming your companions. Zhou Shan solemnly nodded in response. Understood, brother. Just then, Zhou Yuan, accompanied by several others, flew in on a magic tool, surveying the wreckage with concern. What happened? Nothing serious. It was merely an experiment that went awry. You all should return to your training, Zhou Er reassured them, clapping his hands. Ren Fong, use your martial soul to restore this place. Ren Fong nodded and summoned a multitude of ethereal vines to turn over the soil. Zhou Yuan, go fetch that box in the left corner of my room, Zhou Er instructed, pointing toward his dwelling. Zhou Yuan nodded and made his way inside, while the others resumed their training. Shortly, Zhou Yuan returned with a small box. Zhou Er approached and opened it, revealing a substantial stack of papers. Shan, these contain my research on the fire formation, including the layout and other essential knowledge. You need to memorize it all and practice operating with these jade stones, refraining from using your martial soul for now. Only switch to your martial soul once you can adeptly manipulate the jade stones. All right, brother. Zhou Shan nodded, accepting the stack of papers and beginning to peruse them. Chapter 41. Zhou Yuan's combat abilities. Observing Zhou Shan as he studied the materials, Zhou Er led Zhou Yuan to a nearby open area. Zhou Yuan, take a look at these. On Tuesday, Zhou Er presented a stack of documents, passing them over. Zhou Yuan reached out to accept the materials, flipping through the pages methodically. After a thorough examination, he set the documents down and gazed at Zhou Er. Brother Er, these are the formations you've researched. Indeed, Zhou Er affirmed with a nod. Yuan, apart from the impact of the Wish Pearl, you possess no other means of attack. If you find yourself isolated, it would be exceedingly disadvantageous. He pointed at the formations illustrated in the documents. However, these formations are remarkably suited for the Wish Pearl, including the Illusion Formation, the Earth Armor Formation for defense, the Fire Attribute Blazing Fire Formation, and the Water Attribute Spirit Water Formation. All these can augment your capabilities in confronting adversaries and enhance your survival skills. Additionally, this Gathering Spirit Formation, Zhou Air extracted a sheet labeled Gathering Spirit Formation from Zhou Yuan's documents and placed it prominently at the forefront, is the first you must master, as it greatly aids both your cultivation and recovery after depleting significant soul power. Zhou Air took a piece of jade and divided it into 3 equal segments. Then addressed Zhou Yuan, I shall demonstrate how to inscribe these runes upon the jade. Observe closely, and then attempt to condense these runes within the Wish Pearl using your soul power. Understood. Zhou Yuan nodded attentively, fully focused on Zhou Air. Zhou Air grasped his tools and began to carve runes into the surface of the jade, intricate lines emerging and forming a rune. Zhou Yuan watched as Zhou Air skillfully completed the first rune, then picked up another piece of jade to inscribe a different rune. Soon, all 3 runes were successfully carved. Zhou Air lifted the 3 pieces of jade, identified their appropriate positions, and placed them into the earth. Yuan, the positioning of the jade is crucial. Pay careful attention. Your materials contain explanations as well. As he arranged the jade, Zhou Air shared his insights with Zhou Yuan, who nodded, following along with the documentation. Once the jade was properly positioned, Zhou Air activated the formation, causing the 3 pieces of jade to emit energy fluctuations and form a field, continuously absorbing energy from the surroundings. Yuan, come in and experience it. Zhou Air called him over after setting up the formation. Zhou Yuan entered, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes, initiating the Zhou Tian Qi cultivation method. Brother Air, the speed of cultivation with the Zhou Tian Qi method has significantly increased. Zhou Air nodded, dispersing the formation and extracting the 3 pieces of jade from the earth, handing them to Zhou Yuan. Examine the runes on these 3 pieces of jade carefully. Once you are familiar, try to condense these runes within the Wish Pearl using your soul power. Zhou Yuan accepted the 3 pieces, nodded, and began to scrutinize the runes carved upon the jade. Zhou Air moved aside, retrieving the remaining pieces of jade from the treasure tower space, cutting them into appropriately sized shapes, and then inscribing runes upon them. These runes belong to other formations, as Zhou Air aimed to carve all the runes necessary for the various formations. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan filled these runes with soul power, sensing the overall structure, and then attempted to condense the runes within the Wish Pearl. With a sudden bang, the runes scattered before reassembling, leading to failure. Condensing. Failure. Condensing. The process repeated itself, with gradual progress. After several unsuccessful attempts, Zhou Yuan paused to observe the runes, contemplating the underlying issues before resuming the cycle. Time flowed slowly. The sun dipped lower in the sky, and the light grew less harsh. After countless attempts, Zhou Yuan finally succeeded in condensing all 3 runes. At last, success. He exhaled gently, rising to stretch his limbs. He then summoned 3 wish pearls, which unfurled to the size of basketballs, emitting a soft glow. Zhou Yuan carefully condensed the 3 runes within the wish pearls, ensuring a careful execution, as the process within the wish pearl bore a striking resemblance to that outside. The 3 wish pearls gradually dispersed, moving slowly as Zhou Yuan stood at the center, finally attuning himself to their positions. At a certain moment, he sensed the correct alignment, and all 3 wish pearls settled into place. Zhou Yuan activated the Gathering Spirit Formation. The 3 wish pearls radiated soul power, forming a field that drew in surrounding energy. Feeling the influx of energy within the Gathering Spirit Formation, Zhou Yuan opened his eyes, glancing ahead. Suddenly, he took a step forward, and the now unified Gathering Spirit Formation moved in unison. As he advanced, the 3 wish pearls automatically adjusted to their respective positions. 1 step, 2 steps, Zhou Yuan continued forward, gradually increasing his pace, and the formation followed suit, with the 3 wish pearls shifting accordingly. After covering a considerable distance, Zhou Yuan halted, executing curves, turning left, right, and tracing shapes, even spinning in place and performing erratic movements. Yet, the formation remained intact, adapting to his movements seamlessly. Coming to a stop, he landed on the ground. From my observations, the formation does not break apart with my movements, Zhou Yuan remarked, addressing the wish pearls. 3 wish pearls suffice to form a formation. I possess a total of 10 wish pearls, leaving just enough for each of us. Zhou Yuan dissolved the formation, reclaiming the wish pearls. My first soul skill can negate attacks. If combined with a defensive formation, my defensive capabilities would be significantly enhanced. If the defensive formation also incorporates speed-boosting effects, increasing my flight speed, then my survivability in the arena would be largely assured. As these thoughts crossed Zhou Yuan's mind, he suddenly furrowed his brow. The consumption of soul power was a concern. Under such circumstances, it seemed unlikely that my soul power could sustain for long. If the 3rd soul ring were chosen to enhance soul power and recovery abilities, I wonder how much duration it could provide. Yuan, dinner is ready. Zhou Er approached and announced. Zhou Yuan glanced at the dimming sky, nodding in response to Zhou Er. All right, Brother Er. He then walked over to Zhou Er, and together they headed toward a nearby house. How are you managing? Julia inquired. I was just able to utilize the wish pearls to cast the gathering spirit formation. Zhou Yuan replied. What was the outcome? Zhou Er asked, nodding in understanding. Once the formation was activated, it became a cohesive whole, capable of following my movements. Zhou Er's eyes brightened at this revelation. I initially thought it could only be executed in place. The ability to move with you greatly enhances your agility. Chapter 42. Thoughts on a magic eye. This will render you exceedingly nimble in battle. Zhou Er agreed. The two then arrived at the entrance of the house, where Zhou Shan and the others awaited their return. Brother Er, Yuan, hurry over. I'm famished. Zhou Shan waved eagerly upon seeing them. Didn't you eat a chicken leg while cooking? Myler interjected, teasingly. 1 chicken leg hardly suffices, Zhou Shan retorted, shaking his head. Zhou Er took a seat at the table, saying, All right, let us begin our meal. With that, Zhou Shan eagerly dug in, and the others followed suit. On Tuesday, while dining, he observed the others, contemplating their situations. As long as Yuan continued to practice the formations, his combat strategies would be entirely sufficient. Shan's martial spirit was inherently powerful, further augmented by the formations. Turning his gaze towards Shan, Zhou Er recognized that what was needed now was an enhancement of soul power, physical strength, and control abilities. Ren Feng's state, reminiscent of celestial arts, significantly accelerated his training speed, while his physical strength continued to improve. His offensive capabilities were comprehensive and could be further developed, marked only by the potential for growth. Meyer's beast martial spirit offered a broad array of enhancements, devoid of any flaws, and possessed remarkable talent and consciousness, aligning well with innate human instincts. The 8 consciousnesses in Buddhism and the internal and external landscapes in Taoism, each representing promising avenues for advancement. Zhou Er's gaze flitted past Run Feng and Meyer to the side, whereby Yu Hang was situated. Although Yu Hang's martial spirit boasted commendable attack power and low consumption, its shortcomings were glaringly apparent. Yuan could still utilize the Rui Pearl for flight, yet the only significant enhancement provided by Yu Hang's martial spirit was to his vision, while other physical augmentations were negligible. The flaws were too pronounced, making it easy to target him. Nonetheless, even if Yu Hang undertook training in this regard, the effort would not be commensurate with the results, as his innate talent lay primarily in his eyes. The essence of those ocular techniques was merely a manifestation of skill. Zhou Er mused, resting his chin in thought. The soul rings should also be formed from the energy of soul beasts and the inherent techniques they carried, resembling a formation in their entirety. If the techniques contained within the soul rings could be used to modify the small cyclops, transforming it into a demon, even a failure would not be a cause for concern, as the small cyclops could be revived from the tentacles after death, without any impact on Yu Hang. However, if successful, it would undoubtedly amplify the Cyclops' capabilities significantly. Setting down his chopsticks, Zhou Er wiped his mouth with a nearby napkin. When advantages are sufficiently formidable, they can obscure one's shortcomings, and striving towards a path of greater talent yields the most significant rewards. After cleaning himself, Zhou Er stood and turned to Yu Hang, saying, Yu Hang, I have some ideas regarding your martial spirit. Let us experiment tomorrow. All right, second brother, Yu Hang replied with a nod. You all continue to eat. I need to contemplate these thoughts. The others nodded in agreement, and Zhou Er exited the room, returning to his own quarters. Entering his room, he walked to the bedside, removed his shoes, and sat down. Currently, there were 6 of them. A Yuan's martial spirit allowed for flight, qualifying him as a semi-control type soul master, with soul skills that offered auxiliary effects, thus being a hybrid of control and support. Furthermore, the choice of a third soul skill that enhanced soul power and recovery would bolster the team's sustained combat capacity. Outshine was a fully offensive type soul master, excelling in ranged attacks. Renfang's martial spirit was designed for widespread assault, and its energy absorption characteristic endowed him with impressive sustained combat abilities and the power to restrain enemies, making him versatile for both control and offensive roles. Meyer's martial spirit, the stag beetle, exhibited exceptional defense, offensive strength, and speed, whether serving as a frontline tank or employing the light of coupled with death charge to disrupt enemy formations. Bai Yuhang's abilities were akin to a long-range artillery platform. Should the idea of the demon eye succeed, his attacking prowess would be greatly enhanced. In that case, he could provide formidable support from the rear, targeting enemies who expose vulnerabilities. Support, jungling, mid lane, top lane, marksman. Joer chuckled softly to himself. With my versatile role, all elements necessary for a team fight were present. The following morning, after breakfast, Joer took Bai Yuhang to an open area. Yuhang, summon your martial spirit and soul rings, Joer instructed. Bai Yuhang nodded, calling forth his cyclops and soul rings. Joer stepped forward to carefully sense Bai Yuhang's first soul ring, meticulously examining the structure of the energy formed by each pattern. Once these details were firmly lodged in his mind, Joer spoke to Bai Yuhang. Yuhang, you train over there while I experiment with my ideas. I will notify you once I succeed. Bai Yuhang nodded and moved aside to meditate and practice the qi cultivation method. Initially, Joer used his soul power to simulate the structure of the soul ring and the techniques it contained. The soul power gradually formed a circular shape, slowly constructing the patterns within. However, upon completion, the formation suddenly collapsed. Observing his empty hands, Joer furrowed his brow. He began experimenting anew, but the collapse recurred. It seemed that the soul ring harbored remnants of the soul beast's will, which was likely the soul difference. If this was the reason for his failure, then a portion of the soul ring structure must correlate with the residual consciousness of the soul beast. Simply replicating the soul ring was evidently futile. Some modifications were essential. Joer contemplated the structural details within the soul ring, gradually using his soul power to separate and condense them. He continued his attempts, combining them bit by bit, making incremental modifications. As time flowed slowly, for several days, after completing his own training, Joer consistently engaged in attempts and alterations, until at last, a palm-sized circular rune materialized in his hand. The modifications were finally complete. Joer directed the circular rune toward the nearby stone and infused it with energy. With a resounding bang, an energy ray shot forth, striking the stone and creating a small crater. Chapter 43. The training of the demon. Joer dispersed the circular rune in his hand and retrieved a piece of jade, etching the rune onto it. Once finished, he sought out Bai Yuhang. Yuhang, he called, spotting Bai Yuhang practicing in the distance. Upon recognizing Joer, Bai Yuhang approached. Second brother, I have successfully improved the rune for the first soul ring, the demon eye. He raised his hand, revealing the glowing circular rune, and unleashed an energy ray that struck the ground nearby, creating another small crater. He then presented the jade, inscribed with the circular rune, to Bai Yuhang, saying, familiarize yourself with the rune using your soul power, then attempt to condense it within the small cyclops. All right, second brother. Bai Yuhang nodded and took the jade. Condensing the rune within the small cyclops posed considerable difficulty, as it was a living being, not merely a material object. Joer remarked, first, summon your second soul ring. After I observe it thoroughly, you can slowly begin to condense the rune of the first soul ring. Bai Yuhang nodded, calling forth his martial spirit and soul rings, bringing the second soul ring to the forefront. Joer meticulously observed Bai Yuhang's second soul ring, sensing its structure and patterns. As time passed, every detail was firmly imprinted in his mind. Joer nodded, all right, Yuhang. You may now attempt to condense the rune of the first soul ring. Good, second brother. Bai Yuhang responded with a nod, retracting his soul ring and moving to an open area to commence his training for the day. After the day's foundational training came to an end, Bai Yuhang embarked on his endeavor to condense runes. He retrieved a piece of jade and meticulously examined the intricate patterns etched upon its surface. Gradually, he infused the jade with his soul power, attuning himself to the nuances of the designs and the overall structure, committing every detail of the rune to memory. Once he had firmly ingrained every aspect, Bai Yuhang extended his hand, allowing his soul power to flow gently, beginning to coalesce in his palm. Slowly, the patterns of the rune began to emerge. However, a sudden fluctuation in his soul power caused the semi-formed rune to collapse, dissipating into the air. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yuhang steadied his focus and resumed his attempts, once more striving to condense the entire rune. This time, a flaw appeared in one of the patterns, leading to another failure. Reflecting on the error, he examined the jade once more before initiating the rune condensation again. Failure followed failure, yet Bai Yuhang persisted, repeating the training and steadily improving. "Yuhang, it's time for dinner," Zhou called out to Bai Yuhang. "All right, second brother," Bai Yuhang responded, glancing up to see the sun setting, the brightness of the day waning. The two then returned home for their meal. Time passed slowly, and soon darkness enveloped the sky, only to brighten again the following day. After completing his foundational training once more, Bai Yuhang resumed his rune cultivation. Days passed in this cycle of relentless practice, and finally, he succeeded in condensing a rune. Bai Yuhang gazed at the rune in his hand and summoned a small cyclopean eye, deftly controlling the three diminutive cyclopean eyes derived from his first soul ring as they floated before him. He dissipated the rune and successfully reformed it with remarkable ease. After several repetitions, he let go of the rune and directed one of the small cyclopean eyes to rest in his palm, gently condensing a rune within its form using his soul power. As anticipated, he soon encountered failure. The biological differences within the creature posed challenges. Nevertheless, Bai Yuhang did not relent, continuing his attempts to condense the rune within the small cyclopean eye. Thus began his long-term training, day after day, condensing runes until, several months later, he finally succeeded in forming a rune within the small cyclopean eye. Calming his excitement, Bai Yuhang maintained the rune within the small eye and summoned his first soul ring, carefully placing it atop the eye. As it began to rotate, it eventually stopped at a specific angle, connecting the soul ring with the small cyclopean eye and forming an energy field that gradually absorbed external energies. The small eye underwent continuous transformation, intricate patterns creeping across its sclera, culminating in a circular rune that became semi-transparent, radiating a soft glow before stabilizing. During this process, both the cyclopean eye and Bai Yuhang experienced changes. Translucent patterns began to emerge within the eye, and its size increased slightly. At the onset of this transformation, Bai Yuhang felt a sharp pain in his own eyes. He covered them with his hands, enduring the discomfort. As time passed, and the transformation neared completion, the pain subsided. With a sharp intake of breath, Bai Yuhang steadied himself, slowly opening his eyes to a world that appeared more vivid than before. The intricate patterns of distant leaves and the interspersed gaps in the grass were now crystal clear. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with energy as two beams shot forth, piercing through the leaves and striking the branches, resulting in a thunderous explosion that left two craters in the rocks below. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Yuhang couldn't help but smile, realizing that he could now utilize his second soul skill with his own eyes, a feat previously impossible. The enhancements extended beyond this. The modified small cyclopean eye could now unleash energy beams with 100 potency, a significant improvement from the previous 70, and could amplify the eye's energy beams by an additional 10. The soul skills themselves were also transformed. Bai Yuhang raised the small cyclopean eye, which glimmered with light, and released a concentrated energy beam that struck the ground with a resounding boom, causing a series of explosions. The small eye then pivoted to the left, directing the beam accordingly. After the beam dissipated, the cacophony of explosions ceased, revealing a deep trench, wide on one side and narrow on the other. The original first soul skill could never achieve such a feat, which required intervals even in continuous attacks. What lay before him was an unbroken beam of energy. "And this is merely the power of the small cyclopean eye," Bai Yuhang remarked. "With 6 of them at my disposal, once fully transformed, the amplification could reach an astonishing 60. Chapter 44. Zhou Er's training. Bai Yuhang extended his hand before him, observing the small cyclopean eye, where semi-transparent runes flickered within. He set it aside and summoned another from the two remaining small cyclopean eyes. Upon arrival in his palm, he activated his soul power to commence the rune condensation process. Drawing upon his previous experience, he swiftly succeeded. Exhaling deeply, Bai Yuhang summoned his first soul ring once more, ready to begin the transformation anew. As the soul ring rotated to the correct position, the process commenced again. This time, the pain in his eyes was significantly lessened. He could tolerate it even with his eyes open. Once the transformation concluded, the small cyclopean eye bore the same runes, and additional patterns adorned its surface. Next, he turned to the remaining small cyclopean eyes, completing their transformations in quick succession. The three small cyclopean eyes derived from the first soul ring were fully transformed. For the three derived from the second soul ring, Bai Yuhang chose not to employ the same runes, but rather the runes from the second soul ring, which Zhou had perfected 2 weeks prior. To distinguish them, he decided to rename them as Energy Cyclopean Eyes. Summoning the 3 Energy Cyclopean Eyes to his hand, he arranged them in a vertical formation, hovering in mid-air. He then called forth the first soul ring, placing it over them. Gradually, they began to spin until, at a certain moment, the soul ring halted, suspended like a disc in the air, while the 3 Energy Cyclopean Eyes whirled in a frenzy. As they spun, they coalesced into a singular entity, with the space between them filling with darkness. From a distance, it resembled a colossal eye. Bai Yuhang directed this immense eye to emit a beam of light. Instantly, he felt a significant portion of his soul power being drained, prompting him to cease the operation. Yet, a beam had already been released. Boom! A violent explosion erupted ahead, reverberating throughout the valley. The fierce gust of wind nearly toppled the frail Bai Yuhang to the ground. Bent over and gripping his legs, he gasped for breath while gazing at the deep pit before him. Such destructive power. Bai Yuhang murmured to himself. "Yuhang, this is your doing," Zhou remarked as he approached, surveying the scene. "Second brother, I succeeded. This is the energy eye, formed in conjunction with the first spirit ring," Bai Yuhang exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. "Energy eye. Zhou short, puzzled. Second brother, the energy eye is the term I coined to distinguish the modified single eye." Bai Yuhang then elaborated on the entire process. Zhou nodded, contemplating that Yuhang's own eyes could undergo transformation, likely due to the connection with that label. The formidable power of the recent technique couldn't solely be attributed to the runes. The energy accumulation from that label must also play a significant role. "What is the name of that technique you just performed?" Zhou inquired, gazing at the massive pit. "I haven't named it yet," Bai Yuhang replied thoughtfully. "Let us call it the Eye of Energy." Zhou nodded in agreement and turned to Bai Yuhang. "You've been diligently practicing this rune, and Haven T ventured to the Soul Arena in Soto City. Thus, focus on refining the rune for your second spirit ring for now. Once you've perfected it, you can go later." "All right, second brother," Bai Yuhang affirmed with a nod. "Good. Continue your training. I must commence my own," Zhou stated before walking away. Bai Yuhang remained in place, beginning his training with the rune for his second spirit ring. Zhou ascended to a high ground, crossing his legs to sit. "My body's absorption of soul power is gradually reaching saturation," he remarked, suddenly clenching his fist. With a resounding explosion, a shockwave reverberated. "However, once I acquire the next spirit ring and practice the corresponding 5 Qi returning to origin technique, my physical form will once again begin to absorb soul power. Though this is beneficial, the speed of soul power cultivation is not as rapid as it once was." Rising to his feet, Zhou released his fist, conjuring a vortex in his palm. The whirlwind enveloped him, and with a few strides, he leaped onto the rocks, swiftly ascending with the wind. Observing the distant sun, he mused, "The wind spirit step is now mastered, and I can wield the core wind wings with ease. Yet, the intensity of instantaneous acceleration remains lacking. It seems I require a technique of lightning attributes." Flames flickered in Zhou's outstretched hand, exuding a palpable sense of danger. The 3 flavors True Fire, the ear, nose, and mouth version, has been completed and integrated into the original form. This not only enhances the power of the 3 flavors True Fire, but also amplifies desires and mental capabilities. The next version will be the heart, liver, and spleen variant. Having made this decision, Zhou spent the ensuing days either practicing the 3 flavors True Fire or observing lightning during stormy weather. One stormy night, Zhou fixated on the thunderous skies, entering a state of enlightenment. The lightning, flickering and racing across the heavens, flooded his mind with inspiration. His eyes sparkled with tiny arcs of electricity as he contemplated his movement techniques. Eventually, he closed his eyes, and in an instant, a flash of lightning propelled him to the side. He rapidly flickered about, appearing in various positions around him before finally standing on a stone, turning to face a flat expanse. A resounding boom echoed as lightning streaked across, and he found himself far away, surrounded by lingering white light and tiny electric sparks. This was the movement technique Zhou Er had comprehended, Thunder Flash. It comprises two states. The first, Thunder Flash, allows for rapid short-distance movement, albeit with limited range and minimal noise. The second state, Thunder Roar, unleashes an explosive speed for long-distance travel, albeit at the cost of significant noise and substantial soul power consumption, making it unsustainable for long durations, even for Zhou Er. As the white light and sparks gradually faded from his body, translucent wings emerged from his back, a tempest intertwined with lightning. With a gentle flap, Zhou Er soared forward, navigating several turns before alighting before a house nestled in the valley. Pushing open the door, he found a sumptuous feast awaiting him, his companions Zhou Shan and others waiting eagerly. "Brother, hurry up, we're waiting for you," Zhou Shan exclaimed upon seeing Zhou Er. He took a seat, and they all began to eat. "Shan, how is your control over the formation?" Zhou Er inquired while eating. "Brother, I can now control the fire dragon with ease, though I can only manage one at the moment," Zhou Shan replied, eyes fixed on his meal. Zhou Er nodded, then turned to Zhou Yuan. "Yuan, what progress have you made?" "Second, brother, I can now proficiently use the third formation," Zhou Yuan responded, looking at Zhou Er. "Renfang Mill, what about you two?" "Second, brother, I've been practicing celestial arts and have reached the great celestial realm. Within 2 years, I should attain the innate realm," Ren Fong stated. Zhou Er turned to Mill, who appeared hesitant. "Second, brother, I have a question for you." "What is it?" Julia plummeted. "Is my instinct my consciousness?" Mill asked, his brow furrowed. Zhou Er contemplated, pondering if Mill had begun to reflect on instinct. Human instinct is merely the desire to eat when faced with hunger, the will to survive during life-threatening situations, and the urge to conquer what one desires. These are manifestations of the body and mind's awareness. Whether they are indeed your consciousness depends on your ability to control them. Mill nodded thoughtfully, sinking into contemplation. "Yu Hang, how is the condensation of the rune for your second spirit ring?" "Second, brother, it hasn't been successful yet," Bai Yu Hang replied, shaking his head. "Then tonight, continue practicing at home. The rest of us will head to Soto City for the Soul Arena competition after dinner," Zhou Er instructed, nodding to the group. "After this competition, we want to be visiting Soto City so frequently. A Yuan, a Shan, your soul power has reached level 28. Focus on cultivating to level 30 for your soul rings." Seeing Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan nod in agreement, Zhou Er concluded, "Finish your meal and prepare. We shall depart." The 6 of them tidied up and set off for the Soto City Soul Arena. After entering the arena and confirming their soul power levels, they made their way to the spectator area. At that moment, they encountered a few familiar faces, Dai Mu Bai and his group. Upon noticing Zhou Er, Dai Mu Bai halted, but Zhou Er disregarded him and continued walking past. "What's wrong, Dai?" Ma Ongjun inquired, noticing Dai Mu Bai esse pause. "Nothing," Dai Mu Bai replied, shaking his head as he resumed his path toward the soul power assessment area. Ma Ongjun gazed at the Dai Mu Bai in silence, then turned to his side and inquired of Flender, "Teacher, who were those people just now?" Flender glanced over and replied, "Do you remember the boy whose martial soul is an eye? These individuals are his companions, including the one-eyed freak." At that moment, Zhou Er and his companions, who had already arrived at the spectator area, settled down, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the battle. Zhou Er, having unlocked his potential, examined his progress and noted a significant increase, particularly from his earlier match with Dai Mu Bai. This was merely a secondary character. Tang San would be arriving in a few months' time. Zhou Er contemplated the arena's direction, aware that Ren Fong's match was about to begin. "Brother, I'm heading down," Ren Fong announced as he stood up. Zhou Er nodded, watching Ren Fong ascend to the stage. Ren Fong's score seemed to be the lowest, as facing opponents of levels 28 or 29 was quite challenging for someone at level 23. However, Having now reached level 25, he was in a much better position. Mill's performance was commendable, second only to Zhou Shan, as a significant difference in soul power would otherwise fail to suppress the influence of will. In this world, methods to cultivate consciousness were scarce, and individuals with unwavering resolve were indeed few. As Zhou pondered these thoughts, the battle on the soul fighting stage neared its conclusion. Ren Fong faced a swift, attack-oriented soul master, who tirelessly attempted to break through the incessant vines to find an opening. Yet, in a moment of carelessness, he was ensnared by Ren Fong's second soul skill, the chasing soul snake vines, which relentlessly drained his soul power. Upon confirming Ren Fong's victory, the announcer proclaimed him the winner. After registering his points, Ren Fong returned to the spectator area. Ren Fong, you've improved significantly against attack-oriented soul masters. The speed of your vine manipulation has greatly increased. Zhou remarked upon Ren Fong's return. Brother, the speed has indeed improved, but my resilience has not developed much. Those strength-type soul masters can still break free. Zhou chuckled at this. Those strength-type soul masters have a soul power level 6 or 7 levels above yours and have utilized their second soul skills. It's quite normal for them to escape. Just then, the announcement of Mill's match echoed. Brother, my match is starting. I must go. Mill exclaimed before dashing down to the arena, where he faced Ma Hongjun, clad in red. Hey, what happened to that one-eyed freak who was with you? Ma Hongjun shouted at Mill upon spotting him. Mill furrowed his brows. Recognizing Ma Hongjun as the soul master who had been defeated by Yu Hang, the Phoenix martial soul user. Indeed, you are the one who lost to Yu Hang, Mill replied, feigning deep thought before pointing at Ma Hongjun. Oh, you are the ground chicken. Phoenix. I am a phoenix, not some ground chicken. Ma Hongjun retorted angrily. Is that so? Then my companion is no one-eyed freak. Mill shot back, glaring at Ma Hongjun. Hey, you were the one who called me out first. You said I couldn't fly. What's the problem? Can you fly? Mill maintained his emotionless gaze on Ma Hongjun. Flushed with rage, Ma Hongjun pointed at Mill, speechless. At that moment, the announcer introduced the combatants and declared the battle to commence. Phoenix. Possession. Ma Hongjun summoned his martial soul, engulfed in purplish-red flames, utilizing his second soul skill, the Fire Phoenix. He then positioned his hands to his mouth, unleashing his first soul skill, the Phoenix Fire line, towards Mill. A flame surged towards Mill, who summoned his own martial soul, the Rhinoceros Beetle. Clenching his fists, he emanated waves of soul power while activating his first soul skill, Wild Release. Instantly, his body glowed red, radiating intense heat as he amassed a great amount of soul power in his fist to counter the approaching Phoenix Fire line. With a thunderous explosion, the Phoenix Fire line was obliterated. Ma Hongjun stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Mill wasted no time, activating his second soul ring, and with the phantom of the Rhinoceros Beetle bending down in a charging posture, he surged forward, the sharp horn aimed directly at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, a suffocating awareness of impending doom. The enormous horn collided with his head with a resounding thud, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. As he sat on the ground, trembling hands reached for his head, confirming it remained intact atop his neck. It was only at this moment that he became aware of his breathing, panting heavily while watching Mill approach step by step. Once Mill reached him, he squatted down and warned, "Next time, think before you speak, or I might just charge at you and crush your skull." Trembling, Ma Hongjun nodded in acknowledgement. "Should I throw you down, or will you jump off yourself?" Mill teased it. Ma Hongjun slowly rose, defiantly declaring, "I can still fight." Mill, observing him, stepped forward and delivered a punch to his abdomen, causing Ma Hongjun to double over in pain and collapse beneath the stage. The announcer subsequently declared Mill the victor. As Mill proceeded to register his points, Dai Mubai and Flender approached to assist Ma Hongjun back towards the spectator area. "Fatty, what just happened? Why did you end up sitting on the ground?" Dai Mubai inquired, perplexed as he helped Ma Hongjun. I'm not entirely sure. Ma Hongjun stammered, still shaken. Flender, his gaze fixed intently on Ma Hongjun, requested, "Relate your experience from earlier." After recalling the events, Ma Hongjun recounted the entire ordeal in detail. "Teacher, after my Phoenix Fire line was shattered by a single punch, I saw him crouch down, intending to charge at me. As I attempted to use the Phoenix Fire line to interrupt him, an immense pressure immobilized me, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of death. Then I saw that guy charge at me, and the gigantic horn smashed into my head. Everything went dark, and then I could see again. I found myself on the ground, reaching for my head. That was the entire process. Die was an illusion? Flinder pondered aloud. It shouldn't be. If it were an illusion, one wouldn't be able to speak after experiencing death within the illusion, Flinder asserted while regarding Ma Hongjun. Teacher, what could it be? Ma Hongjun queried with uncertainty. It should be a unique effect of a second soul skill. I have never encountered such a phenomenon before, Flinder replied, somewhat uncertain. At that moment, Dai Mubai took a couple of steps forward, gazing intently into the distance at Zhou Er, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly turning around, he addressed Flanders. Dean, I wish to compete with Zhou Er again. Flanders, who was conversing nearby, paused upon hearing this and turned to gaze at Dai Mubai. Did you not just finish a match? He inquired. Dean, I want to challenge him. Not in the Grand Soul Arena. Who knows how long the wait would be? Dai Mubai replied earnestly. Are you prepared? What if you lose? Will you, like last time, wallow in despair for a while? Flanders fixed his gaze firmly on Dai Mubai. This time it will not happen. I just want to see if the gap between us has narrowed, Dai Mubai declared, clenching his fists. Or has it grown even larger? Meanwhile, Zhou Er and his companions were nearing the end of their matches. On the arena, Renfeng and Mir were struggling in their battle. Despite their improved coordination, the opposing duo was even more in sync. Moreover, Mir refrained from using his will of light carelessly, as doing so would not hone his combat abilities. He reserved it for decisive moments. After a challenging fight, Mir seized upon an opening and secured victory. As all the matches concluded, Zhou Er led his team outside. At the entrance, Dai Mubai stood waiting. Zhou Er, I wish to have a match with you. I want to gauge the extent of our disparity. Please let us fight. Dai Mubai implored. I understand that no one desires to engage in a fight without reason. We are not particularly acquainted, so if you have any demands, money, treasures, or even a favor, I am open to negotiation. Zhou Er assessed Dai Mubai's spirit power, sensing he was at level 37. With 6 months of training, he had reached level 37. It appeared the stimulus had yielded results. When Tang San arrived, he should be able to achieve level 39. Let him witness the difference. Zhou Er thought, observing the tense Dai Mubai. I lack for money and treasures, but I could use a favor from you in the future, something within your means. Zhou Er responded. You agree? Dai Mubai nodded eagerly yes. Follow me. After glancing back at Flanders and the others, they proceeded outside the city. After traversing several streets, they halted in an open area. Here will suffice, Zhou Er declared, turning to Dai Mubai. All right, Dai Mubai replied, prompting Flanders and the others to step back. Zhou Er's companions also distanced themselves. Let's begin, Zhou Er instructed. White Tiger, manifest, Dai Mubai shouted, enveloped by a white tiger's ethereal form as 3 soul rings rose from beneath him. Zhou Er summoned the Linglong Pagoda with his left hand and launched an attack with a palm strike aimed at Dai Mubai. White Tiger Shield. Dai Mubai exuded a white light, forming a protective barrier, and countered the incoming palm strike with a punch. With a resounding impact, he shattered the palm strike and expelled a milky white energy sphere toward Zhou Er. Zhou Er deftly deflected the energy sphere with a powerful strike, addressing Dai Mubai. Since you are so eager to understand the gap between us, I shall show you today. As he spoke, his first yellow soul ring illuminated and began to rise. First soul skill, Ming Snake. A mist enveloped Zhou Er as a 7-meter-long Ming snake emerged, its upright body towering over 2 meters. Zhou Er stood atop the snake's head, observing Dai Mubai below. Third soul skill, White Tiger Transformation. Upon seeing the Ming snake, Dai Mubai immediately activated his third soul skill. His muscles expanded, doubling his attack power, defense, and strength. He launched himself towards Zhou Er. The Ming snake, sensing the charge, swung its tail at Dai Mubai. With a loud thud, Dai Mubai clenched his fists and countered, but the immense force of the tail sent him staggering backward. The snake's tail recoiled from the impact. This old beast must be over 500 or 600 years old, yet its first soul ring, impossible. How has he surpassed the limits? Flanders, observing the Ming snake, spoke in disbelief. Teacher, isn't the limit for the first soul ring around 400 years? How could it be 500 or 600? Ma Hongjun queried from the back. Surpassing the soul ring's age limit is rare, even among the prominent families after the 5th or 6th rings, but it does occur occasionally, Flanders replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. However, that is extremely rare and perilously dangerous. How could he exceed the limit of the first soul ring? As Dai Mubai struggled against the Ming snake's tail, Flanders pondered deeply. After being knocked back once more, Dai Mubai gasped for breath while staring at Zhou Er atop the snake's head. It seems that during this time, aside from your spirit power increase, you have not changed in any other way, Zhou Er remarked. Raising his hand, he conjured a swirl of mist that rapidly spun before releasing a water droplet cannon. Dai Mubai sidestepped to evade the water droplet cannon, but more followed in quick succession. He could only shield his head with his arms, gathering his spirit power for defense. Just then, the Ming snake executed a powerful tail whip, sending Dai Mubai flying to the ground. Do you still wish to continue? Zhou Er asked, observing Dai Mubai lying on the ground. No need. Dai Mubai stood and shook his head, looking toward the Ming snake. Is this your first soul skill? Yes, Zhou Er confirmed with a nod. And what about that mist? Dai Mubai inquired, panting. The Ming snake can control mist. As it is my soul ring, I can control it too, Zhou Er explained, gesturing toward the snake beneath him. You can achieve this level with just some mist? Dai Mubai expressed incredulity. Why not? Zhou Er retorted, fixing his gaze on Dai Mubai. This is precisely why I noted your lack of change. At that moment, Flanders approached Zhou Er, inquiring, young man, at which academy do you study? What relevance does that have to you? Zhou Er replied from atop the Ming snake. I am Flanders, a soul sage of over level 70, and the dean of Shrek Academy. Flanders introduced himself eagerly. My Shrek Academy only admits monsters, not ordinary individuals, and the graduation requirement is to reach level 40 before the age of 20. Zhou Er listened as Flanders rambled on, clearly attempting to recruit them. You need not continue. We will not join your academy. Zhou Er interrupted decisively, then turned to Dai Mubai. Remember your promise. Dai Mubai nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Er subsequently recalled the Ming snake and walked back toward Zhou Shan and the others. After being interrupted, Flander watched as Zhou Er walked away without turning back, and somewhat unwillingly said, young man, Shrek is an extraordinarily peculiar monster, and our Shrek Academy is dedicated to nurturing such monsters. Hearing Flanders' persistent words, Zhou Er frowned, thinking to himself, still not giving up. It seems I must provide him with some stimulation to relinquish his desire to recruit us. Zhou Er halted his steps and slowly turned to face Flander. A monster? With just these students of yours? Flander, upon hearing this, paused, adjusted his glasses, and furrowed his brow, responding, although my students may have lost to you, they are indeed the CR de la CR of talent. Dai Mubai, at just 14 years of age, has already reached the rank of Soul Master at level 37. He has a promising future ahead. As Flander continued to speak, Zhou Er suddenly interjected. So nurturing talent into genius is what constitutes a monster. This remark left Flander momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. You mentioned that the students you recruit at Shrek Academy must be under 13 years old and possess a soul power exceeding level 21. Zhou Er took a few steps forward, gazing at Flander. Such individuals are inherently gifted, even without entering your Shrek Academy. Is it impossible for them to exceed level 40 before the age of 20? Are these not the monsters you speak of? Zhou Er calmly regarded Flander. My students possess soul power levels far above the norm. Their martial souls are of the highest caliber, and their combat experience is extensive. Even the top geniuses from prestigious Soul Master Academies cannot match them at the same level, Flander argued, attempting to refute Zhou Er's claims. Huh. Zhou Er laughed upon hearing this. Am I mistaken? Flander turned to look at Zhou Er. Zhou Er pointed to Dai Mubai and continued, Dai Mubai, at 14 years of age, has a soul power of level 37. Indeed, this is above the average. However, the age limits of his 3 soul rings are well within the so-called optimal ratio for soul rings. While he may be adept at using his soul skills, he merely follows their application without any original thought, lacking exploration into the principles of soul skills and failing to modify them to create more diverse uses. Is this what you call a monster? After expressing these thoughts, Zhou Er lowered his hand and asked, is this truly the definition of a monster? The optimal soul ring ratio is the limit a soul master can safely absorb. Exceeding this limit would be detrimental to the body. This is common knowledge. As for soul skills, the level of soul power before the age of 20 is crucial. How can one afford to waste time on soul skills? Flander, furrowing his brow. Observe Zhou Er's tranquil demeanor, feeling somewhat uneasy. So, those who cannot surpass the limits of common knowledge and cannot break free from conventional wisdom are what you define as monsters. Chapter 48. Cultivation. A large mass of mist appeared in Zhou Er's hand, swirling rapidly to form a water ring, which he flung towards the nearby forest. It sliced through several large trees, which crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Zhou Er cast a glance at Flander before turning back with Zhou Shan and the others, heading into the depths of the night. Teacher, seeing Flander standing still, Ma Hongjun hurried over. Dean, Dai Mubai approached as well. I'm fine. Flander's mind echoed with Zhou Er's words. Unable to do what others cannot. Unable to surpass common sense. Dean, you need not take those words to heart, Dai Mubai consoled Flander. Mubai, that young man does not speak lightly. Flander shook his head, saying his first soul ring should be around 600 years old, and you witnessed his application of soul skills. Gazing into the distant night, Flander murmured, my teaching methods. As Zhou Er walked along a forest path with Zhou Shan turned and asked, Brother, why did that fellow Dai Mubai challenge you? He was defeated by me over a year ago. Perhaps he harbors some unwillingness. Zhou Er casually replied. The guy seems to have lost his touch. He couldn't even defeat the Ming snake. Zhou Shan recalled the recent battle and shrugged. No, his strength is quite commendable. Although the Ming snake is a 900-year-old soul beast, it cannot compete with soul beasts of 1,000 or 2,000 years, Zhou Er remarked as he continued walking. Moreover, once the Ming snake becomes a soul ring, as long as my soul power is not exhausted, the Ming snake's stamina is virtually limitless, and it recovers from damage exceedingly quickly. Thus, if one cannot eliminate the Ming snake quickly, defeat is inevitable. After all, given my soul power, even 10 soul masters of the same level cannot outlast me. Zhou Er contemplated the hidden valley in the night ahead, thinking, after all, my soul power and body have undergone a qualitative enhancement through the 5 Qi Chaoyuan method. My current soul power now possesses the characteristics of water, fire, and earth. Ordinary soul masters cannot possibly contend with me. Upon entering the secret valley, Zhou Er continued. So while you may perceive Dai Mubai as unimpressive, his strength surpasses yours. Furthermore, the other individuals from Shrek Academy are also ones you should pay attention to. After all, as the Great Soul Arena progresses, the pressure from other competitors will lessen for you, and only a few will significantly enhance your combat experience. Zhou Shan, Zhou Yuan, Ren Fong, and Meyer nodded in agreement. All right, you all should return to rest. Starting tomorrow, focus your efforts on cultivating your soul power. Zhou Er turned to address everyone. After nodding, they returned to their respective rooms to rest. A gentle breeze swept through the valley, and everyone diligently pursued their cultivation. Zhou Yuan, seated within a formation created by the root E pearl, focused on absorbing spiritual energy. On a large stone, Zhou Shan practiced the Zhou Tianqi method, nearing the completion of his innate realm. Soon, he would be able to cultivate the 5 Qi Chaoyuan method and contemplate which spiritual essence to pursue first. Meanwhile, Ren Fong sat among a cluster of immortal wood vines, entering a meditative state while practicing the Zhou Tianqi method, approaching a breakthrough in his innate realm. This would greatly enhance his soul power recovery rate, the density of his soul power, and his physical strength, allowing him to choose a higher-level soul beast for his 3rd soul ring. At this moment, Meyer sat in stillness, not engaged in any cultivation, but instead quietly reflecting upon the instincts deep within himself, sensing the various desires, anger, and malice within. Bai Yuhang continued to gather runes, not in his hands, but within the body of the small Cyclops, attempting to coalesce the runes for the 2nd soul ring. Despite repeated failures, the small Cyclops posed no risk to Bai Yuhang, allowing him to persist in his endeavors. As time passed, each person diligently pursued their cultivation, reaping their rewards and unknowingly enhancing their strength. Bai Yuhang ultimately succeeded in crystallizing the runes within his singular eye. This transformation did not inflict excessive pain upon him. Following the completion of the modification, his martial soul, the singular eye, expanded further, and alongside the array of runes formed by the energy within the eye, new streaks emerged. Upon the completion of the modifications to the remaining 3 singular eyes, these streaks coalesced into a new rune, which he named the Illusionary Eye. Bai Yuhang gazed at these three illusionary eyes and proclaimed that they would enhance his second soul skill, the Eye of Illusion, to a full effectiveness of 100. Furthermore, the effect of the Eye of Illusion, when wielded by the singular eye, was amplified to 130. Extending his left hand, the three illusionary eyes floated gently into his palm. Subsequently, the second soul ring encircled them, rotating slowly. Upon reaching the correct position, the soul ring ceased its rotation, and the three illusionary eyes began to whirl frantically, instantaneously transforming into a single eye, characterized by a black pupil set within a white iris. A tremendous wave of energy radiated outward as this eye ascended into the sky. A beam of light cascaded downwards, only to suddenly implode as it expanded outward, causing the soul ring and the three illusionary eyes to descend and merge into Bai Yuhang, who was now on the ground, panting heavily. It turned out that Bai Yuhang's soul power had been entirely depleted, bringing this technique to an abrupt halt. One astonishing drain. I could barely endure for 2 seconds. I fear that even upon becoming a soul master, I may not be able to wield this technique. He gasped, gradually lowering himself to a seated position. Yuhang, your second soul skill's runes have succeeded, Zhou Er exclaimed as he rushed over from afar, noticing Bai Yuhang seated on the ground. Indeed, second brother, I have prevailed. Moreover, its power exceeds my wildest expectations. Bai Yuhang's face lit up with an uncontainable smile. What effects does it possess? Zhou Er inquired, observing that Bai Yuhang appeared only slightly fatigued. Second brother, the effect of my second soul rings combination skill is that anyone whose soul power matches mine or is lower, when enveloped by that beam of light, will be drawn into the illusion. However, the duration of their entrapment will vary according to their soul power and the strength of their consciousness. Those above my rank, meaning a soul master, will not be ensnared by the illusion, but their minds will suffer significant impairment, causing them to become sluggish as they constantly resist the beam's influence. Yet, beyond that rank, they remain unaffected. Furthermore, its range is limitless. As long as I possess sufficient soul power, it could potentially encompass the entire world. As Bai Yuhang spoke with fervor, Zhou Er playfully tapped his forehead. Ah! Bai Yuhang yelped in surprise, clutching his head and looking at Zhou Er in confusion. Did I say something wrong? If you had that much soul power, would you truly need such an intricate technique? Zhou Er responded sagely. Perhaps you're right, Bai Yuhang conceded, nodding thoughtfully. Then, recalling something, he looked up at Zhou Er and said, Second brother, I wish to visit the Grand Soul Arena to test my results. Excellent. It has been a while since you last went. I shall take you tonight. Zhou Er clapped Bai Yuhang on the shoulder. You should continue your training while I inquire if the others wish to join us. With that, Zhou Er stood and walked toward the others. Meanwhile, this year, Shrek Academy welcomed 4 new students. These 4 newcomers stood in a row with Dai Mubai and the others, while Flander stood before them, reprimanding Ning Rongrong, who had revealed her witch-like nature. Ning Rongrong, ask yourself, which of them do you surpass? Here, you are the weakest. What grounds do you have for pride? Hearing these words, Ning Rongrong, filled with resentment, retorted, What about Oscar? Surely, I am stronger than him. He is merely a food-type soul master. Flander shook his head. No, you are mistaken. I shall pose you but one question. Have you ever encountered a food-type soul master with innate, full soul power? Ning Rongrong's face paled. No, that is impossible. How could an auxiliary martial soul possess innate, full soul power? Flander replied coolly, Oscar is unprecedented. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, was left in shock and burst into tears, running towards the dormitory. Flander, observing this scene, chuckled lightly and summoned Oscar to comfort Ning Rongrong. After delivering a few more words of admonition to the group, Flander nodded when Dai Mubai returned and led them toward Soto City. As they entered the city, the sky had begun to darken. Flander guided them to a tea house, where they gathered around a round table. Dai Mubai seemed to recall something, his expression changing as he whispered, Principal, are we bringing them here on the first day? Flander responded calmly, Your martial souls differ, and each possesses its own method of cultivation. The Academy will not only teach you how to better wield your martial souls, assist you in obtaining soul rings, and train your combat abilities, but it will also familiarize you with the characteristics of your soul skills and their myriad possibilities. A direct combat experience is essential to understand your soul skills more clearly. Flander then explained the mechanisms and rankings of the Grand Soul Arena before leading them toward it. As they approached the entrance, masked youths approached from the side, causing Dai Mubai to clench his fists tightly upon recognizing the boy in the center. Mubai, what is the matter? Are you all right? Tang San asked, noticing Dai Mubai's reaction. Nothing, Xiao San, let us proceed, Dai Mubai replied, shaking his head and continuing onward. Zhou also spotted Dai Mubai and the others, glancing briefly at Tang San before resuming his path to the Grand Soul Arena. After assessing their soul power levels, they proceeded to the observation area, where they sat and awaited their turn to battle. Second brother, Shrek Academy has gained a few more members. What is their strength like? After settling down, Mill asked Zhou, curiosity evident in his tone. They are quite impressive. Among the 3 new members, 2 are level 29 Great Soul Masters, and 1 is level 27, all around 12 years of age. After stating this, Zhou turned to Ren Fong, Mill, and Bai Yu Hang, saying, they are slightly older than you, possessing comparable talent and cultivation, thus their soul power exceeds yours. However, their combat abilities do not surpass yours by much. Zhou remarked as he observed the matches unfolding in the arena. Once Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan reach level 30 and acquire their soul rings, we shall engage in long-term soul battles here to enhance our synergy. However, the only competitors in the arena that will truly challenge you are those individuals. Therefore, should you encounter them on the stage, provide them with some stimulation. Otherwise, they will soon become incapable of offering you the pressure needed for effective training. Second brother, with their talents, that should not be the case. Bai Yuhang expressed his doubts upon hearing Zhou Er's words. Yuhang, allow me to pose you a question. Even if your soul power is currently only at level 21, how would you fare against a level 29 opponent? Without utilizing your modified singular eye? Zhou Er asked calmly. If I refrain from employing the soul ring combination technique, I should be able to secure victory within 10 moves. Bai Yuhang replied confidently. Should one employ the combination techniques of soul rings, it would undoubtedly obliterate my level 29 self. At this juncture, Bai Yuhang inquired curiously, second brother, do they not develop their own soul rings and the characteristics of their martial souls? They certainly lack the prowess of your humble second brother. Zhou Er chuckled in response. However, he cautioned that there was one individual to be wary of, the level 29 Grand Soul Master standing beside Dai Mubai, whose combat skills were formidable. If encountered in the arena, one should not be overconfident. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing this. As Zhou Er's match was about to commence, he gradually descended from the observation area, stepping onto the battle platform. Opposite him stood a tall soul master wielding a beast martial soul. Evoking no sense of danger at all, this was Zhou Er's initial impression upon sighting his opponent. As the host announced the beginning of the match, Zhou Er awaited his adversary to unleash his wild boar martial soul and reveal his 3 soul rings. With a swift motion, he struck out his palm, directing a powerful imprint toward him. Bang! The wild boar soul master, blocking the impact with both hands, staggered backward several steps before regaining his balance. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, observing the spectacle, clenched his fists tightly. He has grown stronger, yet it is not sufficient. My efforts remain far from adequate. Lost in these thoughts, Dai Mubai overlooked the presence of an individual behind him. Mubai, who is this person? You seem quite concerned about him. Furthermore, he is incredibly powerful. Tang San remarked from behind. That fellow has defeated Dai Lauda, which is why Dai Lauda holds him in such high regard, interjected Ma Hongjun. Tang San observed the peculiar demeanor of Dai Mubai since the arrival of this individual. Is he truly that formidable? He inquired. Xiao San, he is the first to make me truly perceive the disparity in strength. Chapter 50. The duel with Tang San. The first time I encountered him, I was at level 29, while he was already at level 30 and had yet to hunt for soul rings. Throughout our confrontation, he didn't even utilize his first soul skill, and I was utterly defeated. Dai Mubai, watching Zhou Er swiftly overpower his opponent, released his clenched fists, exclaiming, how could he not even use a soul skill? Having just concluded her match, Xiao Wu returned and gasped upon hearing this. Not only did he not use a soul skill, but he didn't even reveal his soul rings. Dai Mubai said with a wry smile. So strong. Tang San remarked upon hearing this. That individual possesses exceedingly unique soul power, and his understanding of soul skills diverges from ours. Not just him. I have also faced one of his companions, who astonishingly wielded illusion abilities and directly compelled me to leap off the battle platform. Ma Hongjun added. At that moment, the announcement of Tang San's match echoed, revealing that his opponent was not the original Zhu Zhuqing, but rather Bai Yuhang. Tang San, it's him. It's this person. Ma Hongjun exclaimed upon hearing Bai Yuhang's name. Xiao San, be cautious of this individual. He can cast illusions with his gaze. The fatty was defeated precisely after falling victim to his trickery. Dai Mubai elaborated on Bai Yuhang's soul skills. His martial soul resembles a large eye hovering in the air, accompanied by several smaller eyes. Although I have yet to witness him in action, these eyes should also possess the capacity for illusion. How repugnant. Xiao Wu shuddered upon hearing Dai Mubai's description of the martial soul. Brother, do be careful. Tang San, upon listening to their words, nodded and proceeded toward the battle platform. With the ability to cast illusions through his gaze, I possess the purple extreme demon eye, coupled with my mental strength, and my soul power does not exceed mine. Thus, his illusion abilities should prove futile against me. While contemplating this, Zhou Er turned to Bai Yuhang, advising, be cautious of Tang San, and do not push yourself too hard. Understood, second brother. Bai Yuhang nodded in response, and then made his way to the battle platform. Once both stood upon the stage, the host announced the commencement of the match. Blue Silvergrass. Tang San immediately summoned the blue silvergrass as the match began. A vast expanse of it surged toward Bai Yuhang. Bang! Bai Yuhang unleashed his energy rays toward Tang San, but Tang San evaded with his ghost shadow perplexing track. The relentless energy rays forced Tang San to keep moving, yet the blue silvergrass continued its advance. Bai Yuhang could only continuously sever the encroaching blue silvergrass with his 3 energy eyes. Indeed, this opponent differs greatly from all those I previously encountered. The rhythm, direction, and speed of the attacks are distinct, leaving me no respite. Tang San thought, deftly evading the barrage of energy rays. However, the desired effect had been achieved. He observed the fragments of blue silvergrass forming a circular encirclement around Bai Yuhang. This individual moves with incredible speed and employs an uncanny agility, making him impossible to strike. Bai Yuhang noted as he observed Tang San, who seemed to leave afterimages while skillfully dodging attacks. Bai Yuhang orchestrated his 3 energy eyes to form a circular formation around himself, continuously slicing through the advancing blue silvergrass. Seeing the remaining fragments, Bai Yuhang scoffed. Another one of these tricks? However, it presents an opportunity. Just then, as Tang San was evading, he extended his hand toward Bai Yuhang. The circular fragments of blue silvergrass on the ground instantaneously sprouted, transforming into a cage enveloping Bai Yuhang. As Tang San clenched his fists, intending to constrict the cage, he suddenly beheld 3 eyes before him. Second soul skill, Eye of Illusion. Upon hearing the voice, Tang San immediately sensed the peril. 3 illusionary eyes emanated a purple glow, locking onto him. With the activation of his purple extreme demon eye, Tang San felt a sharp pain before regaining his focus. His hands transformed to a jade-like hue as a surge of soul power coursed through him. He thrust his hands forward to block an energy beam emitted from one of the eyes. With a resounding crash, he was thrust back several steps, narrowly dodging the subsequent attacks by shifting into a ghostly form. Boom! Bai Yuhang relentlessly assaulted the cage with his energy eyes. Yet the ever-growing blue-silver grass filled the gaps, constricting around him, threatening to ensnare him. Energy Eye. The 3 energy eyes, bolstered by the first soul ring, converged before Bai Yuhang to form an energy eye that unleashed a beam towards Tang San. With a thunderous roar, the beam shattered a massive hole in the cage. Sensing an overwhelming threat as the energy eye coalesced, Tang San swiftly dodged to the side. The colossal energy beam struck, creating a vast breach in the blue-silver grass enclosure, allowing Bai Yuhang to escape. Second soul skill, Parasitism. In an instant, numerous blue-silver grass vines erupted from Bai Yuhang's body, binding him tightly. You have lost, Tang San declared as he took 2 steps forward. Gazing at the ensnared Bai Yuhang looked at Tang San standing before him and smiled. Illusionary moon eye. Instantly, his second soul ring soared into the air and fused with the 3 illusionary eyes, forming a black and white pupil that ascended into the sky. Not good. Tang San dashed away without hesitation, sprinting to the edge of the platform to evade. At that moment, the illusionary moon eye, radiating a tremendous wave of soul power, emitted a beam that enveloped a significant portion of the arena. As the arena was just enveloped in a radiant column of light, it dissipated abruptly, and Bai Yuhang's second spirit ring, along with 3 phantom cyclopean eyes, returned to him. The soul power surged within Bai Yuhang, liberating him from the blue-silver grass devoid of soul power as he stood on the arena, gazing at the host. Tang San stepped out of the ring, and the host, regaining his composure, promptly announced the outcome of the match, declaring Bai Yuhang, the great soul master, as the victor. Instantly, the audience erupted into lively discussions. What was that just now? Such an overwhelming wave of soul power. Wasn't that merely a second soul skill? What's there to be astonished about? Is it truly just a second soul skill? The intensity of that soul power seems far beyond. Look at the area that was engulfed. There is not a single mark of damage. It must be mere bluster. See, that fellow was so terrified he ran off the arena. One audience member pointed at Tang San. Meanwhile, Tang San, standing beneath the duel arena, paid no heed to the audience's chatter. His eyes were fixed on Bai Yuhang. This was his second soul skill. Yet why did it impart such a potent sense of peril? Or could it be that this was a different interpretation of soul skills? Chapter 51. Departure to the Star Do Forest Brother. Are you all right? At that moment, Xiao Wu rushed over to inquire. I am fine. Tang San shook his head, addressing the approaching Xiao Wu. Xiao San, are you okay? At this time, Dai Mubai and the others also hurried over, asking the same question. Tang San nodded, indicating that he was unharmed. Tang San, I had no idea his second soul skill possessed such might. Ma Hongjun recalled the immense pillar of light, adding, when he used it on me, all I saw were purple lights in his eyes. That must not merely be his second soul skill. Rather, it is the synergy of his spirit ring with the soul skill. Otherwise, its power would not be so formidable. Tang San shook his head and replied. Observing Bai Yuhang as he went to register his points, Tang San pondered, I never anticipated that spirit rings could be utilized in such a manner. Is this what it means to interpret soul skills differently? After Bai Yuhang recorded his points, he returned to the viewing area, where Zhou frowned, remarking, Yuhang, you were too impulsive. Second brother, I merely wanted to test his strength, and besides, I wouldn't suffer too much harm in the arena. Bai Yuhang calmly reasoned upon hearing Zhou words. If it weren't in the arena, you would have already lost. Zhou retorted, then gazed at Bai Yuhang. Do not overexert yourself. Understood, second brother. Bai Yuhang replied obediently. At that moment, the match between Ren Fong and Mi Er's duo had gained an overwhelming advantage. Mi Er's second soul skill, Death Charge, had been momentarily obstructed by one of their opponents, yet the pressure it exerted left them flustered. Simultaneously, a multitude of fairy wood vines extended forth, seizing the opportunity to ensnare the two, continuously draining their soul power. Mi Er unleashed Death Charge once more, preventing the duo from utilizing their soul skills to destroy the vines, ultimately casting them off the duel arena, thus concluding the match. Congratulations to the Fairy Vine duo for their victory, the host proclaimed. Afterward, the two went to register their points before returning to the viewing area. All right, let's head back. Zhou stood up, addressing Ren Fong and Mi Er. The group nodded in agreement as they made their way outside. Traversing the streets and crossing the forest, Zhou and the others returned to the secret valley. Upon entering the valley, they encountered Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan, who were waiting there. Shan, Yuan, why are you both standing here? Zhou inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Second brother. Zhou Shan rushed over upon seeing Zhou exclaiming, I've reached level 30, and Yuan has too. Zhou Yuan nodded in affirmation behind Zhou Shan. Very well. Make sure to rest properly tonight. Tomorrow morning, we set off to the Stardow Forest. This time, we will all go together to enhance your teamwork. Zhu declared, inspired by the news. Understood, second brother. The others promptly agreed. Afterward, they returned to rest. Zhou entered his quarters, sitting down to contemplate the spirit rings of the group. Zhou Yuan's second spirit ring was from a soul beast aged 899 years, and typically, the age gap between two spirit rings is about 2 to 3 times. Zhou Yuan's Zhou Chi training method had yet to break through to the innate realm. The safe age range for the third spirit ring should be between 1798 and 2697 years. Spirit rings within this range are considered safe, particularly those that restore soul power, which should ideally come from soul beasts with inherent recovery abilities or large plant-type soul beasts. After considering Zhou Yuan's spirit ring requirements, Zhou Er turned his thoughts to Zhou Shan's third spirit ring. Outshine second spirit ring was from a soul beast aged 1,456 years, and the selection for the third spirit ring should ideally be between 2912 and 4368 years. However, considering his innate realm-enhanced physique, even exceeding certain limits would pose significant issues. Zhou Shan's overall capability already encompassed explosive offense and opponent restriction. What he urgently needed now was a powerful penetrating attack, ideally of the metal attribute. After contemplating the spirit ring needs of his companions, Zhou Er nodded and affirmed. Once they successfully acquire their third spirit rings, I too shall commence my hunt for the fourth spirit ring, the 10,000-year soul beast. That will not be an easy endeavor. Zhou Er had already reached level 40, but at that time, Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan were nearing level 30. Thus, Zhou Er chose to wait a few days, assisting them in obtaining their spirit rings before embarking on his quest for the 10,000-year soul beast. After all, facing such formidable creatures could easily result in injury, causing delays. It was wiser to first help his companions secure their spirit rings before pursuing his own. As the morning sun bathed the valley in light, Zhou Er and the others finished their morning routines, enjoyed breakfast, and prepared to set off for the Stardow Forest. The entire team moved through the forest in a single-file formation, with Mi-Er leading the way. Mi-Er's martial spirit, the unicorn, was immensely powerful and defensively formidable, serving as a shield at the forefront. Following closely behind was Run Fong, whose expansive attacks with the fairywood vines could target multiple foes and absorb soul power, greatly restricting their opponents. In the middle walked Zhou Yuan and Zhou Er, the supportive backbone and the strongest among them respectively. Bringing up the rear was Bai Yu Hang, armed with extensive long-range support capabilities, positioned in a way that minimized exposure to frontal attacks, while benefiting from Zhou Er's protection against potential ambushes from behind. Lastly, Zhou Shan rounded out the group, being the strongest among them aside from Zhou Er. Each member bore a Rui pearl at the nape of their neck, ready to transform into a protective barrier at any moment. The six traversed the forest swiftly, soon arriving at the Stardow Forest, where they slowed their pace. From here on, everyone must remain vigilant. Ashan, stay alert at the back, and Yuan, be prepared to deploy the Rui Pearl. Yes, Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan responded in unison. Subsequently, the group began their careful search within the Stardow Forest, encountering several soul beasts along the way, though none met their requirements. After driving away a 1,000-year-old rock-horned antelope, Zhou Er noted the fatigue among his companions and decided to take a brief respite while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. As Zhou Er observed the area, he suddenly spotted a colossal tree approximately 40 to 50 meters ahead. The tree stood in stark contrast to its neighboring flora, its trunk nearly broad enough for 3 people to encircle, while the nearby trees were merely half its girth. How could such a substantial tree coexist with others of lesser size? Zhou Er observed the magnificent tree, furrowing his brow in contemplation. In the ecosystem of towering trees, the principle of survival of the fittest prevailed. As a tree grew larger, its capacity to absorb nutrients from the surrounding soil intensified, rendering it difficult for adjacent large plants to thrive, thus allowing only smaller flora to flourish. Yet, this particular tree defied that norm, surrounded by robust trees thriving nearby. Chapter 52. The giant spirit tree and Soulbone Zhou Er gazed at the colossal tree and activated his unique ability. Giant spirit tree. Year 2145. Giant spirit gathering. It was a soul beast. This power was perfectly suited for Yuan, and the age was just right. Zhou Er exchanged a glance with Zhou Yuan, causing the heart's desire orbs around their necks to adhere to their skin. After a brief respite, the group rose and slowly approached the great tree. When they were within mere meters, they suddenly quickened their pace. Bai Yu Hang summoned his single eye and commanded it to assault the giant spirit tree with a thunderous crash. An energy beam struck the tree's trunk. Following closely, Ren Fong unleashed an attack, causing numerous celestial wood vines to extend and entangle the trunk of the giant spirit tree. continuously siphoning its soul force. Be cautious. Its soul force is immense. We cannot deplete it in a short time. Renfeng warned upon sensing the tree's power. A soul force shield erupted from the trunk, struggling against the vine's grasp while repelling the energy beam's assault. Yuhang, its soul force is far too vast to exhaust. Amplify your attack on its crown and see if it possesses any other means of counterattack. Zhou had surmised that the giant spirit tree likely moved slowly. If Zhou Shan intervened, it would provide little opportunity for growth, hence he instructed him to remain by Yuhang's side for protection. All right. Bai Yuhang transformed his first soul ring into an energy eye and targeted the tree's crown with a piercing beam of light. With a resounding impact, the soul force shield shattered, and the crown was struck, leaving a substantial breach. The giant spirit tree seemed agitated, releasing a torrent of soul force as it endeavored to break free from the vines. Yet the celestial wood vines continued to absorb its essence, fueling their growth and further entangling it. From his vantage point, Zhou noticed a significant change in the giant spirit tree. Within its trunk, he discerned a luminous orb, marked by 3 dark holes, resembling a face. That must be its core, he mused. At that moment, Bai Yuhang, with keen eyes, also recognized this detail. Renfeng, do you see? Is that not its core? Bai Yuhang pointed towards the orb within the trunk. Indeed, it appears so, Renfeng affirmed, nodding. Yuhang, use the weakest energy beam to provoke it and observe its reaction. Understood. Afterward, he unleashed a minimal energy beam that struck the orb. Upon impact, the entire tree began to tremble violently, releasing a surge of soul force that cascaded to the nearby trees, which in turn glowed as 3 orbs emerged, coalescing into a face-like formation. With a thunderous roar, those trees uprooted themselves, transforming into tree men and advancing towards Renfeng and his companions. This must be its final line of defense. It is my turn to take the stage, declared Meyer, who had been on high alert in front of Renfeng and Bai Yuhang. With a wild release of energy, Meyer's body glowed red and emitted intense heat as he lowered his head, aiming his sharp horn at the largest treeman, using his death charge ability. With a tremendous crash, he collided with the treeman, his horn piercing the trunk as he propelled forward, only halting upon striking the subsequent treeman. Withdrawing his horn, he unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the fissured area, and within moments, the treeman's face disintegrated into light, its trunk withering away. Meanwhile, the next treeman had only just risen when Meyer pressed his assault. Bai Yuhang also commanded his single eye to attack the other treemen, with energy beams capable of obliterating them in an instant. The nearby trees have temporarily become soul beasts. This explains the presence of other trees nearby, Zhou mused. Soon, all the treemen were vanquished, and Renfeng tightened the celestial wood vines around the giant spirit tree, revealing the orb's position. Meyer approached the ensnared giant spirit tree and remarked, "Second brother, it likely has no further means of attack, right?" "It should have none," Zhou replied, casting a glance at the tree. He then summoned the exquisite tower and called forth the Ming snake. Upon its emergence, the snake lowered itself and flicked its tongue upon seeing Zhou. "Go, find it." The Ming snake regarded the giant spirit tree and, after a moment, closed its eyes and charged forward. With a resounding thud, it collided with the tree and began to wind its way up. "It likely has no other means of attack left," Zhou confidently asserted, retrieving an iron spear from the tower's space and handing it to Zhou Yuan. "Yuan." After receiving the spear, Zhou Yuan enlarged a heart's desire orb, encasing himself, and activated his first soul skill, Wind Spirit Shield, followed by his second soul skill, Perception. He proceeded cautiously until he reached the exposed orb, thrusting the spear forcefully into it. With a series of piercing strikes, the spear penetrated the orb. Subsequently, a purple 1,000-year soul ring emerged, floating into the air. Zhou Yuan exhaled deeply, joining the others in a moment of respite before beginning to absorb the soul ring. The purple essence floated above him, gradually being drawn in. At that moment, a radiant light burst forth from the trunk, revealing a soul bone shaped like a tree trunk, softly emanating brilliance. "A 1,000-year trunk soul bone," Zhou remarked as he approached it. "Brother, what is a soul bone?" Zhou Shan inquired curiously. "A soul bone," Zhou explained to the intrigued Zhou Shan and the others, elaborating on the formation and purpose of soul bones. This trunk soul bone should enhance soul force capacity and recovery abilities, making it ideal for Zhou Yuan. He picked up the soul bone and stated, "Let us bestow it upon Yuan, as he has expended the most soul force." The others nodded in agreement. Zhou acknowledged their input, indeed, but it should not be directly absorbed by Yuan. After all, it is merely a 1,000-year soul bone. My aim for you all is a minimum of 10,000-year soul bones, unless one is exceedingly rare and external. Brother, if it's not absorbed directly, how else can it be utilized? Zhou Shan inquired with curiosity. There are certainly more effective methods. Chapter 53, Spirit Gathering Seal. Subsequently, Zhou stored the soul bone in the tower's space, instructing the group to remain vigilant as they awaited Zhou Yuan's completion of soul ring absorption. As time gradually passed, the fluctuations of soul power beside Zhou Yuan began to calm down, indicating the successful absorption of the soul ring. Zhou Yuan slowly opened his eyes and stood up, addressing Zhou, "Second brother, I have succeeded." Zhou nodded and shared his thoughts on the soul bone and his decision with him. "Second brother, I will follow your arrangements." "All right, we should leave this place first. The commotion we caused earlier has made it quite dangerous here." Zhou instructed Zhou Shan and the others. They all nodded in agreement and followed Zhou out of the area, arriving at a forested region predominantly inhabited by lower-ranked soul beasts. "The soul beasts here are of a lower age. Let us take a moment to rest," Zhou said. Halting, he then took out provisions and water from the treasure tower and distributed them among the group. Zhou Shan received the food and water, expressing his admiration. "Brother, your treasure tower is truly convenient. Too bad it can't hold people. If it could, during dangerous situations, you could just gather us all in and fly away with the wind thunderwings. Not many could keep up with that speed." Zhou Shan gestured with his hands. "Currently, the Lingbao space cannot accommodate people, but that does not mean it will always be that way. If my plans are correct, in the future, it will be possible for people to reside within." Zhou replied as he continued to distribute provisions. "Moreover, why haven't you successfully cultivated the wind wings yet?" Zhou Shan shrank back slightly under Zhou gaze and cautiously said, "Brother, the wind wings are incredibly challenging. The demand for control are exceedingly high. I still need more time." "Indeed, the wind wings require a significant level of control, but with your innate abilities, coupled with your innate realm allowing you to reach a state of unity with heaven and earth, it shouldn't be too difficult, right, brother?" That Zhou Shan hesitated under Zhou unwavering gaze. "Shan, among us, a Yuan possesses flying capabilities, and Rinfan's combat style hardly differs without flight. Although requires flying abilities, with his level of control, mastering the wind wings will be exceptionally arduous. Hence, the three of them should focus on perfecting wind spirit steps. The core wind wings should not be forced. But you are different from Yuhang. Once you gain flying abilities, both your combat environment and capabilities will multiply. Thus, you must learn the wind wings." Zhou Shan observed the others, who seemed oblivious to their surroundings, and cautiously added, "Brother, isn't a Yuan here? Do you think you can be with him every moment? Is he always by your side during battles?" Zhou's eyes widened as he sternly responded, "Second brother, Shan must have dedicated his time to the study of formations and soul power, which is why he hasn't yet cultivated the wind wings." Zhou Shan felt grateful for Zhou Yuan's interjection. "Well then, once we return, I will assess your progress with the formations," Zhou stated calmly. Hearing this, Zhou Shan let out a sigh of relief. "Okay, brother." At that moment, the group had finished their provisions. Zhou clapped his hands to remove the crumbs and turned to Zhou Yuan, asking Yuan, "What is your third soul skill? What effects does it have?" "Second brother, my third soul skill is called Spirit Gathering Seal." Upon speaking, 3 soul rings appeared around Zhou Yuan, and the Heart's Desire Pearl was summoned forth. It has 2 primary effects. The first is that it can store soul power within my 10 Heart's Desire Pearls, allowing for rapid absorption by others. Zhou Yuan transformed one of the pearls into a massive protective dome, illuminating a glowing mark within. Every 10 levels, each pearl can store 110 units of soul power. However, apart from myself, others must physically touch the pearl to absorb its power. At your current level, each pearl can store 310 units of soul power, meaning your soul power has tripled. Indeed, second brother. Zhou Yuan continued to elaborate on the second characteristic. The second feature enhances recovery abilities. increasing by 100 for every 10 levels. 100. The others exclaimed in surprise. A yuan. Does this mean you will soar to new heights? An increase of 100 at level 10 means an increase of 900 at level 90? Zhou Shan held up 9 fingers in astonishment. Moreover, Zhou Yuan revealed a mysterious smile. The recovery from the Spirit Gathering Seal does not require sitting in meditation. It operates entirely automatically. The group's eyes widened at this revelation, and Zhou Shan burst into a fit of laughter. A yuan. Does this mean our bombing combination could be sustained indefinitely? And if we add Yu Hang, we would have a dual wing bomber. Hearing this, Bai Yu Hang took a step back, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Shan. A yuan. How long does the Spirit Gathering Seal last? Are there any limitations? Zhou Er inquired directly about the crucial matter. As long as there is sufficient soul power and mental fortitude, there is no time limit. Other limitations. Zhou Yuan pointed to the enlarged heart's desire pearl ahead. My third soul skill can only be applied to the heart's desire pearls and can then affect individuals, including myself. This means it can only impact a maximum of 10 people. Zhou Er nodded and asked Zhou Yuan, can the effects stack on a single person? Only one heart's desire pearl can attach to an individual, so the effects cannot stack on one person. Zhou Yuan suddenly recalled something. Furthermore, if the person receiving the effect has full soul power, the operation will not cease. It will only stop once the pearl's storage is filled. If that's the case, the more people the heart's desire pearls attach to, the quicker the soul power reserves can recover. This can be considered a form of indirect stacking effect. Zhu Er nodded in agreement. I initially considered melting the soul bone of the giant spirit tree to carve the spirit gathering formation onto a yuan's heart's desire pearl. But the effects of the spirit gathering seal are even more impressive. Zhou Er stroked his chin, contemplating. I could use this mark to upgrade the spirit gathering formation, and then carve the enhanced formation with the soul bone. When combined, a yuan's third soul skill will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Zhou Er glanced at the sky and turned to the group. All right, the rest period is over. Let us search for a suitable soul beast for Shan, aiming to find one before nightfall. The Stardoe Forest can become exceedingly dangerous at night. Chapter 54. Sharphorn Golden Snake. The group nodded and began searching the forest for suitable soul beasts. In the center of the group, Bai Yu Hang seemed to have an idea. He summoned a single-eyed entity to float high above and observe the surroundings. He meticulously scanned for traces of all the soul beasts. Wild boars adorned with spots, horses crowned with glowing horns, and birds with feathers resembling crystal. However, these soul beasts were either unsuitable in attributes or age. Second brother, to the right, 600 meters away, there is a horse standing over 2 meters tall, adorned with a glowing horn. Bai Yu Hang pointed in a specific direction. Let us head that way and see if the soul beast is appropriate. Zhou Er led the group toward that direction, but after walking 200 meters, Bai Yu Hang suddenly exclaimed, Second brother, that horse just breathed out a flame. It possesses fire attributes. Ashan has already acquired fire attributes. This soul beast is unsuitable. Zhou Er shook his head upon hearing this. Let us move forward and explore other directions. Subsequently, the group advanced in another direction. As they walked, Bai Yu Hang suddenly pointed toward the direction and exclaimed, Second brother, there's a snake 500 meters ahead, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, with a metallic horn protruding from its head. Curiously, the horn does not point upward, but extends forward. Let us go and investigate this serpent, Zhou Er replied. The group then gradually made their way toward the snake, treading lightly as they approached. As they drew nearer, Zhou Er activated his special ability upon spotting the serpent. Sharp-horned golden snake. For 1,917 years, sharp metallic. For 1,917 years. This age far exceeds Ashan's second soul ring by thrice, plus an additional 500 years. However, with a physique enhanced by innate realms over 500 years, they would undoubtedly be able to withstand it. Although a nearly 5,000-year-old soul beast would be beyond Ashan and the other's capability to hunt, they could still engage it for training. I will remain nearby, prepared to intervene at any moment. After contemplating, Zhou Er signaled to them. Upon noticing, they exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. As they cautiously approached the sharp-horned golden snake, it seemed to sense their presence. Zhou Er unleashed his second soul skill, Death Charge, with his entire body glowing crimson and exuding waves of heat. Mill charged towards the sharp-horned golden snake. The overwhelming pressure of death, amplified by the domain of dominance, momentarily stunned the serpent. Seizing this opportunity, Ren Fong ensnared the snake with numerous mystical wood vines. One vine coiled around and lifted the snake's head, allowing Mill to deliver a powerful blow to its abdomen. The sound of metal clashing echoed. The sharp-horned golden snake emitted a painful hiss, its scales bristling as it writhed violently, shredding the entangling vines to pieces. Mill, quickly move aside, Zhou Shan shouted from above. Mill, taking advantage of the speed boost, darted to the side just in time. Boom! A massive earth spike thrust the sharp-horned golden snake upwards, while simultaneously, a horned spear descended from the sky. The immense gravitational force flattened the earth spike, pinning the serpent to the ground. Although the heavy rock bull spear possessed tremendous weight, its lack of penetrating power meant it could not pierce the serpent's body. After the recoil, it fell beside Zhou Shan, who retrieved it. Despite the attacks causing minimal damage, the serpent was in agony, releasing a fierce hiss. At that moment, a colossal beam of light surged into its mouth, inflicting excruciating pain that sent the sharp-horned golden snake thrashing wildly around. Zhou Shan, in midair, summoned 3 replicas of the Crimson Flame Firebird Spear and hurled them downward. Upon landing, they formed a formation, erupting into a gigantic fire dragon. The fire dragon charged at the sharp-horned golden snake, and as it collided, the serpent seemed to regain some awareness, raising its body and fixating its gaze on Bai Yuhang. Just as it opened its mouth to hiss, it abruptly closed it, glaring fiercely at Bai Yuhang. Contracting its body into a folded shape, it launched itself forward. Its sharp horn aimed directly at Bai Yuhang. In an instant, it lunged towards him. But Zhou Yuan had already utilized the Rui Pearl to lift Bai Yuhang into the air, evading the snake's assault. Meanwhile, Zhou Er, standing behind, grasped the sharp-horned golden snake's horn with one hand, while holding the exquisite pagoda in the other. The force of the collision caused Zhou Er to slide backward. But as he neared a halt, he used the momentum to spin around and slam the serpent onto the ground. The sharp-horned golden snake struggled to break free from Zhou Er's grasp, attempting to flee, but a thick fog enveloped the area, completely obstructing its vision. With a hiss, it charged in a random direction, sprinting over 100 meters in an instant. Oomph! Land beast! Zhou Er scoffed, extending his hand toward the serpent. A massive land beast materialized before the sharp-horned golden snake, and with a thunderous crash, the serpent's charge failed to budge the beast an inch. The land beast planted one foot on the serpent's head and the other on its tail, rendering it immobile. At this moment, Zhou Er approached with Zhou Shan and the others. Brother, your land beast is incredibly strong. It subdued the snake in no time, Zhou Shan remarked, observing the sharp-horned golden snake pinned beneath the land beast's feet. Enough chatter. Quickly finish it off and absorb the soul ring. The commotion was too loud. Zhou Er interrupted Zhou Shan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shan nodded vigorously and moved closer to the land beast. The land beast shifted slightly, revealing half of the snake's head. Zhou Shan raised the Crimson Flame Firebird Spear and plunged it into the serpent's eye. The sharp-horned golden snake let out a pained hiss before gradually falling silent. Zhou Er then recalled the land beast. Zhou Shan sat down, beginning to absorb the slowly drifting thousand-year soul ring, drawing forth a continuous stream of soul power until the soul ring was entirely assimilated. When Zhou Shan opened his eyes, Zhou Er promptly led everyone to relocate, heading towards the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. After traversing a distance and nearing the forest's edge, Zhou Er inquired, Ashan, how effective is your third soul skill? Second brother, my third soul skill is the sharp-horned golden snake spear, Zhou Shan replied, revealing a long spear in his hand. The spear's body resembled a coiled snake, its surface adorned with densely packed scales, and at its tip, a serpent's head gripped the spearhead, exuding a strong metallic aura. Chapter 55. Return and encounter second brother. The soul skill is similar to the first. It can charge, but it is not linear. It can turn at will, and with my focus, I can even trace a circular pattern in place. Moreover, during the charge, the soul power condenses into the form of a sharp-horned golden snake, possessing formidable piercing capability. Zhou Er nodded in acknowledgement and asked, what about the effect when thrown? I will give it a try, Zhou Shan replied. examining the sharp-horned golden snake spear in his grasp. He then aimed at a distant tree and launched it. The spear transformed mid-air into a sharp-horned golden snake, puncturing the tree effortlessly. Upon penetrating, it coiled around the tree's roots, and with a thunderous explosion, the tree was severed in two, collapsing beside them. This speed is remarkable, and it can transform into a sharp-horned golden snake, greatly enhancing its agility and penetration power. Joer observed, nodding in approval. Additionally, I now have 6 replica spears, allowing me to form 2 formations. Zhou Shan continued. Joer glanced at the darkening sky, turning to the group and declared before night falls, "Let us exit the Stardow Forest. We shall experiment with our soul skills upon our return." The group nodded in agreement, swiftly following Joer as they made their way out of the Stardow Forest. Navigating through the thickets and towering trees, they soon emerged from the forest, racing toward the secret valley, when suddenly a peculiar sound echoed among them. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Hearing the sound, Joer slowed his pace and turned to look in the direction of the noise. "Gay, I'm hungry again," said Mier, covering his stomach with a hint of embarrassment. Although they had consumed some rations for the growing Mier and his companions, the provisions were hardly sufficient to quell their hunger. Juer vetchit Mier, pondeling his two cooks. At that moment, Zhou Shan approached and asked Mier, "How can you be hungry so quickly?" "Brother Shan, when you all stood still during battle, I was the one running around, exerting the most energy, so of course, I would get hungry the fastest." Mier replied. Just as he finished speaking, Joer addressed everyone. "Mier, hang on for a moment. There is a small town ahead where we can eat and rest before continuing our journey." The group nodded in agreement. Joer took out several cloaks and masks from the treasure space and distributed them. "Put these on." Zhou Shan accepted the cloak and mask, puzzled. "Brother, do we really need these?" "Yes," Joer affirmed, explaining. "The towns near the Stardow Forest are populated with many soul masters, leading to potential conflicts. It's best to conceal our identities to avoid recognition during confrontation. Moreover, until we become soul saints, we must wear these whenever we encounter anyone outside our group of 6. After distributing the cloaks and masks, he added solemnly, "Make sure to wear them." The group nodded, donned their disguises, and set off towards the town. They soon arrived outside the town, which was bustling with numerous shops, most of which catered to soul masters. After wandering a few steps in a random direction, they spotted a hotel and headed towards it. At that moment, Joer's attention was drawn to a group of 8 individuals dressed similarly, led by a middle-aged man accompanied by 7 youths. These were students from the Tsanghui Academy. Coincidentally, the Shrek 7 were also at the hotel. It was an opportune moment to gauge their strength. Joer thought to himself as he observed the group. Keeping a distance of about 10 meters, Joer and his companions followed the Tsanghui Academy students into the hotel. Once inside, Ren Fong suddenly halted, staring intently ahead. One of the Tsanghui students pushed aside a nearby guest, nearly causing the guest to topple. The student then collided with a passing waiter, sending him crashing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Ren Fong clenched his fists tightly. "Ren Fong, what is wrong?" Joer noticed Ren Fong's unusual demeanor and inquired. "Gay, I want to beat those people." Ren Fong took a deep breath, his tone calm, yet resolute. "What is the matter?" "So asks, observing Ren Fong. Gay, my mother passed away before the disaster, due to individuals like them. Just because a medicinal herb was improperly processed, a soul master broke my father's rib with one strike, leaving him bedridden and unable to work. My mother had to constantly search for herbs in the forest to cover his medical expenses, and she never returned after one trip." Ren Fong's voice trembled slightly as he gazed at the Tsanghui Academy students. "Why are there such soul masters? Why must we endure such suffering?" Ren Fong's quiet words reached me air and by Yu Hang, causing their spirits to sink as well. They shared similar childhood experiences, unlike Zhou Shan and the others, who belonged to a clan with numerous soul masters, thereby escaping such a harsh upbringing. "Then let us teach them a lesson," Joer declared, noticing the shift in Ren Fong's emotions. "Gay, we don't know the cultivation level of that middle-aged man. Maybe we should let it go," Ren Fong replied, regaining some composure. "It's fine. He is merely a soul king with no significant soul rings," Joer remarked, observing the middle-aged man seated at a table. "And let them experience the feeling of being weak, so they won't bully others in the future." Having said this, Zhou Er reflected on the need for everyone to vent their pent-up emotions. Suppressing feelings for too long could lead to trouble, and he believed in combating evil with evil. Meanwhile, at another table, Dai Mubai, unable to tolerate the Tsanghui Academy students, spoke up. A mere Tsanghui Academy. What is there to be proud of? His unfiltered voice reached the ears of the Tsanghui students, prompting several of them to scoff and glance over. As one of the boys stood to respond, the middle-aged leader restrained him, preparing to speak when a shadow loomed over them. Looking up, they saw 6 masked youths standing before them. What do you want? The middle-aged man asked the 6 youths. Nothing much. We just fancy this table and would like you to vacate it, Zhou Er replied coolly. What do you mean? One of the boys exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and rising. The middle-aged man raised a hand to halt the boy, contemplating the 6 masked figures before him. Given their age, they were likely disciples from a sect or academy, but their concealment was indeed peculiar. He decided to be cautious. I'm Yi Zhiqiu, the director of external affairs at Tsanghui Academy. What's so special about this table? Where are your parents? Call them over to discuss this. Call our parents? This table is nothing special. I just noticed you bullying the weak and realized I share that habit. Zhu scoffed, addressing Yi Zhiqiu. You. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, who had been observing Zhou Er, turned to Dai Mubai. Is that Zhou Er? Yes, it should be. Those beside him are likely his companions. And that one is Mi Er, the one who defeated you in one move. Dai Mubai pointed to the shortest among them, Mi Er. Boss Dai, why bring that up? Didn't you get defeated by Zhou Er in one move too? Ma Hongjun replied, somewhat disgruntled. Fatty. Dai Mubai shot back, looking sternly at Ma Hongjun. Third brother. Keep me safe. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, hiding behind Tang San. Mubai, it looks like they're about to fight. Tang San warned, glancing over at Zhou Er. How audacious. Teach them a lesson. The Tsanghui Academy teacher ordered, his face darkening. The students of Tsanghui Academy, unable to hold back any longer, sprang into action at their teacher's command. Except for the lone girl, unleashing their martial spirits and charging toward Zhou Er and his companions. Ren Fong responded swiftly, invoking wild growth, causing numerous fairy wood vines to sprout, encircling them in a protective barrier to prevent harm to bystanders. Foolish mortals, laughed a student from Tsanghui Academy, whose martial spirit resembled a sheep, as he charged at Ren Fong. Domineering domain. Meyer unleashed his overwhelming domain, instantly asserting a colossal presence that stifled those around him, leaving several students from the Tsanghui Academy rooted to the spot. The second soul ring on Meyer's body ignited with brilliance as he bowed and charged forward, directly colliding with a Tsanghui Academy student whose martial spirit was a sheep, sending him hurtling into the Xianmu vines. In an instant, the vines sprang forth, ensnaring him and suspending him in mid-air. Xiao San, that fellow's martial spirit bears a striking resemblance to yours, Dai Mubai remarked, eyeing the vines. Tang San's eyes ignited with a purple glow as he scrutinized the tendrils, stating, those vines are unlike my blue-silver grass. Mine primarily inflicts toxins in addition to binding. However, that individual's vines seem to absorb a person's soul power. Once ensnared, the soul power is continuously siphoned away, as evidenced by the individual who, after a brief struggle, has now succumbed to stillness. He pointed toward the suspended student, who had struggled violently upon being ensnared, but was now quietly dangling. Siphoning soul power. Oscar and the others exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Moreover, they are competing in the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City, just like us. Sooner or later, we will encounter them. If ensnared by that individual's vines, one must immediately break free. Otherwise, one's soul power will dwindle, and even if freed, one would be left with little combat capability. Tang San affirmed. Xiao San is right. These individuals are formidable, and we must exercise caution when facing them. Dai Mubai concurred. Enough. The teacher from Tsanghui Academy glared at the suspended student, addressing Zhou Er. Release my student. Certainly. Zhou Er nodded, turning to Yi Zhiqiu. Your students are too weak to even warm up. Engage in a fight with us, and I shall release them. Yi Zhiqiu glanced at the 6 students hanging and replied to Zhou Er, very well. Zhou Er gestured to Ren Fong, and the 6 suspended students were dropped, collapsing onto the ground in a heap. This space is too cramped. Let us move outdoors, Zhou Er declared, leading Zhou Shan and the others outside the hotel. Let us go. Let us see what is happening. Ma Hongjun exclaimed as he sprang to his feet. Yes, let's go take a look. Oscar chimed in. All right. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, recognizing their shared intent. This opportunity allows us to gauge their strength, so we won't be caught off guard at the Soul Arena, Tang San remarked as they made their way outside. The others nodded in agreement and exited the hotel. You youngsters, each one of you should apologize to me now. There is still time. Yi Jiqiu glared at Zhou Er and his companions, determined to give them one last chance. Your words are tiresome, Zhu Er retorted, fixing his gaze on the loquacious Yi Jiqiu. You, Yi Jiqiu seethed, gritting his teeth. Fine. Xiangui, manifest. A green luminescence enveloped Yi Jiqiu as a shell resembling a tortoise emerged, 5 soul rings appearing in succession. 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. A soul king. That fellow is a soul king. Dai Mubai exclaimed, brow furrowed. They 1T run into trouble, will they? I doubt it. Look at how composed they are. There is no sign of panic. Tang San observed, glancing at Zhou Er and his companions. At that moment, a multitude of Xianmu vines surged forth, ensnaring Yi Jiqiu's tortoise shell in layers. So that is how it is. Yi Jiqiu realized why his students were unable to break free from the vines. Third soul skill, Xian Shui Jidong. Just as Yi Jiqiu unleashed his third soul skill to shatter the vines, an immense pressure struck him, momentarily paralyzing him. Meyer's sharp horn collided with his tortoise shell, sending Yi Jiqiu, encased within, hurtling away like a kicked ball. However, a formidable beam of light struck his shell from the side, sending him careening back. Damn it. Second soul skill, Xian Shui Bingfeng. A frigid current emanated from Yi Jiqiu, encasing the approaching Xianmu vines in ice. At that moment, 3 crimson spears flew toward him. Yi Jiqiu hastily activated his first soul skill, Xian Gui Hu Ti. Yet, the 3 spears were not aimed at the tortoise shell, but rather landed some distance away. You tricked me. Yi Jiqiu glared at Zhou Shan, who hovered above. But just then, the 3 spears' soul power resonated, intertwining to conjure a colossal fire pillar that transformed into a fire dragon, lunging toward the tortoise shell. Chapter 57, The Tortoise in the Sky. Ah, damn it. The searing pain of the flames compelled Yi Jiqiu to cry out. First soul skill, Xian Gui Hu Ti. The chilling aura enveloping Yi Jiqiu's tortoise shell expanded outward, repelling the fire dragon. In that instant, a torrent of cold energy surged toward Bai Yuhang. Numerous Xianmu vines arose, intertwining to form a thick wall that obstructed the cold current. Although the Xianmu vines relentlessly siphoned the soul power of the cold flow, they continued to freeze. Then, with a mighty crash, the wall of Xianmu vines was breached. Yet, Bai Yuhang seized the brief moment to evade the cold current, having vacated the area. At this juncture, Zhou Shan, wielding the Scarlet Flame Firebird Spear, unleashed his soul skill, transforming into a blazing firebird that soared toward Yi Jiqiu. Fresh from using his second soul skill, Yi Jiqiu heard the call of a bird above and glanced up to see the crimson firebird hurtling towards him. Boom! Zhou Shan's firebird collided with a wave of cold, igniting a fierce clash of ice and flame in the air. However, amidst their struggle, the fire dragon, previously feigning to be extinguished by the cold, resurrected and charged again toward Yi Jiqiu. Simultaneously, Bai Yuhang's first soul ring combined technique, Energy Eye, unleashed a tremendous beam of light. What? Yi Jiqiu's eyes widened as he beheld the simultaneous assaults approaching from 3 directions, hastily activating his third soul skill, Xian Shui Jidong. In an instant, a torrent of cold energy radiated outward, extinguishing Zhou Shan's fire dragon and firebird. Yet, the energy beam surged through the cold wave, striking Yi Jiqiu with a thunderous crash, sending him staggering backward. Meanwhile, Zhou Shan, shielded by the wind spirit barrier and gripping the Scarlet Flame Firebird Spear, swiftly dispelled the cold within and resummoned the fire dragon. A colossal flame ascended, coiling into a dragon that circled above, surveying Yi Jiqiu below. Elsewhere, Bai Yuhang was flanked by a single eye and a massive energy eye, watching Yi Jiqiu with predatory intent. Meyer stood guard beside Bai Yuhang, serving as a shield while keeping a vigilant watch on Yi Jiqiu. Ren Feng's Xianmu vines lingered in the surroundings, poised for action. Yi Jiqiu glared at the 6 individuals encased in a protective light, gritting his teeth as he declared, 5th soul skill Xian. Upon hearing this, Zhou Er stepped forward, and instantly, silence enveloped the surroundings, a monumental presence filling every crevice of the space. A colossal silhouette appeared in the minds of the onlookers, and with a mere flick of its hand, an immense pagoda descended, pressing down upon them. Under the weight of this overwhelming pressure, everyone felt their minds blank, their thoughts consumed solely by the colossal pagoda, as if their cognitive capacity had been frozen by a single image. With a flash of lightning, Zhou Air materialized before Yi Zhiqiu's tortoise shell, his dark hand poised to strike. With a resounding bang, he was thrust away, and then, crackling with lightning, appeared before the turtle shell with another strike. Bang! 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 The flickering lightning of Zhou Air manifested in various directions, causing the turtle shell to bounce around like a rubber ball. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the sound of impact changed. Zhou Air, finding it cumbersome to strike with his hands, grasped the tip of the exquisite pagoda with his right hand and, like a baseball player, began to strike the turtle shell. After several blows, he altered direction and began striking upwards towards the heavens. Behind Zhou Air, the wind and thunder wings unfurled, shimmering as they propelled Yi Zhiqiu higher and higher. When they reached a certain altitude, the wind and thunder wings spread wide, allowing Zhou Air to hover in mid-air, illuminated by the night with their radiant glow. Yi Zhiqiu ascended to the pinnacle, halting in front of Zhou Air. Just as he regained a semblance of consciousness, he quickly activated his first soul skill, the Xian Turtle Shield. Zhou Air addressed him with a calm demeanor. Remember well this feeling of being weak. He then used the exquisite pagoda to pull Yi Zhiqiu forcefully towards the ground. Protected by the turtle shell, Yi Zhiqiu plummeted rapidly, while Zhou Air, with a display of his wind and thunder wings sparkling with lightning, appeared above the accelerating turtle shell, delivering another powerful strike. The relentless barrage continued, increasing the speed of the turtle shell. Just as they were a mere 10 meters from the ground, with one final strike, lightning flashed, and Zhou Air vanished to the side. The expansive wind and thunder wings dissipated into scattered fragments of lightning, and a tremendous roar erupted. Boom! A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and with a wave of his left hand, Zhou Air summoned a gentle breeze to disperse the smoke, revealing the figure of Yi Zhiqiu. His body was embedded in the earth, with only his head and limbs above ground, resembling a turtle flipped onto its back. Teacher! Teacher! The students from Songhui Academy rushed over upon seeing the unconscious Yi Zhiqiu. Let us go. Zhou Air, having cleared the smoke, instructed Zhou Shan and the others. They then entered the hotel to rest and dine. So powerful, Dai Mubai murmured in awe, having witnessed the earlier scene. Beside him, Ma Hongjun and Oscar gazed in wide-eyed wonder at the slowly dissipating lightning. Dai Mubai turned to Tang San and said, Xiao San, did you see his speed just now? I could discern his speed while on the ground, but once he deployed those wings, I lost sight of it. Tang San replied, his tone heavy with contemplation. And that fire dragon wielding a spear, its power could even inflict pain upon ice attribute soul kings. It must be a self-created soul skill. Yet that fellow can fly. How can a weapon spirit that is a spear also take flight? Maong Jun exclaimed, Somevatvixt. That is likely not his ability, but rather an aura enveloping him that enables flight. Tang San considered for a moment, addressing Ma Hongjun. It's that soul master with the bead spirit. Xiao San, that soul master appears to be a control type, yet his soul skills seem predominantly supportive? Dai Mubai questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. I find it perplexing as well. Is he truly a control type or a support type soul master? More pressing is how we would fare in the Great Soul Arena if they all take flight. Oscar interjected. Hearing this, Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, stating, if they all ascend into the air, we will have to rely on ranged attacks, but we would be at a severe disadvantage on the ground. If they all take to the skies, they surely cannot sustain it for long, Tang San remarked, shaking his head. Moreover, the height of the battle platform in the Great Soul Arena is limited. My blue silvergrass can certainly reach them. Chapter 58. The blade of the golden armored fish. Thus, while Tang San and the others deliberated, Zhao Wujing returned from outside. What are you all doing standing here at this hour? Zhao Wujing inquired of his students. Teacher, Dai Mubai recounted the events that had just transpired to Zhao Wujing, who nodded in understanding. Raising a hand, he gestured for them to return to rest. Prepare well for tomorrow's venture into the Star Doe Forest. Yes, teacher. Tang San and the others replied before retreating to the hotel. Zhao Wujing, trailing behind, rubbed his nose, recalling the leg injury from years past, muttering defiantly, "If I can't provoke them, then I shall evade them." As night deepened, Zhou Er and the others finished their meal, taking a brief respite before embarking once more towards the mysterious valley. The surrounding scenery blurred into fleeting shadows as the wind whispered past their ears. After a considerable distance, they finally reached the valley. Upon arriving, Zhou Er addressed the group. "Rest here. I must hunt for my fourth soul ring, and it is too perilous to bring you along. This may take some time. You are to remain here in peace. Second brother, be careful." Zhou Shan and the others cautioned Zhou Er. He nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Subsequently, he exited the formation and spread his wings of wind, soaring towards the Stardow forest. As he flew, the sky gradually brightened, and Zhou Er paused near the Stardow forest, finding a stone to sit upon and restore his energy. After a while, revitalized, he stood and gazed at the nearby Stardow forest, his body enveloped in a gentle breeze as he sprinted forward. Upon entering the forest, he slowed his pace, cautiously proceeding deeper. In his search for 10,000-year soul beasts, he encountered several, though none were of the metal attribute. He did come across a wooden attribute beast, but its age exceeded 50,000 years, far beyond Zhou Er's capacity, prompting him to evade the creature and continue his quest through the forest, traversing hills, rivers, dense thickets, and rocky terrains. Eventually, he arrived at a great river. Staring at the waterway, Zhou Er pondered uncertainly, is there truly such a large river within the Stardow forest? Summoning the exquisite pagoda with his left hand, he activated his first soul ring, the Ming Snake. After calling forth the Ming Snake, he pointed towards the river leading into the depths of the Stardow forest, instructing it, swim upstream and discover what lies at the end. The Ming Snake examined the river, glanced at the forest depths, then turned to Zhou Er. Closing its eyes, it leapt into the water and swiftly swam ahead. Zhou Er, seated beside the river, contemplated, could this river connect to the central lake? Observing through the Ming Snake's eyes, he perceived the dimly lit riverbed, teeming with various fish, aquatic plants, and smaller soul beasts. However, these creatures, sensing the Ming Snake's presence, quickly retreated, allowing it to swim unobstructed. At that moment, a shadow suddenly emerged ahead. An enormous fish appeared, and as it advanced, its form gradually came into view. The massive fish bore a triangular head, its mouth and eyes positioned on the three faces of the triangle. The exterior of the fish's head bore a striking metallic sheen, while the scales along its body glimmered with a similar lustrous brilliance, resembling armor in their arrangement. The fins on either side appeared as sharp blades, and the tail took the form of a triangular edge, adorned with numerous barbs meticulously aligned along its back. Observing this soul beast through the eyes of the Ming Snake, Zhou Er deduced its elemental nature to be metallic. The Ming Snake beckoned it closer, and Zhou Er's thoughts echoed in the creature's mind. Faced with this colossal fish soul beast, the Ming Snake exhaled a breath aimed at its eyes before swiftly retreating, not daring to look back. Although the fish soul beast suffered no injury, it was incensed by the provocation from the century-old soul beast and pursued with furious determination. The Ming Snake, despite its remarkable speed in the water, found the fish soul beast to be even swifter, closing the distance rapidly. In a moment of desperation, the Ming Snake leapt from the water, racing along the riverbank. The fish soul beast, witnessing this, propelled itself into the air, giving chase. Initially calmed, the Ming Snake was startled to see the pursuing fish soul beast in flight, its eyes widening in alarm as it fled frantically into the forest. The fish soul beast altered its course, entering the woods, and as it soared through the trees, the trunks on either side were effortlessly severed at its height. The rumble of destruction echoed behind them as the Ming Snake hastened forward, anxious to escape. Although the fish soul beast's speed diminished in the air, so too did that of the Ming Snake. Meanwhile, Zhou Er hastened towards the scene, having calculated his approach. Just as the fish soul beast was about to catch up with the Ming Snake, suddenly, a high-velocity spiral of water struck the fish soul beast's head, producing a jarring sound. Following this, a multitude of firebirds collided with its scales, while clouds of dust enveloped the area. Although the water strike left no mark and the firebirds caused no damage, the dust clung to the surface of the soul beast, infiltrating its mouth and gills, inducing great discomfort. Consequently, it abandoned the Ming snake and charged towards the source of the assault, where Zhou Er came into view. Zhou Er utilized the information-gathering capability of the Boundary Stone. Blade of the Golden Armor Fish, 18 for 165 years, golden blade, golden durability. While the age was somewhat less than desired, the attributes were perfectly suited. Zhou Er smiled at the sight of the blade of the Golden Armor Fish and resolved to lure it away from the river, should it take refuge in the water. He would have to relinquish his pursuit. As the blade of the Golden Armor Fish approached, Zhou Er unfurled wings of wind, ascending into the air and maintaining a safe distance while occasionally tossing clouds of dust to provoke the creature further. The fish grew increasingly agitated by Zhou Er's antics and pursued with all its might. Zhou Er skillfully controlled the distance, leading the fish onward until they reached a stony area, where he halted and turned to face the oncoming beast. Saimuningo seek folk. He enveloped both himself and the blade of the Golden Armor Fish. Chapter 59. The flash of golden light and thunder, a dense mist shrouded the surroundings, causing the disoriented blade of the Golden Armor Fish to pause and survey its environment. Suddenly, a deep, resonant sound echoed, reverberating through the air, and the fish felt a gravitational force tugging at it. As the sound intensified, the gravitational pull grew stronger, gradually affecting its flight speed. The fish surged forward, striving to escape the fog and the grip of gravity, yet the ominous sound followed closely behind. In an unexpected turn, the blade of the Golden Armor Fish reversed direction, darting back towards the land beast that had been following it, slicing past it with ferocity. A massive gash extended from the beast's face to its rear, penetrating through a significant portion of its body. Remarkably, the land beast did not falter, but instead turned to continue its pursuit. The wound not bleeding, but emitting a steady stream of dust, gradually healing itself. Over time, the injury completely mended. Meanwhile, the fish noted the compounding effects of gravity, which began to affect not only its speed, but also its altitude. It darted back, circling the land beast in a frenzy. Despite the beast stomping its feet and increasing gravitational pressure, the fish's velocity escalated. The land beast accumulated more wounds, while a tempest began to form around it, ruthlessly slicing into its flesh. At that moment, a swarm of blazing firebirds surged into the vortex, accelerating the rotation of the storm. By the time the blade of the Golden Armor Fish sensed the impending danger, it was already too late. The immense gravitational force tore at it while the firebirds exacerbated the storm's intensity, leaving the fish utterly powerless against the chaos. The tempest, now infused with flames, escalated in temperature, scorching the fish's body and turning the remaining dust on its surface a charred brown. At this point, the blade of the Golden Armor Fish resembled a scavenger. Observing the scene, Zhou Er remarked by exploiting a weakness. Even a millennia-old soul beast can be hunted by one of 10,000 years. As he watched the increasingly ferocious firestorm engulfing the fish, a sudden crisis emerged for the land beast at the bottom of the vortex. The overwhelming forces of tearing and rising temperatures, combined with the fish's relentless slicing, proved too much for it to endure. Finally, it disintegrated into a massive cloud of dust. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Er had an epiphany. He swiftly unfurled his wings of wind and thunder, propelling himself outward. Moments later, a colossal explosion erupted, shattering the firestorm and annihilating the firebirds within, reducing them to mere sparks. The blade of the Golden Armor Fish was ejected from the explosion, crashing into the ground, its body battered and its armor cracked, scales scattered, barbs broken, and the triangular edge of its tail shattered. As the fish slowly regained altitude, it locked onto a direction and surged forth, emanating a golden glow. Zhou Er, witnessing the spectacle, spread his wings and followed closely. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Tang San, who had been pursuing the Titan great ape, found himself in a difficult situation with a human-faced demon spider. Exhausted, he sat on the ground, gasping for breath, preparing to recover some soul power when the worst scenario he feared materialized. 3 figures approached from a distance. 3 figures gradually approached, and upon closer inspection, Tang San recognized 2 of them, the snake woman, Zhao Tianxiang, and the beautiful maiden, Meng Iran. Accompanying them was a tall, slender elder, wielding a dragon-headed cane. adorned with 8 soul rings that pulsated rhythmically. He was undoubtedly a soul Doloa. This must be Long Gong Meng Shu. As the trio drew nearer, their expressions shifted dramatically upon seeing the lifeless body of the man-faced demon spider on the ground. Meng Yiran could hardly believe her eyes, exclaiming in shock, "No, how could this happen? Why? Who killed my man-faced demon spider?" Seated beneath a nearby tree, Tang San could not help but smile wryly at the coincidence. "It was I who did the deed." After regaining some of his soul power, he leaned against the tree and stood up to speak. Upon seeing Tang San, Meng Yiran's eyes reddened as she stammered in disbelief. You, it's you again." Tang San, witnessing this scene, responded with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, Meng Po whispered a few words into Long Gong's ear. Just as Long Gong began to confront Tang San, Zhao Wujia and the others approached the scene. However, as Long Gong prepared to take action, Tang San was ready to pull Meng Yiran down as cover when Zhao Wujia arrived beside them, poised to intervene. Sensing something amiss, everyone halted and gazed into the distance. A brilliant golden light surged toward them, slicing through everything in its path. Massive boulders, towering trees, and even gigantic soul beasts. As the golden light soared, it left behind a trail of shimmering gold that seemed to mend whatever it touched. At that moment, Zhao Wujia had joined Tang San and the others, urgently instructing them, "Quick, everyone get down." Tang San and Dai Mubai promptly dropped to the ground, while Zhao Wujia stood protectively in front of them. On the opposite side, Long Gong shielded the snake woman and his granddaughter, Meng Yiran, behind him, brandishing the dragon-headed cane in defense. With a thunderous crash, the golden light zipped between the two groups, leaving a golden trace in the air that gradually faded. The sharp strike was halted by Long Gong's cane and Zhao Wujia's mighty bear form, safeguarding the others. They both exhaled in relief, for neither excelled at dealing with speed-oriented soul beasts, especially one as swift as this golden light. What was happening on the outskirts of the Stardoe forest? First, the titan giant ape, and now a soul beast of such incredible speed. This situation must be handled promptly, and they needed to assist Meng Yiran in hunting soul beasts. Lingering here was unwise. Just as Long Gong pondered this, a commotion erupted in the distance, and a bolt of lightning shot toward them, racing after the golden light. Within that lightning, there appeared to be a figure. Chapter 60, 9-Leaf Flying Sword. Was that a figure within the lightning? Observing the rapidly retreating bolt, Long Gong expressed uncertainty. Among the group, only one other person discerned the figure within the lightning with clarity, Tang San, whose eyes glimmered with purple light as he recalled the masked silhouette within the lightning. Uncertainly pondering, could it be Zhou Er? "Esteemed Long Gong, I am Zhao Wujia, who has long admired you." Zhao Wujia, coming to his senses, addressed Long Gong. The two engaged in conversation, during which Zhao Wujia mentioned Tang San's background, causing Long Gong's expression to darken gradually. Meanwhile, Zhou Er, within the lightning, also bore a grim countenance. He initially intended to kite the sharp-blade golden-armored fish, wearing it down, but was surprised when it accelerated suddenly, nearly shaking him off, and began absorbing metals from the soil to repair itself. He had hoped to avoid using the Samadhi True Fire for the hunt, yet this 10,000-year soul beast proved to be a formidable opponent. Zhou Er observed the increasingly distant golden light, and with thunderous roars, he unleashed a surge of electricity, propelling himself forward at an alarming speed. Amidst the crackling thunder, he steadily closed the distance to the golden light. Upon getting closer, he maintained his distance while summoning a fog to obscure the sharp-blade golden-armored fish's vision. He continuously summoned land beasts and crimson flame birds to disrupt the creature's flight path, steering it away from the depths of the Stardoe forest. Gradually changing the direction of the sharp-blade golden-armored fish, Zhou Er led it toward the outskirts of the Stardoe forest, eventually catching up to it in a secluded area. He raised his right hand, aiming a palm strike at the creature's eye, prepared to unleash the Samadhi True Fire. However, the sharp-blade golden-armored fish disregarded Zhou Er's attack, violently whipping its tail, the pointed tip aiming straight for Zhou Er's eye. In a bid to protect his vision, Zhou Er had to lean back to evade the blow, simultaneously conjuring the Samadhi True Fire, igniting the creature's tail. For the first time, the sharp-blade golden-armored fish emitted a sound reminiscent of rusty iron scraping against each other. Its tail melted under the flames, causing it to lose its flying posture and crash to the ground. Though it fell, it rolled forward madly, as if something terrifying pursued it. With a flash of lightning, Jo'er appeared before the sharp-blade, golden-armored fish, directing the Samadhi True Fire toward its eye. In the creature's terrified gaze, its head melted away, ensuring its demise. As Jo'er watched the dark soul ring rise slowly, he calmed himself, attuning to his surroundings. After confirming the area was secure, he sat down to absorb the soul ring. Instantly, an immense power surged within Jo'er, yet alongside his own soul power. 3 types of essence energies suppressed the overwhelming force. Just as Jo'er methodically absorbed the soul power, chaos erupted. The sharp-blade, golden-armored fish manifested in his spiritual world, glaring fiercely at Jo'er. However, the Ming snake, crimson flamebird, and land beast also appeared in the spiritual realm, surrounding the sharp-blade, golden-armored fish. Although Jo'er had 3 soul beasts on his side, the age gap placed them at a disadvantage. Observing this, Jo'er extended his left hand, where a delicate pagoda floated above his palm. Addressing the dominating sharp-blade, golden-armored fish, he declared, 10,000-year soul beasts and 1,000-year soul beasts are of no distinction to my martial spirit. Delicate pagoda, subduing demons and exorcising evil. With a soft exclamation, the delicate pagoda soared above the sharp-blade, golden-armored fish, enveloped in radiant light. The creature was instantly trapped within the beam, struggling vehemently, but gradually being drawn upward, shrinking until it merged with the 4th layer of the pagoda after a few flickers. Subsequently, the Ming snake and others were also drawn back into the delicate pagoda. Jo'er slowly opened his eyes, preparing to retract the fog, when he suddenly felt something unusual within his body. The sound of blades unsheathing echoed as 4 blades manifested on his back, with additional blades emerging from his heels and the backs of his hands. The blade at his heel reached just up to his calf, while those on his hands extended to his elbows. This was an external soul bone. On Tuesday, I raised my arm, observing the blade suspended against it, which appeared semi-transparent yet distinctly metallic, emitting a faint glow and resembling the shape of a willow leaf. Suddenly, I pointed forward, and the blade shot forth, piercing the body of the golden-armored fish. Its sharpness was astounding, coupled with the fish's ability to absorb metal. A smile broke across my face as I beheld the floating willow-shaped blades before me. If I could find some rare metals for these soul bones to absorb, and then inscribe suitable runes upon them through the method of artifact refinement, combined with the evolutionary potential of the soul bones, it would be the perfect accompanying spiritual treasure. From this day forth, I shall name it the 9-leaf flying sword. Once I regained my composure, I began to gently guide the 9-leaf flying swords closer to my skin, eventually merging them into my body. After retracting the swords, I stood up, preparing to depart, when I glanced at the bones scattered on the ground, furrowing my brow in sudden concern. I had hunted 4 soul beasts and had 2 soul bones appear. The odds seemed rather unusual. Zhou Shan and Ren Fong had hunted 12 soul beasts to obtain just 1 soul bone, yet here I was with 2. It appeared that in the original text, it was mentioned that when soul beasts are in a state of extreme rage, the likelihood of soul bones manifesting increases. Extreme rage, it seems, is simply an intense emotion. All the soul beasts facing the Samadhi True Fire exhibited profound panic. Surely, this was not solely due to the fire's power. As I contemplated the composition of the Samadhi True Fire, I mused upon the elements. Fire within wood, fire within stone, fire from the heavens, thunderous fire, heavenly thunder, and the majesty of the sky. It dawned on me. Just then, a roar echoed from a distance. A potent sense of danger surged through my mind. In an instant, my wings of wind and thunder unfurled. I shot forward, propelled by lightning, racing towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest. After flying over 1,000 meters, a second roar reached my ears. Moments later, I landed atop a tree, ceasing my explosive speed. I stood there, panting heavily, gazing back into the distance. Each time I unleashed the Samadhi True Fire within the Stardow forest, this sensation of danger emerged. It seems this is no mere coincidence. Chapter 61. Return. It appears that the celestial majesty of the Samadhi True Fire is a provocation to those formidable soul beasts. I recalled the intense sense of danger I had just experienced. Could it have been the Titan giant ape? A frown creased my brow at the thought, and I resolved to continue on my journey without restoring my soul power. However, In that brief interval, my soul power had already partially replenished. I spread my wings of wind and resumed my flight into the distance. As time flowed gently by, I traversed vast stretches of woodland and arrived at the entrance of a mysterious valley. Upon landing, I ventured inside, where the sky was bright and Zhou Shan and the others were engaged in their cultivation. Nearby, Ren Fong noticed my arrival and exclaimed, "Elder brother, you're back. Was everything smooth?" I smiled at Ren Fong and replied, "Though it was a bit of hassle, everything turned out well." "Are you hungry, elder brother?" "I have warm food prepared in the kitchen." Ren Fong pointed toward the kitchen. "Let me rest before I eat. I'm quite fatigued from the overnight journey," I replied, shaking my head. "I'll take a nap first. No need to call me for dinner." "All right, elder brother." Ren Fong nodded in agreement. I returned to my room and quickly fell asleep. Time passed. The sun and moon exchanged places, and I gradually awakened, stretching luxuriously and sitting up to gaze out at the night sky. Is it already deep into the night? Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted into my nostrils. Turning, I spotted a box on the table and approached to open it. Inside were 4 dishes and a soup, neatly arranged in layers. A smile graced my face as I admired the meal, taking them out to set in order before indulging in the feast. As I savored the food, my thoughts wandered back to my experiences in the Stardow Forest. In the future, if I cannot retreat calmly with others before soul beasts like the Titan giant ape, I must refrain from using the Samadhi True Fire within the Stardow Forest. It presents too great a danger. Moreover, when hunting soul beasts, it may be wiser to go alone initially, devising a way to lure the beasts toward the forest's edge before employing the Samadhi True Fire to hunt, thus increasing the chances of obtaining soul bones while ensuring safety. After the hunt, it would be easier to escape alone. As I continued to eat, I reflected on how unexpectedly I had acquired an external soul bone. At that moment, 8 willow leaf flying swords emerged from my body, hovering before me. After sipping some soup, I glanced at the 8 flying swords. The golden armored fish, the 9-leaf flying sword. Suddenly, an idea struck me. Why not create a technique for sword cultivation? I recalled the formidable defensive capabilities of the golden armored fish, combined with the attributes of body cultivation and its metal absorption ability, which would undoubtedly enhance both the power of the fish and the strength of the 9-leaf flying sword. After finishing the meal, I cleaned the dishes and arranged them neatly in the kitchen before returning to my room. I began to recall the esoteric knowledge from my past life regarding sword cultivation and body refinement. Taking out some paper, I began to document and organize this knowledge. As I wrote, the sky gradually brightened and the night slipped away. With the dawn approaching, I stretched my limbs and decided to take a moment to rest. After stepping outside to tidy up, I began to assess the progress of my companion's cultivation. Zhou Shan's progress in array formation was indeed rapid, yet I still admonished him to diligently practice the wind wings. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan had mastered all 3 nodes of the array formation, selectively practicing a few suitable ones beyond 3 nodes. Subsequently, I instructed Zhou Yuan to utilize his 3rd soul skill, the Gathering Spirit Seal. Under the watchful gaze of the sun and moon's eye, I engraved every nuance of its essence into my mind before proceeding to Ren Fong's training area. Ren Fong's progress was nothing short of miraculous. As I approached, I sensed that his circulating qi was on the verge of breaking through to the innate realm, likely within a month. Moreover, his physique had undergone significant transformation. An overwhelming vitality resonated around him, causing the surrounding blue-silver grass to flourish even more. This surge of life force was likely a result of practicing celestial techniques. Meyer's cultivation of soul power had not revealed any remarkable advancements, yet he had made substantial progress in exploring his 2nd soul skill and his domain of dominance. Meyer sat cross-legged on a stone, his consciousness delving deep into his spiritual world, where 2 figures sat facing each other. One appeared to be 11 or 12 years old, his complexion rosy, eyes radiant, and a determined expression fixed upon the other. This was Meyer. The other, seemingly only 4 years old, bore a sallow visage, his gaze vacant and dull, staring blankly at his counterpart. This was the essence of Meyer. The entire spiritual realm was divided into 2 by the clash of the 2 individuals' imposing fields. Their colossal presences encroached upon one another, each vying for dominion over the other's territory. Although Mir's aura was saturated with a formidable presence, it remained radiant and sunny. In stark contrast, the opposite side was entirely different, drenched in desolate yellows, blood-red horizons, gloomy clouds, and a charred landscape rife with malevolence. As time passed, Mir began to grow weary, and his aura gradually settled. Meanwhile, the instinctual field was anchored by Mir within the confines of his mental space. With lifeless eyes, his instinct gazed at him, asking when he would end his life. Hearing this, Mir fell into silence, receiving no response. His instinct remarked coolly, "As long as you maintain your constraints over me within this spiritual realm, you cannot eradicate me entirely. Only through relinquishing all forms of conflict can you truly vanquish me." Mir chose not to respond, but instead dissipated, exiting the spiritual realm. Coward! Upon emerging from the spiritual realm, Mir opened his eyes to find Zhou Er standing before him, forcing a somewhat strained smile as he greeted, "Second brother, how are you?" Zhou Er looked at Mir and inquired, to which Mir shook his head, responding with a hint of resignation. "I clashed with him in our auras. Our strengths were evenly matched, and neither could prevail. After all, he is another version of myself, so it is only natural that we cannot overcome one another." "Second brother, did you not encounter such a situation?" Mir asked curiously. Zhou Er pondered his initial experience in the spiritual realm, shaking his head. "I did not face the scenario you describe. At that time, the entire mental space was akin to a tranquil lake. I have not encountered anything like that. But do not act rashly, as it is your own consciousness," Zhou Er cautioned. Mir nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood, second brother." Chapter 62. Techniques and Arrays. Zhou Er then made his way to Bai Yuhang, who was diligently practicing the Zhou Tianqi method. Bai Yuhang had reached a bottleneck in the development of his soul techniques and martial souls, whether in their application or the profound exploration of soul techniques. He had achieved the utmost proficiency possible at this stage. Only the acquisition of a new soul ring could bring about a transformation. However, having devoted most of his time to developing soul techniques, his cultivation of soul power lagged behind others, currently at the 27th level. Therefore, Bai Yuhang's primary focus was to devote himself to the cultivation of soul power. After observing Bai Yuhang for a while, Zhou Er retreated to the room. He entered, approached the table, organized the papers, and began to read them intently. These were mysterious insights Zhou Er had penned the previous night. As he delved deeper into this knowledge, Zhou Er's mind gradually began to enter a state of enlightenment. A wealth of information regarding physical training, sword cultivation, and the gathering of spiritual energy swirled in his mind. Suddenly, esoteric knowledge relating to the 5 elements, internal organs, seasons, emotions, and sensory perceptions surged forth. As this knowledge manifested, it began to coalesce into formidable techniques, ultimately forming a powerful method within a suitable framework. Zhou Er slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the dim light, and suddenly smiled. This was an unexpected delight. This new technique filled the gap in my martial prowess. Zhou Er's current combat methods were primarily divided into 2 combinations, against enemies above level 70. He employed a combination of wind and thunder wings with the true fire of Samadhi. The other mode relied on the combat capabilities of his martial soul, primarily against opponents below level 50. However, now that he had acquired a 4th soul ring, ordinary soul kings posed no threat to the Bladefish. Yet, a gap emerged when facing soul emperors above level 60. Zhou Er found himself at a disadvantage against such foes without resorting to the true fire of Samadhi. While he still possessed his imposing aura, its efficacy diminished against soul emperors. Even with the addition of wind and thunder wings, he could only evade using speed. As the true fire of Samadhi was his trump card, Zhou Er preferred to keep it concealed from those below level 70. However, the technique he had just comprehended completely filled this void. The technique bore a rather ordinary name, 5 Elements Palm. It was a method practiced using the quintessence of 5 elemental energies, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, culminating in 5 distinct palm techniques. This technique encompassed 6 realms. The first realm involved honing the 5 forms of the body using these elemental energies: tendons, veins, flesh, skin, and bones. The second realm further refined the 5 senses of the human body, enhancing perception. The third realm concentrated on cultivating the internal organs, which could also be directed at an adversary. For example, the water attribute kidney water palm could bolster one's capabilities internally while debilitating an opponent's abilities externally. The fourth realm embodied the most extraordinary aspect of this technique, allowing the cultivation of seasonal energies within the body, the nascent spring, the growth of early summer, the breakthroughs of high summer, the harvest of autumn, and the death of winter. These 5 realms formed a closed loop, enabling the physical form to enter a perpetual cycle of growth, reaching perfection before transcending, subsequently experiencing death and rebirth, and continuing to grow until perfection was achieved once more. The 5th realm transformed the physical into the spiritual, corresponding to 5 distinct emotions. Ultimately, this returned to the quintessence of the 5 elemental energies, completing the 6 realms of cultivation. In truth, one could practice this technique without the support of the 5 elemental soul rings, albeit at a slower pace. Zhou Er gathered the essence of water energy, nodding as he remarked, "Thus, once a Yuan and Rin Fong reach their innate perfection, they can immediately begin practicing this technique." Rising from his bed, Zhou Er stepped outside and sat upon a large stone. 4th soul technique, Bladefish. As Zhou Er's voice resonated, a vast expanse of golden light mist enveloped the surroundings. The bladefish floated gracefully within it. Zhou Er extended his hand toward the bladefish, which slowly glided over and settled beneath his palm. He placed a finger on the fish's head, transmitting a technique. This was the 2nd technique he had comprehended during this enlightenment, the 9-pattern sword body. This technique absorbed the essence of sharp metal to forge sword chi, inscribing 9 distinct sword shapes upon the surface of his body with special runes. These 9 sword patterns could absorb various metals, allowing them to grow in accordance with the properties of the respective metals. These 9 sword patterns represented both 9 flying swords and 9 sword chi. Although it was not a conventional sword cultivation method, this unique approach matched the intensity of other techniques and even possessed its own flying swords. Zhou Er mused about this technique. The bladefish's eyes glimmered with joy, wagging its tail as it gazed at Zhou Er. "Return and cultivate diligently." Zhou Er advised the bladefish before returning it to the Linglong treasure pagoda. A flash of golden light enveloped the bladefish and the vast golden mist as they were drawn back into the pagoda. Subsequently, Zhou Er retrieved a jade stone and began practicing the new gathering array. By the time darkness blanketed the sky, Zhou Er had already mastered the new gathering array. At this moment, Rin Fong approached and invited Zhou Er to dine. During the meal, Zhou Er handed over the new spirit gathering array to Zhou Yuan for him to familiarize himself with. After dining, everyone returned to their respective rooms, while starlight gently illuminated the earth, casting a serene stillness over the valley at night. Time flowed slowly, and as dawn approached, the light began to break on the horizon, marking the arrival of a new day. After their meal, Zhou Er guided Zhou Yuan to an open space. "Ah Yuan, summon a Rui Pearl, ou er instructed." Zhou Yuan nodded and summoned a Rui Pearl, which instantly enlarged and floated before Zhou Er. "Ah Yuan, should anything unusual occur, do not hesitate to speak up," Zhou Er said, his expression grave. Zhou Yuan, taking this to heart, replied earnestly, "Understood, second brother." Zhou Er then retrieved the soul bone of the giant spirit tree from the treasure tower and summoned the true fire of Samadhi to refine the soul bone. Under the intense flames, the soul bone gradually melted. Zhou Er carefully controlled the molten liquid, merging it into the Rui Pearl while inscribing runes on its surface. As time passed, a myriad of intricate runes formed an array, and when Zhou Er ceased his actions, the array radiated a brilliant glow. As the light dissipated, the runes fused with the Rui Pearl, solidifying and enhancing the effects of Zhou Yuan's 3rd soul skill. Chapter 63. The amplification of the spirit gathering seal. Zhou Er maintained the true fire of Samadhi, keeping the remaining soul bone liquid in a stable state. And turned to Zhou Yuan. "Try to see if this pearl has any effect. Is there any difference when using your 1st and 2nd soul skills?" Zhou Yuan nodded, recalling the Rui Pearl, and manipulated its size and shape, testing various soul skills. Eventually, he activated the 3rd soul skill, observing the amplification and effects it provided. "Second brother, there are no adverse effects. The use of soul skills is smooth, and the effect of the 3rd soul skill has been solidified within the Rui Pearl." After completing all the tests, Zhou Yuan reported to Zhou Er. "It seems that only when using the 3rd soul skill can soul power be stored within the Rui Pearl. And this effect, along with the restorative effect, has now been solidified within the pearl. Furthermore, while using the third soul skill, the storage effect increases tenfold. Though the mental strain has significantly intensified compared to before, I feel a bit disappointed, Zhou Yuan lamented. Zhou Er, while instructing Zhou Yuan to summon the remaining Rui pearls before him, responded, "You can now use your original third soul skill infinitely without any consumption. Once you actively use the third soul skill, its effect will be amplified tenfold. What's there to lament about?" Zhou Er patted Zhou Yuan on the shoulder and added, "As long as you are here, our collective recovery abilities will be enhanced severalfold." Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement and clarified, "Second brother, I only regret that my recovery ability has not been strengthened. That is not necessarily the case." Zhou Er smiled and replied. Zhou Yuan, puzzled by this assertion, recalled his tests with the runes, which confirmed that his recovery ability had not improved. "Let me finish inscribing these runes first," Zhou Er said, focusing intently on his work. One by one, the Rui pearls were inscribed, and as time passed, the final pearl was completed, depleting the soul bone liquid entirely. Zhou Er retracted the true fire of Samadhi and turned to the eagerly awaiting Zhou Yuan. "Now, use the third soul skill with the Rui pearl and form a new spirit gathering array. You should experience a different effect." Upon hearing Zhou Er's words, Zhou Yuan's eyes brightened. He summoned 3 Rui pearls, activated his third soul skill, and then assembled a new spirit gathering array. Instantly, 3 streams of soul power converged, forming the new array. Zhou Yuan immediately sensed a dramatic increase in the restorative effects of the 3 Rui pearls. "Second brother, it has increased. It's multiplied several times." Sao Yuan excitedly otsuar. "Indeed, as anticipated, with your array's support, even the combined skills of the astral navigation can be executed smoothly." Zhou Er nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, in Shrek Academy, a person known as Master Yu Xiaojing arrived. As Zhao Wujie recounted Xiao Wu's predicament, the Master's voice resonated from outside. "That roar must be from the sky blue bull python." Master pushed the door open and entered, prompting Flander to rise and introduce the newcomer to Zhao Wujie. "Now that someone knowledgeable has arrived, let me introduce you. This is my old partner, Yu Xiaojing, also known as Master, and he is Tang San's teacher." Upon hearing the introduction, Zhao Wujie was taken aback and exclaimed, "So you are the Master. It is an honor to meet you. I am Zhao Wujie." Although the Master spoke in a calm tone, a hint of a smile broke through his otherwise stern expression. "There is no need for formalities, Wujie," he replied. Flander then invited the two to take a seat. Once seated, he eagerly inquired about Tang San's well-being. Zhao Wujie nodded, confirming that everyone had returned safely. He was intrigued by the previous topic and continued, "Master, what kind of soul beast is the sky blue bull python?" The Master exhibited a moment of contemplation before recounting an experience he had heard from a titled Delaw. After sharing this, he inquired about Zhao Wujie and his companion's recent experiences. Zhao Wujie recounted their adventures in the Stardow Forest. After hearing the series of perilous encounters, the Master's complexion changed, though he was relieved that they had returned safely. Once their conversation concluded, the Master suddenly turned to Flander. "Is what you mentioned about that person true?" Flander nodded seriously. "From my observations, that individual's first soul ring is at least 500 years old. Moreover, their combat capabilities are extraordinary, as some of their soul skills defy conventional understanding." "Are you referring to Zhou Er?" the Master asked. "During our hunt for soul rings, I encountered them in a small town, and I even witnessed them engage in battle with a soul king." Zhao Wujie interjected. The Master turned to Zhao Wujie, inquiring, "And what was the outcome?" The Soul King initially tangled with Zhou Er's companion, but just as he was about to use his 5th soul skill, Zhou Er intervened and swiftly defeated the Soul King. Zhao Wujie marveled. Meanwhile, Flander adjusted his glasses and urged, "Wujie, please recount the details more thoroughly." Zhao Wujie nodded, recalling the events, and began to describe how Zhou Er first employed his self-created psychic soul skill. After detailing the circumstances, the Master gleaned valuable information from Zhao Wujie's account. "Based on your descriptions, Flander, your conjectures seem accurate. I must know where that young man is," the Master stated. Turning to Flander, "I am unsure of his current whereabouts, but I frequently encounter them at the Great Soul Arena in Soto City," Flander replied, shaking his head. The Master nodded in acknowledgement of this information. Flander turned to the somewhat weary Zhao Wujie and remarked, "Wujie, you've traveled all day and must be exhausted. Please return and rest. You've worked hard this time. Zhao Wujin nodded and replied, Master, Flander, I shall take my leave to rest. With that, he stood up and exited Flander's office. Left behind, Flander and the master continued their discourse. As dawn broke the next day, Tang San awoke and, upon stepping outside, encountered figure. Master, when did you arrive? Tang San inquired with delight. The master, habitually ruffling Tang San's hair, initiated a conversation. In the midst of their exchange, Tang San hesitated and asked, Master, must one absorb a 10,000-year soul ring starting from the 5th soul ring? Chapter 64. Team Lil San, what prompts such a thought? The master furrowed his brow. Master, during my encounter in the Stardoe Forest, I witnessed the silhouette amidst the lightning and share my speculations, Tang San explained. That soul beast enveloped in golden light should be the sharp-blade, golden-armored fish. Although it moved swiftly, I managed to ascertain its length. It must be a 10,000-year sharp-blade, golden-armored fish. To hunt a 10,000-year soul beast for a 4th soul ring. This defies all reason. How did he manage the soul shock of a 10,000-year soul ring? And what of his physical strength? How was he able to achieve this? The master, taken aback by this astonishing revelation, murmured in disbelief. Master, Tang San's voice stirred the master from his contemplations. Regaining his focus, the master looked at Tang San. I am well, little San. Come, let us step outside the academy and see what you've gained this time. Tang San nodded, and together they ventured to a small grove outside the village. As time passed, and the sun reached its zenith before gradually descending, Zhou Er walked along the path. Addressing Zhou Shan and the others beside him, it has been some time since we completed the Soul Ring hunt. This time at the Great Soul Arena, we will not only engage in one-on-one and two-on-two matches, but also commence group battles. Zhou Er paused, scanning the group before continuing. Have you all made your decisions? Will you join me in the group battle for Soul Masters above level 40, or those above level 30? Brother, we have come to a consensus. The 6 of us will stick together no matter how challenging it may be. Thus, we will form a team for the group battle of Soul Masters above level 40. After exchanging glances, Zhou Shan stepped forward to declare, That is acceptable. For you 5, ordinary Soul Masters pose little threat. It is better to face Soul Masters. Zhou Er nodded in agreement with Zhou Shan's words. Just then, Zhou Yuan, standing nearby, looked at Zhou Er with a hint of confusion and asked, Second brother, are we not still one person short? How shall we participate in the group battle? You'll understand once we reach Sutua City, Zhou Er replied with a smile. The group nodded and continued their journey towards Sutua City. At that moment, an intersection leading to the Great Soul Arena in Sutua City, a middle-aged man awaited anxiously. He paced back and forth, muttering to himself, Why haven't they arrived yet? Could they be deceiving me? Such a fortunate opportunity. How could it possibly fall to me? As the middle-aged man anxiously awaited, 6 figures suddenly emerged from the distant intersection. Approaching, he discerned that all 6 wore masks and cloaks. The middle-aged man hurried to the tallest among them, Zhou Er, exclaiming, You have come. I honor my promise. Zhou Er nodded and produced a small pouch of gold coins, handing it to the middle-aged man. This is your reward for today. In the future, I will provide your payment in advance. All you need to do is accompany us to the Soul Arena. Afterward, you're free to do as you please, including jumping off the arena. The middle-aged man accepted the pouch, counted the 10 coins within, and hesitated before Zhou Er, saying, I must return quickly to care for my wife and child. Furthermore, I am merely a level 22 Great Soul Master with a useless martial spirit. I lack the ability to assist you. Once the match commences, I will jump off the arena. Zhou Er observed the middle-aged man's stammering and nodded, saying, That is acceptable. You may indeed jump off the arena at your discretion. The middle-aged man sighed in relief and nodded before following Zhou Er and the others toward the Great Soul Arena. Upon arriving at the Great Soul Arena, they first updated everyone's soul power levels. However, when it came time to register for the group battle, they faced a dilemma, deciding on a team name. As the group remained indecisive, Zhou Er pondered for a moment and suggested, Let us call ourselves the 6 Great Golden Immortals. The already impatient registrar quickly noted the name and handed over the badges. Greetings. Your team has been successfully registered. Zhou Shan looked at the registered name and grimaced, saying, Brother, what sort of name is that? Golden Immortal? What does that even mean? Zhou Er accepted the badge with his right hand and playfully tapped Zhou Shan's head with his left fingers. Brother, what are you doing? Zhou Shan recoiled, shielding his head. You remained silent during the naming process. Now that it is decided, you complain? Zhou Er shot him a glare. Zhou Shan merely pouted, choosing silence. They proceeded to the viewing area, where Zhou Er addressed the middle-aged man. The group battle is scheduled for the 5th match, which is in 2 hours. If you're concerned about your wife and child, you may return to care for them and come back in an hour and a half. The middle-aged man gazed at Zhou Er with disbelief, then earnestly replied, I will absolutely return within an hour and a half. Thank you. With that, he exited the Great Soul Arena, heading home. At that moment, the announcement echoed through the arena. The next match will feature Zhou Shan. Brother, I'm up first. Zhou Shan nodded at Zhou Er before striding toward the arena. Upon reaching the stage, he faced another youth, tall and slender, with a fair visage that exuded a scholarly aura. Who would have thought that the Tiando Empire has such young soul masters? Quite surprising, but merely a coward hiding away. Though the youth appeared studious, his words were sharp. You hail from the Xinglu Empire. Zhou Shan furrowed his brow, questioning. Indeed, the youth began, but before he could elaborate, the match commenced. Zhou Shan enveloped himself in flames, transforming into a fiery bird that lunged toward the youth. Instantly, the youth activated his first soul skill, summoning a multitude of bamboo shoots that sprouted before him, obstructing the advance of the fiery bird. Although the flames scorched several bamboo leaves remained unburned, hurtling toward Zhou Shan like a swarm of flying daggers. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Shan's spear ignited with flames, drawing a wall of fire before him to counter the incoming bamboo leaves. Just then, a bamboo spear shot toward him, its immense penetrative force piercing through the wall of flames. Zhou Shan sidestepped, swinging his spear to deflect the blazing bamboo spear. Yet, more bamboo spears continued to rain down upon him. From the viewing platform, Meyer, witnessing this familiar scene, suddenly recalled why it felt so recognizable. Second brother. That person's attack style resembles Brother Shan's. On Tuesday, Zhou Er nodded and remarked, indeed, it bears a striking resemblance, and its soul power level surpasses that of Shan. If it merely employs its first soul skill, Shan will undoubtedly face a fierce battle. As he spoke, Zhou Er suddenly sensed a disturbance emanating from the boundary marker. He calmed his mind and began to observe the marker. Golden Finger, Boundary Marker. Titles: Transcendent, Eccentric Soul, Innate Life, Mysterious Person. It turned out that the disturbance was caused by the formation of a new title. Mysterious Person. World Class. This title was formed due to the enigmatic attire worn in the Grand Soul Arena, which sparked prolonged discussions. Originally a superior title, it was elevated to a world-class title due to the participation of a destined individual in the discourse. It can obscure one's personal information, prompting others to subconsciously overlook it during investigations, and it can also, to a certain extent, sever fate-related abilities. Upon witnessing the capabilities of this title, Zhou Er's eyes lit up as it precisely addressed his lingering concerns. With this ability, should he participate in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, the Spirit Hall would only be able to uncover their information by deploying a title de law to conduct thorough investigations, step by step. After all, a world-class title represents the pinnacle of power within the realm, and only entities of equal stature can evade its influence. In the Doluo continent, such power is embodied by title Doluos. Moreover, with the attention drawn by Tang San and his companions, by the time they turn their focus to investigate their information, Zhou Er's strength should have surpassed that of title de law. Relieved of his worries, Zhou Er felt a wave of elation wash over him as he turned his attention back to the match below. Zhou Shan faced a dense array of bamboo spears, his body enveloped in flames, transforming into a blazing phoenix as he broke through the encirclement and charged directly towards the young boy. The tall, slender boy swiftly clapped his hands, causing a multitude of bamboo shoots to rise densely before Zhou Shan, forming a bamboo forest that obstructed his path. The boy quickly evaded to the side and summoned even more bamboo, preparing to launch them in the direction of the bamboo forest. Suddenly, a sound like firecrackers erupted from the dense thicket ahead, followed by a burst of flames as a firebird broke free, veering towards the slender boy. Yet, an abundance of bamboo pierced the air in front of the fiery bird, intending to strike it down, but they underestimated the flames of the blazing phoenix. As the bamboo approached the fire, they were charred and weakened, ultimately being shattered by the oncoming fiery bird. Just as the blazing phoenix was about to collide with the slender boy, a bamboo shoot shot up from beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. Grasping the bamboo with one hand and securing himself with his legs, the boy paused to observe Zhou Shan below. With a cold snort, he commanded all the bamboo on the field to unleash a barrage of bamboo leaves, resembling flying daggers, interspersed with the occasional bamboo spear. Fool! Zhou Shan regarded the airborne slender boy with a bemused expression. He then transformed once more into a blazing phoenix and charged forward, breaking through the bamboo. But the slender boy had already shifted to another shoot. Just as he anticipated Zhou Shan would continue to break the bamboo, an intense heat surged towards him, and the rapidly approaching blazing phoenix grew larger in his sight. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, manipulating the bamboo to become flexible. The shoots bent under his weight, allowing him to narrowly evade the fiery phoenix. In midair, the blazing phoenix pivoted to reveal Zhou Shan enveloped within. In an instant, 3 blazing phoenix spears were hurled at the slender boy. However, at that moment, the bent bamboo snapped back and lashed out at Zhou Shan. Bang! Zhou Shan deflected the incoming bamboo with a blazing phoenix spear, but he was knocked down to the ground. Meanwhile, the slender boy, having evaded the 3 blazing phoenix spears, ascended once more into the air. Upon rising, Zhou Shan wielded his blazing phoenix spear, creating a vast curtain of fire to shield himself from the barrage of bamboo leaves and spears, as well as the occasional striking bamboo. What is going on with this bamboo? It keeps coming, even when burned, Zhou Shan thought, furrowing his brow. But then he caught sight of the slender boy's position and smiled. The slender boy was utilizing the bamboo's flexibility to descend, and upon noticing Zhou Shan's smile, he felt a sense of foreboding. His third soul ring began to glow. At that moment, the 3 blazing phoenix spears below the slender boy converged into a formation, erupting into a roaring fire, and a fire dragon composed of flames lunged at him. Ah! 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 The boy's anguished cries echoed from amidst the flames. Subsequently, a creature made entirely of bamboo fragments emerged from the fire, its eyes formed by 2 bamboo leaves and devoid of a mouth, creating a bizarre appearance. The bamboo creature split open, revealing the boy within. This was his third soul skill, bamboo armor. Ha! 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 Upon emerging, the boy immediately summoned a plethora of bamboo to protect himself from the onslaught of the fire dragon. Glaring at the towering fire dragon, he revealed a fierce expression. You think you're the only one who can unleash soul skills? He promptly resummoned the bamboo armor for protection, while a multitude of bamboo began to bend and intertwine. Soon, a colossal object materialized before Zhou Shan. Inside this giant structure, the slender boy manipulated the bamboo to soften and secure them in place, enhancing their resilience. Kid, this is my mechanical beast, the Colossus. Let us see what you can do against it. The boy's arrogant voice resonated from within the Colossus. Simultaneously, the Colossus extended a hand to intercept the fire dragon, exposing its chest towards Zhou Shan. Instantly, dozens of bamboo spears, sharpened and fortified by the boy, soared towards Zhou Shan. The fire dragon, grasped by the Colossus, dissipated into flames before reforming and breaking free, curving its body to block the incoming bamboo spears. Bang! 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 This time, the high-speed bamboo spears pierced through the fire dragon and continued toward Zhou Shan. While he dodged the assaults with wind spirit steps, a couple still managed to strike, forcing him to deflect them with his blazing phoenix spear. However, the overwhelming force caused Zhou Shan to stagger backward, his arms numbed by the impact. If others faced such a colossal adversary, they would surely feel at a loss. But facing me, you've met your match, Zhou Shan thought as he controlled the fire dragon to disrupt the Colossus, speaking calmly. Meanwhile, the Colossus grasped the fire dragon once more, although the bamboo was continuously incinerated. New shoots were constantly replenished. Why is this guy so tenacious? I can't keep entangled with this fire dragon. My soul power is dwindling, the slender boy thought, furrowing his brow. Chapter 66. The live target Colossus. Just then, a thunderous explosion reverberated, and the slender boy felt a sensation of weightlessness. The Colossus was blown apart, a massive breach forming as it tilted precariously. What has happened? What's going on? The boy thought, utterly bewildered, as he struggled to allocate his already limited soul power to patch the gaping hole. Zhou Shan observed the bamboo sprouting continuously, filling the gaps of the behemoth. And with a cold snort, he remarked, "Humph, let us see how much soul power you possess." In a final act, a crimson flame bird spear shot forth, and the colossal creature reached out to seize it. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the behemoth's arm was obliterated. It seemed as though the true capabilities of my martial spirit had gone largely untapped until now. Engaging them has proven to be immensely satisfying. Zhou Shan not only directed the crimson flame bird spear towards the behemoth, but a succession of tremendous explosions relentlessly ravaged the colossal entity. Although this consumed a significant amount of soul power, Zhou Shan had already attained innate perfection and could easily withstand such expenditure. Inside the behemoth, the tall and slender youth was overwhelmed by the continuous explosions, leaving him dazed and gradually depleting his soul power as he attempted to repair the behemoth. Though he contemplated relinquishing the behemoth to reduce his own consumption, his bamboo armor proved inadequate against the massive explosions outside. I refuse to believe that his consumption is less than mine. Such immense explosive power must demand a considerable amount of soul energy. My soul power level surpasses his. I cannot be outlasted. With this thought, the tall youth persevered in maintaining the behemoth. However, as his soul power diminished, despair gradually took hold, and he finally resigned himself to declare, "I concede." Upon hearing the youth's voice, Zhou Shan ceased his assault, and the announcer above promptly declared, "The match is concluded. The victor is Zhou Shan. Let us express our gratitude to both participants for delivering such an exhilarating contest. It is undoubtedly one of the most thrilling spectacles I have witnessed in recent years." As the announcer proclaimed the victory, the tall youth released the behemoth and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He looked up at Zhou Shan and said, "You are Zhou Shan, right? You are formidable. One of the few peers to have defeated me." I am after hearing the youth utter a couple of sentences. Zhou Shan lost all interest and turned to descend the battle platform, heading towards the spectator area. Left behind, the youth watched Zhou Shan's retreat, inhaled deeply, and muttered to himself, "He won. He is the victor and has the right to adopt such a demeanor. I am not angry. Had I won, I would have acted similarly. I'm not angry, damn it." Upon returning to the spectator area, Zhou inquired, "How do you feel?" Zhou Shan replied, "That youth is quite strong, but he was merely countered by me. Such a large frame is like a living target." He glanced back at the tall youth who was still speaking as he walked away, adding nonchalantly, "Though the behemoth is powerful, its agility is severely lacking, and its defensive capability does not render it immune to most attacks. It relies on regenerative abilities to mend its injuries." After Zhou expressed these thoughts, he turned his gaze to Zhou Shan and remarked, "However, before the behemoth emerged, you were quite in a predicament. The attacks came from all directions, with bamboo occasionally raining down from above. Your response must have been quite taxing. If you had possessed flight capabilities, you would not have been forced into such a passive position. This time, your opponent was not overwhelmingly stronger. But what will you do if you encounter a truly formidable foe in the future?" Feeling the calm intensity of Zhou's gaze and his expressionless words, Zhou Shan quickly replied, "Brother, I will practice the wing of the wind as soon as we return. I shall master it with utmost speed." Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Bai Yuhang's match commenced, but his opponent was not nearly as formidable and was swiftly defeated by Bai Yuhang. After securing his victory and registering his points, he returned to the spectator area. Shortly thereafter, the duo match of Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan began, and the two descended to the battle platform. Upon ascending the stage, the two opponents fixated their gaze on Zhou Shan, making him somewhat uncomfortable. One of them, a slightly overweight youth, spoke up, "I did not expect you to defeat Mo Zhu. Montakzu, the fellow from earlier?" Zhou Shan inquired, puzzled by the overweight youth's words. "Indeed, that is him," replied the youth beside him, adorned with rings on his neck and wrists. "What, are you seeking revenge for him?" Zhou Shan raised an eyebrow. "The consequences of his defeat are his to bear." The overweight youth shook his head. "We are merely intrigued by someone capable of defeating him," the ringed youth clarified. At that moment, the announcer declared the match to begin, and all four summoned their martial spirits, revealing their soul rings. The overweight youth conjured an oil lamp, adorned in hues of yellow and purple, with 3 soul rings oscillating above him. The ringed youth also displayed 3 soul rings in the same colors, then raised his hand, directing the ring towards Zhou Shan. Tracking ring. As he spoke, the first soul ring of the ringed youth glowed with brilliance. Zhou Shan shot forth, deflecting the approaching ring. However, it circled back and flew towards him once more. Zhou Yuan bestowed Zhou Shan and himself with the auspicious pearl, and both of his soul rings illuminated, unleashing his first and second soul skills. At that moment, the overweight youth blew upon the lamp, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. He then drew a circle in the air with the lamp, activating his first soul ring, Phantom Mist. As he spoke, their figures became ethereal amidst the swirling fog, each casting a shadow. The instant the mist appeared, Zhou Yuan took Zhou Shan into the air, evading the obscurity. Zhou Shan shot forth, deflecting the incessant assaults of the ring, furrowing his brow and remarking, "It seems the ring is fixated on me and will continue to attack. Allow me to hold it off. You go on the offensive." Zhou Yuan commanded as he deflected the rings with the auspicious pearl while turning to Zhou Shan. Understood. Zhou Shan gazed down at the indistinct figures below, amused by the realization that this ability was precisely countered by Yuan's second soul skill. While he could clearly sense the positions of the two below, Zhou Shan refrained from attacking them directly and instead targeted several nearby phantoms, unleashing 3 crimson flame bird spears. Just as the spears were hurled, 6 rings emerged from the mist, charging toward Zhou Shan. However, only 2 of these rings were real. The remaining 4 were mere illusions. Zhou Shan could distinctly sense this, simultaneously fending off the attacks while manipulating the formation to generate a torrent of flames, crafting a fire dragon that lunged towards the side. Chapter 67. Victory. The 2 individuals hiding nearby, although they swiftly altered their course upon the fire dragon's emergence, nearly fell prey to its jaws. Fortunately, the overweight youth pulled the ringed youth aside, narrowly evading the dragon's onslaught as it collided with the ground with a thunderous crash. Observing the fire dragon rise anew, the overweight youth activated his 3rd soul ring, Corrosive Smoke. A vast cloud of gray smoke billowed towards the fire dragon, yet it had no effect on the creature. How can it be ineffective? My corrosive smoke can erode even soul power. The overweight youth exclaimed in disbelief. The ringed youth seized him, evading the fire dragon's strike, and asserted, "Allow me to handle this." Meanwhile, high above, Zhou Shan, hearing the overweight youth's exclamation, mused, why has the consumption of soul power suddenly surged? While fending off the unrelenting rings, he disdainfully remarked, with a yuan present, this level of consumption is swiftly recoverable. At that moment, one of the 3 rings that had been attacking Zhou Shan veered away and landed in the hands of the ringed youth. Second soul skill, Sealing Ring. As the second soul ring illuminated, an array of intricate runes materialized on the ring, which the youth promptly thrust forward. It soared towards the attacking fire dragon, instantly expanding to envelop its head, pinning the creature in place. This fire dragon is formidable. The consumption of soul power is substantial. Let us end this swiftly, the ring youth remarked to the portly boy beside him. Absolutely, the stout youth responded, activating the 3 soul rings adorning him, which released a vibrant mist that spread across the arena, enveloping even Zhou Yuan and Zhou Shan, who hovered in the air. A yuan, these soul skills are rather uninspiring. Let us finish this quickly, Zhou Shan commented to Zhou Yuan, displaying a hint of boredom. Agreed. I'll shield you from those 2 rings, Zhou Yuan nodded, summoning 8 wishful pearls that dispersed to obstruct the 2 pursuing rings. With the troublesome rings eliminated, Zhou Shan summoned the Crimson Flame Firebird Spear, hurling it towards the 2 evasive figures below. Boom! The fiery avian struck the ground, forcing the stout youth and his companion to dodge the descending spear to avoid the ensuing explosion. However, the Firebird spears continued to rain down upon them, prompting a frantic evasion due to their overwhelming destructive power. How can he see us? Is my smoke of no use at all? The stout youth exclaimed in confusion. The ring youth pulled him aside, deftly evading an attack as he explained, it must be another soul skill. Let us concede. He hasn't yet utilized his explosive capabilities, and with our current defenses, we could very well perish on the spot. With a resigned sigh, the stout youth replied, fine. Is that fellow a natural counter to me? Not a single one of my soul skills has worked. After casting a glance at Zhou Yuan above, he declared, we concede, as both admitted defeat. The mist on the soul arena dissipated. Zhou Shan ceased his assault, retracting all the Crimson Flame Firebird spears. The match concluded, with the Spirit Pearl combination declared the victors. The host subsequently announced the end of the contest. Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan descended from the platform, recorded their scores, and returned to the spectator area. as matches concluded one after another. With over 40 minutes remaining until the team competition commenced, everyone began to rest their eyes in anticipation. After about 10 minutes, a middle-aged man returned, observing the resting participants before quietly sitting beside them. With 10 minutes left until the match began, the arena's supervisor approached the group, addressing them. You are the 6th Great Golden Immortal Team, correct? Your team competition is about to commence. You may now enter the arena to prepare. Zhou Er opened his eyes. Replying to the supervisor understood. The supervisor nodded and departed. Zhou Er and his companions rose and proceeded towards the arena, where the opposing 7 had already taken their positions. Both sides scrutinized one another. Among the opposing 7, a young man with a scar on his face directed his gaze towards a long-haired companion, stating, "Did you see that guy? He just defeated Mo Zhu." The long-haired man glanced in Zhou Shan's direction upon hearing this. Their strength is quite impressive, but they have several soul masters above level 20. They are audacious. The scar man chuckled. It's not just audacity. Did you notice that middle-aged man on the edge? He seems to be a filler, constantly glancing towards the edge of the arena. I bet he'll jump off as soon as the match starts. 6 against 7, and their levels are so low, they clearly underestimate us. The long-haired man furrowed his brow, fixating intently on Zhou Er. Their audacity to face 6 against 7 must be due to him. The scar man frowned as well upon seeing Zhou Er, this fellow. Just then, the host announced the commencement of the match, prompting both sides to unleash their martial spirits. The long-haired man's spirit manifested as a colossal banner adorned with 4 bells at its pinnacle, while the scarred man's side revealed 4 lanterns, ablaze with ghostly flames. The other 5 participants were merely soul venerates, aside from these 2 who were soul sect members. One wielded an oddly shaped gigantic scythe, exuding a dark aura, its handle trailing ethereal wisps of smoke connecting to his shadow. Next to him, a companion brandished a spinning blade, which took flight from his grasp, whirling furiously. Another participant held a flute, gently poised at his lips, awaiting the match's initiation. The final 2 bore similar armors, one red, embellished with dragon motifs, and the other white, adorned with designs of a white tiger. As the host proclaimed the start of the match, the first to act was Mill, who unleashed his second soul skill, Death Charge. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure caused the armored brothers to falter, and they were violently pushed back by Mill's charge. The energy beam followed suit, targeting the individual holding the flute. However, the scythe-wielding fighter interposed himself, continuously blocking the energy blasts. Meanwhile, the rapidly spinning boomerang soared towards Bai Yuhang, but Zhou Shan deflected it with a strike. An abundance of celestial vines surged forth, attempting to incinerate. With his second soul skill, Fiery Blade, the boomerang's 2 blades ignited in flames, spinning at high speed to form a fiery barrier against the encroaching vines. Yet, the fiery circle failed to achieve the desired effect, becoming ensnared and struggling against the vines. The boomerang's soul master furrowed his brow, dispelling his second skill. Utilizing his third skill, Diamond Blade, and his first skill, Air Blade, the flames dissipated, but a radiant white light emerged, shredding the entangling vines as the white circle expanded, augmenting the boomerang's rotational radius. During this interval, the long-haired man activated his soul skills, gripping the flagpole and stomping down, producing a clear chime from the bells as 4 soul rings manifested. He employed all 4 of his soul skills, enveloping the arena in a radiant aura that elevated his teammates' power, defense, physique, and speed to new heights. Simultaneously, the lantern-wielding man's 4 lanterns illuminated, summoning a lone wolf and a ghost sparrow, both exuding ghostly mist. Just as they materialized, a serpent lunged forth, biting the ghost sparrow while ensnaring the lone wolf with its tail. Observing this, the lantern-wielding man frowned and glanced up at Zhou Er. At that moment, Zhou Er stood firm, cradling the exquisite pagoda in his left hand while a swirling water ring spun frantically in his right. A gentle melody began to emanate as the flutist commenced playing, revealing his first soul skill, Lullaby, while his second and third soul rings glowed, Melodious Whisper and Peaceful Slumber. The gentle melody, akin to a soothing lullaby, penetrates through barriers to reach the minds of adversaries, lulling them into a peaceful slumber, thereby amplifying the effectiveness of the soothing tune. However, it bore little effect on the duo on Tuesday. Bai Yuhang possessed innate mental resistance due to his martial spirit. And with the addition of his second soul skill, the lullaby proved utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, Mir's mental light rendered him immune to such effects, and Renfeng, often in communion with nature, significantly bolstered his mental fortitude, granting him considerable resistance against the lullaby. Zhou Shan, already at the innate realm, would require an opponent at least 20 levels above him for such mental prowess to take effect. With a flick of his wrist, Zhou Air hurled the water ring, sending the boomerang, aimed at Bai Yuheng, spiraling away. And then there was a Yuan, whose heart's desire pearl was aptly named. At that moment, Bai Yuheng exhaled with relief and unleashed a combination of his first soul skill, the Energy Eye. A colossal beam of light surged forth towards the flute-wielding soul master. Not due to any immediate threat he posed, but because he was undoubtedly a protected target by the enemy. As anticipated, the armored brothers reacted swiftly, pushing aside the fiery mirror and sending the fire dragon armored man hurtling towards the flute master. Yet, as the fire dragon armored man soared through the air, an abundance of ethereal wood vines extended from the ground, ensnaring him mid-flight. Although the boomerang swiftly followed to sever the vines, the fire dragon armored man, now devoid of momentum, plummeted to the ground. The luminous beam approached the flute master, who activated his fourth soul skill, the steel ape. This metallic entity manifested before the beam, exuding an intense metallic aura, even its fur appearing as if forged from metal. It raised its arm to block the massive beam, which upon impact sent the steel ape sliding backward, yet it successfully shielded its target. Remarkable. This fellow is indeed a great soul master, the lantern-clad man exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Yuheng turned to Zhou Yuan, who nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Zhou Yuan summoned 3 heart's desire pearls, forming a gathering array around Bai Yuheng, while also activating his third soul skill, empowered by the influx of soul energy. Bai Yuheng wore an exhilarated smile as the previously dormant energy source behind him began to unleash a barrage of energy beams, relentlessly striking the enemy's slower-moving soul masters. The steel ape struggled against the incessant beams, while the armored brothers, witnessing this spectacle, rallied to push the fiery mirror aside. One of them darted over to assist the steel ape in blocking the beams. At that moment, Zhou Shan, entangled with the scythe-wielding soul master, suddenly soared into the air, launching 3 scarlet flamebird spears towards the lantern man. Activating his third soul skill, the 4-armed gorilla, this formidable creature appeared before the lantern man, swiftly catching the scarlet flamebird spears and hurling them away. Yet, as soon as they were released, explosions erupted, severing the gorilla's 2 arms, which emanated a ghostly mist before rapidly regenerating into new limbs. This adversary is truly formidable. Blocking those flying spears will result in significant explosive damage. If failing to do so leaves the fire dragon troublesome, the lantern man pondered, sensing the diminishing soul power within him. The long-haired man, observing his teammates caught at a disadvantage, chuckled and declared, "It seems it is time for my grand entrance. You, a support soul master, possess strength surpassing us all?" The scar-faced man remarked, while controlling his soul beast. "Aside from my soul skills being supportive, where do I resemble a support soul master? I am clearly an assault-type soul master," the long-haired man retorted, brandishing a nearly 3-meter-long flagpole, swiftly charging towards Zhou Air. In his advance, he swung the flagpole, knocking aside the obstructing mirror. As the long-haired man approached, Zhou Air felt a gust of wind and deftly sidestepped him, delivering a swift strike to the long-haired man's lower back. The long-haired man, taken aback, turned to face Zhou Air, his expression freezing as he sensed a shift within himself. Clutching his lower back, he retreated to the scar-faced man's side. "What happened? Why did you come back?" The scar-faced man questioned, puzzled by the sudden return of his companion. "That scoundrel. He struck me on the lower back. It seems my kidney is in distress." The long-haired man gritted his teeth. "For the sake of my future happiness, I must seek a doctor. You handle this. I am leaving." With that, the long-haired man leaped off the stage and dashed away. "Hey, wait!" The face-scarred man shouted after him, but received no reply as the long-haired man fled without looking back. "Curse it!" the scar-faced man exclaimed, turning to his beleaguered companions, resignedly stating, "We concede." With his words, both teams halted, and the host declared the victory of the 6 great Golden Immortals team. Chapter 69. The transaction after the victory was announced, Zhou Er and his team descended from the arena. After registering their scores, they exited the great fighting arena and headed towards the outskirts of the city. As they walked along the path, a figure seated at a nearby table noticed them. Is that them? Flander, sipping tea, recognized Zhou Er and his companions. He glanced in their direction and remarked, "That way leads to the great fighting arena." After finishing his tea, Flander stood and made his way towards the arena, intending to visit Shrek Academy shortly thereafter. Upon returning to Shrek, the master had already prepared a meal. Flander approached him and said, "Shao Gang, I encountered those youths." The master, hearing this, set down the plate he was holding and turned to Flander, inquiring, "Where did you see them?" Flander adjusted his glasses, responding, "I spotted them on the streets of Soto City, just after they concluded their match at the great fighting arena. I inquired, and they participated in a team competition today. They are likely to frequent the arena in the near future." The master nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Zhou Er and his companions returned to their secret valley, retiring to their rooms to rest. Time flowed steadily. The cycle of day and night continued, and dawn broke anew. After their meal, everyone commenced their respective training. Zhou Er approached a massive stone, leaping atop it and settling into a meditative position. The 5 chi returning to one technique still required the wood essence, which could only be attained after acquiring the 5th soul ring. Currently, he possessed but 2 soul beasts with the technique. Zhou Er mused quietly atop the stone. The sharp-edged, golden-armored fish has begun to cultivate the technique, and the scarlet flame bird has also developed a new consciousness. My training speed has significantly accelerated. Soon, I shall ascend to the rank of Soul King. Clenching his fists, the sound of energy bursting forth resonated. The nurturing powers of the 4 essences had rendered his physical strength extraordinarily robust. However, he contemplated Zhou Yuan and the others. Frowning, Zhou Er thought, "The effects of those potions have diminished significantly." Ren Fong, on the other hand, has continued to enhance his physical strength after breaking through to the innate phase. However, the remaining individuals would be unable to cultivate to the innate stage in the short term, resulting in a significant stagnation in the enhancement of their physical strength. On Tuesday, recalling the potions that could fortify the body, along with the knowledge of various herbs, contemplated these insights and resolved to develop several medicinal dishes. Additionally, he intended to create some soups and medicinal baths to bolster everyone's physical condition. He also considered incorporating some spirit beasts, as they were indeed rare creatures and might possess unique properties. Having made this decision, Tuesday swiftly left the mysterious valley and traveled to the outskirts of the Stardoe Forest, where he captured several decade-old spirit beasts with medicinal value. On his return flight, he also gathered a substantial amount of herbs. Upon arriving back at the mysterious valley, he meticulously processed the herbs and spirit beasts before commencing his experiments. Thanks to his heavenly human state and exceptional spiritual acuity, he often made the most suitable choices. The entire process progressed rather smoothly. Within one day, he had devised concepts for 3 medicinal dishes, and 1 type of soup had already been successfully developed. As dusk fell, Tuesday entered the kitchen, where Ren Fong had already begun preparing dinner. "Second brother," Tuesday acknowledged with a nod, addressing Ren Fong, "Continue with your tasks. I shall prepare some medicinal soup for everyone." Curious, Ren Fong inquired, "What kind of soup is it, second brother?" "Heart and lung soup," Tuesday replied while handling the herbs. It can cleanse and strengthen the heart and lungs, enhancing respiratory capacity. The two continued to converse while diligently working, and soon the meal and medicinal soup were ready. They called everyone to gather for dinner. Upon returning, Zhou Shan observed the medicinal soup on the table and curiously asked, "What is this?" After Tuesday explained it to everyone, they took their seats and began dining. Once the meal and the soup were finished, they tidied up the dishes and prepared to set off towards Suatoa City. After swiftly traversing the forest and streets, they arrived at the Great Soul Arena. Upon confirming their soul power levels, the day's competition commenced. Unlike the previous day, they faced no formidable opponents, easily winning both one-on-one and team battles. Although the final team match consumed some energy, they ultimately emerged victorious. After the competition concluded, Tuesday led everyone out of the Great Soul Arena and towards the outskirts of Suatoa City. While walking along a street, they encountered an individual standing ahead. As Tuesday approached, the person spoke, "Hello, Tuesday. I am Yu Xiaojiang. You may call me Master. I have some matters to discuss with you." Tuesday glanced at the Master but chose to ignore him, Continuing onward. Noticing Tuesday's indifference, the master hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Your fourth soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. Isn't it? I wish to know how you achieved it. I can exchange information with you." Hearing this, Tuesday halted and turned to face the master, while the others also turned their attention to him. The fourth soul ring, a 10,000-year soul ring? If I recall correctly, the top 10 core competencies of martial spirits was published by you, right? Do you not even believe in your own theories? Tuesday remarked with a hint of amusement. Seeing Tuesday and the others looking back at him, the master took a deep breath and calmly replied, "Those theories are merely analyses based on existing facts. They do not imply that no one can surpass them. Your very existence here speaks volumes." Tuesday scanned the surroundings and then coldly regarded the master, saying, "So, this precious knowledge is only offered by you, a mere grand soul master, in exchange?" Oof. At that moment, Flinder and Zhao Wujin, sensing the tension, stepped forward. "As two soul saints, we can offer you any promises or treasures you desire. Would that suffice?" Tuesday looked at Flinder and Zhao Wujin, chuckling softly. "What can a destitute academy head and a man who has made countless enemies on the continent possibly do for me?" "Hey!" Flinder exclaimed, growing agitated, but a hand from the side restrained him. "Flinder," the master interjected, glancing at Zhao Wujin, who was vigilantly observing the surroundings. "State your demands. Whether it be gold coins or treasures, we can find a way." Tuesday regarded the three before him with disdain. "You believe you can offer what I seek. How about the 7 treasures glazed tile school?" A voice chimed in, and 7 individuals gradually emerged. Flinder, seeing them, anxiously urged, "What are you doing here? Quickly return." "Principal." "Teacher, I overheard your conversation last night outside, so I followed." Tang San from the 7 spoke up. Ning Rongrong stepped forward among the group, addressing Tuesday. "You may not trust others, but as the daughter of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, you must believe that we can provide what you desire." As she spoke, the 7 treasures glazed tower appeared in her hand, looking at Tuesday with determination. "Whether it be a vast amount of gold soul coins or treasures, we can offer it all." As Ning Rongrong spoke, Flinder exchanged glances with Zhao Wujin, and they subtly repositioned themselves to protect the group. Meanwhile, Tuesday furrowed his brow upon seeing Tang San and Ning Rongrong emerge. Tang San, Ning Rongrong, these two are troublesome. Whether it's Tang Hao, the Sword Doloa, or the Bone Doloa, they are not adversaries I can contend with at present. Initially contemplating eliminating the 3 to prevent them from leaking information, the presence of these 2 raised the stakes too high. In an instant, Tuesday calculated his options, focusing on Ning Rongrong and the 7 treasures glazed tower in her grasp. The titles of the 7 treasures glazed tile school and the schoolmaster's daughter certainly held weight. "Very well, follow me." Subsequently, Tuesday led Zhou Shan and the others outside the city. "Boss, what should we do? Should we follow them? Do you want me to take the little monsters back first?" Zhao Wujin whispered to Flinder. Flinder shook his head, stating, "For now, being close to each other is the safest option. Separating is unwise." "Keep up," Tuesday said in a calm tone, glancing back at Flinder and the others who remained stationary. Zhao Wujin, Flinder, and the master exchanged glances before following Tuesday and his group. As they walked through the streets and exited Suatawa City, they arrived at a secluded path. After leaving the city, Flinder furrowed his brow, exchanging a glance with Zhao Wujin before stopping the people next to him. "Where are you taking us? This place is already sufficiently remote. No one will overhear our conversation." Hearing Flinder's words, Tuesday stopped and slowly turned to face them. "You wish to exchange methods for breaking through the soul ring limit, correct?" Ning Rongrong and the master nodded in affirmation, looking at Tuesday. Tuesday surveyed them before pointing at the Shrek 7 monsters. "The method is intended for them, is it not?" "Indeed, we will only apply it to them and will ensure it remains confidential," the master quickly replied. "Very well, 7 individuals, 7 10,000-year soul bones. And I shall exchange with you." "What?" Ning Rongrong and Flinder exclaimed in shock. "Do you comprehend what 7 soul bones signify, especially 10,000-year ones? How could your knowledge possibly be so invaluable?" "My knowledge, however, can elevate a person to the status of a title de law. Is it not worth 7 10,000-year soul bones?" As Zhou Air spoke, he extended his left hand, revealing the exquisite pagoda that materialized in his palm. The 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, manifested in succession. Not only was the 4th soul ring a 10,000-year one, But astonishingly, the second soul ring was a 1,000-year ring as well. Master, Flinder, and the Shrek 7 monsters stared in awe at the sight before them. Flinder and Zhao Wujia suddenly sensed impending danger and were about to unleash their martial souls. But it was too late. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted, forming a gourd shape that ensnared them. The upper portion of the gourd enclosed Zhou Shan and the others, safeguarding their safety, while the ample belly of the gourd trapped Flinder and his companions. The great strength diamond bear and the four-eyed cat eagle were poised to strike as Flinder and Zhao Wujia prepared to activate their martial souls. But Zhou had already appeared behind them, his wind wings crackling with lightning, enabling him to hover in midair. Flinder and Zhao Wujia felt a hand on their shoulders, freezing them in place. I advise you both to behave. Unlike 3 years ago, this time my flames will show no mercy. Zhou remarked coolly. Is it you? Is that flame yours? Zhao Wujia exclaimed in shock. Just as Zhou was about to respond, a barrage of hidden weapons was suddenly launched from behind, interspersed with dozens of exceedingly fine golden needles. However, a massive blaze of true fire materialized, forming a fiery shield behind Zhou. As the hidden weapons approached the true fire, they melted into molten iron, and even the golden needles transformed into droplets of water upon contact with the flames. Turning to face Tang San, a formidable pressure enveloped the surroundings, the weight of the pagoda pressing down on Tang San's heart, compelling him to collapse onto the ground. Stop! It's just a misunderstanding. Xiao Wu and the master shouted urgently. Within mere seconds, a series of transformations transpired, leaving Ning Rongrong momentarily stunned. Awakening from the overwhelming force, she cried out to Zhou, I am the daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's master. They are my friends and mentors. You cannot kill them. Otherwise, do you think you would still be alive today? Zhou cast a glance at Ning Rongrong and said, Then I retract the pressure. The heaviness lifted from everyone's hearts, and Tang San, who had just managed to stand against the pressure, felt a sudden lightness and nearly toppled over, only to be steadied by Xiao Wu. Behave, or I will eliminate the 2 of them first, Zhou warned, glancing at Xiao Wu and the master before addressing Tang San. You dare, Tang San retorted fiercely. Zhou's cold gaze fixed on Tang San as he slowly spoke. Do you wish to gamble their lives on my restraint? Hearing this, Tang San fell silent, positioning himself in front of Xiao Wu, ceasing further protest. Zhou, noticing Tang San's quietude, turned to Flinder and Zhao Wujia. Are you 2 still not compliant? Your soul power will be burned away by my flames before you even get close. Must I break both your legs to ensure your cooperation? Under the chilling gaze, Flinder and Zhao Wujia stood rigidly, halting their soul power. Observing the now subdued group, Zhou snapped his fingers, and 10 fiery lines erupted from the firewall, encircling the Shrek group, forming a protective circle around each of them. What do you intend to do? Ning Rongrong shouted at Zhou as the fiery circle formed around her. What do I intend? Having learned so much about me, do you think I would let you go so easily? Zhou coldly replied. Chapter 71. Control. Zhou regarded the troublesome duo of Tang San and Ning Rongrong, then approached Ning Rongrong, summoning a sphere of true fire in his hand as he spoke. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Doloa, Bone Doloa. I indeed cannot afford to provoke you. Yet I also do not desire my secrets to be disclosed to others. I can guarantee before Ning Rongrong could finish. Zhou's icy stare silenced her. Naive, Zhou surveyed everyone and declared, I present you with 2 choices. First, I can eliminate all of you right now and retreat to some corner of the world until I become a title de law, then re-emerge. Secondly, he extended a second finger. We can continue our transaction. What does this continued transaction entail? Tang San, who stood at the back, asked calmly. Quite simply, I will share knowledge about surpassing soul ring limits in exchange for 7 10,000-year soul bones. Alternatively, you may offer sufficiently precious treasures as substitutes. However, both the soul bones and the rare treasures cannot be gathered in a short time. Therefore, to ensure your adherence to this agreement, I must impose some control over you. That is your true intention. Isn't it? Tang San remarked. Zhou smiled faintly and extended his left hand, where soul power manifested into a slowly forming rune. This is called the Life and Death Seal. Once planted, life and death are beyond your control. Tang San stepped forward, observing the rune on Zhou's fingertip. You intend to mark several of us with this life and death seal? Zhou Er chuckled softly. Fear not. I will not mark all of you. For you would certainly object to that. Gazing at the now restless Flender and Zhao Wujia, he continued, I will mark 4 of you. He pointed at Tang San, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing. As Zhou Er indicated Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai immediately protested. Why her? I am of a higher rank. Choose me instead. Your outburst only validates my choice, Zhou Er replied, unfazed. You, Dai Mubai, frustrated, found himself at a loss for words. Additionally, Zhou Er turned to Ning Rongrong and the others. Within 2 years, you must not disclose this matter to anyone, including your families when requesting soul bones. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong opened her mouth to speak but closed it promptly under Zhou Er's piercing gaze. Of course, if within 2 years you manage to acquire 10,000-year soul bones or equivalent treasures by your own means, I shall honor my promise and lift the life and death seal. Zhou Er regarded the now subdued assembly and stated softly, This is my final concession. Should there be any further issues, I would not mind leading a wandering life. Tang San exchanged glances with his companions, then looked towards the master and Flender. Finally, he stepped forward and declared, We need to deliberate. Very well, you have 3 minutes, Zhou Er replied. Subsequently, Tang San and his companions engaged in hushed discussion for over 2 minutes before nodding and stepping forward. We accept the transaction. Excellent. You 4, step forward, Zhou Er acknowledged. Pointing at them, as they stood before him, Zhou Er manifested 4 symbols of life and death in his palm, which then soared towards them, merging seamlessly into their bodies and integrating with their soul power. Initially, the 4 sensed the arrival of the symbols, but once they fully intertwined with their soul energy, they became completely oblivious to their presence. Tang San began to channel his Xin Tian Gong, furrowing his brow, as he too could no longer perceive the symbols that had entered his body. At that moment, the 4 experienced a sudden and intense itch, causing them to lose their balance and tumble to the ground. Third brother, Xiao San, Rongrong, Zhuqing. The falling figures were quickly supported by those nearby. As Flander and the master turned to Zhou Er, shouting in anger, What are you doing? Didn't you agree to the transaction? You know Tang San. Teacher, Dean, we are fine. Tang San managed to stand, having regained his composure. He recalled the terrifying sensation he had felt. His entire soul power fluctuated between extreme cold and heat, at times weighing him down like a boulder, and at others becoming razor-sharp, as if his body were tearing apart, all accompanied by that incessant itch. Zhou Er, observing the now calm Tang San and the others, spoke with a measured tone. To prevent some individuals from harboring unrealistic thoughts, I allowed you to experience the life and death symbols, their ability to render life worse than death. I trust no one wishes to experience the other aspect of death. As time slipped by, the night deepened. Zhou Er and his companions stood still, watching Tang San and his group gradually recede into the distance. Zhou Shan, standing beside him, expressed his confusion. Brother, why not eliminate them? Zhou Er tapped 2 fingers lightly against Zhou Shan's forehead, chiding, When did you become so bloodthirsty? Rubbing his head, Zhou Shan stepped back and replied, Didn't you say a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall? Precisely because a gentleman refrains from such peril that I let them go. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School possesses 2 titled Duluos, and that Tang San's father is also a titled Duluo. I'm not yet their match. If they were to come for retribution, I could flee, but what about you? What about the people of Shijia village? Hearing Zhou Er preparing to scold him, Zhou Shan quickly changed the subject. Brother, how do you know Tang San's father is a titled Duluo? Your brother here has a knack for deduction. Zhou Shan scoffed at Zhou Er's dismissive reply. At that moment, Zhou Yuan, equally perplexed, inquired, Second brother, why only bestow the life and death symbols upon those 4? Wouldn't it be safer to apply them to all 10? And isn't 2 years a rather short time frame? Zhou Er gazed into the dark night where no figures remained, responding, If I planted so many, would they have the opportunity to make mistakes? Only the pivotal individuals need to be ensnared. Those who have already entangled all of them. Furthermore, 2 years is not a brief period. I myself will achieve the 5 Qi Chaoyuan technique in less than a year. Once mastered, what harm could a titled Duluo do? If they remain oblivious after a year, I shall eliminate them all. Zhou Er's gaze turned increasingly cold. Several months later, Tang San and his companions returned to Shrek Academy. It's all my fault. If I hadn't sought out Zhou Air to trade knowledge regarding the limits of soul ring breakthroughs, none of this would have happened, lamented the master as he walked through the academy. Teacher, if I hadn't informed you that Zhou Air's fourth soul ring was a 10,000-year soul ring, you wouldn't have sought him out. If I hadn't accompanied you, Rong Rong and the others wouldn't have followed. It's all my blame. Ningrong overhearing shook her head, saying, Third brother, we chose to follow you. This is not your fault. It's too late to say this now. Let us hope his theory holds true, sighed Flander. That theory should indeed be valid. All the data I've reviewed aligns with it. And Zhou Air has already proven it. The master replied. Recalling Zhou Air's assertions, they reflected on his words. In your understanding, the maximum limit for a first soul ring is 423 years, correct? This was the first statement Zhou Air had made. Have you ever wondered why it is 423 years? Why do some individuals fail to reach this threshold? The factors determining soul ring lifespan are merely two. First, the strength of the body. Second, the capacity of the body to hold soul power. These two attributes dictate the lifespan of the soul ring. And acquiring a soul ring not only enhances the martial soul, but also augments the body's strength and soul power capacity, all of which influence the lifespan of the next soul ring. This means that if your first soul ring exceeds the limit by 100 years, and you train normally to level 20, the limit for your next soul ring will increase accordingly. The multiplier between the first and second soul rings is approximately 18 times. Thus, your second soul ring could reach around 900 years. Therefore, if the first soul ring exceeds 555 years, the second can accommodate a full 1,000-year soul ring. Similarly, if the third soul ring exceeds 3,520 years, the fourth can bear a soul ring of 10,000 years or more. Of course, if the physical constitution significantly improves, one can break through the soul ring limits according to the extent of that enhancement. As Tang San pondered over this theory, Zhou Air and his companions had returned to the mysterious valley. Upon entering, Zhou Air removed his mask and turned to Zhou Shan and the others. Ashan, Ayuan, Rin Fong, Mi Air, and Yu Hang, for your safety, I advise you not to leave this valley for the next year. The five nodded solemnly at Zhou Air's serious words. Moreover, during this period of observation, there are no opponents in the Soto City Great Soul Arena who can enhance your combat experience. The adversaries you encounter are easily defeated. Such weak opponents will only dull your spirits and diminish your combat awareness. Therefore, from now on, focus entirely on cultivating soul power, developing your martial soul characteristics, and honing your soul skills. Understood, second brother. They replied in unison. Good. Now go and rest well. After which, they nodded and returned to their respective rooms to rest. As time passed, a glimmer of white appeared on the horizon, and the morning sun gradually illuminated the earth. Zhou Air stepped out of his room, tidied up by the river, and then walked toward the small building where a feast was already prepared. Where is Yu Hang? Has he not arrived yet? Zhou Air remarked, noticing an empty seat. Just then, a voice came from behind. Second brother, I'm here. It was Bai Yu Hang entering the room. Zhou Air took a couple of steps to sit at the table and inquired, why the delay today? Were you unable to sleep well last night? Second brother, I reached level 30 in my training last night and was so excited that I stayed up late, Bai Yu Hang explained as he settled into his seat. Yu Hang has also reached level 30. Now we are all above level 30, Mi Air interjected. Over the course of these past few months, Rin Fong and Mi Air had both attained level 30, with Zhou Air accompanying them on hunts for their third soul rings. Rin Fong, having transcended into the innate realm, experienced a transformation of his physical form, entering a state of rapid enhancement. His third soul ring was acquired from vanquishing a colossal plant tentacle aged for 781 years. Conversely, Mir chose a massive diamond beetle for his third soul ring, which had a lifespan of 960 years. The soul skill he obtained was diamond beetle armor, which, upon activation, enveloped him in an energy armor shaped like a beetle. Simultaneously, the sharp horns atop his head would enlarge, significantly augmenting the damage capability of his second soul skill. Zhou Air nodded and addressed by Yu Hang. Yu Hang, I will take you hunting for soul beasts tomorrow. For today, focus on recuperating. All right, second brother, Bai Yu Hang replied with a nod. At that moment, Zhou Shan, seated beside Zhou Air, glanced at the two bowls of medicinal soup before turning to Zhou Air. Brother, isn't this soup a bit excessive? 5 bowls a day. Can't they concoct 1 bowl with 5 effects? Do you think this soup is akin to cooking? You can't just toss in whatever you like. Zhou Er turned to Zhou Shan, his tone calm, as he responded, if you don't wish to drink it, you are free to forego it. Zhou Shan's eyes lit up. Really? If you fight me every day for practical training, I can skip the soup. Observing Zhou Er's placid expression, he quickly added, No, never mind. I'll stick to drinking the medicine. He then picked up the soup and gulped it down in one go. Zhou Er, witnessing Zhou Shan finish the soup, chose not to comment further and resumed his meal. After a while, Zhou Shan turned to Zhou Er and inquired, Brother, do you think there are others outside like us who are over 30 levels at just 12 years old? There are a few 30-level soul masters at that age out there, but their combat capabilities cannot compare to yours, Zhou Er replied while eating. So, in comparison with our peers, are we invincible? Zhou Shan exclaimed with excitement. Invincible? Shan, true geniuses will never be measured solely against their peers. Those who do so are not true geniuses, Zhou Er remarked, wiping his mouth. Brother, what about those slightly older? What geniuses exist among them? Zhou Shan asked curiously. Among those a bit older, there are 3 individuals from the Spirit Hall who should now be in their 40s, Zhou Er responded. The Spirit Hall level 40s. Brother, your level is quite comparable to theirs. What level are you? Zhou Shan queried inquisitively. My soul power has reached level 47. Those 3 from the Spirit Hall should be around the same level as me. Chapter 73. The Transcendent 4th Realm. How many levels have you all achieved now? Zhou Er suddenly asked, as if recalling something. Brother, I'm level 36, Zhou Shan replied. I'm level 35, Zhou Yuan chimed in. I'm level 33, Ren Fong stated. I'm level 32, Mir added. I'm level 30, Bai Yuhang finished. Hearing this, Zhou Er nodded, reflecting internally that a Shan and a Yuan had both elevated 3 levels since acquiring their 3rd soul rings 6 months prior. Although a Shan had begun practicing the 5 Qi towards origin technique, significantly increasing his cultivation speed. The essence force allowed his body to continually absorb soul power and enhance itself. Consequently, his cultivation speed was not vastly different from the innate realm. However, once he attains the complete quintessence of the 5 essences, a remarkable transformation would ensue. Zhou Er then turned his gaze towards Zhou Yuan. Yuan, while you have yet to break into the innate realm, your spirit's formation of the Gathering Spirit Array has greatly accelerated your cultivation speed. Coupled with the naturally occurring Gathering Spirit Array in this valley, it rivals simulated cultivation environments. These factors have enabled both of them to increase 3 levels in just half a year. Ren Fong's cultivation speed had also begun to accelerate significantly. His state of merging with nature dramatically exaggerated his advancement. Although Mir and Yu Hang's progress was less pronounced, they would still find ways to surpass level 40 by the time of the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament. Zhou Er glanced outside at the stream's terminus. As a Shan's body became saturated, his cultivation speed would only escalate. A Yuan, despite not yet having broken through to the innate realm, would experience a substantial increase in cultivation speed over the coming months. Both could potentially reach levels nearing 48 or 49 before the Continental Soul Master Tournament. Rising to his feet, Zhou Er stepped outside, contemplating the radiant sun on the horizon, feeling a surge of joy as he mused. At that time, I should be able to harvest a significant amount of source power and titles. I just wonder what kind of titles will be generated. He proceeded to an open space to practice the 5 elements palm. Zhou Er had already mastered the 4th layer of this technique, granting him the ability to control the seasons within his body at will. The 4th layer of the 5 elements palm corresponds the 5 stages of life to the 5 seasons, subsequently transforming them into respective energies. The initial strength of infancy, the growth power of development, the vigorous force of youth, the robust strength of middle age, and the stillness of old age. Having attained the 4th realm, Zhou Er adjusted his body to the initial strength state from early dawn to morning, allowing it to rejuvenate fully. Regardless of any injuries, such as broken arms or legs, they could regenerate. Moreover, with sufficient initial strength and profound comprehension of the spring of wood, even congenital disabilities could be rectified, including those of the brain. When Zhou Er finished his meal and prepared to train, he would transition into the next state, the growth power. In this state, he would experience immense plasticity, maximizing the effects of his training. Furthermore, in this state, Zhou Er's potential for growth was limitless. After completing his morning training, He would shift into the vigorous state in the afternoon, a condition which would allow every part of his body to acclimate to the rapidly increasing strength gained from the previous state, fostering overall synergy. Once his body adapted to this swift growth, Zhou would enter the autumn of gold state, where the robust power would solidify his bodily condition, ensuring that the newfound strength would not diminish. This state also proved to be the most suitable for combat. In this condition, physical capabilities would not wane due to injuries, nor would consciousness waver from pain. It was as though his physical form was digitalized, unaffected by diminishing vitality and combat efficacy, a truly divine combat skill. Zhou reflected upon this state with a sense of admiration. Standing up, he approached a massive stone, extending his left hand with fingers spread wide, and instantly struck. A sharp sound echoed as 4 deep grooves, each a finger's width, appeared on the stone. Zhou shook the stone fragments from his fingertips, gazing at his unscathed fingers, and remarked, "In just one day, my physical prowess has enhanced so significantly. After 3 months of training, even 100,000-year soul ring would be bearable for my body." Looking up at the increasingly dim sky, he made his way back to the house by the creek, where Renfeng was already preparing dinner. Upon entering, he approached a table and began to prepare the medicinal soup. Time passed, and after a while, the soup was finally ready. At this moment, Renfeng's meal had been prepared for some time. Once everyone was called back, they began to eat. After finishing their meal and tidying up, Zhou turned to Bai Yuhang and said, "Rest well today. Tomorrow morning, I will take you hunting for soul rings." "All right, second brother." Bai Yuhang nodded in agreement. Zhou then returned to his room, seated himself cross-legged, and entered the final state of the 4th layer of the 5 elements palm, the power of winter stillness. Upon entering this state, his already perfected body would be cleansed by the force of stillness, obliterating parts of the body that could not withstand the intensity, certain areas of skin, meridians, even bones and nerves. Those sections lacking strength and coordination would be eradicated by this power. Once this process was complete, he would again enter the spring's nascent energy, creating a continuous cycle. The essence of this cycle lies in the final force of stillness. If the previous 4 states represent the growth of the body into a complete circle, then this state would dismantle that circle. The remnants of the fragmented circle would be repaired in the next cycle, forming a larger and more complete circle. The cyclical nature of these 4 states would amplify the stillness power of the 5th state, subsequently destroying this stronger and more perfect circle, allowing it to grow into an even mightier form. Thus, the cycle continued, enhancing Zhou's body, making it powerful and flawless. As night passed, light began to appear outside the window. Dawn had arrived. Zhou opened his eyes, feeling an unusual sensation in his mouth. He stood up and spat to the side, revealing several bloodied teeth on the ground. Zhou examined his mouth with his tongue, finding all his teeth intact. Those few must have fallen out during the earlier hours of the night, only to regrow upon entering the state of spring in the early morning. The 4th realm of the 5 elements palm is indeed powerful, but it consumes soul power excessively, directly slowing down my cultivation speed, Zhou remarked, reflecting on his night of training. Chapter 74. The team's gap. Zhou opened his door and stepped outside. After tidying up, he went inside to have breakfast. Once they finished, he took Bai Yuhang and headed towards the Stardow Forest. The two advanced swiftly through the forest, eventually arriving at its fringes. Upon entering the Stardow Forest, they slowed their pace, meticulously searching for suitable soul beasts. Yuhang's second soul skill was from a 737-year-old beast, and his body had not significantly increased since then. He aimed for a 3rd soul ring from a beast aged around 1,600 to 1,700 years. Observing their surroundings, Zhou inquired, "Yuhang, what effect are you hoping for with your 3rd soul ring?" "Second brother, I wish to choose a soul beast with multiple energy states, ideally one that can transform into fire and ice attributes," Bai Yuhang replied, keeping pace. "You wish to enhance your energy rays with attributes, allowing them to change states," Zhou noted as he walked ahead. Bai Yuhang nodded, summoning his martial spirit, the one-eyed beast. While pure energy rays are not easily countered, they lack distinctiveness and cannot effectively suppress opponents. If my 3rd soul ring can alter energy states, I can counter opponents based on their attributes and improve our synergy. He retracted his martial spirit. Zhou acknowledged, "That is a commendable idea, but such soul beasts may be difficult to find. We might need to search for a few days." "Second brother, If we cannot find one, we could also opt for an ice attribute soul beast. Its freezing capabilities would be advantageous, Bai Yuhang suggested as they continued on. Let us search for 2 days first. If we truly cannot find one, then we will consider the ice attribute. Just then, a 3,000-year-old soul beast appeared before them, charging at Zhou Er and Bai Yuhang. However, as it leapt forward, Zhou Er swiftly slapped it to the ground. Grabbing its mouth, he flung it aside, where it crashed against a tree with a resounding thud. The fallen 3,000-year-old soul beast, now terrified, whimpered and fled, tail between its legs. 3,000-year-old soul beasts are surfacing. That exceeds your suitable age range. Let us change direction, Zhou Er indicated to Bai Yuhang, who nodded and followed him in a different direction. As the day passed, they encountered several suitable soul beasts, yet none matched their desired effects. The next morning, they resumed their search. Eventually, they arrived at a distinct area where the ground was scattered with glimmering, translucent stones emanating a soft glow. As they continued forward, the sound of wings flapping caught their attention. Zhou Er exchanged a glance with Bai Yuhang, and they concealed themselves behind a tree to observe. As the sound drew nearer, a silver-winged, lizard-like creature appeared, flapping its wings. Elemental Little Dragon, 1,612 years, Dragon type, Elemental, awakened. Ice, Fire, Wood, Elemental. This ability is precisely what we need. Zhou Er mused as he beheld the half-meter-long Elemental Little Dragon. Suddenly, a pair of lightning-tinged wind wings materialized behind him. With a powerful flap, he appeared beside the fleeing elemental dragon. His right hand darkened as he seized the dragon's head, glaring into its eyes. Instantly, the dragon was overwhelmed by the pressure of a towering pagoda and fainted, its body going limp. Zhou Er descended with the dragon and approached Bai Yuhang, placing the elemental little dragon on the ground. Yuhang, this dragon possesses the power of elemental energy and has awakened its ice, fire, and wood attributes, perfect for you. Zhou Er produced a dagger from his spatial treasure and handed it to Bai Yuhang. You must kill it now and absorb its soul ring. I will guard you. Bai Yuhang accepted the dagger, nodding in determination. He crouched down, aimed at the dragon's head, and plunged the dagger in, ending its life. A purple soul ring ascended, and Bai Yuhang sat down to absorb it. As time passed, the immense soul power from the soul ring was gradually absorbed, culminating in a successful acquisition. Zhou Er watched as Bai Yuhang opened his eyes and asked, "How was it? What effect does your soul skill have?" "Second, brother, it grants the ability to change attributes." Bai Yuhang replied, rising to his feet. "My third soul skill is called Elemental Power, comprising 3 elemental forces, ice, fire, and wood. My martial spirit can freely shift between these 3 attributes." As he spoke, he summoned the one-eyed beast, its third soul ring glowing with purple light. The one-eyed beast transformed into white, its eyes glistening and radiating chilling air. Moments later, it blazed crimson, engulfed in flames like a fireball. The transformation into wood was subtler, with only radiant green patterns emerging. In the realm of elemental attributes, when in the ice state, the energy ray transforms into a freezing beam, while in the fire state, it morphs into a burning ray. Bai Yuhang, wielding his singular eye, unleashed 2 beams, one white ray that encased an entire tree in ice, and a red burning ray that melted the ice, piercing through the tree and leaving behind a charred circular hole. The final wood attribute was entirely distinct from the other rays. Bai Yuhang commanded his singular eye to shift to the wood attribute, and a verdant beam struck the tree. The entire tree erupted in green radiance. As cracks began to appear in the charred areas, the blackened portions gradually shedding, while vibrant green shoots sprouted forth, breathing new life into the tree. This, Bai Yuhang declared, is the ray of the wood attribute, the rejuvenation ray, a manifestation of healing abilities. Zhou Er, witnessing the tree's revival, joyfully patted Bai Yuhang's shoulder, exclaiming, "Yuhang, your ability is simply perfect. Our team of 6 possesses supportive capabilities and the ability to extend combat time, as demonstrated by Yuan's martial soul. However, we lacked restorative healing abilities. Your rejuvenation ray fills this gap, rendering our team devoid of weaknesses." After stating this, Zhou Er glanced at the fading daylight and urged Bai Yuhang, "Let us return before nightfall." Chapter 75. Months passed. Zhou Er then led Bai Yuhang out of the Stardoe forest and towards the enigmatic valley. Upon returning to the valley, noticing that twilight had not yet fully descended, Zhou turned to Bai Yuhang and said, "Yuhang, reveal your third soul ring. I wish to examine its structure." Bai Yuhang nodded, allowing 3 soul rings to manifest around him, subsequently guiding the third ring forward for Zhou scrutiny. Once Zhou had meticulously memorized every detail and nuance of the third soul ring, he nodded at Bai Yuhang and instructed, "All right, Yuhang, retract your soul ring. In the coming days, I shall design the runes for your third soul ring, and you may arrange your training schedule accordingly." "Understood, second brother," Bai Yuhang replied, nodding in agreement. Zhou then glanced at the cottage by the stream and said to Bai Yuhang, "Come, let us assist in preparing a meal. After a hearty repast, rest well, for tomorrow you shall hone your new soul skill." Bai Yuhang nodded and followed Zhou to the cottage. Inside, Bai Yuhang aided Renfeng in cooking, while Zhou prepared medicinal soup. Soon, they called everyone together to dine, converse, and rest, as another day drew to a close. The following morning, Zhou commenced experiments on the runes for the third soul ring. After more than 2 days, the designs were completed. He handed them over to Bai Yuhang and began his own training, focusing on the 5 qi returning to origin technique, practicing the interplay of 5 elemental attributes, enhancing his multitasking abilities, and refining the 9-pattern sword body. The cultivation of sharp metallic energy made the 9-leaf flying swords even more formidable. Thus, days turned into months as they diligently pursued their training. Zhou sat upon a stone, surrounded by 8 willow-shaped flying swords that spiraled around him, tracing intricate paths in the air. Suddenly, the swords returned to his side, merging into his being, and a brilliant light emanated, prompting Zhou to open his eyes. Level 50. He exhaled slowly. "Time flies. In less than a year, I have ascended 10 levels. The trinuclear drive has significantly accelerated my training pace. Barring any unforeseen events, I should reach level 60 before the tournament. Tomorrow, I shall hunt for my 5th soul ring." As he spoke, Zhou rose and approached Bai Yuhang, where he noticed a peculiar eye floating beside him, surrounded by 3 spheres. One sphere was white, another red, and the last green, representing 3 elemental energy forms. This was Bai Yuhang's third soul ring's combination skill, the Eye of Elements, which allowed him to directly wield the power of these 3 elements. No longer limited to merely enhancing energy rays, but capable of utilizing the elemental energies themselves. Moreover, his control over these energies was exceptionally robust, with consumption significantly less than the previous combination skills, enabling sustained use. Zhou observed Bai Yuhang from a distance, nodding in approval before assessing the training progress of the others. Zhou Shan was engaged in practicing gold and earth attribute formations. After a period of training, he settled into a meditative posture and retrieved a box, opening it to reveal 5 differently colored pills, each the size of fingertip. Crafted by Zhou to aid in the cultivation of the 5 qi returning to origin technique. Zhou Shan placed the box in his palm, inhaling the essence of the 5 colors as they transformed into vapor. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan made a significant breakthrough, achieving the innate realm, resulting in a metamorphosis of his physical form and an increase in the speed of his soul power cultivation. Rin Feng and Mier had also become proficient in their third soul skills, delving into their underlying principles while maintaining their soul power training. Observing the time, Zhou made his way to the cottage by the stream to prepare meals and medicinal soup. Once everything was ready, they dined, chatted, and rested, as yet another day came to a close. The next morning, Zhou awoke early, tidied himself, and stepped outside. After attending to his personal hygiene and finishing breakfast, he bid farewell to his companions, informing them he might be gone for several days, and exited the natural formation of the Secret Valley. He proceeded towards the Stardoe Forest, traversing through numerous woods until he reached the forest's edge. Without pausing, he ventured deeper, effortlessly dispatching any soul beasts encountered along the way. After penetrating a considerable distance, Zhou halted to search for a suitable 10,000-year wood attribute soul beast. Although he encountered several wood attribute soul beasts, their ages were not ideal. With his current physical strength, Zhou could withstand a 10,000-year soul ring, yet he was not yet a match for such powerful beasts. Thus, he sought a wood attribute soul beast aged over 50,000 years. However, after many days, he had yet to find a suitable one. Those over 50,000 years were elusive. while the wood attribute beasts he encountered were only 2,000 or 3,000 years old and belonged to weaker lineages. With a furrowed brow, Joair surveyed his surroundings before moving in another direction. As he walked, he suddenly sensed a faint, secretive disturbance to his right. Concealing himself, he patiently awaited its source. After a moment, a furtive wolf emerged, cautiously scanning the area. Confirming it was alone, it sat down and opened its mouth to the sky. Around it, all the flora and trees emitted specks of green light, which the wolf voraciously consumed. As the ground's flowers and grasses were drained of their green luminescence, they began to wither and turn a desolate yellow. The towering tree stood resilient, albeit somewhat wilted, as numerous flowers and grasses withered. The tree too appeared to be on the brink of decay. At that moment, the verdant wolf ceased its absorption of the green luminescence, swallowing the glowing orb of light it had captured, and swiftly darted forward. Observing this scene from a concealed position was Joair, who discreetly followed the green wolf while recalling the information he had just encountered. Wood puppet wolf, plant wood calamity power, no age limit. It should not be a soul beast. Judging by its name, it appears to be a puppet of a certain wood attribute soul beast. As Joair stealthily pursued the wood puppet wolf, they traversed a significant portion of the Stardow forest, eventually arriving at the outskirts. Upon reaching a certain spot at the edge of the forest, the wood puppet wolf halted before a vast expanse of dense foliage. It then crouched down and released the green orb from its mouth. The moment the orb emerged, an invisible force drew it towards the thicket, from which wisps of green energy began to emanate, continuously absorbed by the verdant undergrowth. As the energy dissipated, the orb gradually dimmed until the last trace was consumed, at which point it vanished into nothingness. The forest, having absorbed the energy, produced a radiant leaf that fluttered towards the wood puppet wolf, which eagerly snapped it up before scampering away, tail wagging. Joair, hidden in the shadows, witnessed the entire process. He then employed the powers of his golden finger on the forest. Forest Wolf King, 78 for 165 years, wood calamity, wolf disaster. The age was indeed fitting. Joair was pleased with the appropriate age and attributes. Yet what intrigued him most were the two ominous labels, calamity and disaster. Such labels were unprecedented to him. However, given these descriptors, the strength of this Wolf King must be formidable. While pondering the might of the Forest Wolf King, another wood puppet wolf emerged from the thicket, noticeably larger than the previous one. Joair scrutinized the new wood puppet wolf, furrowing his brow as he mused. How many wood puppet wolves are there? They may appear animalistic, but upon closer inspection, one can discern that they are, in fact, composed of plant matter, concealed in the shadows. Joair meticulously observed the wood puppet wolf, contemplating how to eliminate these creatures to prevent them from rejuvenating the Forest Wolf King should it be gravely injured. After assessing his surroundings, he curiously wondered, what is a 70,000-year-old soul beast doing at the edge of the Stardow forest? Yet, it inadvertently favored him, as he would not have to exert great effort to lure it here. As Joair tracked the larger wood puppet wolf, which clutched a translucent leaf in its mouth, he silently followed. Once distance from the forest transformed by the Wolf King, he unfurled his wind and thunder wings and swiftly ascended above the wood puppet wolf. With a powerful strike aimed at its head, a crimson palm imprint crashed down, shattering half of its skull while igniting the remaining portion in flames. The green body collapsed to the ground, engulfed in flames until reduced to ashes. Joair unleashed a blue palm imprint upon the fire, exuding a chilling, damp aura that extinguished the flames. The remnants of the wood puppet wolf, its green roots, attempted to burrow into the earth upon losing its head, but perished as the dual forces of water and fire converged, turning it to dust. Having dispatched the wood puppet wolf, Joair turned his gaze towards the direction of the Forest Wolf King, yet no significant disturbance arose from that location. Was it incapable of sensing the death of its puppet, or did it consider such puppets dispensable? Joair furrowed his brow, contemplating the stillness from that direction. It cannot be. Based on my previous observations, these puppets gather the energy the Wolf King requires, so there should be a reaction. Puzzled, he summoned the Linglong treasure tower and called forth the four summoned beasts from the four soul rings. After their summoning, he commanded them to encircle the Forest Wolf King and eliminate any wood puppet wolves that appeared from those directions. Meanwhile, Joair stealthily advanced towards the forest where the Wolf King resided. concealing himself nearby. At this time, his four-summoned beast began to hunt the wood puppet wolves. The swift golden-armored fish, possessing the greatest speed and strength, had the largest range, wildly hunting down the wood puppet wolves in the vicinity. The second largest range belonged not to the land beast, but to the crimson flame bird, which, being of fire attribute, naturally countered the wood attribute of the wood puppet wolves. There were exactly 51 crimson flame birds, with one main body and 50 clones, which formed into groups to hunt the wood puppet wolves. The smallest ranges belonged to the land beast and the singing serpent. One was insufficiently powerful to cover a vast area, while the other produced too much noise. Thus a day passed, and Joair frowned as he gazed at the unresponsive forest. What is going on? Why is there no reaction at all? He found it hard to believe that there would be no response. He continued to linger there while a multitude of wood puppet wolves were systematically eliminated. Until late into the night, the appearance of wood puppet wolves ceased, and after waiting for over an hour, not a single one appeared. All the puppets are dead, yet there is still no reaction? Joair furrowed his brow, observing the peculiar 10,000-year-old soul beast before him. At that moment, a faint yet distinct fluctuation caught Joair's attention. His eyes brightened as he slowly moved towards the source of the disturbance. The fluctuation emerged from the opposite side of the forest, where intertwining branches gradually extended outward, forming a circular mass that fell to the ground, transforming into a small puppy. The puppy turned back, baring its teeth, and then dashed away. However, a thick fog enveloped the little creature, causing it to become disoriented. Joair, observing the unresponsive golden finger and the revealing information about the small puppy, exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this truly a 10,000-year-old soul beast? It seeks to flee without even engaging." Joair summoned his wind and thunder wings, manipulating the fog to encircle the small puppy. After frantically running in circles through the mist, the puppy, realizing it could not escape, huddled in a rocky corner, emitting whimpering sounds. Joair descended and approached the puppy slowly, step by step, until the surrounding fog could no longer conceal his presence, and he stood clearly before the small creature. Upon seeing Joair, the puppy instinctively pressed its body against the rocky surface, conveying a sense of unease. If not for the information from the golden finger, Joair would have found it hard to believe that this was a 70,000-year-old soul beast. Just as he lifted his leg to take another step forward and gauge the puppy's reaction, it let out a howl. A deafening howl of a wolf echoed, heralding the arrival of Tuesday. A colossal shadow descended upon the day. Chapter 77, The Jungle Wolf King. Just as Tuesday lifted his foot, the little puppy transformed instantaneously into a massive green giant wolf, lunging fiercely at him. However, Tuesday had long anticipated this, his body crackling with electricity, as his wind wings swept through the air, enabling him to evade the Jungle Wolf King's assault. Misty flames erupted, manifesting as a vast inferno that encircled the Jungle Wolf King, towering over 7 meters and stretching over 20 meters in length. Numerous sparks ignited upon the creature's form, yet the vibrant green glow countered these flames, preventing the Jungle Wolf King from igniting. As the wolf missed its attack, a multitude of green light spots emanated from its feet, merging with the surrounding flora, causing the plants to shimmer and emit their own light, which spread contagiously around them. The infected plants began to release green glimmers, drifting toward the Jungle Wolf King, who suddenly pounced before Tuesday. Yet, Tuesday's wind and thunder wings proved superior. With a flash of lightning, he narrowly escaped the wolf's bite. Observing the creature's minions, Tuesday alternated between fire and water strikes, unleashing red and blue palm prints upon the Jungle Wolf King. The red imprint ignited a burning mark on the wolf, which was then obliterated by the blue imprint, creating a gaping wound. Yet, the relentless green light points fused into the wolf's body, rapidly healing its injuries. After dodging another bite, Tuesday felt a gust of wind swirl around him, allowing him to appear beside the Jungle Wolf King's head, where he struck with a palm imbued with the essence of true fire. The moment the flames ignited, they spread across the wolf's entire form. However, the Jungle Wolf King astonishingly split in two, its hindquarters leaping back as a barrage of green light points surged from the surrounding trees, forming a protective green veil that the wolf absorbed, restoring it to its former state. Now rejuvenated, the Jungle Wolf King leaped backward, evading the encroaching true fire, Witnessing the wolf's vigilance against the flames and the incessantly absorbed green light, Tuesday furrowed his brow, retracting the true fire, aware that if this continued, the entire forest would succumb to desolation, alerting the two beings deep within the Stardow forest. He realized that not only would he be unable to hunt it, but he would also be forced to flee. Pondering the formidable vitality of the creature, Tuesday flapped his wind and thunder wings, continuously surrounding the jungle wolf king with dual-color palm prints. Vitality, those green light points? Suddenly, an idea struck Tuesday. He summoned the true fire once more, splitting it into 3 distinct flames. He withdrew the fire from the air and the fire from the stone, allowing the wood fire to hover above, absorbing the green light points. Enraged at the sight of its energy being contested, the jungle wolf king lunged, sinking its teeth into the wood fire. Once inside, the wolf attempted to absorb the flame, but Tuesday could hardly contain his amusement as he manipulated the fire to be consumed by the wolf. The wood fire, now within the jungle wolf king, began to absorb its green energy, transforming into a raging blaze that engulfed the entire creature. Realizing the peril, the jungle wolf king split its body once more, but this time only the tail remained unscathed by the flames. The diminutive tail of the jungle wolf king sought to absorb the green light points to restore itself, yet the presence of the wood fire significantly hampered its recovery speed. Without granting it another chance to regenerate, Tuesday swiftly appeared beside the now 2-meter-tall jungle wolf king, summoning the power of winter's stillness. A black palm print struck the wolf's head, instantly rendering it motionless as a grayish hue spread throughout its body, hardening it and causing fissures to emerge, shattering it into fragments. To Tuesday's delight, alongside the black eternal soul ring, a green soul bone materialized. Without lingering on the soul bone, Tuesday stored it within his treasure tower and sat cross-legged, hastily absorbing the soul ring. As the ring floated above his head, a torrent of soul power surged into him. Yet due to his current physical strength and the compatibility of the 5 chi returning to origin technique, he effortlessly assimilated the energy. Concurrently, the residual soul of the jungle wolf king was suppressed by the exquisite treasure tower, drawn into the 5th layer, forming a small space. Upon completing the absorption of the 5th soul ring, the energies of the 5 essences converged, triggering a profound transformation in his body. The 5 elemental energies began to interact, creating a harmonious balance. Continually cleansing his body, the energies transformed his internal organs, radiating a luminous glow that coursed through his bloodstream, reaching every extremity and penetrating deep into the marrow of his bones. As the light flowed, the metamorphosis commenced, enveloping him in a radiant glow. Once the illumination became uniform across his body, it gradually receded, drawing inward. Tuesday slowly opened his eyes, a brilliance akin to the sun igniting within them, his gold and silver heterochromatic pupils emanating a dazzling light, which soon subsided, rendering them less conspicuous. Rising to his feet, he unfurled his wind and thunder wings and soared swiftly beyond the confines of the Stardow forest. As he soared through the air, the atmosphere was cleaved by the brilliance of lightning, propelling him forward at remarkable speed. At this moment, Tuesday had transcended his previous limitations, no longer hindered by the use of his wings. The ceaseless cycle of the 5 elements ensured a continual supply of soul power, rendering exhaustion a distant concern. Flying at high velocity, Tuesday grasped the reason behind the jungle wolf king's meticulousness as a 10,000-year soul beast. This was due to its unique abilities, Wood Calamity and Wolf Disaster. Wood Calamity allowed the jungle wolf king to absorb the vitality of any plant, enhancing itself and rapidly advancing its cultivation. It could even devour plant-based soul beasts, acquiring their powers. Having once absorbed the abilities of a plant soul beast known as plant rebirth, this power enabled the creature to condense a seed for rebirth upon nearing death, with all previous cultivation dissipating but retaining memories and a portion of its former abilities. Chapter 78, The Natural Formation of the Valley. Thus, the jungle wolf king was experiencing its second life, its first having occurred hundreds of years prior. In its previous existence, the jungle wolf king had not exercised such caution, ravenously consuming the forest and preying upon plant soul beasts to gain immense power, including the ability of plant rebirth. Shortly thereafter, the lifespan surged to 90,000 years. This resulted in the desiccation of vast forests and the rapid emergence of numerous wooden puppets, which preyed upon the plant-like soul beasts within. Such actions drew the attention of 3 formidable 100,000-year soul beasts. Just as the forest wolf king was on the brink of ascending to a 100,000-year soul beast, it was besieged by these 3 titans. Despite the forest wolf king's immense vitality and the legion of wooden puppets at its disposal, it managed to withstand the onslaught for an entire day and night. However, the disparity in levels was insurmountable, compounded by the 3-to-1 disadvantage. After enduring for a day and a night, all of the puppets perished, and the surrounding flora had been completely depleted, thwarting the Wolf King's ability to absorb their life force. Ultimately, its vitality dwindled to the brink of extinction, forcing it to employ the ability of rebirth of plants to evade death. Following a period of slumber within the earth, it absorbed sufficient energy and revived once more. This time, the Forest Wolf King did not exhibit the same arrogance as before. Instead, it concealed itself in the shadows, dispatching wooden puppets to gradually siphon the life force of plants from afar. Thus, it lingered in obscurity, ascending to 70,000 years without detection by any soul beasts, until it encountered Joair. Having learned from its previous hubris, it adopted a more cautious demeanor in this lifetime. Yet, while others and soul beasts may fail to perceive it, it could not escape the scrutiny of the boundary stones. Joair gently descended, retracting his wind and thunder wings as he approached the enigmatic valley. Upon passing through the natural array, he sensed something amiss. As he entered the valley, he looked up to find Zhou Yuan floating in the center, surrounded by a multitude of auspicious pearls. An invisible wave connected the entirety of the valley, with a vast accumulation of soul power gravitating around Zhou Yuan. Joair furrowed his brow at the sight and hastened forward, arriving directly beneath him. Shan, what's happening here? He inquired of Zhou Shan. Brother, you're back. Zhou Shan exclaimed in delight upon hearing his voice. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head in exasperation. I'm not entirely sure. Yesterday, I saw Yuan muttering to himself. This morning, he suddenly claimed to have realized something, then flew up into the sky and has remained like that ever since. He gestured toward Zhou Yuan above. Observing Zhou Yuan, who was enshrouded in the formation of auspicious pearls and surrounded by waves of soul power, Joair concluded. Yuan must have gained new insights regarding the spirit gathering array. There's no cause for alarm. You all should prepare a meal. Yuan hasn't eaten all day and will surely be famished upon his return. Turning to Zhou Shan and the others, he added, I shall guard Yuan here. Understood, second brother. They replied, nodding before departing to prepare the meal. Joair waited patiently below as time passed, and the aroma of food wafted through the air. At that moment, the auspicious pearls above began to rotate. As they turned, the wave that connected the valley began to calm, gradually dissipating. The immense surge of soul power receded, and Zhou Yuan gently descended. Upon landing smoothly, he opened his eyes to see Joair before him. Second brother, you've returned, he said. Joair nodded. I've been back for a while. What transpired? Second brother, I have gained new insights into the spirit gathering array, Zhou Yuan replied, excitement illuminating his usually calm demeanor. I have been pondering the difference between the spirit gathering array I set up and the natural spirit gathering array of this valley. It is indeed a question worth contemplating. Joair acknowledged with a nod as he observed Zhou Yuan pointing toward the valley. I frequently observed the entire valley and sensed its natural spirit gathering array. While I gleaned some insights, I could not significantly enhance the effectiveness of my own array. Zhou Yuan admitted, shaking his head. This morning, it suddenly struck me. Why should I be fixated on dramatically enhancing the effects of my spirit gathering array? What I truly desire is to significantly improve my cultivation efficiency. Thus, why not use my auspicious pearls to establish a spirit gathering array that connects with the valley's natural array? I wondered about the potential effects of such a connection. Zhou Yuan's excitement grew as he gestured toward the valley. I set up the array with the auspicious pearls, effortlessly linking it with the valley's spirit gathering array. Immediately, I felt my soul power surge and my cultivation speed accelerate. He paused, looking eagerly at Joair. Second brother, can you guess what level I am now? You've leveled up again. Joair exclaimed, his eyes brightening. Yes, second brother. I have reached level 37. Zhou Yuan declared, nodding enthusiastically. Although Yuan had reached level 36 some time ago, he had not yet attained level 37. Remarkably, after just one day of cultivation, he had shortened that journey. Zhou Er furrowed his brow at this thought and turned to Zhou Yuan. Yuan, do you feel any discomfort? Is there anything unusual with your soul power or mental state? Zhou Yuan shook his head in response. No, second brother, I feel perfectly fine. He extended his hand, channeling his soul power to manifest in his palm, swirling gracefully around his fingers. There are no abnormalities in my soul power. My control remains intact, and my mental state is stable. There are no side effects at all? Zhou Er pondered as he observed the shifting soul power. Yuan, let us set up a spirit gathering array around me and merge it with the Valley S. I will personally sense if there are any side effects. Of course. Second brother. Zhou Yuan summoned the auspicious pearls and ascended into the sky. Zhou Er spread his wind and thunder wings and followed suit. Hovering in the air, the auspicious pearls circled Zhou Er as they established the array, creating a wave that connected with the entire valley. Zhou Er's soul power surged to life, though the rate of increase was not as exaggerated. Frowning, he called down to Zhou Yuan. Yuan, that's enough. You can lower me now. As Zhou Er gently descended, he turned to Zhou Yuan. Yuan, did you feel anything unusual just now? Reflecting on his experience, Zhou Yuan replied, I felt incredibly comfortable, and I had an overwhelming desire to cultivate my soul power. Just as I suspected, Zhou Er confirmed. Second brother, did you discover anything? Zhou Yuan inquired, intrigued. In the spirit gathering array, my cultivation speed was not as dramatically enhanced as yours. While it certainly increased significantly and my soul power was very active, it did not reach the level of your experience, Zhou Er explained, shaking his head. Then why was my cultivation so rapid? Zhou Yuan asked, perplexed. Zhou Er pointed toward Zhou Yuan's auspicious pearls. That is because your auspicious pearls gathered a vast amount of energy while you were in the air, exuding a revitalizing aura. Thus, when linked with the Valley's natural spirit gathering array, not only did your soul power awaken, but your martial soul did as well. During your cultivation, the 10 wish beads inadvertently accompanied your practice. Though each bead's effect is but a fraction of your own power, their cumulative presence significantly amplified your cultivation speed. This accounts for the remarkable acceleration in your progress. As Zhou Er elucidated, Zhou Yuan nodded in comprehension, eager to voice further inquiries. However, a shout interrupted from the distance. Brother, Yuan, it's time to eat. It was Zhou Shan calling from ahead. Come on, you haven't eaten all day. Let us return for a meal. Zhou Er remarked upon hearing the call. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement and followed Zhou Er forward, all the while inquiring about his lingering doubts. Upon reaching the house, they commenced their evening meal. Just as they neared the end of dinner, Zhou Er suddenly turned to Zhou Shan and inquired, Shan, what level is your soul power now? Zhou Shan, his mouth full, mumbled, it's already at level 38. When will you reach level 39? Zhou Er glanced at Zhou Shan, still chewing. Probably before the end of the year. I should reach level 39 by then. Zhou Shan replied after swallowing his food, meeting Zhou Er's gaze. Zhou Er nodded calmly, adding, by the way, Yuan's soul power has just ascended to level 37. Cough. Zhou Shan, who had just taken a sip of water, was caught off guard by this revelation. What? Level 37 already? He exclaimed, once he had regained his composure. Yes. Just promoted, Zhou Er confirmed with a nod. Zhou Yuan, looking at Zhou Shan, remarked, I've gained new insights into the spirit gathering array, significantly enhancing my cultivation speed. Shan, you must catch up, otherwise, I shall surpass you. Several times faster, the others exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, several times faster, Zhou Yuan affirmed. At this rate, it won't be long before I overtake Brother Shan, Ren Fang remarked, glancing between Zhou Shan and Zhou Yuan. Meanwhile, Bai Yuhang shook his head and commented, not just overtaking Brother Shan. At this pace, he might even match Brother Er's cultivation speed. I must return to my training. Zhou Shan suddenly stood up, addressing the others. Brother, you all continue eating. I'm going back to cultivate. With that, he dashed out of the house and returned to his room to practice the 5 Qi Chaoyuan method. Brother Er, why provoke Brother Shan? Bai Yuhang asked, puzzled by Zhou Shan's retreat. Although Shan possesses the highest soul power among you, his diligence in cultivation is lacking. His elevated level is primarily due to his innate talent. Zhou explained while shaking his head. In 7 years, his soul power has risen by 30 levels, averaging over 4 levels each year. While this figure appears commendable, it falls short of his potential, especially considering that he could achieve innate realm status in under 2 years. He has invested too much time in enhancing his combat abilities. While combat prowess is crucial, one must first fortify their foundational strength. Without sufficient power, even the most exquisite techniques bear flaws. Zhou observed that everyone had finished their meal and prepared to conclude the discussion. All right, let us tidy up and retire for the night. Upon hearing Zhou's words, everyone nodded in agreement. They cleared the table and retreated to their respective rooms for rest. Zhou also returned to his quarters, seated himself cross-legged, and summoned the exquisite treasure pagoda. After the 5th soul ring was added, the pagoda underwent a transformation, continuously absorbing Zhou's soul power. Once the 5 essence powers were gathered, his soul power began to flow ceaselessly. Thus, despite the ongoing absorption of his soul power, it did not significantly affect the duration of his combat capabilities. As Zhou settled into a meditative state, he entered the interior of the exquisite treasure pagoda. Upon entering the pagoda's space, he sensed an extraordinary vitality, as if the entire realm had come alive. An unending stream of soul power was absorbed by the space, causing it to subtly expand and contract. The 5 small spaces formed by the soul rings began to connect in accordance with the principles of the 5 elements, albeit at a sluggish pace. At this rate, it would take at least a year for them to fully connect, but once established, my soul power would no longer need to be supplied. Zhou gazed upward at the 5 small spaces transformed into stars. Lowering his consciousness, he observed the soil emerging beneath him, the verdant expanse in the distance, and a small stream flowing nearby, accompanied by the winds generated by temperature differences within the space. The current state of the pagoda's interior seemed capable of harboring living creatures without harm. No, I should first test with small animals, Zhou decided, exiting the pagoda's space and opening his eyes, retracting the exquisite treasure pagoda. With the 5 Qi Chaoyuan method nearly completed, all that remained was to await the full cycle of the 5 energies within his body before progressing to the next stage of cultivation. As he surveyed his arm, which had begun to shed its skin, he noted that with the gathering of the 5 essence powers, the seasonal cycle within him had commenced its autonomous rhythm, requiring no further effort on his part. With a tremor of his arm, Zhou swept away the flakes of dead skin, sending them into the corner wastebasket. Chapter 80. Entering the city as time passed, the radiant sun rose in the east, casting its morning light into the room. Zhou opened his eyes, sat up from his bed, and stood on the floor. Walking through the beam of sunlight streaming through the window, he opened the door and embarked upon a new day. After finishing breakfast, Renfeng approached Zhou and remarked, "Brother, we're running low on rice and flour. How much is left, and how long can it last?" Zhou inquired. "Brother, there should be enough for 2 more meals," Renfeng replied. Zhou nodded, saying, "I will head to Soto City to procure supplies shortly. We won't be having lunch at home. Just prepare the usual meal." "Understood, Brother." Renfeng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zhou observed the training of everyone in the valley before departing towards Soto City. Upon entering the city, he made his way to the grain procurement area, negotiating prices with the vendor before purchasing a substantial quantity of food. Afterward, the vendor dispatched a cart to transport the provisions, and together with Zhou, they headed out of the city. As they passed through the streets, Zhou noticed groups of people engaged in fervent discussions. "Did you hear? Those from the Star Luo Empire have found their family members," a tall, slender man remarked mysteriously. "Finally, they located them. Upon arrival, they were quite aggressive, claiming their family members had gone missing here and frantically searched throughout Soto City." A plump man replied with a sigh of relief. A gaunt-faced man nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, if you happen to cross paths with them on the street, they fixate on you. If you dare to meet their gaze, they will glare at you until you're too frightened to step outside. What on earth are those noble lords of Soto City doing? The people of the Star Luo Empire have all flocked here. Do they not care? Care about what? That group hasn't violated any imperial laws. Can't they simply stroll about in the streets?" The man with a horse-like face shook his head and replied, "Fortunately, they have found their kin, and they should be leaving soon." "No, they likely want to depart," interjected the tall, slender man who had spoken first. "Why?" The other two asked in unison. "Why? After such a long time, do you think they are still alive?" What they have found are remains. The slender man regarded the pair with a serious expression. What? The people from the Star Luo Empire must be going mad, exclaimed the portly man in horror. I need to hide at my relative's place in the neighboring city for a few days. The horse-faced man watched the portly man flee before he himself hurried home. The slender man, remaining in place, chuckled softly and moved on to the next location, reciting the same words. Meanwhile, the coachman driving the carriage, Zhou Er, withdrew his gaze. Observing this scene, he remarked, "My lord, you haven't visited Soto City recently, have you? This is a significant event that has transpired. If you wish to know more, I can elaborate on the details." Zhou Er nodded at the bowing coachman and handed him several gold coins. "Thank you, my lord, thank you." The coachman clasped the coins with both hands, expressing his gratitude hastily. "My lord, the events began about half a month ago. A group from the Star Luo Empire arrived in Soto City, storming into the Grand Sol Arena, claiming that their family members had gone missing here. However, the Grand Sol Arena is quite powerful, and they didn't dare to act recklessly. After the arena staff provided them with their family members' competition records, they were promptly expelled. Subsequently, that group sought out the noble lords of Soto City, causing quite a ruckus and nearly coming to blows," the coachman continued. Zhou Er, intrigued by this account, inquired, "Those individuals are quite audacious, aren't they?" "My lord, you may not be aware. The individuals who came are from minor families of the Star Luo Empire, with the most powerful among them being merely soul saints. Yet, it is said their family members are exceptionally talented, with two surpassing even the royal family members of the Star Luo Empire. Their madness is understandable. Had it not been for the mediation of the Spirit Hall, they would have clashed half a month ago. And what of the claim that they found remains? What is that about?" Zhou Er pressed. The coachman replied, "It is said that 13 corpses were discovered deep within the Stardow Forest, 4 of which are soul emperors, while the remaining 9 are their family members, all perishing within the forest." Having conveyed all he knew, the coachman glanced at Zhou Er and added, "My lord, that is all the information I have." Zhou Er nodded thoughtfully, contemplating, could the individuals from the Star Luo Empire be those who experienced their first team battle? However, perishing in the Stardow Forest, they wouldn't be foolish enough to attempt crossing it to return to the Star Luo Empire. Reflecting on the initial encounter with those individuals, Zhou Er recalled that they did not seem reckless. They were likely ambushed and made to appear as if they had perished in the Stardow Forest. After all, the emergence of a talent surpassing even royal members would surely provoke unease. Even if they sought refuge in the Tindo Empire, they hadn't anticipated that their assailants would follow them. Zhou Er remained quietly contemplative as he gazed ahead. The coachman, meanwhile, attentively sensed Zhou Er's every movement. No fluctuations in soul power, no disturbances in mental waves, and a steady heartbeat. It seemed he was completely unaware, unaffected by the situation. Using his martial soul to perceive all of this, the coachman furrowed his brow in thought. Meanwhile, Zhou Er, seated within the carriage, felt a faint gaze upon him. Gradually, he closed his eyes, entering a state of heightened awareness, perceiving the surroundings. After sensing something, Zhou Er remained seated, quietly resting. The carriage continued along the street, slowly exiting Soto City. Upon turning onto a smaller road, Zhou Er opened his eyes. "Let this be the end," he declared before leaping from the carriage. With a swift motion of his fingers, he severed the connection between the horse and the vehicle using his sword. He then produced a pouch of gold coins and handed it to the coachman, saying, "I have purchased this carriage. Take the money back to your employer. This horse is a gift for you. Ride it back." Though momentarily taken aback, the coachman accepted the pouch and bowed in acknowledgement. "Very well, my lord." He then mounted the horse and made his way back towards Soto City. Zhou Er watched the departing coachman, waved his hand to store the supplies from the carriage into a spatial tower, and then unfurled his thunder and lightning wings, swiftly vanishing amidst the storm. Chapter 81. Battle. Just as Zhou Er distanced himself, a hammer crackling with lightning descended, yet Zhou Er easily evaded it. Soaring high above, he observed the shattered remnants of the carriage below, alongside a figure clad in a black cloak. "Kid, your talent is commendable, yet you have committed a grave error. Now, descend obediently and release the life and death talisman you activated. I may yet show you mercy." The cloaked figure, Tang Hao, advanced step by step, his 9 soul rings shimmering ominously from top to bottom. Releasing the life and death talisman is simple. Just present me with 7 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. Zhou Air, hovering in the air, addressed Tang How below. Do you understand the immense value of 7 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones? Even the top 3 sects cannot procure them all at once. Tang How retorted, suddenly lunging forward, closing the distance to Zhou Air, radiating immense soul power pressure that enveloped Zhou Air. Yet, before the soul power pressure could reach him, it was consumed by Zhou Air's Samadhi True Fire. With a flap of his thunder and lightning wings, Zhou Air widened the gap between them. However, a colossal phantom of the Outshine hammer bore down from the left. Zhou Air evaded it with a flash of lightning, only for Tang How to appear and swing the Outshine hammer, executing the chaotic cloak hammer technique. As the hammer approached, a gentle breeze swirled around Zhou Air, allowing him to pivot away from the incoming blow. He countered with a water palm strike aimed at Tang Hao's body's fulcrum. The blue palm imprint struck Tang How, who felt a twinge of pain and dissonance at the impact site. He looked up at Zhou Air, who had once again distanced himself, and remarked, "At your age, possessing such ability is truly remarkable. Your future is bright. So, do not misjudge the situation. Release the life and death talisman you activated, and I assure you, I will not make things difficult for you. I can also help you acquire a piece of 10,000-year soul bone. I urge you to consider wisely. Do not take pride in having struck me once. I have yet to show my true capabilities," Tang How warned, gazing at Zhou Air suspended in the air. Zhou Air, shifting positions rapidly, chuckled. "How do you know I haven't tea already? Unwise." Tang Hai scoffed, shagging Tovats Zhou Air in an instant. Despite Tang Hao's swift approach, he could not match the speed of Zhou Air's thunder and lightning wings, perpetually unable to land a substantive blow. Zhou Air narrowly avoided a hammer shadow, only for another massive hammer shadow to descend upon him. Yet, 4 leaf-shaped flying daggers intercepted it, momentarily halting the hammer's descent, allowing Zhou Air to evade the strike. At that moment, the Outshine hammer came rushing towards Zhou Air, who was unable to evade and could only block it with his right hand using the 5 elements palm. With a resounding crash, the vibrant colors of the 5 elements imprint shattered upon contact with the Outshine hammer, which then struck Zhou Air's hand, sending him flying. As Zhou Air soared backward, he spread his wind thunder wings to forcefully halt his momentum, subsequently changing direction and swiftly distancing himself from the encounter. "Kid, when I struck you just now, I restrained my strength, merely injuring your arm. If you repent now, I can immediately find someone to heal it. And the promise of the soul bones remains valid," Tang How remarked, observing Zhou Air's sudden change in direction with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Air glanced at his mangled right hand, sensing the completely shattered bones within. With a surge of energy, he shattered his own arm entirely. Subsequently, a multitude of green light emerged, and the remnants of his arm seemed to reverse in time, returning to their pristine state. In less than a second, his arm was restored, save for the torn sleeve that bore witness to the earlier events. Had I been the person before mastering the 5 Qi Chaoyuan technique, I would have been utterly incapable of withstanding such an assault. However, the current me possesses a fragment of immortal characteristics. Zhou Air contemplated as he sensed the rapid restoration of his arm. Even though mortal strength shattered my body, it cannot impede my regeneration. Only power endowed with a similar high-tier characteristic can halt my recovery. Tang How, witnessing Zhou Air's swift healing, frowned and addressed him, "Kid, how about we each take a step back? You release the life and death talisman first, and I will promise you the 7 soul bones, though I will require some time to prepare them. I, in the name of the Outshine Dua, guarantee that I will have those 7 soul bones ready for you. While you possess such remarkable regenerative abilities, the disparity in our strengths is vast. How long can you endure? Surely you do not wish to spend the latter half of your life being pursued by me? Have you misunderstood something? The initiative lies with me now. Why would I relinquish my advantage to you?" Zhou Air declared, crackling with lightning and shifting positions continuously. "Moreover, this situation arose because of you, prying into others' information and seeking us out. I showed you mercy by not killing them on the spot." Zhou Air reflected. "If not for the necessity of soul bones for my Linglong treasure tower, I wouldn't have to resort to such measures. Without demonstrating some strength, these individuals would not complete the transaction amicably." In an instant, Zhou Air shot towards Tang How at an astonishing speed, covering a distance of 23 in a heartbeat. and unleashed a palm strike imbued with the three flames true fire towards Tang Hao. Following the strike, Zhou immediately shifted his position. Tang Hao, witnessing the incoming three flames true fire, was taken aback. A substantial amount of soul power surged into the Haotian hammer, causing it to grow immense, encircled by soul rings that propelled a torrent of soul power against the three flames. With a thunderous boom, although the three flames were propelled away by the overwhelming soul power, Tang Hao still felt the residual heat. What sort of flame is this? Even the Haotian hammer feels the intensity, he pondered while dodging the returning flames. In midair, Zhou maneuvered the three flames true fire to pursue Tang Hao while simultaneously commanding the 9 leaves flying sword to attack him. While evading the three flames, Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer against the flying swords, only to be astonished that these evidently external soul bones did not shatter upon impact. As Zhou changed positions and surveyed his surroundings, he retracted the 9 leaves flying sword and summoned another orb of three flames true fire, hurling it in a specific direction. Instantly, the fire transformed into a dragon, crashing into that direction. Then, the lightning surrounding Zhou melded into the wind wings behind him, and he transformed into a beam of light. After encircling the area, he vanished on the horizon, leaving a few words lingering in the air to dissolve the life and death talisman. Present the 7 Millennium Soul Bones. Do not assume that just because the Shrek Academy members have left this place, I am unaware of their whereabouts. I advise you to prepare the soul bones diligently. Should there be a next time, I will ensure they remain in a state worse than death, while I conceal myself to cultivate until I reach the rank of Title de Law before seeking you out. Moreover, I am not afraid to disclose that I am 14 years old and already at level 52. Chapter 82. The final challenge at this moment. A figure appeared beside Tang Hao, the sword law, Tang San. 14 years old and at level 52. What a terrifying talent, Tang San remarked, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the speckled light in the sky. With such speed, we have no hope of catching him, not to mention that fire. His strength is already comparable to that of a speed-type Title de Law. At merely 14 years of age, to possess such formidable power, Tang Hao gazed at the vanishing light. And that fire, my sword energy was incinerated upon contact with it. Ultimately, I had to rely on a vast amount of soul power to extinguish the flames. Chun Xin observed the now dissipated light in the sky and spoke. While I could barely keep up with his initial speed, his final velocity rendered me utterly helpless. Furthermore, he circled around here, clearly demonstrating that he can maneuver with such swiftness. Shaking his head, Chun Xin remarked, for the safety of the children, we should proceed with the transaction. Meanwhile, Zhou had already returned to the mysterious valley. After landing gently, he walked to the storeroom beside the kitchen and stored the provisions he had purchased. Exiting the storeroom, he sat cross-legged atop a large rock. Now, with just over a year until the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, if I adhere to my previous training pace, I should reach level 60. Zhou sensed the continuous flow of soul power from the Linglong Treasure Tower space and shook his head, contemplating. However, my current training speed has significantly diminished. It seems unlikely I will achieve level 60 before the competition. Yet my combat capabilities are already on par with the Title de Law. The Sword de Law has likely been lurking in the shadows, unable to keep pace with my speed. His swiftness is considered fast among Title de Law. Yet he cannot match my usual state, and under the full force of my thunderstorm state, they stand no chance. Zhou observed the electricity sparking in his hand and thought, in terms of speed, there should be few on the continent capable of matching me. Additionally, the power of the three flames true fire has reached the level of a Title de Law through various versions of its mastery. Now, the three flames true fire grants me the ability to contend with Title de Law, and the wind thunder wings in my thunderstorm state allow me to maneuver freely. Coupled with my near-immortal characteristics, I possess significant resilience. Dispersing the electricity in his hand, Zhou gazed into the distance and mused, should any trouble arise during the competition, I can simply withdraw Shushan and the others into the treasure tower space, allowing me to come and go as I please. However, the greatest threats to me remain abilities that restrict and seal. Among Duluos, only those two possess such powers, Juaguan and Guame, with their martial soul fusion skill. The two instruments' prohibition field. Frowning, Zhou Air contemplated the introduction of this martial soul fusion skill from his past life. This technique poses the greatest threat to me. I must find a way to counteract it. On Tuesday, deep in contemplation, I pondered the myriad of information presented in the original text, alongside all the abilities I possessed and the knowledge amassed from my previous life. In this moment of reflection, a wise saying from my past life suddenly resonated within me. To vanquish magic, one must wield magic. A spark ignited in my mind as I exclaimed, "The domain!" My 5 Qi Chao Yuan technique, with its principles of mutual generation and restraint, should indeed be capable of forming a domain. When that time comes, I can counteract any opposing domain. Regardless of whether the abilities are of restraining or sealing nature, they must first break through my domain. However, given my speed, by the time they manage to breach the domain, I would have long since vacated the area. I meticulously revisited the theories surrounding the mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements, reflecting on the interpretations of various luminaries from my past life regarding domains, and integrating my own unique conjectures. I then settled my mind, attuning myself to the cycle of the 5 elements within me, and embarked on my endeavor to experiment with the formation of a domain. Time flowed unceasingly, and on that day, Zhou Yuan suddenly approached, bursting with excitement as he exclaimed, "Elder brother, I have broken through. I am now at level 40. Startled, I rose to my feet, responding, "So soon? Your soul power level has already surpassed Outshine, hasn't it?" Zhou Yuan composed himself and replied, "Outshine is still at level 39. I rushed over to tell you as soon as I broke through. I haven't informed them yet." I instructed him, "Very well. Gather your belongings, and we shall set off to hunt for your soul ring." Nodding, Zhou Yuan added, "Right? Once I'm ready, I'll inform Outshine before we go." With that, Zhou Yuan dashed off to his room to prepare, and upon emerging, he briefly spoke with Zhou Shan before coming to find me. Zhou Shan, inspired by this news, intensified his training. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan and I had already exited the mysterious valley, making our way toward the Star-Doe Forest. As we progressed along the path, I inquired of Zhou Yuan, "What are your thoughts on your 4th soul skill?" He responded, "Elder brother, my first 3 soul rings are of auxiliary type, designed to reduce damage taken, enhance perception, and increase recovery and endurance in prolonged battles." Zhou Yuan elaborated on the effects of his existing soul skills, all aimed at augmenting the combat capabilities of our team. However, my role is a blend of control and support. I currently lack a soul skill that aids in control. Therefore, for my 4th soul skill, I wish to select an ability that enhances control. Hearing this, I nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your auxiliary skills are sufficient. It is time to contemplate control-oriented abilities. However, control manifests in various forms. Which type do you wish to pursue?" He replied, "At present, my control over teammates is achieved through flight abilities. But the speed is not particularly swift, nor does it offer explosive acceleration. When teammates find themselves in peril, my velocity is insufficient to swiftly extricate them from danger. Hence, I aspire to select a soul skill that amplifies explosive speed." "Your reasoning is sound, yet it is not imperative to solely focus on explosive speed," I remarked, raising 2 fingers to emphasize my point. "In the scenario you just described, aside from evasion, there are 2 additional strategies. One can either break the predicament or endure the danger." I extended a finger, articulating, "To break free from such a predicament entails abilities akin to repulsion, stunning, or disorienting the opponent, rendering them incapable of inflicting further harm. Conversely, enduring the danger is straightforward. It involves enhancing defensive capabilities to temporarily nullify the threats faced. Soul beasts with formidable defensive traits or those that grant invincibility are excellent choices." Retracting my fingers, I turned to Zhou Yuan, continuing, "Your 3rd soul ring is over 2,000 years old. So the selection for your 4th soul ring should fall within the range of 4,000 to 6,000 years. However, having ascended to the innate realm, your physical resilience has improved, allowing for a slightly higher age range, yet must remain under 9,000 years." Zhou Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. As we entered the Star-Doe Forest, I moderated my pace, remarking, "Your 4th soul ring should indeed be of 1,000 years, as this will ensure its growth potential differs from that of a 10,000-year variant. Therefore, its functional characteristics must be rather unique. For instance, a soul beast that instantly augments speed would be a commonplace effect, unless an exceptionally effective one is encountered. I advise against selecting it. Similarly, defensive types are often standard effects, and if their strength is not substantial, they too should be avoided. However, an invincibility effect is highly desirable, given its developmental potential and underlying principles. Lastly, abilities such as repulsion, stunning, or disorientation are also viable options. Thus, you may choose your fourth soul skill from among these categories, I stated while surveying our surroundings. Zhou Yuan, trailing behind, expressed his concerns, elder brother. Soul beasts with such effects are quite rare, and locating them may consume considerable time. I reassured him, no matter, let us search. If we cannot find them, we shall opt for a more ordinary yet effective characteristic. Zhou Yuan nodded, following closely as we scoured the Stardoe forest for soul beasts. In the midst of our search, we encountered our first soul beast, a rock turtle, adorned with menacing spikes along its shell and a ring of elongated spines at its edges. Rock turtle, for 1,672 years, turtle shell, rock. Upon spotting us, the rock turtle let out a roar and charged forward. I swiftly stepped in front of it, pressing my right hand against the edge of its shell while using my left to grasp its head, which was poised to bite. With a downward motion, I slammed it into the ground. As dust billowed, the dazed rock turtle fell silent. I waved my hand, dispersing the smoke before seizing one of the sharp spikes from its shell. With a crisp snap, I broke it off, weighing in my hand before clenching it tightly until it shattered into fragments. I then extended my hand toward Zhou Yuan, stating, "This soul beast's age may suit you, but its defensive capabilities leave much to be desired. Let's continue our search." "All right, elder brother," Zhou Yuan replied, nodding. I flicked my right hand to shake off the debris before grabbing the rock turtle's head and flinging it aside like a meteor hammer. The rock turtle rolled several times before quickly regaining its footing and sprinting away in the opposite direction. "Let us venture further," I urged Zhou Yuan. Thus time gradually passed, and several days later, in a section of the Stardoe forest, the two of us walked side by side. Zhou Yuan, perplexed, asked elder brother, "Why didn't you choose that 7,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake? Its abilities seemed perfectly suited for me. Indeed, you are remarkably compatible, which is why I have inscribed a soul mark upon it. If we are still unable to locate that particular soul beast, we shall hunt the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent instead." Replied Juea. "Brother Air, what type of soul beast is it? Is it exceedingly rare?" Zhou Yuan inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Zhou Air nodded and remarked, "It is indeed very rare. Its abilities are quite unique, making it exceptionally suited to your martial soul." Just as Zhou Yuan was about to respond, Zhou Air's sun and moon eyes suddenly caught sight of something. He turned to Zhou Yuan and instructed, "Relax, do not resist." Then, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloped Zhou Yuan, transporting him directly into the spatial realm of the treasure pagoda. Zhou Air, crackling with lightning, spread his wings and soared forward. Ahead, a white light darted away at an astonishing speed, yet Zhou Air's velocity far surpassed it. However, just as he was about to close the distance, the white light vanished, reappearing in another location. Without hesitation, Zhou Air adjusted his course and pursued once more, only for the white light to disappear again. After several such instances, Zhou Air deduced the next location of the white light. In a flash of lightning, he arrived at that position and struck down with his palm at the suddenly materializing white light. With a resounding crash, a rabbit emerged from the white light, pinned to the ground. With a fierce glare, the immense pagoda descended upon the rabbit's spirit, causing it to faint. A burst of colorful light appeared beside them, and Zhou Yuan was released. Upon exiting, he beheld the rabbit pressed firmly to the ground. "Brother Air, is this the soul beast you were seeking?" Zhou Yuan asked, gazing at the unconscious creature. "Indeed, this is the soul beast I sought, the lightning rabbit. This rabbit possesses extraordinary speed and the ability to teleport, making it even more suitable for you than the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent," Zhou Air declared, lifting the rabbit by its head. "Teleportation. This rabbit possesses such a power. Bazaia, how did you manage to capture it?" Zhou Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Air placed the rabbit before Zhou Yuan and explained, "Though it possesses teleportation, its speed does not exceed mine. Once I discerned its patterns, I was able to subdue it with ease. Therefore, even with unique abilities, one must not allow others to decipher their patterns. Otherwise, they will fall into traps laid by others. Remember this well, for the next one lying down may not be this rabbit, but rather you." Zhou Yuan nodded solemnly. "This lightning rabbit is 678 years old, well within your capacity to absorb. Zhou Er stated, retrieving a dagger from the treasure pagoda and handing it to Zhou Yuan. Quickly, slay it and absorb its soul ring. I will stand guard. Zhou Yuan accepted the dagger with a nod, then plunged it into the rabbit's eye, ending its life. A purple soul ring slowly ascended from the rabbit's lifeless body as Zhou Yuan sat down to absorb the ring. An influx of soul power surged within him. Though this power was quite violent, it did not exceed Zhou Yuan's limits, and he absorbed it gradually. As time passed, the soul power was fully absorbed, and the soul ring was successfully assimilated. Chapter 84. Teleportation. Upon finishing the absorption, Zhou Yuan opened his eyes and stood up. How does it feel? What is the nature of the soul skill? Zhou Er asked, standing nearby. Brother Er, it is teleportation, though with certain limitations. It can only teleport within the confines of the Rui Pearl. Zhou Yuan replied excitedly as he summoned the Rui Pearl. Before them, the 10 Rui Pearls shifted positions, then expanded to envelop Zhou Yuan. In an instant, he teleported to another Rui Pearl and returned just as swiftly. Pazaiya? My teleportation operates using the Rui Pearls as nodes. With these 10 pearls, I can teleport freely among them, although there are these constraints. The advantage lies in the absence of distance limitations, and the energy consumption remains constant, Zhou Yuan explained, darting back and forth among the 10 Rui Pearls. Listening to Zhou Yuan's description of his fourth soul skill, Zhou Er found it somewhat unreasonable. Is there truly no distance limitation? Teleportation itself has no distance constraints. But activating the soul skill does require proximity. The 2 Rui Pearls must be within my sensory range, Zhou Yuan clarified, manipulating 2 pearls as they floated in his hands. However, my second soul skill enhances my sensory range, allowing me to perceive up to 5 kilometers at my current level of soul power. Thus, within this range, I can teleport freely. Zhou Er nodded and inquired further, what about the energy consumption? The consumption of teleportation decreases as my soul power increases, reducing by 5 for every 10 levels. Coupled with the recovery capabilities of my third soul skill, frequent use of the fourth soul skill, teleportation, poses little strain. Zhou Yuan explained, shaking his head. How does it compare? This soul skill is certainly superior to that phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent. Zhou Er chuckled, addressing Zhou Yuan. Indeed, Brother Er. Zhou Yuan responded, his face alight with excitement, nodding vigorously. Zhou Er, glancing at the dimming sky, turned to Zhou Yuan and said, let us return. They then made their way out of the Star Doe forest, hastening toward the mysterious valley. Upon their return to the valley, the sky had grown dark. Zhou Er turned to Zhou Yuan and remarked, after a long day's journey, it is time to rest well. Very well, Brother Er, Zhou Yuan agreed, nodding before retreating to his quarters to rest. Zhou Er also returned to his own chamber for the night. The following day commenced anew, with Zhou Yuan diligently practicing within his domain. After some time, Zhou Shan reached level 40. Level 40, Outshine. Based on the age of your third soul ring, you may choose a fourth soul ring ranging from 9,000 to 130,000 years. However, 10,000-year soul beasts differ from 1,000-year ones, as 10,000-year soul rings possess soul fluctuations. Therefore, I must first test whether your spirit can withstand it, Zhou Er stated. Listening to his brother's words, Zhou Shan nodded. Very well, brother, proceed as you wish. Very well. Upon uttering this, a phantom appeared behind Zhou Er, a figure holding a pagoda, gazing intently at Zhou Shan. In an instant, immense pressure bore down upon Zhou Shan's spirit, compelling him to clench his fists tightly against the overwhelming force. Observing Zhou Shan's ability to endure the initial pressure, Zhou Er nodded, then commanded the phantom to lower the pagoda, directly suppressing Zhou Shan. The pressure intensified, and Zhou Shan nearly faltered. After regaining his composure, he sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to withstand the crushing weight pressing upon his spirit. Sweat began to bead on Zhou Shan's forehead, his clothes soaked through, and a grimace of strain etched across his face as he reached his limits. Zhou Er retracted the phantom, and Zhou Shan felt an immediate lightness, exhaling deeply as he opened his eyes to ask, Brother, how did I fare? How many years of soul rings can I endure? Given the pressure you just experienced, you can withstand soul fluctuations from rings below 120,000 years, Zhou Er replied with a smile, regarding Zhou Shan. At this proclamation, Zhou Shan leaped with joy. After allowing him a day's rest, they would set off for the hunt on the morrow. The next day, Zhou Shan awoke early, eagerly awaiting Zhou Er's arrival. Once they were prepared, the two set forth toward the Stardow Forest. Embarking on a quest, the search commenced for soul beasts of water or wood attributes, aged under 120,000 years. Days passed, yet the criteria remained unmet. Either the age was too great or the attributes were misaligned. After several more days of diligent searching, a 1,000-year-old plant-type soul beast was discovered. The Qianrun Mu Tung, aged 989 years, known for its tenacity and myriad vines. Although its characteristics were not particularly remarkable, the rarity of such a soul beast with the right age and attributes compelled Zhou Shan to select this one. The soul beast possessed thousands of resilient tendrils, but they were no match for Zhou Er's 9-leaf flying sword. One by one, the vines were severed until the creature was left bare. Zhou Shan approached the soul beast and, with a swift strike, ended its life, subsequently settling down to absorb the soul ring. Despite the excruciating nature of the process, he successfully completed the absorption, acquiring his fourth soul ring from a 1,000-year-old beast. The soul skill acquired was the Qian Ren Mu Tung Spear, which could transform the vines into a protective armor enveloping Zhou Shan, while also drawing nutrients from the earth to restore his vitality. Soon after, Zhou Er escorted Zhou Shan back to the enigmatic valley to continue his research in the realm of domains. However, it was not long before Ren Fong also reached level 40, enabling him to hunt for his fourth soul ring. His physical strength had sufficiently met the criteria for absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring, yet he faltered during the mental trials against the soul shockwaves. Reluctantly, he opted for a beast aged over 9,000 years. Once again, they set forth towards the Stardow Forest in search of a suitable soul beast. Upon entering, Ren Fong began his quest for a compatible companion. His first soul skill enhanced growth capabilities, while the second allowed him to split into 9 entities, bestowing his vines with venom. The third skill, Tentacle, significantly augmented the resilience of the vines and granted the ability to secrete corrosive slime. Thus, for the fourth soul ring, he sought a soul beast that could amplify hardness or vine strength, ensnaring foes and draining their soul power, rendering them incapable of combat. Days passed in the Stardow Forest as he searched, but the soul beasts encountered were not fitting. After all, finding a soul beast aged over 9,000 years was no simple task. Yet, fortune favored the diligent. After a few days, he finally encountered a soul beast aged 9,897 years, also of the plant type. Perfectly suited for Regenfang.